I was just one ordinary person among countless others. Then one day I was suddenly hit by a car and summoned to a world of magic. There I fought for many long years. At last I defeated the Demon King and was able to return to the real world. I thought I would live a normal life with my parents and relatives, but reality was far too cruel. After I went missing, my mother died in an accident while handing out flyers with my picture. Overwhelmed by grief, my father took his own life. My friends pretended not to know me. My relatives abandoned me. Standing in the middle of the street, I asked myself why I had to endure such pain. Lost in these thoughts, a man suddenly bumped into me. He then looked at me and laughed with glee. Why is everyone so happy? I wish everyone in this world would suffer the same pain as me. With a single swing of my sword, I destroyed this entire city. Tens of thousands of people vanished in that one strike. This feeling. This is it. Not even heroes from other worlds could stop me. Night fell, and a young man stood at a crosswalk waiting for the signal to change. He walked slowly. There was nothing unusual about him. As he crossed the street, he failed to see the blinding light. I was just an ordinary person. He glanced toward the car, shining its lights on him. A massive truck charged fiercely toward him with no sign of stopping. Before he could react, his eyes shot open in terror as he awoke from his dream. Before him was a huge castle floating in the sky. He had no idea where he was. A year had already passed since I came to this world. He buried his face in his hands and burst into tears, feeling helpless. At first he cried a lot and only wanted to run away. When I was crying beneath the statue of a goddess, there was always a girl by my side to comfort me. But after seeing a glimmer of hope that I could return, I became braver and started adapting to this world. A scene of carnage unfolded around him. In the war, countless people killed and were killed. My comrades formed an army and fought for justice. That's how I gradually learned courage and camaraderie. At night, everyone would gather around a blazing fire to eat and drink together. He looked at the comrades by his side and smiled. My parents wouldn't understand even if I told them this story, but I will become a stronger person than I am now. Though I don't know when this bloody slaughter will ever end here. He wore iron armor and held a greatsword in his hand. The number of brave warriors like me grew. Beautiful flowers bloomed, exuding their fragrance, but he trembled and wept sorrowfully. No, please. The girl, his comrade, died there in his arms. Before she died, she smiled brightly as if to say, "You must win, hero." He carefully made a grave for his comrade. I lost many things, but I also gained many things. Every time I passed one trial, more appeared. Death continued, and the survivors could do nothing but weep in sorrow. He sat with his back against a wall, holding a pen and paper, writing a long letter. He wrote the letter endlessly. Finally, the door marked with a red seal. The hope of ending it all was before him. Just then, someone approached and asked, "Hero, are you ready?" He stood up silently without a word and hid the letter behind his back. As I touched the red characters, I wrote this in the letter that could never be sent. "Mom and Dad, please pray for me." With a slight smile, I turned to look back and saw my comrades still standing there. That alone was enough for me. Once the Demon King is defeated, the lives of the people here will return to the peaceful days of old. And I'll be able to think of this long year here as just a dream. With a look of firm resolve in his eyes, he threw open the massive doors with both hands. My comrades are calling, so I must end this here. I will return to see you, Mom and Dad. From your son who misses his family day and night. A sword was still in his hand, and before him stood a giant monster, the evil Demon King. Sincerely, Kim Min-soo. The sound of cathedral bells echoed through the vast space. The scenery here was truly peaceful. The sky was clear and blue, and the people gathered in the central square shouted with one voice, filled with joy, "Long live the hero!" Everyone excitedly welcomed the passing carriage procession. The Demon King is dead, the world is free. Music filled the room, dancers performed on stage, and the chef prepared food. People sat together at the banquet, clinking their glasses and shouting, "Wow, the wine of our kingdom is truly something else." Kim Min-soo sat at the banquet table, silently holding his cup. A woman next to him recognized him and asked with concern, "Hero, you'll be able to return home tomorrow." Kim Min-soo looked at his reflection in the cup in his hand and thought, "I can really go back. You don't look very happy even though you're leaving soon." At first, I never thought a day like this would come. The woman teased him with a smile in her eyes. "You did nothing but cry at first." Then she boldly threw her arms around him and praised him with a wide smile. "You did so well, you've worked so hard." He slammed his cup down, showing no sign of happiness. The woman, still hugging him, comforted him. "So please don't worry too much." Kim Min-soo looked uncomfortable, then lowered his head and wept bitterly. "My family, I want to see my family." In this touching moment, the others suddenly started clapping and teasing them loudly. "Oh, have you two gotten that far? The priest will have no regrets now, will he?" As the crowd roared with laughter, the woman, embarrassed, quickly let him go and turned away. His face also flushed red with embarrassment. A white-haired man sitting there turned and asked, "Hero, do you have no lingering attachments to this place?" A small fairy chimed in, asking, that's right. You don't have to go back, do you?" The woman from before, who understood him best and was closest to him, couldn't stand hearing their questions and looked up to answer, "You all know that the hero has always missed his home and wanted to return. So please stop with the wistful talk." Hearing this, the others realized they had spoken out of turn and scratched their heads in acknowledgement. "I guess you're right, but they only asked such questions because they cared so much for Kim Min-soo." Still, they couldn't help feeling sad to see him go. The woman stood up again, took his hand and patted it gently in understanding. "Before everyone, let us pray together for the hero's future." He looked up at her and listened to her blessing. "You will surely live a happy life," she said, holding Kim Min-soo's hand gently and affectionately. May good fortune be with you as in our prayers. Everyone raised their glasses together and shouted, Hero, we will always be waiting for you. 3 weeks later. Gangseo District. Kim Min-soo had returned to his hometown and stood alone in the crowd. With a dazed face and unfocused eyes he shed endless tears. You were wrong. I saved the world, but I couldn't save myself. I returned home and joyfully rang the doorbell. The person who opened the door was a sleepy-eyed young man with blonde hair. We stared at each other as if we couldn't understand one another. I was greeted by the new owner of the house. 8 months after I disappeared, my body was not found at the scene of the accident. It was as if I had never existed in this world. My mother believed there was no way I could have run away. She was hit by a car and died while handing out flyers in front of the station. 15 days after my mother's death, my father, overwhelmed with grief, ended his own life. They said that even in his final moments he left a will asking that if his death was reported in the news, a flyer looking for me be attached at the end of the article. He stood devastated, looking at his parents' 2 urns and shed silent tears. As he clenched his teeth, tears streamed down his face. The police classified me as a runaway teen. A roar echoed from the faculty office. How dare you show your face here to apply for readmission? And so the school decided to expel me. He could only stand with his head down, listening to the teacher point a ruler at him and hurl insults. If you want to atone to your parents, just go study for the college entrance exam. His face was dazed, his complexion dark, and his eyes were hollow. The teacher paid him no mind and just kept cursing. No one cared what I had been through. Get your act together and live a decent life. Those words dragged his spirits lower and lower. One quiet night my classmates started calling me that bastard. A close friend of mine stood before me not knowing what to do. I'm sorry, he scratched his head, flustered, and made excuses without looking me in the eye. My mom told me not to hang out with you, so let's end our friendship here. I'm graduating soon, so I couldn't say anything. With my head down, I didn't know what to say. When he said, please understand, even my relatives wouldn't help me. A slap struck Kim Min-soo's cheek. In their eyes I had become a brat who had made my parents suffer. The man kept punching me and cursing. HMPH, my sister died because of you. You're not even human anymore. Why did you come back? Why didn't you just keep wandering? He lay on the ground, his face covered in wounds, helplessly listening to the insults. Do you know your parents died because they couldn't get in touch with you? His wife tried to stop him and pull him into the house, but he kept cursing and screaming, let go of me, I'm going to kill this bastard. Their daughter crouched down next to him. Go. She snapped at him with cunning eyes devoid of any sympathy. If you don't want this to happen again, don't ever come back here. You're going to ruin our family too. And just like that, I had nowhere to go. Lying on a park bench, I could only watch the happy children passing by. We were an ordinary family, so my parents didn't leave any money behind. Getting bored, I sat up and searched my pockets. All I had left were a few coins. I wasn't just out of money. My face showed only extreme helplessness and a lost anguish. I had lost my family, my school, and my relatives. There was no place for me here anymore. Tears streamed down my cheeks. I looked up at the sky and muttered to myself, what, is it starting to rain, or is this just a terrible nightmare? Watching the people pass by, I thought, I saved the world, I saved countless people. Standing alone in the bustling crowd, I looked up at the unfair sky. I risked my life to come back here to see everyone. My eyes were hollow and my dazed gaze had lost its focus. The more I thought about it, the less I could understand why everyone had abandoned me. Just then, a big guy bumped into him. The guy scowled threateningly. What, are you blind, you son of a bitch? As he finished speaking, the woman standing next to him cackled. Ha ha ha, look at my boyfriend picking on someone. I should smack you on the head to snap you out of it. She laughed so hard at the sight she started crying. Stop it. He looks like he gets bullied all the time. I guess so, haha. The man stood next to the woman, put his hand on her shoulder and grinned slyly. You're lucky. I'll let you off since you amused my girlfriend. Ha ha ha. Kim Min-soo, his face pale with rage, spun around as if to throw caution to the wind and asked them, why aren't you sad? The big guy asked blankly. What? Tears streamed from his eyes. You didn't save the world, so you don't have to suffer. Not understanding what he meant, the man's veins bulged on his forehead as he clenched his teeth and glared. The hell are you talking about? He stood calmly in the bustling crowd, but no one paid him any attention. Now I know what I have to do. A long trail of tears ran down his cheek. He whispered in a terrifying voice, I want everyone to suffer like me. As he kept muttering, the man grabbed Kim Min-soo by the hair. You son of a bitch, cut it out. What the hell are you muttering about? Shut up now. Ignoring the man, he held out his hand and commanded, heed my call, Sword Yugong. The woman next to them clutched her stomach and laughed. Ah, this guy is hilarious. He must have watched too many movies. Before the woman could finish, a great sword fell from the sky and plunged straight into her boyfriend, splattering blood everywhere. The woman froze in a daze at the sight. How covered in blood, she screamed in terror. Ah, he wiped his tears and pieces of iron armor began to materialize on his body. That's more like it. Now you're suffering too. It's too unfair for me to be the only one in pain. I looked up at the sky. I'm the hero, so I should be the one who suffers the least. Now his entire body was covered in iron armor. He held the greatsword in his hand. His eyes glowed red and bloodlust radiated from his entire body. He raised the sword and struck down again. I must be compensated by this world. One man and one sword spun, creating a vortex of power. The whirlwind grew larger and larger, and a massive flash of light erupted in the city. As if an atomic bomb had gone off in an instant, only one person was left standing. The hero who saved the world. The city was reduced to ruins with nothing left. Please live happily, that's what they had said, and so Gangseo district was completely annihilated. 3 weeks later, the hero's wrath. Outskirts of Gyeonggi province. A long line of cars was backed up bumper to bumper and the sound of horns blared loudly. Everyone has probably thought about the end of the world at least once. Things like nuclear war, natural disasters, or a zombie apocalypse. The name Park Yong-soo was written on the name tag on his chest. He was sitting in a car on a road congested with traffic. There were 4 people in the car. His mother, who was driving, lamented, "The traffic is so bad we can barely move." His grandmother trembled and kept praying. His younger sister was hugging a teddy bear, tears streaming down her cheeks. The child asked, crying, "Brother, where are we going? Why did we leave Dad behind?" He remembered the text message he had received from his father earlier. "Let's meet again no matter what. Keep heading south." With a slightly sad expression, he took his little sister's hand and reassured her. "We'll definitely see Dad again when we get there. So wipe your tears, okay?" Their mother was focused on driving and the child listened quietly. But just then, someone on a motorcycle zipped past their car window outside. The man on the motorcycle weaved through the congested traffic before suddenly screeching to a halt. No one had expected the world to end like this. The man held up a megaphone and shouted, "Attention everyone, the hero is pursuing us and is right behind us." Everyone sitting in their cars craned their necks to listen. "We don't have much time, everyone must continue on foot," the man shouted at the people trapped in their cars. "Everyone abandon your vehicles and proceed in an orderly fashion." People started to get out of their cars. "Please follow the instructions of the soldiers and police." Their mother also turned and urged her children, "Yang-soo, take good care of Da-bin. If we get separated, we might not see each other again." His sister hugged his arm tightly, and he could only agree. "Yes." The man held the megaphone and continued to shout, "I repeat, the hero is coming to this area." But before he could finish, a giant rock flew straight at him, and his body was obliterated in a deafening crash. Everyone present turned pale with terror and screamed, "That person, he was crushed to death." The whole world was in chaos. The world was ending because of a single hero. People screamed, cried, and fled in a panic amidst the burning chaos. Everyone scrambled to escape. Young Su's family was no different. His mother supported his grandmother while he looked after Da-bin. The girl clutched her teddy bear tightly in one hand and held onto her brother with the other, crying out, "Brother, please, just a little slower." He had no choice but to pick up his little sister. "Da-bin, hold on tight, don't fall." As they ran forward, the family suddenly stopped and looked up in shock. Behind the crowd stood a man in iron armor. It was the hero, Kim Min-soo. It was as if he could hear the words behind him. "You have already died countless times." He stood at the highest point, watching the people fleeing in chaos with an amused look, and asked coldly, "Struggling, thinking you can survive?" His face was dark and killing intent radiated from his entire body. Filled with hatred for the world, he cursed in disgust. With a greatsword in hand, he thought, "The ones who believe they can survive even as everyone around them dies, how disgusting." He shouted, "I will kill you all." After he spoke, he leaped down from the high place and prepared for a massacre. People fled in all directions, and Yang-soo, holding his sister, dove into the crowd. He was gasping for air, but even though he was exhausted, he didn't dare stop. Some people shoved each other, pushing him hard. "Move!" At that very moment, the teddy bear in Da-bin's hand fell to the ground. The girl tried to grab the doll, but the teddy bear on the ground was accidentally kicked under a car by someone running past. The girl stared, her eyes wide with dismay, then suddenly yanked her brother's hair, and Yang-soo cried out in pain. "Ah!" the girl called to her brother. Without taking her eyes off the teddy bear, she pointed and shouted, "Toki, the rabbit doll fell under the car." Yang-soo tried to soothe his sister. "Da-bin, we don't have time for that right now." But the girl yelled stubbornly, "It's the rabbit doll Dad bought for me." Hearing that, he hesitated for a moment. He remembered that day. Their father had handed the teddy bear to Da-bin and said with a bright smile, "Da-bin, happy 6th birthday." The girl loved the doll dearly. Hugging it tightly, she beamed with a smile so wide her eyes disappeared and thanked her father. He decided to go back and get the doll for his sister. He briefly set her down on top of a car and asked, "Da-bin, which car is it?" The girl immediately pointed over there. In the middle of the road, not far away, was a conspicuous white car. Before going to get the doll, he repeatedly reminded his sister, "You have to keep watching where Mom and Grandma are going. We have to follow them as soon as I find the rabbit doll." After he spoke, he ran against the crowd toward the car. Bent down and looked under the car, and there was the rabbit doll lying still. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I found it." He reached out to grab the rabbit doll. At that very moment, the hero Kim Min-soo was also standing there. Yang-soo struggled to grab the doll from under the car. Above, Min-soo raised his greatsword and shouted, "Let's all suffer together." He finally grabbed the rabbit doll and smiled in delight. "Got it." At that moment, Min-soo unleashed a powerful sword strike. With a loud crash, countless people were sliced in two and died on the spot. All the tall buildings were cut down and collapsed, and in a single strike the place was reduced to ruins. There seemed to be no hope of survival. Yang-soo was lying on the ground holding the teddy bear in one hand. He had survived. Exhausted, he gasped for breath as he got up, adjusted his glasses, and looked around. A desolate landscape, only ruins remained. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and other than him, no one had survived. He had only ducked his head for a moment to get the teddy bear, and when he looked up, he was stunned. What is this?" Unable to believe his eyes, he hurried around, searching. "Da-bin, Mom, Grandma?" he called out as he walked, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't see a single soul. Then he heard a thud, and Yang-su's eyes filled with horror. He had stepped on a small hand under his foot. He knew immediately that it was Da-bin's hand. His little sister had been crushed by a giant rock with only her hand sticking out. Terrified, he collapsed to his knees. "No, no, please," he struggled to lift the rocks, calling Dabin's name over and over. "Dabin, Dabin," but the girl was already a bloody pulp, her form unrecognizable. In utter shock, his face went deathly pale and tears streamed down. Horrified, he called for Dabin, then covered his mouth and retched, trembling all over. He buried his face in his hands. Just then, the hero Min-soo approached him from behind. Young-soo turned his head and looked at him. Their faces were quite similar. He said to Young-soo, "I like the look in your eyes." Young-soo, now devoid of any strength, asked with empty eyes, Are you that hero?" But Min-soo didn't care and continued to pick at his pain. "Those are the eyes of someone who has lost everything. He had killed everyone but couldn't find satisfaction. A vacant stare just like my own. Eyes with no hope or dreams." Young-soo, paying no heed to his words, shouted in anger, "What I'm asking is," he screamed, his eyes wide with fury, "are you the one who did all this?" Min-soo, with the same tone from beginning to end, admitted without hesitation, "I am." Young-soo quickly grabbed a steel pipe from the ground and stood up, his head lowered. "You bastard." He rushed forward like an arrow, preparing to strike with the steel pipe, cursing loudly, "I'll kill you." But of course he was no match for Min-soo, who grabbed him by the neck before he could even get close. Gak, tears streaming down his face, he grabbed the hand choking him and, unable to breathe, managed to say, I'll kill you, I'll kill you." Min-soo's eyes glowed red. "Is that a challenge? How are you going to kill me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the greatsword pierced through Young-soo. His tears streamed down his cheeks. He looked down at the greatsword impaling his body, and blood gushed out like a fountain. "That day I lost everything at the hands of the hero. Even at the moment of my death I asked myself, am I really going to die like this, unable to do anything? Thinking of my little sister, I'm sorry, Dabin, and the rest of my family, my father, my mother, and my grandmother too." Tears streamed down his cheeks. He helplessly closed his eyes. "My family and my life," a loud voice echoed in his ears. "Hero, hero, hero, please wake up." When he opened his eyes, a young girl was calling to him. "Hero, please come to your senses." Seeing that he had regained consciousness, the girl smiled brightly with joy. "Oh, thank God, the hero has woken up." Young-soo was lying on a strangely shaped magic circle, and I became the very thing I hated most, a hero. The hero's wrath. 1 year later, the government had collapsed and the cities were burned to the ground. Kim Min-soo was still a hero, and like Kim Min-soo, he stood at the top with a greatsword in his hand. The people who had gone missing then returned as heroes. 9 heroes ruled over their respective regions. They divided the land except for Kim Min-soo's soul. That created the world of today, Jeju Island. The territory of the golem hero was not a very good place either. In the sky, an eye-shaped stone constantly floated, monitoring everything. The sky was dark and the buildings were silent and still. Inside the houses, people slept in rows on blankets laid on the floor. A girl with dark circles under her eyes struggled to breathe and kept saying, "I want to die." When she had said, "I want to die" too many times, the girl lying next to her couldn't stand it anymore, turned over and chided her. "Stop saying things like that, it's bad luck." As soon as she finished, she turned away sharply. "Then should we all die together? Why do we have to struggle to live in a world like this?" Her friend, with tears in her eyes, said in a fearful voice, "Stop it. We fled to this island because we wanted to live." Before she could finish, the other girl pulled the blanket over her head and lamented sadly, "But I don't want to live like this." Just then, a light flashed and illuminated everyone, and a giant stone hand came inside. A voice echoed continuously, "Time to work." Everyone had to jump up at his megaphone-like voice and fold their blankets. "Hurry if you want to live. Hurry if you want to live." He continued counting, 46, 47, 48, 52, 53, 54. Within a minute, everyone had to run out of the bedroom in a line and follow him. "Time to work. Hurry if you want to live." Some people were gathered in the courtyard, all huddled and shivering from the cold and fatigue. As a man approached, the stone hands began to writhe and take shape. Supporting his steps, he walked up onto a platform and appeared before the people. He was the golem hero, Sol Wong-yun. He smiled and snapped his fingers. The sand on the ground immediately moved, forming a giant sand ball, which then transformed into 2 huge speakers floating in the air. Next to him there was even a microphone he could speak into. He grabbed the microphone and began to speak. "Well, a new day has begun." He assigned work to the people below, young and old alike, and today's schedule is: the women will harvest food, and the men will continue construction on the sage's tower. As he was speaking, his expression suddenly hardened, and he focused on the people. "Why does everyone have such miserable faces? Do you not want to work?" The girl below, who wanted to die, lowered her head and muttered, "Of course no one wants to work, stupid bastard." But no one dared to speak up, and some only showed it on their faces. He laughed and said loudly, "You should be grateful to me. If you had gone to the territories of the vampire bastard or the other heroes, you would have become lumps of meat, fanatics, or test subjects." As he finished, the space was dead silent. It was like he was talking to stone statues. When no one responded to his words, he trembled with anger. "Ha!" He held his hand forward in a finger-snapping gesture. "Was I too soft on you?" Only now did the people know fear. Mouths agape in horror, they quickly turned and started to run away, screaming, "Ah!" The giant stone hands also made a snapping motion. Sol Wong-yun, with a blank expression, not caring in the slightest, snapped his fingers, and all the giant stone hands followed suit. The people, unable to escape in time, ran and shouted, "No, please!" But everyone hit by the attack died, their stomachs exploding. Countless people died, but uniquely, the girl who wanted to die survived. She stood without moving an inch, but nothing happened to her. Her friend was hit by the attack and died, trembling and covered in blood right before her eyes. Among the people pushing each other to escape, she sat down with a blank expression and closed her friend's eyes. With sad eyes, she spoke her last words. What did you think was so unlucky in the end? I'm the only one who survived alone again. Her eyes were bloodshot. The hero, enraged, waved his hand and commanded, keep moving before I shoot again, you idiots. After the morning commotion, everyone had to work quietly. So-min was no exception. She sat on the ground, blowing on her cold hands, picking tangerines one by one. An old woman came over and poured a basket full of tangerines into hers. When she looked up, she let out a small, ah. The old woman smiled gently, her hands clasped behind her back. Your name is So-min, isn't it? You're suffering so much at such a young age. She didn't know what she meant and looked at the old woman, asking pardon. The old woman said, I thought you might be having a hard time because of what happened this morning. In the tangerine field, the old and the young, two people talked. The old woman asked her, why don't you go for a walk? It might ease your mind a bit. She hesitated and lowered her head. What about you, Grandma? The old woman smiled gently. This old woman has been picking tangerines her whole life, so this much is no problem. Go on. So-min finally got up and left with a single word of thanks. Before she left, the old woman pointed to the sky and reminded her, and be careful of that. In the sky, the stone eye was floating. So-min walked through the forest like that. Before her lay the blue sea and a golden sandy beach. When your heart feels too heavy, going to see the sea is the best thing. Standing there, she ate a tangerine while looking at the sea. I thought as I ate the tangerine. That was the thought that came to my mind. Perhaps that was the reason I came to this Jeju island. As she chewed and swallowed the tangerine, she could no longer remain calm. She collapsed to the ground, trembling and crying, I'm sorry. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She thought of her dead friend. I'm sorry for standing behind you. I'm sorry for saying those unlucky things to you. She gritted her teeth and wiped the tears from her face. But she couldn't stop crying. I'm sorry for just watching you die without doing anything. The sobs didn't stop. At that time you were. Just then she heard a sound in front of her, and a man in a military uniform appeared. Hey, young lady over there. Do you have anything to eat? She took out the few candies and snacks she had and gave them to him. The man ate greedily. So-min looked at him and said, that's all I have. Suddenly he grabbed her hand tightly and pleaded, I know this is very dangerous, but could you bring me some more food? He grimaced with a desperate look on his face. There are still many crew members on the ship. I came out alone to find food. So-min was extremely surprised to hear that. What will you do if the hero catches you? As she was speaking, she suddenly stopped and stared at the man. The look in her eyes changed and she said hurriedly, if you can just stave off hunger, can you defeat the hero? The man told the truth. Our mission is to fight to our last breath. Once the crew regains their strength, we can take back this island. So-min said nothing and looked up at the stone eye floating above her head. Seeing that it was looking in another direction, she calculated in her head, if I run through the forest, I can make it before that thing looks this way. She made an immediate decision, placed a hand on her chest and said seriously, leave that to me. I will risk my life to bring you food. As soon as she finished speaking, she ran off like an arrow. When she returned, she was carrying a large basket of tangerines and a bundle. She ran like mad through the forest, risking danger. She didn't dare to rest even when she was tired. The only thought in her mind was to run. The reason I always said I wanted to die wasn't because I really wanted to die. She remembered the sight of her friend dying in front of her. I was afraid of a life worse than death, of living every day without meaning. I clung to that one hope and ran like a madwoman. I didn't want to just survive like this anymore. I finally reached the shore, more determined than ever to fight that bastard this time. But there was nothing before her eyes. My entire body froze and the basket of tangerines fell to the ground. I fell into deep despair. What appeared before her was not the rescue team, but that very devil. He laughed with glee. Ah, so there was a little rat here. Before him, the stone hands had already crushed the soldiers to death and the beach was stained with blood. Terrified, she fell backward and a stone hand shot out from behind her and grabbed her. As the stone hand gripped So-min Daidly, she let out a piercing scream of pain. Ah, she struggled and shouted. Why hasn't that eye of surveillance seen this area yet? The bastard tilted his head, his eyes wide with mock surprise as he sneered. Ah, did you think that was the only one I had? After he spoke, he closed one eye. His face darkened and the stealth mode was deactivated. Instantly, countless eyes of surveillance appeared in the sky like the stars on a dark night, creating a chilling spectacle. He spread his arms wide and laughed with delight. He threw his head back, his mouth agape, and burst into laughter. He had been watching everyone all along, but no one had known. His face turned sinisterly dark and he clapped his hands, mocking her. I was just playing a little game. Wouldn't this make things more interesting? Overwhelmed with helplessness and rage, So-min burst into tears. She hurled insults. You son of a bitch. His two eyes burned red like a devil's. You're just incompetent. If you have a problem with it, why don't you try becoming a hero? He held his hand forward. Or you should have comforted them when it was their time to suffer. Following his gesture, the stone hand squeezed harder and she screamed in agony. Ah, she gritted her teeth and endured, but tears streamed down her face endlessly. She wanted to fight back, but there was nothing she could do. In despair, she cried out helplessly, I don't care who it is. Please, I can't do anything. Please, someone fight for me. Just then a shimmering streak of light appeared in the sky, as if her prayers had been answered. An intense light shot straight down to the ground. The light was so bright that even the bastard had to grimace, unable to look directly at it. As the dust settled, the figure of a person emerged. It was a hero clad in iron armor, holding a giant spear in his hand. Seeing him, the bastard scowled and asked, "What bastard are you?" So-min's mouth fell open in joy. "A hero? Yes, the hero Park Young-soo has returned." His cold gaze fell upon the bastard. Bastard looked at him, surprised, and asked himself, "What bastard is this?" So-min also stood there, stunned. A hero of all things, Young-su's gaze swept over the surroundings. Seeing the scene of stone hands crushing soldiers and the ground stained with blood, he asked coldly, "You there, woman? Explain this situation." Startled, her eyes widened. "Me?" The bastard ignored, grew angry, pointed his finger and shouted, "Hey, I'm asking who you are. What gives you the right to interfere in my business?" Young-soo merely stared at him with cold eyes, not saying a word. So-min stared intently at him, thinking to herself, that man is not one of the other hero's cronies. Even the golem hero doesn't know him. Her eyes began to shine with hope again. "This is my chance." Seizing the opportunity, she quickly shouted to him, "That bastard is a subordinate of the sword hero. He has taken over Jeju Island and is exploiting the people." The moment she said, "The soldiers over there were also killed by him," the stone hand tightened its grip on her, and she could no longer speak. The bastard clenched his fists, his eyes wide with rage, and cursed angrily. "Don't you have the guts to come over here and talk things out fairly? Do you think this is some kind of reunion?" Park Young-soo listened in silence, looking at the two without saying much. "I see, I'll ask one last time." His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, growling at the bastard. "Is what that woman said true?" The bastard's eyes widened, somewhat surprised, and he couldn't answer immediately. He frowned, shrugged, and said provocatively, "And what if it is?" He uttered only one word. "Die." He adjusted his grip on the spear and immediately took a stance. The bastard was no pushover either. His two eyes blazed red as he continued to provoke him. "Ah, this son of a bitch." Countless stone hands appeared and swayed around him, and the stone eyes floating in the sky emitted a red laser-like light. A scream echoed. "Crush him." Countless hands rushed toward him, but he showed no fear, pulling out his spear and swinging it in a circle above his head, shattering the stone hands and stone eyes to pieces. A series of explosions rang out, and he leapt high into the air, attacking the bastard. The bastard, seeing him approach, was terrified, his mouth agape. With a single strike, both of the bastard's arms were severed. The bastard's face turned deathly pale, and he stared wide-eyed, his mouth open, trembling in horror. Looking at his severed arms and the blood gushing out like water, he screamed in terror. "Ah!" he screamed and cursed, "You son of a bitch." He was struck squarely by an upward kick. His teeth shattered and scattered. Park Young-soo stepped on his chest and pushed him into the water. "It's over." So-min, now rescued, collapsed to the ground, clutching her injured arm and staring intently at the scene before her. She had never imagined that this man could subdue the golem hero who had annihilated the naval fleet single-handedly. Young-su's face darkened, and he glared, speaking menacingly. "Hurry up! Is the sword hero you mentioned the one in that white armor?" The tip of the spear touched his neck, but he kept his mouth shut and shouted, I don't know, damn it." As he was speaking, with a thud, one of his legs was also severed. He let out a scream of agony. "Ah!" Young-soo stared straight at him and warned coldly, "Every time you say you don't know, I will cut off one of your limbs." The spear was aimed directly at his face. "The hero in the white armor is the sword hero, correct?" Now he didn't dare to spout nonsense and had to tell the truth. "That's right." He grimaced in pain but defiantly gritted his teeth as he listened to his question. "Where is he now?" Another leg was severed and floated on the water, his eyes narrowed, overflowing with a terrifying, killing intent. "Where is he?" The bastard had lost both his arms and both his legs. He was floating on the water. Now he was terrified. "Please, please spare me." But of course Young-soo couldn't let him live, he said firmly. "I have no intention of sparing you. You gave up on being human. But if you answer my questions, I will cut your throat and give you a painless death." Realizing he was going to die anyway, he laughed lightly and provoked him. "I have nothing to say to you." He struggled until the very end. Countless hands appeared from behind his back, aiming for a surprise attack. "I am speaking with Lord Golem." So-min on the beach also became the target of countless stone hands. Seeing the sight, she trembled in fear, her mouth agape. Why me?" The stone hands struck down one after another like bombs. A moment later, everything became calm again. Black smoke rose into the space. The bastard was rescued into the air, held by a stone hand. He thought he had survived, and his face darkened. Tears and sweat poured down like rain. He recalled the past. A young girl knelt at his feet and pleaded, "If you don't save us, the Demon King will attack the world you live in," she said earnestly, tears streaming down her face. "Please, for the sake of your world's future. Please save us," he thought to himself. "I just wanted to get back what was mine." When he rang the doorbell, a voice echoed, "Thank you, come on in." That was what he had wanted. So when he saw the person who opened the door, he was overjoyed. "Father, I'm home." In his heart, all he wanted to hear were the words, "You did well," but reality was completely different from what he had wanted. As soon as his elderly father saw him, his face hardened, and he shouted, "Get out of my sight right now, I don't have a son like you." But wherever he went, he was turned away, even at the relief center. People there told him, "We do not provide housing support for adults over the age of 18. Seeing his miserable state, the old man said, "Those are the rules. I'm the one who saved this world." But wherever he went, he was kicked out, and when he went to work, he was cursed at. "You're an adult now. Get out of here right now if you don't want me to call the police." One old man glared viciously and cursed. "What, you want money for the few days you worked? You're just a shameless bastard preying on adults. I thought it would be better to destroy this world." Looking back on his past life, he trembled. "In the end, this place will be my world." Sitting on the stone hand, he cried helplessly. I don't want to die. His eyes filled with terror as he looked down. Young-soo was not dead yet. He had even saved So-min. Holding his spear, he prepared to jump. You can't escape. His eyes narrowed, filled with killing intent. Because every hero deserves to die. Terrified, the bastard struggled to survive by any means and shouted, "Come out!" Countless hands and eyes floated in the air, preparing to shoot. Red light, praying hands. A blue light wrapped around his wrist. Using the electric element, he channeled electricity into the spear in his hand and took a throwing stance. Lightning spear technique. Flash. With a whoosh, the spear flew powerfully, piercing through the red light of the stone eyes. It was a precise throw. It passed through everything. His one spear destroyed the bastard's weapons and pierced through his body. He was caught completely off guard. He couldn't dodge or counter. He coughed up a mouthful of red blood. And that was the final moment of the golem hero. His body fell into the sea. The one who had destroyed Jeju Island and the naval fleet. On the beach, only Young-soo and So-min remained. As twilight fell, a roar echoed from a giant tower. Just a little more. A little girl pointed to the sky and laughed with delight. Just a tiny bit more? Yes, right there. A statue was completed. Her eyes were round and sparkling with joy. Finally, we can also do something for our hero. Everyone stood solemnly and reverently. Let us pray for our hero. The statue was his statue. May you be happy. In one place he was a hero, but when he returned to his own world he was scorned. And he died without even a place to be buried. All the heroes who returned received such treatment. The surface of the water was stained with red blood. The golem hero was dead. With him, the golems that controlled the fortress also crumbled. This meant that for the first time since the hero's wrath began, the island had found peace. Everyone was free. So-min returned to the room where she used to stay. Everyone walked happily on this land. Overjoyed, they hugged each other. We survived, we're free. Unable to hide their joy, they laughed and said, "Ha ha ha." For the first time in a very long time, a peaceful life had come. Young-soo stood in the forest, spear in hand, watching the people. Seeing a family happily hugging each other, his gaze grew even sadder. He too had a family and had been happy like that once. His eyes fell. He lowered his head. I envy them. At least they have a place to go back to. Suddenly there was a sound behind him, and the sharp tip of his spear quickly turned toward it. So-min was startled and jumped back. "Och!" She quickly raised both hands, trying to calm him down. It's me, the woman from the beach." Only then did he lower his guard. As he lowered the spear in his hand, she, sweating and flustered, asked, "Why are you hiding in the bushes? Everyone wants to know who defeated the golem hero. Let's go down together." Young-soo replied with a look of disgust. "It's not something to be praised when one hero kills another. This will only remind them of their fear." After he spoke, he turned resolutely and walked away. "I was never interested in receiving people's praise in the first place." She understood his meaning, smiled lightly and complimented him. "You're a very kind person." His body paused slightly. She continued, "If you weren't, you wouldn't care about other people's feelings." Young-soo stopped walking and glanced at her from the corner of his eye. "Think whatever you want. We won't be seeing each other again anyway." But she still followed him and asked, "Let me ask you one thing. Are you planning to get rid of all the heroes?" As soon as he heard that, his face filled with rage. He frowned and declared, "That hero bastard in the white armor. I will kill every last one of his hero comrades." So-min clasped her hands tightly and looked him straight in the eye. "For revenge," he retorted. "Is there any other reason?" As soon as she heard that answer, she suddenly became emotional. She placed a hand on her chest and exclaimed loudly, "Then let me help you. I want revenge too." Young-soo looked at her quietly. As if trying to gauge something, he thought to himself. He didn't refuse but asked as if he found it hard to believe. "You're insane." He thought there was no reason for a weak girl with no skills to accompany him on a hero hunt, which was tantamount to a suicide mission. Knowing he didn't believe her, she asserted once more, "I know you think I'll be a burden, but please let me follow you." She asked Young-soo, "Do you know where the heroes are?" He remained silent, not answering. She said at once, "I do." This was her way of showing she was useful. "I used to wander around with people. I witnessed everything on my way from Seoul to Jeju. I have a rough idea of which hero rules which region, and I even know their faces and abilities." Recalling the long road ahead, she said, "And you can't just walk straight to Seoul, can you? You'll need food and a place to rest." So-min looked straight at him with a very earnest expression. "You'll have to communicate with people to get transportation and a place to rest, and I'll take care of that." Her hands were clenched so tightly they trembled. "I'll be your guide," she exclaimed with firm resolve. Seeing her serious demeanor, he looked slightly bewildered. "I have one question." Young-soo asked bluntly. "What is your reason?" He told her the truth. "If you stay here, you can at least guarantee your survival. You could even live a comfortable and happy life without worrying about any heroes." Her gaze sadly turned downward. She said softly, "Because I have no power." She silently took something out from her clothes. It was a family photo. "So all I have left is the pain of losing my family, my resentment toward those bastards, and my longing for the old world." So-min's eyes glistened, and she clutched the photo tightly in her hand. "Because I have no power, I want to go with you." Her face darkened. She was lost in despair and helplessness. She had no abilities but held a great ambition. "I want revenge." While everyone was savoring the freedom they hadn't experienced for a long time, people hugged each other in joy. In the forest, the two who had brought them freedom had just struck a deal. Young-soo finally agreed. "If you don't mind being used and thrown away, you can follow me." As he walked ahead, she followed behind him. The tall buildings of the city were burned black and in ruins. Young-soo sat there, sharpening the tip of his spear, focused on his work. So-min sat in a corner observing Young-soo across from her. She spoke of a hero who was tough but close and another who was easier to deal with but far away. Holding up a notebook, she showed it to him and asked, "Which one will you choose?" His face darkened. He answered seriously and concisely, "The one I can kill the fastest." Hearing this, she immediately jotted it down in her notebook, teasing him with a smile. "You never change. I knew you'd choose that one." Thinking of a giant dragon, she said, "Our next opponent is the sea dragon hero." So Min told him what she knew. She's the most terrifying hero in the sea. She annihilated the entire Pacific fleet. She uses the sea to her advantage, and so does that monstrous dragon. The sea dragon she controls is said to have destructive power on par with a nuclear bomb at that time. So Min couldn't believe her eyes. The entire sea was engulfed in flames, and it was they who had massacred the refugees heading to Jeju Island. So Min's parents also died at her hands. At that moment, 2 people held her back, but she struggled to jump into the flames, screaming, "Mom, my mom is on that ship," as she spoke of this monster. Her heart felt as if it were being cut with a knife, and she sat there blankly like a person in a daze. Yang-soo turned his head and reminded her, "Don't list her sins like some glorious military achievement." His eyes were cold and hard. "Our opponent is a murderer. All you need to know is that she deserves to die." Discussing how to kill them, he said quickly, "More importantly, we need a ship to fight on the sea." "What's the big deal? So-min can handle that," she said at once. "I know someone who can help us," she smiled gently. After reclaiming the ships the golem hero had occupied, the surviving Marines began to recover. The sky was clear and blue. People stood on the shore and a giant ship was there as well. The commander stepped forward, gave him a solemn salute and said, "In the name of our fallen comrades," the old man saluted in a military fashion, expressing his deep respect, "we will be sure to escort you to your destination." South coast, the lightning striking from the sky was terrifying. On the sea, a giant maelstrom raged as if it could destroy anything, and the weather was at its worst. The cause of the maelstrom was a giant dragon coiled in the deep sea, its eyes glowing red, piercing through the swirling waters. A hand gently stroked the dragon, comforting it. "It's okay," her cold gaze reassured him. "They will never set foot on land." The coast looked peaceful. A shovel was stuck in the sand, and next to it a man sat smoking a cigarette. The captain approached from behind him. 2 hours until departure." The man turned his head and was slightly surprised. He stubbed out the cigarette in his hand on the ground and stood up. He spoke seriously to the old man. "I don't know if this is the right decision. Nothing is certain." He seemed very agitated and frowned. "I don't even know if that hero who killed the golem hero is an ally or an enemy." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, pounding his chest with his fist and shouting, "Even if we manage to take down that monster and return to land, even if we can really defeat Kim Min-soo." With both fists clenched, he lowered his head helplessly and said in a low, almost pleading voice, "Please tell me." He glanced at the few graves behind him. "Why I have to walk back into that hell of my own accord." The captain was very calm from beginning to end. Standing straight, he faced him and explained calmly, "The fact that he killed the golem hero proves that he intends to kill all the other heroes." The old man's face darkened. He himself couldn't tell what exactly was happening. "That's all I know." Suddenly his gaze became firm. "But isn't that enough?" The old man's eyes shone. "More than 30 of my subordinates, whom I treated like my own children, lost their lives." As he said this, thinking of the comrades with whom he had shared life and death, he couldn't help but kneel and place a hand on a grave. "When I die and meet them again, I want to be able to tell them proudly." The man stood silently listening to the old man. "After everyone left, we found a way." He couldn't hold back his sobs, gritting his teeth as tears streamed down like rain. "We put the lives everyone saved to good use, so that everyone's sacrifice was not in vain." He looked out at the vast sea. Dozens of graves were scattered along the coast. "If the hero we're helping is stronger than Kim Min-soo, their sacrifice will be the cornerstone for this country's freedom." After saying this, the old man pushed down his cap, turned, and asked seriously, "Are you now prepared to go to hell with me?" 1 hour after departure, South Sea, a giant ship sailed on the water. On the ship, So-min was drawing the monster she had seen for him. After finishing, she held it up, showing a rough sketch of a person and a large dragon. "I'm not good at drawing, but this is roughly what the sea dragon hero looks like." Yang-soo squinted and looked for a long time, but he still couldn't make out the shape. "So our next opponent is a bug and a stick." At his teasing, she got angry and shouted, "No, forget it. I told you I can't draw." Her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. "Anyway, the important point here is that the hero includes not just the girl but the dragon as well. That's the most important difference from the other heroes." Hearing this, he understood to some extent. He touched his chin and asked, "Does that mean they can act separately?" Recalling that time, she said, "From what I observed, no, the girl was always standing on the dragon's head, and the dragon only moved when it received an order." She pointed her finger at the girl in the picture. "From what I can see, she's the brains." She pointed to the dragon again. "And the dragon carries out the attacks?" he asked again. "What are their attack patterns?" So-min replied. "Based on the battle with the soldiers who were helping with the evacuation, that giant dragon attacked directly by breathing fire. The dragon would spit fire or ram and crush ships with its body, and the girl wasn't idle either. The girl blocked attacks." Listening to her description, he made a guess. "1 spear and 1 shield, meaning they have both offense and defense. That will make them difficult to fight," just as she pointed to the drawing and said, "So in my opinion." An emergency alarm blared throughout the ship. Startled by the loud noise, the two looked outside and quickly ran to the deck. Soldiers were running around shouting at each other. To your positions, he grabbed a random person and asked, "What's going on?" The soldier reported. "The radar has detected an unidentified object." In the control room, the captain was still standing and observing, watching the huge explosion in front of him. 300, 400, a soldier shouted in fear. "Too many unidentified objects have appeared." Panicked, he yelled. "Brace for impact." He gripped his spear tightly and assumed a battle stance. Something was moving toward the ship in the water. The soldiers quickly adjusted their machine guns and fired continuously below the surface. Finally, the surface became calm again, and blood stained an area red. It turned out to be fish. Fish carcasses were floating, so Min exclaimed in surprise, "Fish!" Suddenly, a few fish jumped onto the ship. She sat down and poked them with her finger. She let out a sigh of relief. "I was worried for nothing." Young-soo stared intently ahead, tense and warned. "You'd better be afraid." His face darkened. "Because the real one has appeared." In the middle of the water's surface, the water swirled violently and a giant dragon appeared. On its back was a girl holding a staff. As soon as she saw them, she said, "So you're the hero who defeated the golem hero." She was the sea dragon hero, Cynthia. The dragon opened its mouth menacingly. "I'll blow you away, ship and all." The captain, sweating nervously, shouted urgently. "Quick, evade, evade," Young-soo shouted loudly. "Drop the anchor." In the control room, everyone was stunned and dazed. They asked each other, "What did he say?" "Captain, I'll turn the ship immediately." But the captain firmly objected. "No, follow the hero's instructions." He shouted with firm belief, "Drop the anchor now." The chains were quickly lowered. Anchor drop successful. Cynthia's eyes widened and she sneered. "Disappear." The dragon opened its mouth and fired a deadly beam straight at the ship. He stood on the ship, gripped his weapon tightly and shouted, "Weapon transformation, Chonbang X laser." A red light shot straight down from the sky. The weapon in his hand transformed and he held it forward to activate the X. A giant spearhead shape appeared. He shouted, "Get down if you don't want to die." The two forces clashed head-on, unable to determine a winner. With a violent boom on the sea, a massive explosion that swallowed everything erupted. The soldier behind him frowned and cursed inwardly. "This hero bastard." He stared without blinking. "He can't counterattack because he's protecting us in this critical situation." This soldier was very quick-witted. He immediately shouted toward the control room, "Captain, please order a diversion." The old captain was stunned for a moment, but then understood his meaning, quickly put his hand on the radio and commanded swiftly, "All hands prepare for battle. Bring out the heavy weapons. Aim for those bastards' heads." The soldiers standing on both sides raised their guns and prepared to aim. The cry, "Fire!" rang out, and the guns fired continuously, showering the monster with bullets. The giant dragon stood tall in the middle of the sea, opening its mouth to unleash its power and counter. Cynthia gripped the staff in her hand tightly. She also began to fight, pulling out a shield. As a result, all the fired bullets were blocked, causing no harm to the dragon. The two sides were evenly matched, and the helmsman stared ahead, his face pale with fear. It's blocked." The commander's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and reassured them. "Don't be discouraged." Seeing that Young-su's power was still holding strong, the old man analyzed the situation. "We already expected that our portable firearms would be useless against heroes. Our ultimate goal is to distract them as much as possible." As if thinking that wasn't enough, the old man shouted again, "Keep attacking. Use all the ammunition. Mobilize every operational portable firearm." The soldiers then continued to fire at the giant dragon. Young-soo also attacked with all his might, and neither side had weakened yet. "They're not completely useless," he thought, looking at her, standing dazedly on the dragon's head. "Since she started using a magic barrier, the firepower of that laser. If my hypothesis is correct, this bastard," he stared at her face, "she's sharing her own energy with the sea dragon." He gritted his teeth. He poured his strength in while carefully calculating. "If I can deplete that woman's mana, we might have a chance." He quietly took a step forward, once again gathering his power to push it toward them. Cynthia, standing on the dragon's head, stared at him without blinking. "He's coming forward. He's noticed the laser has weakened." She spun her staff, threw it into the air, her face still very calm. "No problem." She held out her hand, waiting for the staff to fall. "I just have to eliminate all the reasons that make me use the magic barrier." The staff instantly transformed into a magic trident. It was her spear Anta. It flew straight toward the ship with a bang. It broke through the defensive barrier and aimed for Young-soo. He now had to face two things, the dragon's laser and Cynthia's trident. The two forces struck his barrier, and with a slight flick of her finger, the trident immediately changed direction and shot up into the sky. He gritted his teeth and observed its every move. Seeing it change direction, he felt a little panicked and uneasy in his heart. Her hands moved as if painting in the air, and each stroke she drew controlled the trident. As it drew countless confusing trajectories, he couldn't predict where it would fly even while watching it. Finally, it broke through the rain of bullets and flew straight. It pierced a soldier standing next to a machine gun and continued to fly around, killing one person after another. The soldiers scattered in all directions, shouting, "Captain, you have to get down." Just as he ran in front of the old man, his body was pierced by the trident and he died on the spot. The old man was shocked, his mouth agape. It killed one person after another like that, even piercing the ship's hull. Now only one person was left alive with the old man. So Min watched helplessly with her mouth open, and the surviving soldier was just as panicked. Cynthia's target was still him. "A laser in front, my spear behind." The trident changed direction and aimed straight for his back. She said triumphantly, "This is the end, nameless hero." Blood splattered and his feet were firmly planted on the deck. That soldier blocked the trident with his body, saving his life. His whole body trembled with pain. What do you take us for? He recalled what the captain had said to him before departure. Even after you all left, we found a way. At that time he had sobbed. With this body that you all sacrificed to protect, I will surely repay your deaths. And so he died blocking the trident for Yang-Su. He desperately blocked the trident from reaching Yang-Su. His hands gripped the spear tightly, preventing it from harming the hero. Cynthia was so surprised her mouth fell open. She hadn't expected this either. He held on like that until he finally collapsed on top of him. His face was pale, and even as he was dying he struggled to say, "Please use this." After speaking, he collapsed and died on the spot. Yang-Su looked at him, fallen on the ground. His face was serious and he was slightly moved. His death fanned the flames of anger in his heart even more, and his fighting power grew stronger. He said in a low voice, "Thank you. Elemental fusion," he shouted, holding his spear in one hand and her frozen trident in the other. All the sacrifice soldiers were there. They were waiting for the newly deceased soldier. He said with teary eyes, "I'm sorry." He ran into his comrade's arms and cried with joy, "I'm late." Under the blue ocean it was a peaceful scene with large fish swimming freely. Cynthia had just arrived here and was looking around, bewildered. Before her were giant houses in the water. The residents here stared at her. This was the world of the sea dragon Anta. People just stood quietly looking at each other. A person came down the stairs and said, "This must be your first time seeing this kingdom." He looked majestic, like the master of this place. "Welcome to my world, hero." A strong, muscular young man holding a trident approached and asked politely, "You're quite calm for your first time." He walked straight up to her and held out his hand. "I believe you've heard about how to return to your homeland and the heavy responsibilities you must now bear." Cynthia, flustered, lowered her head and replied, "I have, but I'm still not used to this situation." He calmly reassured her that she would get used to it over time. "I have something for you today." She blushed, looking at him with curious eyes. What he took out was none other than the trident he was holding. "This is a spear that has been passed down for generations. It is given to the one chosen as the hero of the sea dragon." She took it, but having never held it before, it felt too heavy. He smiled gently, his eyes full of tenderness. "Holding this important spear in your hand means you become my hero, and I will dedicate my life to you." "Hero?" he asked playfully with a smile in his eyes. "Will you entrust your life to me?" The trident looked truly powerful. She looked up at him without refusal, as if he had been waiting. He knelt before her. "Very well," he solemnly declared before the people of this land. "From now on I am your faithful servant and the hero of the sea dragon." He then took Cynthia's hand and kissed it, showing his devotion. And so the oath was made. "I will protect you from everything that stands in the way of your defeating the Demon King." Now for the first time that spear had left her hands and was in Young-Su's. Her eyes widened with rage. It was the first time she had lost her composure like that. "How dare you?" She was greatly flustered. "That is not a spear for the likes of you to wield," she screamed like a madwoman. "Give it back now." The dragon also lost its composure and growled. Yang-Su was terrifyingly calm. He replied in a low voice, "Yes, of course, I'll give it back." After speaking, he took a stance. "By embedding it in your skull." The dragon also shot fire directly at the ship with its most powerful technique. The two sides were evenly matched. His red light began to falter. He quickly thought of a way. "Deactivate Ansel." The red shield instantly shattered to pieces. Seizing this opportunity, he raised the spear and prepared to throw. Spearmanship Glacier Road. He threw it straight forward. A spear flew from the ship back toward the two of them so fast that she had no time to control it. Cynthia stood there stunned, unable to believe the sight before her. "Lex is freezing." She fell to her knees in despair. She touched the dragon's head. "Lex, stop. We need to strengthen our defense." The dragon turned and glanced at her. Finally it closed its mouth. The mana emanating from her body was transferred to the dragon, and shields of various forms appeared. And a shield of the Majesty Dragon. The shield appeared right in front of them for defense. She opened her eyes wide and smiled joyfully, thinking to herself, the 5-layered magic barrier that even the Demon King couldn't break through. Watching the spear fly toward them, she provoked him in her mind. "Let's see if you can break through it." Their protective barrier was struck by the spear and shattered to pieces, piercing through layer after layer without effort. The 5th layer was broken and the 4th and 3rd layers couldn't hold either. Seeing this, her face darkened and she gaped in astonishment. "No, this is impossible." As the 2nd layer was pierced, Yang-Su was just as exhausted. The final layer broke and the small spear was embedded directly into the protective barrier. Cynthia was sweating profusely, her face darkened, and she was so extremely flustered she could barely breathe. Only when she saw the spear lodged in the barrier, finally unable to break through, could she breathe a sigh of relief. "We blocked it. We succeeded in blocking it. Now reactivate Lex." But just then she looked down below the ship, but Yang-Su was nowhere to be found. Her face turned pale with shock. Where did he disappear to? Before she could grasp the situation, a voice echoed, "Right here." Suddenly he had appeared right beneath them. A blazing red spear in hand. That technique wasn't meant to break Lex. She finally realized it now. Was it to open a path for him? Yang-Su wasted no time, raising the spear with both hands, gathering his strength and preparing to strike. He struck down hard at the two of them. The dragon's body was split in two with a single blow, and Cynthia, who was standing on its back, was also split in two with it. On the verge of death, she still turned her eyes toward the dragon, not letting go of its back, and said with tears welling up, "I love you." And so his strike cut them both down. "We loved each other." Back then, Cynthia had killed the Demon King with her dragon. The Demon King lay bloody in the water. Cynthia stood on the dragon's head just as now, watching everything. She burst into tears, moved. We finally defeated the Demon King. The dragon returned to its human form, stepped onto the water and held her in its arms. The two of them looked at the monster's corpse like that. We've finally changed our destiny. He looked at her with a gentle gaze. You've worked hard, hero. At that look her face turned red and she couldn't say a word. Under the twilight the two kissed and tears streamed down Cynthia's cheeks. He asked gently, "Why are you crying on such a good day?" She placed her hand on his chest, reluctant to leave. The Demon King was dead. This meant they would have to part soon. She bashfully looked away. "I'm happy to go home, but I don't want to leave you." Unexpectedly, he laughed with joy and said firmly, "I will follow you to your world." Even Cynthia hadn't expected it. She was surprised, her eyes wide. He continued, "I have fulfilled my duty as the king of Anta and preserved the balance of this world." He didn't seem to be joking at all. He was very serious. "So I will accompany you as your man." When he announced this, all the people of the kingdom opposed him. They shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, please reconsider. Why would you go to the hero's world? Their world is fundamentally completely different from this one." People said he could be in danger, but he paid them no mind and turned his back to them. As the talk grew, he turned and retorted coldly, "The hero adapted to our world without any problems. This is proof that I can do the same," he said to the people. "A successor has already been chosen, and I have fulfilled my duty of defeating the Demon King." Drunk on love, he risked everything and declared, "I will not live as a king but as her partner for the rest of my life." In front of the dimensional gate, he knelt before the love of his life and placed a proposal ring on Cynthia's hand. He smiled with satisfaction, and she burst into tears, moved. The problem started from then on. In a human world bathroom, he was clutching the toilet and throwing up. The sea dragon couldn't adapt to the human world. He kept coughing up fish scales. His appearance was very similar to a human's, but his essence could not be changed. He couldn't help it himself. It became increasingly difficult to maintain his human form. Cynthia knocked on the door from outside and asked, "Are you okay?" She was worried and dazed. "Are you sick?" But when he came out, he was still smiling and reassured her. "It's nothing." He patted her head and said, "Let's continue our date." Our happiness began to crumble. The city was full of tall buildings and the sunlight was dazzling. Cynthia returned from outside, opened the door and greeted brightly. "I'm home," she continued. "Sorry, I'm a little late today." She was startled, her eyes wide, frozen at the sight before her. The shadow of a monster was cast on the wall, and strange sounds continued to come from inside the house. On the floor, the sea dragon was struggling to hold on in a half-human, half-beast form. His whole body trembled, and he tried not to frighten her. "Don't come near me." How could she just stand by and watch the person she loved suffer? She rushed over and shouted, "Honey!" Hugging him tightly, he cried out in anguish, "I've saved up some money. Let's go to an uninhabited island together." Tears streamed down her cheeks. "If there's no one around, you won't have to suffer like this." He had no other choice either. He gritted his teeth, sweating profusely, enduring the pain as he listened to her. "We will build a small house by the sea." His hands also wrapped around her. The two comforted each other like that. "Let's live together." The more she thought about it, the more her tears wouldn't stop. "So please don't tell me not to come near you again." Southport, Yosu Port. The ship slowly departed. There were many people on the ship. Outside, the sea dragon had his whole body wrapped in cloth to hide his monstrous form. Cynthia stood by his side, constantly encouraging him. "We're almost there, just hold on a little longer." His whole body trembled. The monster's face became more prominent and he said in pain, "I'm sorry." His eyes blazed red. "But I can't take it anymore." A flash of light illuminated the sky. The sea dragon transformed into its monster form on the sea. After the South Sea Ferry incident, his appearance was broadcast on TV to the entire nation. The government designated us as terrorists like Kim Min-soo, and so we became criminals to be eliminated. On that very day, countless warships attacked the sea dragon on the sea, but they were all killed by them, and flames engulfed all the ships. From then on, her eyes also lost their vitality. No matter what happened, they were always together. She placed her hand on his body. "Even if we are sinners, you fought to protect me," she resolved. "Now it's my turn to protect you." Time passed like that, and now the two died together. The proposal ring he gave her still on her finger. The sea dragon's body was frozen on the sea. He was dead, but deep in his heart he always remembered. "I love you too." Yes, we loved each other. Another gravestone. Hero Lee Seong-un, Kim Min-soo, was sitting right there. Around him was a ruined village. The atmosphere was somber, and only he sat there like a dazed person. A person approached. This person was wearing a school uniform and was about the same age as him. Kim Min-soo looked up. His eyes were hollow. He informed him. The golem hero and the sea dragon hero were killed by that hero who recently returned. A picture of Yang-soo was on the wall. A conversation was heard. "A new spark of hope has been lit among the people," he said. "This means that the endless suffering you created in this country will soon end. Shouldn't you start moving now? You must fight to protect and maintain the image you've built for this country." Kim Min-soo still sat there without any reaction, then suddenly stood up. Seeing that, the man smiled triumphantly. "That's right. This is how our hero should be." Kim Min-soo shouldered his giant sword. The end was approaching again. There were countless spears in the display room. Each had its own characteristics. A voice echoed. "The first spear, Veva's, has been returned." Two people stood there. One was clad in armor, holding a spear, standing solemnly. "And we have just received a report that the fifth spear, Ensel, has disappeared." The girl's eyes darkened. The soldier in armor guessed that the hero had released it. Before he could finish, the girl next to him interrupted. "It's begun, the revenge the hero so desired." She placed her hand on her chest, looked at the soldier, and said very earnestly, "Please summon all the blacksmiths. We need as many spears as possible. This time we must repay our debt to the hero." The soldier immediately received the order and replied loudly. Only the girl remained, placing her hand on the display case and bowing her head. Her face was filled with an indescribable sadness. At first, the hero had no interest in saving our world. Among all the spear heroes in history, he pushed himself into the most difficult situations. The spear continued to thrust as fast as lightning. Young-soo, shirtless, continued his spear training. The spear became faster and stronger, and he trained until he was drenched in sweat. He was out of breath and extremely exhausted, but he never stopped. Suddenly, a person rushed in and called out loudly, "Hero, hero." The girl placed her hand on his shoulder and announced, "We did it. We can proceed to the next stage," but her arm was twisted back by him and she let out a scream of pain. "Ah," he warned. "If I say it's not over, it's not over." His face darkened and anger boiled up. He continued to say, "Not yet, not yet. I'm too weak compared to that bastard. I can't move forward like this." There was not a single ray of light in his eyes, only extreme despair. "Dabin died because I was too weak." Now his eyes were filled with only hatred. He silently, without a single complaint or hesitation, carried out his duties perfectly, and so he killed all the demons, until people blocked his path. "HMPH, stop the hero," someone shouted in concern. "Hero, you are in a dangerous situation." But Young-soo didn't listen to anything and continued his work without hesitation. In the monster's cave he fought like a madman, not caring about their numbers. He faced them all alone. A sharp gaze, one spear strike, and several of them died, and so he went straight to where the Demon King was. The giant, ferocious Demon King struck him in one blow and Young-soo fell to the ground. The Demon King, thinking he had won, stood triumphantly with a giant club. His face was covered in red blood and his stamina was depleted. Just then, the image of his mortal enemy, Kim Min-soo, appeared before his eyes. That image reminded him not to give up, to go back and eliminate him. Hatred made him see that bastard's face wherever he looked. As his anger awakened, he struggled to get up and gritted his teeth. "So it's you," and so he madly cut down everything, rushed straight at the Demon King, pulled out his spear and stabbed wildly. He stabbed without stopping. The people watching from outside were also terrified and turned pale. Young-soo, like a madman, attacked and cursed. "Die." He cursed once for every cut. "Die." Even after he was dead, he tore his corpse to shreds. "Die, die, die." Just looking at him, you could tell how much he hated Kim Min-soo. The cave was silent without a sound, and it was all blood and corpses. Young-soo stood there. Then, exhausted, he collapsed to the ground. Suddenly he heard a cry for help. "Save me!" Young-soo turned around with a hardened face. It was as if his little sister, Da-bin, had appeared before him. Covered in blood, she stared at him and said, "Brother, save me." The corpse suddenly looked like his dead mother, and it tried to crawl to his feet. "Young-soo, is Da-bin okay?" "Mom is fine, so please take care of Da-bin." His grandmother also approached from somewhere. "Young-soo, Grandma is in pain." The constant apparitions of his family plunged him into extreme agony. He clutched his head with both hands and buried his face in the ground. In his heart, he ceaselessly cursed the name of the one who had taken everything from him. "Please just die." He acted less like a hero and more like a sinner or someone consumed by resentment. Young-soo was always alone, sitting quietly by the bonfire. Just then, a girl opened her eyes and woke up, staring blankly at him. His entire body was covered in wounds, yet he was still sitting there, not asleep. As the girl picked up a round bottle, he heard the sound and glanced at her from the corner of his eye. The girl, flustered, quickly explained, "It's ointment. I noticed you only wrapped bandages around your wounds." His back was covered in scars, both shallow and deep. He silently allowed her to apply the medicine. As the girl applied the ointment to his wounds, she asked, "Why do you keep fighting? Don't you ever get tired or feel pain?" He didn't say a word, and the girl, not minding, continued to speak as she applied the medicine. "I know it's not my place to say this, but what would your family say if they saw your body covered in scars?" At those words, he thought of his family again. He was the only one who had survived. His face darkened as he said in a cold voice, "I have no family to go back to. They're all dead." Hearing that, the girl was even more confused. "Then why were you in such a hurry to face the Demon King? I thought you were trying to get home as quickly as possible." He clenched his fist and for the first time spoke of his hatred. "There's a bastard I have to kill when I get back." The more the girl heard, the less she understood. "There's no way anyone is stronger than you. And even if you're seeking revenge, if you keep treating your body so recklessly." Remembering Kim Min-soo with his greatsword, he asserted that the bastard was incredibly strong. With a dark and tense face, he said, "I must become stronger than him." That bastard was the goal he would have to strive for his entire life. Become stronger and tear him to shreds. Thinking of the day he could finally kill him, he couldn't suppress a bloodthirsty sneer. "Then I'll first immobilize him, hang him where the sun beats down, and carve off his flesh like sashimi every day. Ha ha, and I'll repeat it after the wounds heal." Listening to him describe his plan for revenge, the girl's face grew dark with fear and bewilderment. The hand applying the ointment froze, unable to believe what she was hearing. "And I'll feed him his own flesh to keep him alive." His hands never stopped sharpening a spear. Yes, Young-soo is now blinded by hatred. He's no different from a demon. "I'll make him suffer in the slowest, most painful way for the people he killed. It'll be so much fun." He was truly deeply twisted. Countless spears were stuck in the clearing, and laughter echoed. "Kiki, this is your victory." The hero with a spear. An exhausted soldier in armor sat with his back against a piece of a wall. "This hero is really strong." Young-soo stood quietly before him, staring at him intently. "But what about the one from 100 years ago?" Without a moment's hesitation, he crushed the red heart-shaped stone in his hand. The red light within it flowed out. Seeing this, the others cried out in surprise. The miracle elixir, why is he giving that to the Demon King? The red blood stained the spear in his hand, and a refreshing laugh echoed through the space. Haha, that's more like it. The Demon King rose again. Holding a spear as if his strength had returned, he laughed with his mouth wide open and provoked him. Do you wish to fall? Do you want to become the Demon King too? Yang-Su showed no fear, shouldering his spear and staring intently at the Demon King, challenging him. Come at me again, to gain more power. I must continue to fight you. The Demon King was merely a tool for his training. The Demon King froze, saying, What? After several frenzied battles, the Demon King could no longer bear it, and with trembling hands he pleaded desperately with him. Please just kill me. Yang-Su stood there, pinning the Demon King to the ground with his spear. The Demon King kept begging, please. The others watched, bewildered and afraid, and unconsciously stepped back. The Demon King would rather beg for death than fight him. The girl couldn't bear to watch this scene, and she rushed forward, hugged him tightly from behind, and shouted to stop him. That's enough. You're strong enough, please don't do this anymore. But he had no intention of stopping, and he glanced at her, about to say something. But the girl burst into tears right there, hugging him tightly and not letting go. We'll help you get your revenge, so please stop here. Please remain human. The hammering continued. The blacksmiths worked with all their might. The girl stood there, supervising them. With clear eyes, she thought to herself, Hero, when you have finally finished your revenge. Looking up at the clear blue sky, she held onto a single hope. Please don't become a monster. Meanwhile, Yang-Su had just returned from defeating the sea dragon and the hero Cynthia. He let out a sigh, standing quietly and looking at the aftermath. At this moment he thought of Kim Min-soo again. His taunts echoed in his ears. Do you think people will cheer for you? He walked forward. You're not a savior. You're not the hero of this story, he mocked himself. You're nothing, but Yang-Su didn't care. He muttered coldly to himself, it doesn't matter. Before his eyes was always his sworn enemy, Kim Min-soo. His eyes flashed with anger. He resolved firmly, whether people see me as a monster or whatever, if I can finish you, that's all that matters. His only goal was one thing. The sea was frozen, and he walked across it back to the ship. All the water around him was frozen solid. He threw the spear once into the air and it landed precisely on the ship. He grabbed the ship's railing, pulled himself up and leaped aboard in one motion. On the ship, So Min was the only one who had survived. She stared at him blankly, speechless. Another one, he killed another one, maybe this person. Seeing his tireless appearance, she was filled with hope that he could kill all the heroes. Just then he looked straight at her and asked, Are there any other survivors? She shook her head sadly. She thought of the dead soldiers. I checked the deck, the turret, the captain's room, and the engine room. But everyone's dead, and it was a gruesome sight. Hearing that, he couldn't suppress his sadness either. I see, So Min, flustered, lowered her head, sweating with worry. What do we do now? We can't move this ship without the soldiers. After saying this, she suddenly smiled lightly and suggested, Don't you have some kind of skill that can get us to the coast? He crossed his arms, looking slightly annoyed as he listened to her. You made a shield. You created a path to the sea dragon hero. You did a lot of things. It seems like you can create anything, right? Hearing that, Yang-Su frowned in annoyance. Do you think I'm Doraemon or something? He couldn't figure out what her role was in this fight at all. Annoyed, he said bluntly, If you said you were the guide, shouldn't you at least know how to steer a ship? She poked her two index fingers together, looking away awkwardly in embarrassment. I didn't mean that kind of guide. Before she could finish, he turned away as if he had no intention of listening. He picked up the two spears that had fallen on the ground, as if in disbelief. As he passed her, he threw a bitter remark. I was going to keep you around because you seemed competent. This was an insult to her very existence. So Min spun around and shouted, At least tell me what I should do before you go. He stopped in surprise, standing silently. Finally he spoke. He said coldly, Rest for now. He looked at her with a less than friendly expression. I don't know what you can do. You didn't do anything, but I've exhausted all my energy during the battle, so I need to recover. After speaking, he left her there and walked away. So Min was angry but helpless. She just stood there with clenched fists, cursing inwardly. Yeah, you're so great. Though she said that, she was still deeply saddened. Sighing, she walked dejectedly to the deck. I wish I could do something. In the dead of night on the vast ocean, the only light was from their ship. A single light shone. It was So Min. She was looking at the books on the ship. Relying on the light of a flashlight, she was searching for something alone. Holding the flashlight in her mouth, she illuminated the area. She resolved, He told me to rest, but I can't. She remembered him mocking her as he passed by earlier. I don't know what you can do. You didn't do anything. And that cold gaze. But I've exhausted all my energy during the battle, so I need to recover. The more she thought about it, the more determined she became to find a way to steer the ship. Standing in the dark room, holding a flashlight in her mouth, she sweated from the heat. As she searched, she thought, I'll find it and prove my worth to that arrogant bastard. Just then, she was suddenly startled. What was that? Who's there? In the quiet night, the sound echoed clearly. She parted the curtains from inside and looked out. Her eyes widened in shock. The cabin was empty, but she could still hear the sound. So Min, flustered, shone the light around, searching. I thought that bastard was already asleep. Looking around, she suddenly felt uneasy. Strange, I don't know who it is. As she looked around, her eyes suddenly widened. Outside, Yang-Su was not asleep. He was moving the corpses on the ship. She stood there, not understanding what was happening. That bastard, he said he was resting. What is he doing? He said he was resting. What is he doing in the middle of the night? He placed his spear on the ground and carefully laid down the soldiers' bodies one by one. He gathered all their bodies in one place, covered them with a cloth and arranged them neatly in a row. With the utmost respect, he pulled the cloth with his hands to cover the bodies. As he did, he said, My father was also in the Navy. Yang Su sadly confessed to them. He was probably killed by a hero just like you. After speaking, he covered them with the cloth. His face was filled with sadness and anger, especially when he saw the body of the soldier who had blocked Cynthia's attack for him. With sad eyes, he covered him with the cloth. I'm sorry. I couldn't bring you back to your family. I'm sorry to have to send you off like this. A teardrop fell onto the body. He wept like rain and said sincerely, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. He reverently placed the spear on the body and stood seriously. In your next life I hope you are born into a world where you don't have to sacrifice yourselves. So Min hid behind the cabin watching everything move to tears without a word. She clasped her hands and prayed. Amen. In a world where the line between life and death had blurred, a boy and a girl paid their respects to the departed. The next morning it was as if the cruel world was proud of them. The dawn illuminated everything. It sent a guest from the sky. A military aircraft was flying right above them. The plane continued to hover there. Above there were several fully armed people. One of them opened the door and looked down. This is Brown Crow, he reported into the radio. We've found the rebel hero and one woman, they are. Republic of Korea Reconstruction Government. Hero Suppression Squad Leader, Choi Dong-guk. The order begin the rebel hero capture operation echoed. The soldiers' voices came through the radio. Be careful, squad leader. We don't know if the rebel hero is on our side yet. His goal is to occupy the hero's territory, so we can't be sure. Choi Dong-guk frowned and watched. I will handle the situation with caution. The plane gradually lowered its altitude, clearly targeting them. So Min frowned and looked up. It's a helicopter. Yang Su, slightly annoyed, immediately asked, Did you send a signal? She narrowed her eyes, not taking them off the plane. No, by now the plane was right above their heads. She, flustered, guessed. They're probably the hero's subordinates. She explained to him what she knew. Since the heroes were the winning side, many civilians turned to their side. You know, hearing that, he raised his spear and immediately got into a battle stance. Then we'd better be on guard. Above, Choi Dong-guk stood right at the plane's door, looked down and shouted, I am Choi Dong-guk, squad leader of the Republic of Korea Reconstruction Government's Hero Suppression Squad. I'm lowering a rope ladder to your position. As soon as he finished speaking, a rope ladder was immediately lowered. Yang Su approached cautiously, still gripping his spear tightly, and looked up saying, Reconstruction Government. Not rushing to climb up, he stared at them and asked, Have you heard of this organization? She answered, flustered, I haven't seen them directly, but I've heard rumors. Thinking of them, she told him everything she knew. There's a rumor that there's an organization made up of the government and surviving soldiers, and they're resisting the heroes as a guerrilla force. Hearing this, his gaze toward the helicopter also became less hostile. If they've come to recruit me for their guerrilla strategy, it makes sense. Judging that there was no particular danger, he decided to go up. And so the two climbed the rope ladder they had lowered one by one into the helicopter. A soldier reached out his hand and pulled So-min up first. The two stood safely in the helicopter. Choi Dong-guk said politely, Please have a seat. The two sat down in the seats opposite him. Once they were settled, he ordered the pilot, Let's go. The pilot immediately complied, and the helicopter left the area. Up above, several people looked at each other without a word. So-min thought cautiously, looking at his uniform and the heavily armed soldiers next to him, and they're whispering among themselves. She suddenly felt that they really were from the Reconstruction Government. I can relax, right? Yang Su broke the silence and spoke. Where are we going? Choi Dong-guk took out a red object from his pocket. He held it tightly in his hand and answered, You're not very talkative, are you? It was a pack of cigarettes. He took one out and stared at him. We're the ones asking the questions, hero. After speaking, he calmly lit a cigarette and smoked. With a single gesture, the soldier next to So-min immediately understood. They took out a bundle of rope and a pair of handcuffs. She cried out in surprise. Wait a minute, she continued to explain. This person killed two heroes. He's on our side. She even stood up with her hands raised to stop them. There's no need for this. Come on, let's talk. What she got in return for her words were cold gun barrels aimed straight at the two of them. The old Choi Dong-guk warned, Don't move, it won't take even a second to put a hole in your head. He even pointed the cigarette at them. Let me make one thing clear, there is no us. It's just you. His gaze was cold. The Reconstruction Government has no information on you, and we don't trust you. Yang Su listened in silence, his brow furrowed. You are being detained. You're not going anywhere unless we allow it. Even hearing that, he showed no fear. He lightly twisted the hand gripping his spear, a quiet threat. How many seconds do you think it would take to behead you gunslingers in this helicopter? So-min, frightened, grimaced and moved slightly away from him. He continued to ask, Did you really think a gun would work on a hero in the first place? She broke into a cold sweat, her mouth agape as she glanced back at him, unable to stop thinking to herself. It would work on me. If he provokes them into actually shooting, I'll be the only one who dies. Just then, Choi Dong-guk suddenly slapped his own chest hard. He opened his bulletproof vest to reveal a pile of bombs strapped to his body, frowned and asked pointedly, How about a bomb then? The stakes are getting higher. So-min was the most terrified person right now. Her mouth hung open, speechless, and even Yang Su was a little surprised as they surrounded the two. The man continued menacingly, If this goes off in this confined space, can you guarantee you'll be unharmed? He had already calculated all the possibilities. We are currently 600 meters above the ground. Do you think you can survive the fall? The helicopter was flying over a vast ocean. He continued, And even if you do survive, do you have the ability to swim to shore? He had calculated it all too meticulously. Just those few words were enough to shut Young-soo up. His face darkened, angry but helpless. A black aura and killing intent emanated from his entire body. The most frightened person was So-min, and she could only turn quickly to reassure him gently. Just be patient, she glanced at them. I have to admit these guys really came prepared. The man took out a bomb detonator and held it up. I'm telling you this as a brother. So you better shut up and do as I say. He even taunted Young-soo to his face. No need to save face here. Hearing that, Young-soo gritted his teeth in anger. Seeing that the soldiers still hadn't touched them, he frowned and ordered, "What are you doing? Tie them up." A desolate city covered in blue moss. The helicopter flew over this city of death where there was not a single sign of life. The tall buildings had all collapsed. The helicopter landed on the rooftop of a building. When the door opened, Choi Dong-guk was the first to get off. Following him, 2 soldiers escorted So-min, her eyes blindfolded with a black cloth and her hands tied tightly. Young-soo also got off. Rebel hero inquiry, Park Young-su's limbs were tied to the rooftop where several soldiers were already waiting. They had arrived at the headquarters of the Republic of Korea Reconstruction Government. A man came out, saluted and said respectfully to Choi Dong-guk, "Good work, squad leader. You've really brought him in, the hero who kills other heroes." Hearing that, he showed no hint of pleasure. He frowned, looked to the side and ordered, "Now the real game begins. Take them to the interrogation room. I'll be down in a few minutes." After he spoke, he left immediately. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and lost in deep thought asked himself, "Is this the perfect plan for us or a trick by the sword hero?" The smoke drifted up into the sky. "We'll find out soon enough." He failed to notice a plane scanning the area with radar. They found the results of the building scan, and as the full image appeared on the screen, a hero in a black striped outfit exclaimed, "Found them." He looked like a giant robot. He cursed triumphantly, "Dirty rats." The walls were covered with cameras monitoring every move. Young-su's hands were tied tightly with rope. Blindfolded and hands bound, the two had no choice but to follow the people escorting them. He leaned his head slightly forward, feeling his bound hands, and calculated inwardly. "With my strength it would only take a second to break these cuffs." He focused his hearing, sensing the sound of footsteps. Based on the surrounding sounds, there were about 4 or 5 soldiers. He began to calculate how to subdue them. The time it would take to subdue them is 3 seconds. There was no conversation in the space. They were tense and focused. The atmosphere was heavy and extremely uncomfortable. "I'm starting to get annoyed. Should I escape?" Just then he suddenly stopped and 2 guys immediately pointed their guns at him and shouted, "What is it? Keep moving." Young-soo decided not to endure it any longer and warned in a cold voice, "The only reason I came this far is because I need to get back to the mainland, not because I'm afraid." Hearing his words, the men became even more flustered and shouted, "Move it now. You son of a bitch, we'll listen to what you have to say in the interrogation room." Though they spoke like that, they were actually very afraid. The hands holding the guns trembled, and they struggled to maintain their composure, gritting their teeth, unable to loosen their grip on the guns. Young-soo made his move. He grabbed the cuffs with both hands and was about to break them when someone suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. "Wait, they're just scared." She tried to calm him down. "I don't think they have any ill intentions." She told him all of her assumptions. They called themselves the Reconstruction Government. They must have enough ill will to stand up to the heroes. They couldn't see the 2 soldiers trembling in fear because they were blindfolded, but she knew they were just ordinary enemies. Her words seemed to have an effect. "I need to persuade them and then use them, so let's build trust first." So he stopped trying to break the cuffs and regained his composure, which surprised the soldiers. They stood there dumbfounded, watching Young-soo calmly continue to walk past them. These 2 were just following for show. Whether they could actually escort him was another matter. The 4 armed soldiers and So-min stood frozen on the spot, helplessly watching him go. In the dark room there was only a faint light with 2 soldiers on either side. They sat So-min down in a chair and someone approached. It was Choi Dong-guk. He pulled up a chair opposite her. So-min's blindfold and handcuffs had also been removed. Before he even sat down he said, "Miss, I know you're not a hero." He was wearing black gloves and sunglasses, which made him look even more dangerous in the dark room. He frowned, stared at her and said, "So I want to hear it from you. What kind of bastard is the rebel hero?" In the dim room only a small lamp was lit, and only 2 people sat facing each other across a table. "And why are you with him?" Hearing that, So-min was a little surprised and asked back. "A rebel hero sounds a bit grand for a name." She seemed very confident. She smiled and said, "But I call him a hero, because no one is on the same level as him." At these words, Choi Dong-guk became wary and asked back, "A different level?" She told him everything she knew. "He has an extreme hatred for the war heroes. Furthermore, he will finish off any hero who doesn't cooperate with him, and he has shown no other objective." As the man listened, he took a cigarette out of his pocket, as if once Kim Min-soo was gone he would leave too. Lit the cigarette, put it in his mouth and thought to himself, "If she's right, then the current situation makes sense. Why he appeared a year after Kim Min-soo?" The room was quiet. After she finished speaking he said nothing, just calmly lighting his cigarette and continuing to think. "Perhaps when our world collapsed he fell into another world." He narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. This would explain why he's heading north and killing other heroes. The 2 looked at each other like that. A desire for revenge and a longing to satisfy their anger. Moreover, his perspective also aligned with the Reconstruction Government. Suddenly he blew cigarette smoke in So-min's face and she coughed a few times. "Alright, now let's talk about his objective." He continued to ask, "So tell me, why are you with him, and why did he agree to keep you by his side?" She tried to avoid the cigarette smoke but to no avail, and frowning she endured the discomfort and said, I asked to follow him. He needed a guide. She told him her true feelings. As someone who also lost her family, I wanted to help him with his revenge. Tears welled up in her eyes, and slightly flustered she sadly admitted, though I feel like a burden. Unexpectedly he was quite satisfied with that answer. You have a point. Hearing that, So-min was delighted, stood up abruptly and asked, Really? I know the Reconstruction government was also established to stop the heroes. She looked even more excited. I'm so relieved. If we have the support of the Reconstruction government and the military, we can get rid of the heroes faster and the world will finally go back to normal. Before she could rejoice, Choi Dong-guk cut her off. Miss, you're a good talker, but your judgment seems to be lacking. We will not forgive the heroes. His gaze was very serious. Furthermore, we have no plans to attack the war heroes to help him. He stood up abruptly, crossed his arms and declared with a cold, cruel expression, Unless you prove that the rebel hero won't become like the other heroes and will be under our control. This statement completely crushed So-min's thoughts. She asked blankly, uncomprehendingly, What? His face darkened as he stared at her. I'll ask this question. Questions followed one after another. Do you trust the rebel hero? What do you know about him? Without caring that she couldn't answer, he continued to press her with pointed questions, backing her into a corner. What does he think? What does he feel? Is he strong enough to take down the war hero? So-min could do nothing but listen with her mouth agape. What makes you so sure he won't lose his way? He looked very frightening. His face was dark and serious, his brow deeply furrowed as he stared straight into her eyes. And finally, what does he plan to do after killing the war heroes? Each of his questions hit the undeniable core of the issue. She herself had never thought about these things. Clearly these people were far more dangerous and cautious than she was. She asked herself blankly what would happen after revenge. As you say, the rebel hero could be a hope for the survivors, but there are also rumors of a hero who kills other heroes. He placed a hand on his chest and asked sharply, Then isn't it too risky to trust and support him? We can't afford to start over. Suddenly he lowered his voice, made a throat-slitting gesture, and threatened coldly, It would be more reasonable to kill him when we have him subdued or at least imprisoned. The more So-min listened, the more confused and uncomprehending she became, her mouth agape and speechless. She suddenly regretted and blamed herself. If that happens, then stopping him earlier was a complete mistake. 3 days later, Yang-soo was still in the room. His eyes were covered with a black cloth, his hands still bound, and there was no one around. He sat there quietly like a statue waiting for their next move. He remembered that time. So-min had grabbed his shoulder and persuaded him. Wait, they're just scared because of her words. I need to persuade them and then use them, so let's build trust. Thinking back, he told himself, I fell for it because of fear. But he also realized that this was like sending himself to his death. They didn't let him eat or drink anything. Nevertheless, he sat there quietly and patiently like a statue for 3 days. Since this body has awakened, I won't starve to death, he thought to himself. But just then he suddenly heard a sound above his head. Yang-soo listened for a moment, soon realized it was a gunshot and acted quickly. In an instant he broke the cuffs. Next he took off the blindfold. The person who had taken it off for him was So-min, and with her was another hero. As soon as the man arrived he smiled and said, It's you, the newly returned hero. Yang-soo's face darkened with an uncomprehending expression. He frowned and stared at him. He was extremely displeased and couldn't understand why he was here. As soon as he saw Yang-soo he greeted him as if they were very close. It's you, the newly returned hero. Yang-soo just narrowed his eyes and stared at him uncomprehendingly. Not saying a word, So-min sat down and untied the ropes binding his body. And this tall man confidently approached and offered a handshake. Let me introduce myself. I am the Iron Hero. I've come to save you. His eyes showed more and more extreme disgust and he narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Yang-soo glanced at him once, then looked back down at So-min. She was flustered and didn't dare to look at him, explaining, From the beginning the Reconstruction government had no intention of accepting us. She was sweating and a little anxious. They just wanted to kill us. That's when the Iron Hero appeared. When his name was mentioned, the man crossed his arms and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, the government is not to be trusted. Even before the world ended, those sons of bitches had no intention of helping you. Yang-soo stared at her, not paying any attention to what that man was saying. They just wanted to be free from the fear that came from me. So-min didn't dare to meet his eyes, her face red as she lowered her head and said, agreeing with that man's words. My guess was wrong. It's a good thing the Iron Hero appeared before we were done for. Before she could finish her sentence, the ropes binding Yang-soo were broken by him. In the blink of an eye he had freed himself, and a black killing intent emanated from his body. With anger on his face he stood up straight and held out his hand, and a spear appeared, piercing through the wall. He was mad with anger, grabbing the spear with a fierce face and growling, Enough! That's enough nonsense. So-min was terrified and quickly stood up shouting, Wait, are you going to attack him? She was saying that he had just saved them. Yang-soo covered her mouth with his hand. He lifted her up just like that. Shouldn't your revenge against the heroes end here? He narrowed his eyes and asked in anger, You said you had the same goal as me. I trusted you. The Iron Hero leaned in, trying to mediate, placing a hand on his chest and persuading, It's a misunderstanding. Not all heroes are bad. We were just born in the wrong era. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang-soo cursed. Shut that filthy mouth. Misunderstanding or not, I don't care if you see me as a villain. He didn't need to know what he wanted to say. He shook him off, still gripping So-min's face tightly, and said, You've crossed the line. If you've given up on being human, then just die. After speaking, he let her go. Her cheek was bruised from his grip and she slumped to the ground in pain. Fortunately, he intended to spare her since she was just a civilian anyway. He widened his eyes and threatened, "Get out of my sight before I do something." So-min was pale with fear and slowly crawled to her feet. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face and she shouted, "Isn't that enough? Do you really have to do that to end everything?" As she finished, a sound echoed and Young-soo stopped. As he looked over cautiously, Choi Dong-guk and several soldiers entered the room. He declared solemnly, "You passed 3 days ago in that dark room." He had threatened So-min. It would be more reasonable to kill him or at least imprison him. At that time, she was extremely flustered and thought, if that happens, then stopping him earlier was a complete mistake. The old man said bluntly, "If the Reconstruction government could use heroes as they please, did you really think we would trust you right away?" In their eyes, So-min was truly nothing. To her who wasn't smart enough to stand up to him, he spoke bluntly. "Don't you know how to use your head, kid? The adult world is different from what you think." She stared with wide blank eyes and gritted her teeth helplessly. They knew all of their plans. Suddenly the old man's attitude softened. "But I agree with what you said, it was worth the effort." He looked to the other side. Not only have the two heroes killed people, but the rebel hero hasn't harmed anyone yet. The remaining problem is the two villains at the top. His hand twitched and he stared at one wall. They think it's safer to be comfortable in a cage than to fight for freedom. It turned out that this room was no ordinary room. It had a one-way mirror that allowed them to see clearly inside. Outside, they had been watching the interrogation process from beginning to end. A short-haired woman outside said to the person next to her, "Let's just keep watching. Squad leader Choi has never done things by the book, has he?" The two people in the room said no more and an awkward atmosphere hung in the air. The old man turned to So-min and said, "Let's continue together." She could only reply, "Yes," and so they put on a play for Young-soo. So-min finally told him the truth. This was just a test. This time she was the one who suffered the most, having been choked until her face turned blue and she burst into tears. She looked up and said seriously, "To see if you were trustworthy or not." The old Choi Dong-guk pointed to this Iron Hero and explained, "We just hired an actor who looks like the Iron Hero, so please put down your spear." The actor scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. He was also quite frightened. Young-soo finally understood everything, and he did indeed lower his spear and ask, "What would have happened if I had accepted this guy?" The old man bluntly made a throat-slitting gesture and said, "You would have died right here. You didn't know, but there were a lot of bombs under this table. There were also soldiers always on standby outside the door. And if you had survived, the bombs under the shelves would have gone off." The plan was very meticulous. Everyone was in position, and the Reconstruction government members would have rushed in. Hearing their plan, he was so shocked he couldn't speak. He looked down at his feet. If even that had failed to buy time for everyone to escape, you know now, but there are numerous bombs buried under this room. We were going to blow up this entire building by detonating the bombs right under your feet. He too looked down at his own feet in surprise. Then the old man asked calmly, "If it can save the future of the Reconstruction government, the sacrifice of a few soldiers is worth it, don't you think?" Hearing his words, he had to admit it. He frowned and thought deeply. They're even willing to risk their lives for revenge. They're crazy, but I can trust them. Although their plan sounded extreme, it was somehow very similar to the way he did things. It didn't matter if it was inhumane. Revenge was the top priority. Finally, Young-soo agreed to cooperate. "It feels like shit, but I have to confirm that we have a common enemy." Choi Dong-guk frowned and declared seriously, "We've confirmed it too, in exchange for gaining your trust today. From now on, the Reconstruction government will help you in every way possible." From now on, they were on the same side. So-min and Young-soo followed the old man. They got into a large elevator, and the floor indicator showed B12. Through the elevator, they could see that there was an entire bustling city where they were descending. This place was no different from the cities on the surface with high-rise buildings. So-min was so dumbfounded and in disbelief that she pressed herself against the glass door, her mouth agape, and exclaimed, "Ah, there's such a big city underground? Was the rumor that Taekwon V is under the National Assembly building true?" Calling the destructive power of those crazy heroes, he explained, "We sent it to fight Kim Min-soo, but it failed." She listened in disbelief. "Wow, really?" She hadn't expected the old man to say it right away. "I'm kidding, you're so easy to fool." She was so embarrassed she didn't know what to do. Before going out, the old man put his hands on his hips, looked straight ahead and reminded them seriously, "The hero's information system works too efficiently, so please refrain from this story, but we did renovate an underground air raid shelter from the Cold War era to create the current underground city." Young-soo listened quietly to the old man. About 50,000 people lived in this small city. The way of life here was no different from the old city, and everyone who saw him was in awe. A hero who appeared to punish all the evil heroes. People whispered to each other, "Oh, is that the hero who stood up to those evil heroes?" Everyone looked up at him and cheered with joy. "Wow, it's the rebel hero." Suddenly, Choi Dong-guk turned around and looked at him. "I only spoke of you like a brother, but please don't betray or trample their hope." His eyes were filled with mixed emotions as he frowned, almost pleading. "If you still have humanity left, please fight to protect it." The elevator stopped and the three of them walked out. Young-soo observed this place intently and suddenly noticed something. Among the people who surrounded them in welcome, a little girl holding a bouquet of white flowers approached. The little girl obediently handed him the bouquet, then shyly turned and hurried back to her father's arms. The sight of the child being held in her parents' loving embrace reminded him of his dead little sister, Da-bin. Looking at the bouquet in his hand, he asked himself, do I still have anything left to protect? The three of them stood in this city. Choi Dong-guk walked forward, his hands in his pockets, and threw a card toward them, instructing, this is where you'll stay while you're in this city. Go in and rest first. Young-soo took the card and said right away, I don't plan to stay long. I'll leave as soon as I get food, water, and transportation. As soon as he heard that, So-min quickly chimed in and suggested, wait, they're this strong, you can't just ask for that. We need an escort force too, please consider it. The other party also agreed and said to him, that kid is right, we'll mobilize this entire city to help you. Before going inside to rest, she nudged him slightly with her elbow. I know you don't want to involve innocent people, but please take some time to think about it more. Young-soo only nodded in agreement upon hearing her words without adding a single word. That night, the two rested in a high-rise building. So-min had just come out after taking a refreshing shower for the first time in a long time and was a little surprised. Outside on the balcony, Young-soo was sitting, looking at the entire city before him. There was no natural light here, only the lights. In his hand was a can of soda. She quietly approached, sat down next to him, and asked with a smile, do you like peach-flavored drinks? Young-soo continued to look ahead and replied, sweet things help me organize my thoughts, I'm just drinking it to find a way to defeat the sword hero. She swung her legs and said quietly, I want to know more about you. As soon as he heard this, he immediately became wary. His eyes widened and he turned around. Why, are you still suspicious? Do you think I'm like the other bastards? Her eyes sparkled, and with a still calm and gentle attitude she said, it's just that we don't even know each other's names. It's a bit strange for you to just call me the woman in khaki clothes when we keep meeting like this. Then she pointed to her bandaged cheek and said reproachfully, if you have a conscience after making my face like this, you should at least talk to me a little. He understood her meaning and didn't act so sharp anymore. He introduced himself in a soft voice. Park Young-soo. Only after hearing that did she smile brightly again, extend her hand as if to shake his and introduce herself. I'm So-min, not the woman in khaki clothes but So-minimum. He looked at her outstretched hand silently and hesitated, but finally took it. The two had formally introduced themselves and their relationship had become a little closer. That night, for the first and last time, the two shared their feelings. In another room, hundreds of people sat in front of computer screens. Choi Dong-guk was also there, silently monitoring everything. He frowned and asked, the rebel hero seems to be completely on our side, doesn't he? An agent took off his headset and replied, yes, I didn't hear anything strange in his conversation with that woman. If this keeps up, it will be easy to gain his trust. Thinking of him and the others, he concluded, then we'll have 3 heroes we've recruited. The golem and the sea dragon are dead, so we have to eliminate 7, including Kim Min-soo. A young woman looked at him with a worried expression. It's a bit disadvantageous for 3 to fight 7, but if we can eliminate a few, before she could finish. He immediately chimed in. We can return to our old lives. Looking at those who were working, he said, a place with a safe society and a family, this is all we all want. The girl was moved and her eyes welled up with tears. We're not completely useless either. Although the situation had improved a lot, Choi Dong-guk was still very wary and reminded them, it's still too early to celebrate, but yes, everyone is doing a good job. He looked at this still peaceful city. This was all they had protected. For all the residents of this city, we must strive until the end. That night was the first and last time the people who were struggling to protect this small land praised and encouraged each other. They could not have predicted the dark shadow that would soon descend upon them. Amidst the peace, a loud explosion suddenly echoed, shaking the entire area. Choi Dong-guk cried out in alarm. What was that sound? The old man hurriedly kicked open the door, stood by the glass window and looked up. A look of horror and shock. The ground above them was cracking. The two Young-soo and So-min who were resting were also startled and looked up. I get it now. The old man gritted his teeth, his eyes wide, and cursed. Damn it. Not long after, a group of heroes flew down from the surface. They had pierced through the sky of this place. Young-soo also saw them, stood up abruptly and shouted in anger. The sword hero, that bastard Kim Min-soo, has appeared. His eyes were still dark and burning red, without a single ray of light. Bat wings spread and a new bastard appeared. It was the vampire hero, Hong Ha-gang. As soon as he jumped down, he took off the sunglasses on his face, looked around once and sneered. Wow, you guys are really like cockroaches. You even built a city down here. A woman with 2 golden wings, her eyes covered by a black cloth, continued. They will soon become apostles. She looked to the other side and said in a deadpan voice, so don't underestimate them. She was the hero of faith, Baek Ha-na. As soon as she finished speaking, another woman immediately cursed. Crazy bitch. She was dressed all in pink like an arrogant princess. If you're so great, try using that ability of yours. Disgusting. She was the magic hero Ma-jin. A white-haired man standing there showing off his muscles laughed loudly with joy. Haha, everyone is so humorous today. Everyone is so full of energy. He was the iron hero, Jeon Aoi-ho, the most ordinary-looking bastard of the bunch. Wearing a school uniform, he hurriedly placed a hand on his chest and boasted of his major. I'm the one who died 7 times trying to infiltrate, so shouldn't I at least get a thank you? He was the regression hero, Lee Seong-un. The one who had been silent from beginning to end took off his hat, revealing a masked face. He looked around this place without a word. He was the martial arts hero, Cheon Ji-seong. The one who had contributed to digging this place up, whose whole body was like a robot, was the Reformation hero Lee Ga-ram. As soon as he arrived, he was not calm and said to Kim Min-soo, "Sword hero, please give us your orders." Kim Min-soo stood quietly like a statue, saying nothing, and only Lee Seong approached. He put his arm around this guy's shoulder and, like Kim Min-soo's spokesman, said with a smile in his eyes, "You don't even have to ask." His eyes were filled with madness and cruelty as he looked at the other heroes. Kim Min-soo wants everyone who lives here to suffer. Lee Ga-ram immediately took out countless weapons from his body and shouted, "Understood. Bombardment mode set, 30 depressurization bombardment mode." Countless missiles poured out of his body like rain, fired straight at the city and reduced this place to fire and smoke. The old Choi Dong-guk, who was looking outside from inside the building, was also terrified and fell backward, looking at the bastards destroying the city in anger, gritting his teeth and cursing. "Damn it," he rushed to the command room, shouted at everyone inside and ordered, "Damn it, stop what you're doing and activate all turret systems immediately." But everyone in the room stood silently, without moving. When no one listened to the old man, he became angry and anxious. "What are you all doing now? Activate the system quickly." Finally, everyone turned their faces and their eyes were all covered with black cloth, like Baek Ha-na's. The group even said in one voice, "Do you believe in him?" Choi Dong-guk realized that this was the power of the hero of faith and froze below. She looked up at this building and smiled triumphantly. With a sinister smile, she looked up and the whole group attacked at once. Choi Dong-guk had to lock them in the room and save himself. He hurriedly took out his radio, shouted loudly, and ordered, "Chungmaesil Ganbat Boreas units, listen up. Mobilize all forces to stop the heroes." As the old man was speaking, countless hands broke through the door and grabbed him. He continued to order, "Protect the rebel hero and protect this city too." But the old man didn't know that the people who were listening to him on the other side of the radio were already all dead. "If we give up, all our efforts will be in vain." But the people died before they could even hear the old man's words. One bastard picked up the radio. HMPH, it was the Iron Hero Aoi Ho who killed them. He laughed with glee and said into the radio, "That's touching, but it's useless." After speaking, he acted like a hero of justice and shouted, "Justice is served." In just a few minutes, the Reconstruction Government's artillery unit, Chungmaesil, was annihilated. Corpses were scattered everywhere, and Lee Seong alone had killed countless people with his sword. He wiped the bloodstains from his face. Wow, they were trained quite well. "They tried to kill me twice." The Reconstruction Government Special Forces unit, Ganbat, was annihilated. Blood splattered everywhere, the blood thickened ceaselessly, and bombs exploded like firecrackers. It was all Hong Ha Gang's work. The Reconstruction Government's tactical helicopter unit, Boreas, was annihilated. After the bastards rushed in and swept through, there was nothing left in this underground city. High-rise buildings collapsed and the core units were all annihilated. 17,300 people died. This was the result just 3 minutes and 17 seconds after the heroes arrived in the city. Suddenly a spear flew straight at Kim Min-soo from somewhere. Cheon Ji-seong hurriedly jumped forward and blocked it for him. He used the Gwichundang defense system, creating a barrier with his outstretched hand to block the spear. With a deafening roar, he defended with his bare hands, but the blow left them bloodied and trembling. Yang-soo appeared. He was the one who had thrown the spear. A magic circle appeared on his hand as he panted with rage. "Found you." The moment Kim Min-soo saw him, he knew it was him. Though usually a man of few words, he couldn't help but speak. The one who broke the chain of fear. The two sides faced off in silence. Yang-soo stood alone against Kim Min-soo, his sworn enemy and his 7 comrades. His eyes flashed and only hatred remained. "The one who killed my family is right before my eyes. The one who stole my happy life is right before my eyes. Of all my close friends, I am the only one who survived. The one who destroyed this world, my world, is right before my eyes." His hands suddenly began to tremble as an indescribable emotion welled up inside him. He had thought of this day of revenge 1,000 times, but in this moment he suddenly asked himself, "What should I do?" He shook off all stray thoughts, clenched his fists and steeled himself. He gritted his teeth so hard they felt like they would break. Controlling his body, he prevented hatred from consuming his reason. "I will kill that bastard right here, right now." As he raised his hand, shimmering lights appeared behind him. It was the light emanating from hundreds of spears: Ansel's shield spear, Laoi's earth spear, Baoro's holy spear, Daejin's ghost spear, Anite's flame spear, and Net's ice spear, and a few more. Skola's poison spear, Eddie's evil spear, and Cha's fragment spear. All of these were created to kill every last hero, leaving none behind. Young-soo gripped a spear tightly in each hand. Surrounded by spears, he had prepared for this day for a very long time. Kim Min-soo's gaze was cold without a flicker of emotion. He drew his greatsword. Yang-soo threw with all his might and shouted, "Gwaizong attack system, nullify." His strike flew straight toward the group like a powerful vortex. Everyone stood stunned, unable to react, but his attack was split in two. As the dust settled, the figures of 2 people appeared. All that was left was a pair of boots. He vanished without a trace. His attack was split in two. One of them had blocked it. Cheon Ji-seong was the only one who remained by Kim Min-soo's side. His single sword had split Yang-soo's attack in two. The others watched from the air as the city lay in complete ruins. His power was undeniable. Even Lee Ga-ram couldn't help but be impressed. "You seem different from that swarm of flies," Ma Jin added. "Dangerous." One of them was resurrecting. It was Baek Ha-na. She laughed with delight. "This should be a good fight." Cheon Ji-seong pulled his hat down and turned to leave. "I'd better leave before I get dragged into this." As everyone else stepped aside, only Kim Min-soo remained standing there. The two faced each other. Yang Su, already prepared, threw another spear. The spear grazed past Kim Min-soo and embedded itself in the ground right behind his feet, emitting a strange blue light. Blood dripped from his body. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose and mouth, and in a rage he swung his sword, cutting through the blue smoke. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Yang Su had already rushed forward and appeared right before him. In that moment, Kim Min-soo's grip on his sword loosened slightly. Kim Min-soo thought he would die at Park Yang-soo's hands, because his eyes too were filled with sorrow. But within those black eyes filled with killing intent and vengefulness he saw a small, faintly shining chance for salvation. A look of surprise colored Kim Min-soo's gaze. Kim Min-soo had thought this man wanted to find salvation by defeating him, but now he realized he was wrong. He stared blankly ahead, realizing that this man thought killing him would grant a happy ending. His hand suddenly gripped the sword tightly. "You want to be happier than me?" He shouldered his sword and his eyes blazed red. His voice was eerie, as if it had returned from the underworld. "Sword Yugong." His sword shone with a blinding light. Law of the Eclipse. He slashed powerfully toward Yang Su. He had to block it with two spears. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, neither giving an inch. The two forces collided head-on, exploding with terrifying force. A moment later the dust cleared, revealing the forms of two men. Both were lying on the ground. Both were injured, lying there unconscious. One with two spears, the other with a greatsword. One whose entire family was murdered, the other whose family was left as nothing but ashes. Two destinies. One was abandoned, one was used and thrown away. One luckily escaped death, one was beaten and scorned. One had to witness the deaths of countless admirable people. One was crushed by life and turned to darkness. Right here, right at this moment, Yang Su struggled to his feet. Even now, the only thought in his mind was to kill him, no matter what. With a bloodied face, he quickly shouted, "Yugong Armored Dragon's Grudge," the ultimate grudge of a single human. Kim Min-soo lay on the ground watching him helplessly, but he had no intention of letting Yang Su have his way. He prepared to keep fighting. "Lord Seraphim, grant me your blessing," and an endless hatred for humanity. Both of them were clad in new power. One in a purple light, the other in gold. In the blink of an eye, their transformations were complete. His entire body was covered in massive iron armor. He looked enormous, possessing the power of the Demon King he had killed over and over again. The other wore armor like a hero of justice and held a greatsword, but he used that power to slaughter humanity. Just before they clashed head-on, one raised a spear, the other a sword. They slashed at each other. This time their power was far more terrifying than before. The two raised their weapons and rushed at each other, slashing ferociously. A spear was aimed at a neck, a sword at a shoulder, but neither backed down. Yang Su raised his spear high, swung fiercely, and then brought it crashing down. Kim Min-soo hastily raised his greatsword to block. Sparks flew as the two weapons collided. The onlookers stood with their mouths agape, watching in utter shock. The sword hero Kim Min-soo, the man whose very presence had meant certain death for his opponents, was struggling. They watched with wide eyes in extreme astonishment. In their eyes, Kim Min-soo had been an immortal being until now, but now someone his equal had appeared. A woman, surprised, said to the person next to her, "Is that the hero who killed the other heroes?" One person was fighting with all his might to overcome the pain, their hope Yang Su. Others were also injured, but they watched with focus. They thought in astonishment, "He can do it. He might be able to do it." Choi Dong-guk, who was still alive, led a few people, organized a unit, and quickly gave an order. "Our last resort is to have a final showdown with the sword hero. Attention everyone. I know this is a very difficult request, but please, risk your lives and do whatever it takes to draw the attention of the other heroes." And so the weak resolved to rise up and fight once more. The old man, seeing this as a life-or-death battle, spoke seriously. "It's now or never. With our noble sacrifice, let us put an end to this mad world." Just then, a strange monster appeared before the old man's eyes. Red and enormous, it repeatedly shouted, "I believe." Choi Dong-guk quickly raised his gun, gave a signal, and prepared to fight with his comrades. As the giant monster charged toward the group, he aimed his gun straight at it. "Please, let this be the end." The sounds of gunfire and fighting rang out endlessly. Countless soldiers had already been sacrificed. The iron hero, Jeon Aoi-ho, sneered and shouted, "Haha, execution in this sector is complete." As a brilliant light appeared in the sky, he shielded his eyes, looked up and laughed. "This is taking longer than I thought. Is it my turn to intervene?" He failed to notice something flying toward him from behind. It struck him squarely and exploded on the spot. It turned out to have been fired by a soldier. He shouted threateningly, "Don't move." They were desperately trying to hold Jeon Aoi-ho back, to stop him from returning to fight Yang Su. But that single explosion couldn't kill him. Instead, enraged, he glared back and shouted, "What?" The soldier kept firing, but no matter how many times he shot, the hero didn't flinch. The bullets were like mosquito bites to him. The soldier, overcome with helplessness, shouted, "You bastard, you're not going anywhere." Hong Ha Gang, watching the scene from afar, remarked, "What a curious sight." He flew high into the air and taunted, "Have you gotten used to playing with flies?" After speaking, he descended straight down. "Our Min-soo is really so cute sometimes." Just then something flew past his face. Dozens of civilians were throwing rocks at him, hurling insults. "We're here, you murderer. If you're so tough, come suck my blood, you damn mosquito." The people ferociously blocked his path. His face darkened, his eyes flashed, and he screamed in a mad rage, "Ah, you're all feeling pretty bold, aren't you?" Elsewhere, Lee Seong-un was also fighting someone, a young man never giving up, leapt onto his neck and clung on for dear life. "I won't let you go." Some lit homemade Molotov cocktails. People kept throwing them at the massive Lee Ga-ram. His face was cold and he paid them no mind. That much fire couldn't harm him at all. Choi Dong-guk's group was also fighting fiercely as he continued to pour bullets into the monster. Yang-soo, locked in a tense battle, launched an attack at Kim Min-soo. He clenched one fist, gathered all his power into it, and struck Yang-soo squarely in the stomach, sending him flying far away. Countless spears quickly shot up into the sky. Elemental manifestation, Earth Spirit spearmanship. Two weapons, two sources of power prepared to clash head-on once more. Kim Min-soo was forced to raise his sword to block as Young-su's spear struck the ground right near him. The space where he stood alone transformed. It was sand. The sand rose quickly, trapping his feet in place. Young-soo gripped the dragon spear tightly and prepared to throw it at Kim Min-soo again. Inherent power. Cha, a giant dragon appeared, writhing as it flew, opening its mouth wide to swallow Kim Min-soo. Dragon spirits roar. With a deafening boom, the dragon charged straight at him, and the surrounding ground shattered. Even the spear in Young-su's hand cracked. I've almost won, he gritted his teeth and resolved firmly. I will end this year-long nightmare now. He quickly took aim at Kim Min-soo. Rushing toward the eye of the storm, he manifested the elements: electricity, ice, earth, spirit, fire. He poured out everything he had. The ferocious power of lightning. Spiritual energy gathered and surged toward Kim Min-soo. Seeing this, even Kim Min-soo couldn't help but speak. You are strong. He showed no fear at all. Challenged him with his greatsword, but that was as far as he would go. Armor of Yugong. The sword continuously radiated power. Law of the Dawn. A blinding light struck Young-soo squarely. He faced it alone, his eyes flashing. A light that split the sky descended and one of Young-su's arms was severed. Kim Min-soo's eyes glinted cruelly. Watching him fall to the ground, he said, Your suffering is too shallow. Evil can never defeat evil. Young-su's arm was cut off by the sword hero. A red light flashed in his eyes. Kim Min-soo stood there. He said in a cold voice, Your suffering is too shallow. Blood gushed from his severed arm. As rage boiled up, he couldn't hold back and demanded, Shallow? The wound on his severed arm sealed itself, staunching the blood. He struggled to get up from the ground and looked at him. My suffering is shallow? He got up slowly, enraged. The death of my family. He walked toward him step by difficult step. The fall of the world I knew. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. This feeling of having my life trampled by a murderer like you. He placed a hand on his chest, preparing to unleash his power. Shallow? An immense energy erupted from his entire body. The other heroes all froze. They stared at him in shock. Baek Ha-na smiled with interest. The civilians also stared wide-eyed, frozen in astonishment at his power. Despite losing an arm, nothing could stop him from charging in to fight. Kim Min-soo, having stuck his sword in the ground beside him, calmly approached step by step. The two faced off and he rushed straight at him, throwing a punch. Kim Min-soo casually tilted his head to the side and dodged it. Then he lightly struck a vital point. Young-su's eyes shot wide from the painful blow as he stared at him, gritting his teeth. He still spoke coldly, very shallow. His gaze was filled with contempt. You are far less miserable than I am. He was the classic example of a wounded person trying to wound others. Because he was miserable, he believed others should be too. After speaking, he struck him squarely in the stomach. The punch was powerful enough to shatter armor. You still have a chance, he gasped in pain. It was as if Kim Min-soo was trying to find release by speaking of his own suffering. He continued to throw punches without rest. Yang-soo took blow after blow, beaten to the brink of death. In his mind, it seemed the more miserable a person was, the more right they had to destroy the peace of others. He poured his sense of injustice into his fists and didn't stop until Yang-soo was vomiting blood. He remained expressionless from beginning to end. But before he could even finish speaking, he kicked him, sending him flying 100 li. His body slammed into a wall, shattering it. Kim Min-soo stood there, dusted off his hands and looked toward Yang-soo, still believing he was right. But I have nothing. Yang-soo was sitting there. He had no strength left. His entire body was covered in wounds, his face a bloody mess. He was too weak to fight back. These people, they never did anything to you. Yang-soo said that was true. Some people had ignored him, but not all of them. He had despaired too quickly, always thinking the entire world had wronged him. There was a moment of silence. Kim Min-soo was temporarily speechless, staring at Yang-soo with a dark expression. In the end, he grabbed Yang-soo by the hair, about to strike again. Yang-soo glared at him. What did I ever do to you? Unbelievably, this damn bastard replied, because you're happier than me. He had the mindset of a coward. He only ever blamed others, never knowing how to face or solve his problems. Instead of trying to understand, he beat him mercilessly. You all abandoned me. He poured all his anger and misfortune onto him. Cursing, he threw his fists. None of you waited for me. His face was beaten to a pulp and he was struck until he lost consciousness. None of you tried to understand or accept me. No one in this world was responsible for making him happy. He had only destroyed himself. His eyes blazed red. The innocent people striving to protect their own happiness. His eyes, this is what they looked like. How dare you treat this bastard as a hope and try to break the cycle of suffering I created? Just as he was about to kill him, a bullet grazed past him. Kim Min-soo turned his head to look. The one who had fired was none other than So-min. How dare this weak girl take up a gun and stand against him? His eyes widened in fury. So this bastard is your last hope? The two faced each other. In his eyes, she was less than an ant. Yang-soo was also surprised to see her. He let Yang-soo go. He looked at her. Then your hope is in vain, he taunted her, slowly approaching. What do you think you can do to me with that gun? So-min's hand holding the gun trembled, and she didn't know if she could even hit him if she shot, but she still held on tight. Resolved to do what she could, she retorted. I never had such hope, she said, trying to calm herself. But if we keep fighting and resisting as we have today, someday. Her eyes were filled with determination, and her body no longer trembled but stood firm. Aiming the gun straight, she declared, I believe we can surely get rid of bastards like you. Elsewhere in the base, countless people had died. A voice continued to crackle from the radio. Squad leader, are you alright? A person approached the radio. The rebel hero is incapacitated. Please give your next order. The old Choi Dong-guk had also lost an arm, but thankfully he was still alive. He staggered toward the radio, knelt down exhaustedly and picked it up. He said in a desperate voice, "Connect all the speakers in this shelter. I have something to say." Immediately, all the speakers were connected and his voice echoed. "Attention survivors." All the speakers, big and small, were turned up to maximum volume. Even those hero bastards stopped and listened. "All who can still fight, listen up." They heard the call and showed disgust on their faces. Yang Su lay there unconscious. "The rebel hero, that spear-wielding fool, is our last hope." The buildings were burning fiercely and the army had already collapsed. He recalled the few remaining guns in the warehouse. The old man told everyone the truth. "We have no more weapons left to give to the civilians." The people also stood listening quietly, and everyone was slowly losing their will to fight. The old man took out a pack of cigarettes. "I'm truly sorry, but the best we can do now is," the old man's words were his last will, "to keep that bastard alive and give him another chance to fight." After speaking, he lit a cigarette. Even as he died, he kept pleading, "Please protect him." He took out a bomb detonator in his hand. "I leave everyone in his hands." The cigarette in his mouth went out. He was dead. The old man remembered that day. A person stood before him, smiled and said, "I'll leave everything to you." Now, before his death, he probably felt that his role too was to leave everything behind. He pressed the button and the building exploded, splitting in two. The large explosion occurred right near where Kim Min-soo was standing, but he remained unfazed, merely watching the building collapse. Baek Hana approached, watched this scene and smiled bitterly, annoying to the very end. After speaking, she turned to look at the people she had bewitched. "My apostles," she stood before them with open arms. "How will you prove your loyalty?" The two men standing behind her had already lost their minds. One man raised his arm, smiled and said, "I will offer my left arm." The other man was just as insane. "I will offer my right arm." As soon as he finished speaking, she truly cut off their arms, creating two giant arms that caught the exploding building. Kim Min-soo, seeing her solve the problem, paid no more mind. Just as he was about to turn, he saw Ma-jin standing in front of So-min. He asked coldly, "What are you doing there?" She glared and gritted her teeth in reply. "You have no idea how blood-boiling it is to try and follow your orders, you son of a bitch." After speaking, she immediately used the dust meteorite technique. Striking him with all her might, she shouted loudly, "Farewell, you delusional madman." She used her most powerful technique. On one peaceful day, Ma-jin was walking holding a phone in one hand on a call. "Yes, I'm on my way now." In front of her was a high-rise building and people were using ladders to move heavy objects. She paid it little mind and continued her phone call. "You mean Yam's birthday present?" Walking on, she held her phone in one hand and her things in the other. "Yeah, I got it. I got his present and the birthday cake too." Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise, "What, Mom, you got one too?" As she stood there talking. "Why, I told you I was bringing the cake." Just then, the bag in her hand fell to the ground. She had no choice but to stop where she was. "I can't get a refund, can I? Should I ask them to exchange it for Imagine then?" Before she could even pick up the bag, it fell to the side and she sighed helplessly. "I'm hanging up now." After speaking, she stood up, picked up the cake box and thought, "How much was this?" Just as she was looking at the receipt, a sharp scream was heard. "Hey, watch out!" Ma-jin looked up. A giant wooden plank was falling straight toward where she stood. She, like the other heroes, had been summoned to another world, and she returned just like them. She stared blankly at the sight of the city being destroyed by Kim Min-soo. "The world I returned to after spending so much time worrying about my family completely burned down by a single demon." Unable to understand anything, she stared with her mouth agape. What the hell is this here? Facing this situation, the heroes were given two choices: to fight for their lives or to side with that mad murderer. Countless other heroes had already died because of Kim Min-soo. The ordinary people struggled to escape. Ma-jin was with them, her mother on one side, her younger sister on the other. She knew she, who had no courage or guts, had run from both choices. She decided to stay with her mother and sister and evacuate with the civilians. At the relief center, food was distributed fairly to everyone. Each person received a bag of combat rations and a bottle of water. Her mother was weak, her face flushed red, and she was sweating profusely. Ma-jin offered her rations to her mother, but her mother didn't eat. "I'm fine, you eat it, I'm not hungry right now." Hearing that, she became angry. She firmly opened the water bottle. "Don't say that, just eat. You need to get better so we can leave quickly." After giving the food to her mother, she scolded her younger sister Ma-ai-sam. "You too, do you think this is the time to be playing with your food?" The still immature little girl hesitated, held up the food bag and answered quietly, "But it doesn't taste good." Just then, a few men in military uniforms approached them. One of them pointed straight at her and asked, "Ma-jin, is that you?" She turned around upon hearing them call her name. In the end, they took her away. Ma-jin, walking with them, asked uncomprehendingly, "Does the army really have to go this far just because I cut in line a little?" But no one answered her. At that, she grew angrier and sneered, "Wow, you all must not have much to do." Just then, she was brought before Choi Dong-guk. He sat on the ground with his arms crossed, looked straight at her and replied, "The army doesn't get involved so easily. Unless there's a hero among the refugees." He got straight to the point. Ma-jin felt a pang of guilt but still asked stiffly, "A hero? What are you talking about?" The old man read her file. "Ma-jin, 20 years old, a third-year high school student. You were missing for a year, weren't you?" He recited the information about Ma-jin without a single mistake. She went missing a year before the hero apocalypse and then was missing for another 3 months. During her disappearance she left no trace and returned as if nothing had happened. Even after hearing this she remained composed, smiled and argued, "So what if I was missing during that period? Does everyone who goes missing automatically become a hero?" The old man smiled with interest, took out a photo and showed it to her. "Yes, that's the reaction." The photo showed her coming out of a building. The old man explained, "About 10 days ago a military missile misfire nearly trampled the refugees in this area like cattle. A few missiles were about to hit the ground. Everyone was terrified, pointing up with their fingers. That's when an unidentified object appeared, presumed to be a hero. In a touch-and-go situation, the people were terrified when suddenly a pink light appeared from nowhere. It blocked the brutal explosion, saving the people." The old man's eyes narrowed and he stared straight at her seriously. "And after that, you appeared from the building where that person disappeared." Ma Jin still stubbornly refused to admit it. "It could just be a coincidence, don't you think?" She stood still before the people and began to reason. "If you're a government official, you should investigate properly with reasonable evidence, not just use hypotheses as evidence." Before she could finish, the old man drew his gun and aimed it straight at her. "As if I'm really going to shoot. It doesn't matter if it's a hypothesis or not. I can confirm it with this." The moment she saw it, she was so shocked her mouth fell open in terror. Old Choi Dong-guk really did fire the gun with a bang, frightening Ma Jin into revealing her pink warrior form. The old man smiled with interest. "There were no bullets, but I seem to have hit the mark, didn't I?" She had no choice but to surrender and admit everything. "You want to ask why I didn't fight them, don't you?" She was well aware of the gap between herself and that bastard Kim Min-soo. She frowned and said, "But there's a significant difference in the power of heroes. As far as I know, a hero only becomes slightly stronger than the Demon King they defeated, so the Demon King's power determines the hero's power level." Ma Jin lowered her head sadly. "The Demon King that Kim Min-soo defeated was much stronger than my Demon King." Thinking of that bloodthirsty bastard and his greatsword tormented her. "All the heroes who faced him died and all the Demon Kings he fought died." Sad and helpless, she hugged her arms tightly and looked up at the old man. "In other words, this is a fight that was completely tilted in his favor from the start." Choi Dong-guk understood immediately, pointed his finger at her and asked directly, "So you decided to run, hit where it hurt?" She burst out laughing for a moment. The old man frowned, uncomprehending. "You don't care if this world is destroyed?" Ma Jin lowered her head. "You know that's not it." Her voice dropped. She carried too many worries. "When we were fleeing, my mother fell ill and my sister cried every night because she couldn't see her friends. Her whole body trembled but her face was dark and for the first time she showed such a vulnerable side. I don't want to die in these ruins. Who else will protect my family?" She bit her lip until it bled, suppressing her fear as she said, "Just because I'm a hero doesn't mean I have the courage." The old man quietly lit a cigarette and smoked nonchalantly, saying, "You could save the world without dying." Unexpectedly, he made a direct proposal. "Join Kim Min-soo's side." Hearing that, her mouth fell open in astonishment. As he spoke, he gestured to his colleague beside him. "No one knows exactly when you disappeared. If you pretend you just returned and blow something up somewhere, you can convince them." That soldier immediately presented a stack of documents to her. "This is how you'll prove you're a demon," the old man explained. "These are the locations of our army's less important bases." As she read the documents, the old man said, "Destroy this place. Then Kim Min-soo's eyes and ears won't suspect you either." Before she could say anything, the old man frowned and stated the advantage directly. "We're not asking you to do this for free. In return, we'll evacuate your family to international waters, assign people to protect them, and treat your mother's illness." Thinking of the two suffering outside, Ma Jin couldn't refuse, but she still made it clear to the old man, "Even if I do that, we can't kill Kim Min-soo. I don't think I need to remind you of that." "But Before she could finish, the old man cut her off. "I'm not asking you to do anything rash," the old man said seriously. "I'm just asking you to be our trump card, or when we find a way to defeat Kim Min-soo." Now, seeing young Soo lying unconscious on the ground and recalling that call, Ma Jin immediately remembered the old man's words. "When the time comes, you will be our hidden card to protect that method." Ma Jin gritted her teeth and told herself with all her might, "They believed in me for all that long time, even in his final moments. That light was strong enough to push Kim Min-soo back a little. I know it's shameful for me, who has only been running away all this time, to talk about courage, but..." As his feet planted firmly on the ground, she once again gathered all her spiritual power, pushed him back and screamed, "I'm a hero too, you son of a bitch." Young Soo lay there collapsed. His entire body was covered in wounds. He had lost consciousness on the spot, and not a sliver of strength remained in him. Memories of his past training flashed through his mind. Stabbed 117,689 times, cut 7,991 times, fainted 297 times and came close to death 13 times. Countless sword cuts and scars crisscrossed his back. He remembered the mountain of demons he had killed, the number of enemies defeated. He stood atop a mountain of corpses and said 1,744. For his precious family that had been murdered, he had overcome that many battles day after day. Sometimes he asked himself what all of this was for. What was the point? Lying here now, he slightly opened his eyes and saw his own pathetic state. The image of his sister Da-bin being murdered flashed before his eyes, making him feel even more helpless. "I couldn't even protect them, and now I can't even get my revenge. Couldn't win, not even with countless spears." Mythical spears imbued with the power of demon kings. I poured everything I had into fighting, but he collapsed right there, accepting death. I can't beat that bastard. His whole body was dejected, and the boy despaired. After breaking all his limits through harsh rage-fueled training, this was all he had gained. Kim Min-soo was still alive. Sadly, all he had managed to do was give Kim Min-soo a few scratches and make him bleed a few drops, just enough to piss him off. He opened his mouth and struggled to speak. His tongue trembled as he spoke with difficulty to all the people who were risking their lives for him. There's no way to beat that bastard. A tear streamed down his cheek. It's over. I don't want to die at his hands a second time. Thinking of his family, all he could say was, I'm sorry everyone. Covered in blood, he was lost in despair. Suddenly, So-min lifted his body and tried to shake him awake. His bloodshot eyes opened and tears streamed down his cheeks. Seeing that he had regained consciousness, she couldn't hide her joy and burst into tears. He was confused. It's a real person. She just cried and smiled, saying nothing. Ma-jin, who had just used her technique, quickly flew toward the two. She hurriedly lifted his body and tried to fly away. On her shoulder, Yang-soo lost consciousness again. His eyes shut tight. Only So-min remained there, looking up in the direction they were flying. There's nothing more I can do to help. Ma-jin hugged him tightly and tried to fly away as fast as she could, gritting her teeth and grumbling. Damn it, why is he so heavy? She shouted loudly to wake him up. Press on your wounds. Stay with me. As the two flew through the sky, Lee Garam, who was on the ground below, raised his hand, created several giant speakers, and shouted loudly, It's a betrayal. The magic hero has betrayed the sword hero. He announced it so the other heroes could hear. Don't let them get away. Then he quickly prepared to give chase. He loaded his weapons, targeting her, and numerous guns took aim. Ma-jin, showing no fear, glared back and flew through the air. She dodged all the shots. That bastard fired countless bullets, blowing up several buildings behind the two. No matter how well she dodged, Ma-jin was no match for this Lee Garam. She was hit, stumbled, and almost fell, but she endured the pain and charged on, trying to look back at the several missiles chasing right behind her. With a loud explosion, Ma-jin managed to create a shield in time to protect them both. The other heroes, Aoi Ho and Cheon Ji-seong, also chased after her. They ran as fast as if they were flying. They continued to pursue them closely, and Cheon Ji-seong in particular almost caught up. Just then a soldier shattered a glass window and leapt out. Ma-jin was tense, trying desperately to escape, and Ji-seong was determined not to let her go. The soldier leapt between the two at the perfect moment, staring at Ji-seong with resolute eyes, ready to sacrifice himself to protect those two. He had seen it too. Yang-su's face was swollen black and blue, and even in this dangerous situation he shouted, full of hope, You must survive. The soldier became a human bomb, sacrificing himself to create an explosion to stop Ji-seong. Because of that explosion, he could no longer chase the two. From somewhere, the hands of numerous soldiers appeared and grabbed him. Some held his legs, some pulled his arms, trying to hold him down for as long as possible. They held bombs in their hands, ready to die. They cursed loudly, You're not getting away, you son of a bitch. They even grabbed and pulled off his hat. He was stunned by the sudden ambush. How did you all? The soldiers holding bombs threatened him, shouting, Get ready to go to hell with us. No sooner had they spoken than the bombs went off one after another. This time it seemed unlikely that Ji-seong would survive. The heroes would probably never understand. Jaeon Aoi Ho, who was running below, also looked up and stared, his mouth agape in astonishment. What's gotten into them? Are they idiots? The truth was, the humans who had once feared fighting to the death were now rushing toward it as if they had forgotten their fear. Just as he was running, a large truck charged at him from below. The driver didn't hesitate for a moment. Instead, he stomped harder on the accelerator. He frowned, sweat pouring down like rain, and gritted his teeth, ready to face death bravely. For one uncertain hope, for this very moment they risked their lives. The Iron Hero stopped, brought his hands together in front of his chest, and shouted, preparing to smash the truck, Don't get in my way, not if it's just one little truck like this. He did indeed stop the large truck, and it tumbled down the road. Though it didn't kill him, it was enough to hold him back. One after another, cars charged straight at him. No matter how strong he was, his face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth in frustration, swinging his fists and cursing loudly. You stupid bastard, next one, come on. He threw a punch and continued to curse. Give up, you've lost. But he didn't know that from the car he had just punched, numerous bombs were falling. Bombs rained down on his body like a downpour. The injured driver sat there smiling with satisfaction. He was ready to die. If only he could take this hero with him. Even as he died, he thought of Yang-soo with hope. You have to survive. He put his hand on the bomb detonator by any means necessary. As soon as he finished speaking, a sky-shattering explosion erupted, and the Iron Hero truly lost his life. And their great sacrifice opened a path for Yang-soo and Ma-jin to live. Ma-jin flew like that, carrying Yang-soo on her back. Her eyes were shut tight, her resolve firm until the end. Behind them, Hong-ha Gang was in hot pursuit, shouting loudly, Hey you traitorous bitch, he shouted confidently. How much further do you think you can run? He cut his palm with a small knife and immediately fresh blood gushed out. The pouring blood gradually transformed into his weapon. A bow and arrows. He prepared to aim at Ma-jin. With a single shot, 3 blood arrows flew. Ma-jin saw this, turned in horror, and barely managed to dodge them with great difficulty. Tense, she thought to herself, getting out of here won't be easy at all. Suddenly, she realized there was something ahead. Flying through the sky, she looked down at the landing zone she had just passed. That place was ruled by Kim Min-soo and Baek Ha-na. The two were also standing below, looking up as she flew by, but she wasn't afraid and quickly flew over their heads. The ground was cracking more and more, and she gritted her teeth trying to fly through it. The space above the rooftop was also full of debris, feeling very dangerous. She was flustered, not knowing where to escape. How do I get out of here? Just then she was hit by Gang's blood arrows struck again and again, writhing in pain. Gritting her teeth and enduring, she still flew firmly through the sky. If I keep circling like this, I'll be caught. Suddenly her eyes widened in surprise and she looked up. On the rooftop of a nearby building, someone was holding a red lantern, guiding her. That person quickly pointed in the direction she should fly. Ma-jin understood immediately. There, she quickly gathered her strength and flew in that direction. She flew swiftly with all her might. Gang was chasing right behind. I was so close to catching and killing that damn rabbit. Just then, countless objects flew at him from the ground below, blocking his path. He cursed in frustration. Were there still surviving government bastards? The two flew through the air like that, and that bastard chased faster and faster. At this time, on the 12th basement floor, civilians and the military had gathered here. A few fully armed soldiers stood nervously, protecting the evacuating civilians. But some people were arguing with the commander. A person holding a radio turned and reported to the short-haired woman standing there, "They are luring the magic hero here." She heard it and let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she quickly gave an order. Continue to report the situation and have all remaining units converge on this shelter. Thinking of the heroes who were still alive, we must do everything we can to welcome the magic hero as quickly as possible. And go to the shelter to avoid the other heroes. Those 3 heroes from before were all still alive. Suddenly, someone from over there said, slightly flustered, "The only problem now is if we use the elevator to move." He looked at the people moving in a line. "The refugees' backlash will cause great chaos. They'll think we're letting them die. We will surely face a riot, and it could be the worst-case scenario." The woman, still very calm, looked at them and replied, "I'll control that, so don't worry, just focus on the heroes." The other side could only obey. Yes, they quickly moved forward. The woman picked up a megaphone. She announced through the megaphone, "Everyone, this is the last operational elevator," she continued. "After one more use, we will suspend its operation to secure an escape route for the rebel hero." As soon as she finished speaking, people cried out in discontent. "What?" One bastard even shouted loudly. "What kind of bullshit is this? Can't you see how many people are here?" Another one chimed in. "Does this mean we don't deserve to live because we don't have power?" The woman's face darkened, and she stared back with a cold gaze, replying, "If you go to the surface without the rebel hero, there will be no one to protect you." She told the people bluntly, "Everyone here, including me, will die." The people's faces turned pale. "But our deaths are not the end," she calmly persuaded them. "But we still have hope." Thinking of Choi Dong-guk's death, "If the rebel hero survives, if we save him," looking at those children, "we will soon be able to build a new future." No one dared to say anything more. "It will no longer be destroyed by the hero's swords. I implore everyone on that elevator, please give your lives to fight alongside us." A young man silently frowned, his expression sad as he sweated profusely. He took a step out of the elevator. Under the astonished gazes of the people, the young man kept his head down and walked straight to a mother holding a young child. "I'll give you my spot. Please let this child on first." The people in the elevator quickly took the child. Other young men looked at each other, then got off the elevator together. They willingly sacrificed themselves, giving their spots to the children, the future of this country. Outside, the atmosphere was extremely tense. People stood behind barricades, waiting nervously, using whatever they had as weapons. A few young men held clubs to protect themselves. Just then, Ma-jin flew in carrying young Su. She stared with wide eyes, frowned, and looked down. They had finished all their preparations and were waiting for her cautiously. The White House, Washington, D.C., the sky was clear and peaceful. A person stood before a long table and reported, "The current time in Korea is 1347. All contact with the Republic of Korea Reconstruction government which we were supporting has been lost." Others sat and listened nervously. 70,000 soldiers are there. People from the U.S. military were also present, listening tensely. A total of 217 officials, including the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and other high-ranking officials, and more than 40,000 civilians they were protecting. He frowned and said seriously, "It is determined that all Republic of Korea citizens who were in that shelter have been sacrificed as of this moment." The President of the United States remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "From the shelter's construction to the design of its defensive deployment, we helped them without hesitation. Was this disaster caused by a hero?" The man on the podium took out a control panel and pressed it. Immediately, the screen displayed a scene of Kim Min-su's group of heroes appearing. The old men were flustered upon seeing it and asked each other, "All 8 heroes gathered?" Someone worried as soon as they saw it. With that many heroes, everything could have been reduced to ashes in an instant. An old man narrowed his eyes and asked, "We protected them with all our might and every possible method. Does that mean that even our intel chips weren't that great?" The speaker clasped his hands behind his back. He looked down, but unlike previous attacks, an unexpected variable had appeared. The old man informed the people that a hero had emerged to fight against the sword hero. After he spoke, he switched the feed to another video. As a scene of Yang Su fighting appeared, he said, "See this for yourselves." The entire room fell silent, and everyone sat and watched seriously. A man sweating profusely asked suspiciously, "You didn't just make this story up, did you? Where did you get this information?" The man presenting looked displeased. "This was sent to us by a soldier who risked his life. All data has been confirmed as fact." The president, filled with anger, slammed his fist on the desk, frowned, and asked, "Where is that hero now?" The presenter suddenly stared at him blankly. "He is in a place by the river, a place with nothing but rocks covered in blue moss." The girl gasped for breath, her mouth open. Night had fallen and Ma Jin had arrived. The other girl helped support Yang Su and both were panting heavily. Finally reaching a place to rest, Ma Jin immediately collapsed, leaning her back against a tree stump. She was utterly exhausted. She couldn't hold on any longer and lost consciousness right there. The other girl laid Yang Su down on the grass. He's unconscious. The girl placed a single seed on the ground and covered it with dirt. Instantly a long winding tree grew from that spot. Soon several other tall trees followed, sprouting up rapidly. The tree trunks wrapped around both Yang Su and Ma Jin. The girl's face was now pale and she was in a deep sleep. His entire body was covered in wounds and both of them looked miserable from the previous battle. The tree trunks formed 2 beds for them to lie on. A blue light emanated from the tree trunks and enveloped Ma Jin's body. The same happened to Yang Su's body. He awoke. Opening his eyes, he asked, "Why did you save me?" The girl turned to look at him, and he helplessly blamed himself. "I lost to the sword hero." His eyes were filled with extreme despair. "I couldn't protect anyone. No one." His current feelings were the same as old Choi Dong-guk's, blaming himself. "It's all because I was too immature." He thought of So Min. Once again everyone had died, including the innocent people who had risked their lives to believe in him without question. The more he thought, the more frustrated, powerless and angry he became, gritting his teeth. Suddenly the girl slapped him hard across the cheek. With a firm gaze she reminded him, "Don't say that." She told him it wasn't that he couldn't protect them. "The reason he was alive now was thanks to countless people," she said bluntly. "They were the ones who protected you." So Min's smile appeared vividly before his eyes. He frowned and asked back, "What did you say?" The girl's face turned red as she looked at him sadly. She too had once been like him. There were so many people who had believed in her and placed their hopes in her by her side. "In the White House," the man reported. "We suspect they are in Indonesia. But wherever they are, we will track their exact location and report back." The old man, sweating, made his decision. And so the old man asked in front of the people, "At this point, what do you think we should do?" A man from the military spoke up. "There are over 5 million Korean refugees in the United States." Another man heard this and agreed. "The collapse of Korea will soon spread through the media." A blond old man continued with a sad face. "That will throw the public into chaos." He thought of the countless people in Korea. They were all worried. An old man also agreed, turned and said, "Not only our people but other countries will be breathing a sigh of relief that this didn't happen to them. We all know that everyone will be in chaos when they hear that a nation has fallen. They will riot, pound their desks and demand, 'We must activate all our missiles. We must retaliate immediately.' They would shout in one voice, 'Our country will not fall like that.'" Suddenly someone called from the side. "Mr. President," he proposed, "we must launch a preemptive strike." As soon as the president heard that, he slammed the desk, shot up and shouted, "Mobilize more troops? What about the public's opposition? We can't mobilize any more troops." But the man remained very calm, placing his hands on the desk. "You must know that Korea has already been destroyed. This means they no longer have a government. We must also accept that most of the Korean people have been sacrificed." The president sweated, glancing worriedly to the side. "You?" The old man from the military's face darkened, expressing a clear view. "We must use our last resort, while all the heroes are still gathered together." He thought of their weapons outside of space, the state-of-the-art nuclear weapons. A man holding a radio frowned, concentrating. In front of him were countless screens and several people stood around waiting. He looked slightly flustered and lowered his headset. 2 colleagues stood nervously behind, looking at the old man. He turned and shouted, "Target coordinates are 1005, 2695. This is the president's order to launch the missile." All the world's hatred was now focused on the demonic actions of a single person. A scene of endless pain and destruction. Bloody corpses were strewn everywhere and the air was more chilling than hell itself. A man's ragged breathing could be heard. He didn't even know if he was dead or alive. His hands gripped a gun tightly. Suddenly someone approached and he was startled, but his eyes no longer held any hope of surprise. In despair he raised his gun, but his trembling hands had little strength left. Kim Min-soo, with his usual expressionless face, spoke coldly. "There's still one left." The man tried to pull the trigger, but to his greater despair only a hollow click echoed from the rifle. In no time Min-soo was right next to the unresisting man's ear, whispering. Breaking the gun barrel with his bare hands, he said, "After you get out of here, tell them. Your spear hero is dead. There is no more hope." Min-soo continued to whisper threatening words to the dying man. "Tell them to witness the end of the world with bodies piled up like mountains. Then I'll let you live." At this moment the man couldn't suppress his twisted emotions, and tears streamed from his eyes. He asked him only one question. "You're scared, aren't you?" In all that time he had never been so surprised. The words seemed to have hit Min-soo right where it hurt. The man was now extremely terrified but still tried. "You're scared that a hero who opposes you will return, aren't you?" The images of heroes on the side of justice came to mind with the man's words. "You're scared that people will continue to rise against you with intense hope." At this moment the man left his last words. "I'm glad that you're nothing, just a human being like the rest of us." Those words enraged Min-soo's fearful heart. He swung his sword, beheading the unfortunate man, and drove his greatsword deep into the body that had just lost its life. The words had clearly affected him mentally, and he looked exhausted. In no time Lee Seong-un was standing right behind him and spoke up. "Sorry to interrupt your fun. The innocent man died a miserable death." Seeing that the hero had returned, Seong-un continued. "But the shelter has been completely cleaned out." Min-soo, still not satisfied, stabbed the sword deeper one more time and let out a ragged breath. He regained his composure as quickly as possible and looked back with his usual cold, deathly gaze. Seongun continued, the other heroes are waiting for you too. All the heroes of destruction had gathered in no time. The hero of faith, Baek Hana, added, don't worry about us, take your time and let it all out. And the iron hero, Aoi Ho, laughed carefree and said, ha ha, that's right, these sinners have ignited our rage. Minsu expressionlessly glanced at them, then approached and spoke, don't act like you don't understand the essence of this either. None of you do, Seongun replied as if he were hitting a punching bag. Glad you're done. I'm curious what we'll do next. We've destroyed the Reconstruction government and everything. The population has been significantly reduced too. I'm curious about our next move. Minsu ordered the next mission. Track down the spear hero. As he spoke, he revealed the fear in his heart. There are still many who hold a strong belief in him. His very existence is a denial of the world I've created, Seongun replied. Even if it wasn't Korea, we probably would have had to face the whole world. At this time, at a conference in the United States, the president began his speech. He said, today, Korean time, our ally, the government of the Republic of Korea, was destroyed by the heroes. The Congress and the media were shocked by this critical information. The president continued, for a long time for our alliance and for loyalty from a group of terrorist heroes beyond our understanding, to protect the safety of the world, to prevent any more soldiers' lives from being sacrificed, to save their families from grief and loss, we have decided to execute our last resort. The United States of America has decided to activate a weapon that has been sealed for half a century. State-of-the-art nuclear weapons. That direct decision was projected back onto the conference room screen by the Reformation hero Lee Ga-ram. The president continued, to all Korean refugees and immigrants, we sincerely hope that you will understand this decision. The villainous hero group received the information but showed no sign of fear. Seongun spoke up, it can't be helped. I knew they'd come out like this. The Reformation hero showed the screen in his hand to the group and continued, this is a simulation of the missile launch method. He explained that it would take about 2 minutes for the missile to reach their coordinates. The martial arts hero offered his opinion. If it's that close, even if we shoot it down, we'll be caught in the explosion. The vampire hero said with some dissatisfaction, hey, I thought you finished controlling the aerial network. An image of a satellite in outer space appeared. According to the Reformation hero's explanation, I didn't expect the missile to be launched from a satellite. Perhaps they felt a sense of crisis after the Intel chip destruction incident, and had hidden the missile for a long time just in case. At this moment, the loud laughter of the Iron Hero eased the tension of the meeting. Ha ha ha, what's there to worry about? We have the best reset button. He raised his hand to encourage the group. Good luck once again, returned heroes. The returned hero, Seongun, with a calm attitude that showed no agitation, said to Min-soo, I want to hear your opinion before the reset. What will Min-soo do after this is over? He's obsessed with dividing this land and the territories among us. The only world he wants to destroy is Korea. Images of the pain that had horribly crushed Min-soo's spirit came to mind. Seongun continued, I want to know if he's really ready to face the world or if he's had a change of heart. The sword hero spoke without looking back. Since you all agreed, proceed as planned. Seongun said, as if he had been waiting for those words. Understood. He let out a sigh of relief and said, when I return, we officially destroy the world, the Reformation hero urged. When you're revived, tell them the missile was fired from a satellite. Then I can hack it. Baek Hana had been mentally prepared for a long time. She sat on the ground, placed her hands on her knees and said softly, so all we have to do now is wait for the missile. I'm so excited. I wonder what it'll be like to be hit by a nuke. The whole group composed themselves and sat down to wait. On the Reformation hero's hand, a countdown showed that they had 28 seconds left until they died. The death that was moments away came, but there was no fear, no worry. They just waited for the moment they returned when they would destroy everything together. Without making them wait long, America's nuclear missile arrived. The missile, as if equipped with a precise location tracker, passed through the cracks to reach the underground city. Facing the approaching light of the arrow, the returned hero, Seongun, suddenly turned and spoke. Min-soo, he turned reflexively at the call. Seongun's body was already being affected by the power of the nuclear weapon, but he still spoke calmly. Since I'll lose my memories after the reset anyway, I just want to say this. I was the one who killed your parents. As soon as he finished speaking, the missile had almost completely destroyed Seongun with his muscle tissue and skin all burned away. His body was now just a waiting skeleton. Extremely shocked by the information he had just received, Min-soo couldn't hide his boiling rage and could only shout one thing. What did you just say? As soon as he finished speaking, the nuclear missile completely destroyed the underground city and the people left there. The machine of time began to turn. It began to turn back time as the hero wished. The reset continued to turn without stopping. In a secret base, countless corpses lay dead in different forms, but on one computer screen information continued to appear and move. A voice was heard. As expected. It's back to when they sent the CCTV footage to the US. Do I have to write it in English again? How annoying. The returned hero was manipulating the information. He playfully glanced at a corpse. Your Excellency, would you like to write it for me? If I lent you the account, you should at least use it. A familiar satellite floated in the space outside Earth. The screen inside the equipment had already precisely aimed at the target. The sophisticated button system continued to flash. 2 American astronauts were the main pilots of this massive satellite. The man ordered his colleague, Ghosthammer, prepare access keys. The the other man shouted loudly. Ready in their hands were two small cylindrical keys. Simultaneously, they inserted them into the keyholes to activate this destructive weapon. The two had to perform the unlocking action together. This proved that the security level of the equipment system was extremely high. The bearded man shouted loudly, "Activate firing mechanism." His colleague shouted along with him. Activation complete. They immediately unlocked it together without a single error. The signal light now turned red, indicating that the equipment was ready. The bearded man steeled his resolve. He prayed, "Ghost hammer ready to fire. We await our country's final command." His colleague asked one thing. Has the hammer commander ever been used unofficially? The bearded man explained. No, this is the first time. That's why we don't know how powerful it will be. They imagined the sight of the terrible disaster that would be caused when their country's state-of-the-art weapon was used. The high-rise buildings and streets that took the full force of its destructive power would be completely burned down. The bearded man continued, "All we know is that this is the most accurate and effective weapon of destruction in human history." The man next to him was very sorry. "We'll probably be the first people to witness this sight." The system equipment speaker rang. It was the nation's command. As the two men stood in their positions, the command echoed clearly from the speaker. "Eagle has given its approval. Proceed with the ghost hammer launch." The bearded man received the order. "Understood," and as he slowly brought his hand toward the button, he spoke and acted at the same time. "Ghost hammer." As he pressed the button, something unexpected followed. A loud cry of fire rang out, but the missile in the hangar didn't budge. The other man was surprised. Isn't it firing?" The commander was extremely flustered at this moment. He cursed. "Damn it, did the system have to fail now of all times?" Suddenly, the activation button turned purple. And while the two men were surprised, the entire control room changed. "What's going on?" The screens of all the equipment began to flicker with static, and a familiar figure slowly appeared. It was the Reformation hero. He had succeeded in hacking America's state-of-the-art equipment. He said jokingly, "Thanks for the weapon." Then, from the control room to the entire spacecraft, it all came under the Reformation hero's control. Only then did the sound of an engine starting begin to be heard from the satellite hangar. All the nuclear warheads were launched toward the White House under Lee Garam's control. At this time, the President of the United States was still giving his speech. Under numerous flashes and recording and sound equipment, he continued to speak, not knowing what was about to befall him, everyone here, and the nation. A security guard heard the information through his radio earpiece, quickly alerted all the other guards, and evacuated the president to a safe place. The president also seemed to have grasped the information, and even though the meeting was in progress, he fled in a hurry. The three men moved in a rush before everything was too late. In the corridor on the way to a safe base, he ignored the two guards who were desperately trying to get him to safety and suddenly looked out the window. But nothing could be saved anymore. A missile had appeared in the sky, aimed straight for the heart of the United States. The most advanced nuclear weapon of the current era, their pride, was now turned against its creators. Witnessing that sight, the President of the United States was instantly plunged into despair. At this time, he could only shout a few words before being reduced to ashes. Oh my God, its destructive power was just as we knew it. Instead of going where they were supposed to, these weapons were now destroying the civilization of the country that had created them. That day, 16 nuclear warheads from the Ghost Hammer were launched at the entire world. It wasn't just the United States. The destructive ambitions of these terrorist heroes were more brutal than ever. Now we would witness each city and country being destroyed. First Paris, France, next the splendid capital of Beijing, China, then New Delhi, India, and finally Cairo, Egypt. That day was the day the world came to an end. Suddenly a coffee cup fell, and the broadcast station's screen was showing the scene of Washington submerged in a sea of fire. The man who had just dropped the cup was none other than the U.S. Secretary of Transportation. Bati, surprised and flustered by the recent information. Phone calls began to pour in. He answered the phone with concern. In a high-rise building, 2 security guards escorted him, moving as quickly as possible. Unable to suppress his panic, he asked, "What's going on? Why is no one saying anything?" He continued to press. "Is the president safe?" The 2 guards informed him. "The president, the vice president, and the other speakers and congressmen are all dead. Ghost Hammer and all other military satellites and radars were hacked simultaneously, so there was no time to react." His face contorted as if he couldn't accept the current situation. The other person continued, "Simply put, all the capitals and their cabinets are gone. You were giving a lecture in Michigan, so you escaped this disaster." After saying this, he suddenly corrected himself. "No, Mr. President, you are now the only leader left in this country." Finally arriving at their destination, the 2 guards opened the base door before them. In front of them were a priest and numerous soldiers. The priest, seeing their arrival, spoke, "Place your right hand on the Bible. We will now begin the inauguration oath to appoint you as president." Everything was completed right then and there. Bati was sitting in the president's chair. He showed a strong demeanor as if trying to hide his panic and collect himself. 2 soldiers entered, each carrying a briefcase. They opened the cases and began to introduce them. "As you know, this is the nuclear football," one person introduced solemnly. "Inside is information on the location of all currently held nuclear weapons, their launch points, and the launch devices." Bati carefully examined all the details inside the 2 cases. Then he was suddenly surprised by what was left in front of him. Beck-hai was puzzled. Then what is this? The soldier began to explain. It's a direct hotline to the Reformation hero. At these words, Beck-hai was very surprised. The Reformation hero, wasn't he the terrorist in South Korea? He's the one behind this nuclear terror attack too. Why do we have his hotline? As if he had expected this, the soldier began to explain. He first appeared in Europe 100 years ago and was the great hero who ended the First and Second World Wars. In the 20th century he made the United States the most powerful country, and he made it the leading nation in scientific and technological inventions. This is the hotline of the American Reformation hero. Every 100 years, one hero is chosen from a random place, going back in time to the era when the first civilizations were developing, ancient Egypt. Slaves were suffering from the severe exploitation of the upper class. They were mercilessly beaten for not meeting their quotas. Among them was a man covered in wounds who was being tortured and struggling to breathe. And thousands of years passed to the era of medieval civilization, a time when China was in turmoil. Valiant general was fighting numerous enemy soldiers alone in battle, but he couldn't handle that many troops by himself, and eventually he was in a crisis. Or turn the wheel of history a few hundred years more, when Europe entered the industrialization era. A girl in her 20s was exhausted from excessive labor exploitation. In a dazed state she suddenly found herself transported to another place. When she looked up there was a robot in front of her. The robot approached kindly, bowed and greeted her. Welcome hero. And the few heroes who defeated the Demon King, for example. A hero from ancient China who defeated a giant evil dragon by driving a sword deep into the middle of its forehead, will change our material world. A man with extraordinary powers from the period called the Exodus in the Bible performed a miracle with his own hands. He miraculously parted the sea in two to create a path. A few became the protagonists of legends. A wise king ruled over an entire kingdom. Under the absolute obedience of his loyal subjects he looked dignified yet fearsome, sitting proudly on his throne and receiving the submission of many. With the numerous people of a medieval country, some became monarchs who brought order to a chaotic era. A robot stood inside a top-secret base. There, talented individuals who had made their names in history were preserved in large glass tubes filled with solution, with numerous tubes inserted into their bodies. A few became pioneers in the field of scientific invention. All the most modern architecture and scientific research that humanity has achieved so far, and they continue to be with us in the process of human development, Lee Seong-un said, sitting on the shoulder of the Reformation hero Lee Ga-ram. Everyone listen quietly to the explanation, Lee Seong-un said. This is my hypothesis. Hong Ha-gang hurriedly raised a question. Wait, do you mean there could be other heroes outside of South Korea? Baek Hana concluded based on Seong-un's hypothesis. If you think of it that way, it really makes sense that this is related to all legends and myths. Jaeon Awi-ho laughed nonchalantly and said, No, that's impossible. Even if it were true, it doesn't matter. He boasted of his muscles and said loudly, even if they're heroes, they're not immortal like me. Everyone eventually weakens and dies. But Baek Hana rejected this opinion. No, there are heroes who have lived for more than 100 years, for example, like me. And if they are beings who have transcended human form like the Reformation hero. She pointed to herself and the Reformation hero, Lee Ga-ram, and said, Lee Seong-un praised loudly. That's it. He began to explain in more detail to the group. Heroes who are not human may still be alive. That's why I came up with this hypothesis. Elsewhere in Silicon Valley, California, USA, inside this secret room, the new president of the United States, Beck-hai, looked up in surprise. Great scientists in history who seem to have died a very long time ago, like Einstein, Tesla, von Neumann, and the founders of Silicon Valley. After finishing his words, he turned his face and asked, Were all of these you? The robot was silent for a moment, then placed a hand on its chest and introduced itself. Yes, Mr. President. They are all my different personas. Seeing as you have come to find me, you are looking for a way to eliminate the heroes who caused the nuclear terror attack. You need my help, don't you? Beck-hai lifted his glasses, admitting the moment he came to find you. At first, I was half in doubt, but thinking of all the inventions you've brought to humanity, I thought it might be possible. Suddenly, the Reformation hero took a step forward, and the two guards were startled and quickly protected the president. But they were over-defensive. This action was for the Reformation hero to kneel before Beck-hai. The robot said, The former president did not want to depend on a non-human like me. He wanted humanity to develop the world with its own strength. I also agree with his policy. The Reformation hero shook his hand and continued, But since you have asked for my help, I will not disappoint you. Beck-hai was still very worried. May I ask why? The reason you are trying to save this country. The reason you are different from the heroes of South Korea. The Reformation hero recalled his memories from when he was a single persona. After a battle his strength was greatly depleted. At that time, instead of destroying him, the U.S. military welcomed him with open arms. This country accepted me. That one reason is enough for me. In the secret underground sanctuary of the Vatican City, they were using a large crane to lift something from inside a lava pit. It was a bell-shaped coffin, sealed extremely tightly. Below it were the popes and their close guards. One person turned around and asked, "Your Holiness, what is inside that? I thought it was just a relic." The Pope calmly looked up at the sealed coffin and began to answer. "In the 14th century, the last priest who could perform miracles and the last hero of faith who was friendly to humanity is sleeping inside. Inside this bell-shaped coffin is the hero of faith, Saint Damien." Next we move to another location. This is Oymyakon, Sakha Republic, Russian Federation. Soldiers moved into the cold, snowy mountains. They knocked on the door of a house. While one person called someone from inside, the other two stood guard thoroughly outside. A veteran with a chest full of medals opened the door and greeted them. The soldier who had been knocking on the door opened his mouth. "Are you veteran Ivan Putin?" After confirming the other party's identity, all three saluted. "Your Excellency Ivan Putin, nameless hero in our nation's history. The nation and your comrades need your help. This person before us is the ice hero, Ivan Putin. The heroes of the previous era have now taken the stage. The brutal explosion from a moment ago, a divine judgment descended upon the earth, bringing worldwide anger and sorrow. Numerous state-run broadcasting stations were angered by the cruel and inhuman actions of those terrorist heroes, and world leaders lost control of the very weapons they had used to oppose the heroes, because all nations were concerned about the radiation from the nuclear bombs. The idea of forming an allied force to stop the heroes' advance failed. The disaster that resulted from it, before the introduction was even finished, the sea view of Los Angeles on the west coast of the United States unfolded before our eyes. A state-of-the-art piece of equipment was flying over the water's surface as if walking on land. It was Lee Garam. Destruction mode 70, full power, completely out of control. This was the Suez Canal in Egypt. Hong Ha Gang used his power to lift bloody containers high up. Foolish humans, this is the maximization system made from the blood of 200 of you, the iron-blooded god as. He aimed straight at each point. The Mediterranean Sea in northern Italy, Bek Ha-na spread her wings of hope and drew her divine bow. Children of God, every place was suffering a different kind of pain. One ruined place, this was the Pyongyang defense line of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Min-soo walked slowly and looked up. In front of him were dozens of military tanks. A general came running in great panic. "Comrade Chairman, he has come." The chairman of North Korea was enraged to see his army defeated. "Are you telling me the first defense line has been breached? How could that son of a bitch walk through a minefield as if it were nothing?" The general's face was at this time filled with extreme terror. "He is definitely not an ordinary human." According to the man, Min-soo simply walked calmly through the minefield without any equipment. The Prime Minister of North Korea lost his composure at this time. He shouted loudly, "Keep defending, you useless bastards," no different from that general. The Prime Minister bit his hand until it bled and muttered, "Russia and China won't abandon us so easily. We've been their backyard for a long time." After speaking, he thought of a person. Rumors circulated that Russia also had such a fearsome hero. After speaking, he shouted loudly and gave his command, "Keep it up until we get him. Mobilize the tank infantry and nuclear weapons we built with our blood and sweat, and stop him by any means necessary." On the battlefield, the hatch of a tank suddenly opened and a soldier crawled out. Ahead was nothing but thick smoke from the terrible mine explosion moments before. Besides the buzzing sound of the smoke, there was no other movement. The soldier had just scanned the area with his binoculars. Is he dead? It was just a guess, but he was underestimating Min-soo at this moment. Yeah, no matter how much of a monster he is, if he takes a barrage like that without any equipment. Suddenly, as he was speaking, he had to hold his breath. As the thick smoke cleared, a familiar figure appeared within it. The nightmare had returned. Min-soo was still calm, facing dozens of tanks as if they had spotted him. All the tanks began to fire in unison. The target of the shells was Min-soo. He faced them nonchalantly without flinching and let the shells fly toward his body. It caused a terrible explosion as if it would destroy the entire land. But that wasn't enough to even scratch Min-soo. He swung his sword and counterattacked, unleashing a giant slash. The soldier who witnessed this frantic scene gaped in awe, and dozens of tanks had to face this destructive blow. The attack's destructive power was immense, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The reason Min-soo possessed such terrifying power was partly due to the blessing of the goddess Seraphim. As he held out his hand, a sword slowly appeared. Gripping the greatsword in his hand, his determination for destruction became even clearer. Seeing him unscathed, the soldier immediately gave an order. Prepare for the next barrage. But for Min-soo, a single technique, the Law of the Dawn, was enough. After that explosion, Pyongyang, North Korea, was destroyed. Now he was the only one left on this land, and everything around him was completely devastated. Even after all he had done, he still wore that same expressionless face. Kim Min-soo continued to walk. Everywhere he stepped was already in ruins. He kept walking like that, and after walking for a while, he once again began to destroy what was already destroyed at random. After destroying to his heart's content, he started walking again. He continued to walk without stopping, repeating the cycle. Every place was just as completely devastated. Suddenly a foot was approaching. Finally, the only one who could stop him appeared and stood face to face with Min-soo. This time he no longer bowed his head but slowly and coldly stared straight ahead. The person opposite him spoke. "Are you the one who set the world on fire, you little brat?" The person who appeared at this moment was none other than the hero, Ivan Putin. We go back in time to the Second World War, February 1943, at the Nazi German Reichstag. The man before us looks all too familiar. It is none other than Hitler. As he paced anxiously around a map over some issue, a commander entered and reported, "My Führer, an urgent report from the Eastern Front." Hitler was delighted. "Did we win? Have we taken Stalingrad?" But the commander's demeanor was the complete opposite. He lowered his head and said, "The Battle of Stalingrad was a devastating defeat. Most of our armored divisions have been taken prisoner." As soon as he finished speaking, the telephone on the desk almost flew at him. Hearing of the defeat, Hitler was extremely enraged. "Nonsense are you spouting now? The 6th and 17th Elite Infantry Divisions, the 1st and 4th Armored Divisions, and with them the Golem hero Jonat and the Sword hero Siegfried, all went into battle." His head felt like it would explode. All of Germany's strongest forces were deployed in that battle. After a fit of rage, he was mentally exhausted. It was the first time seeing Hitler with red-rimmed eyes, breathing heavily. He was helpless. How could they stop that invincible army? On the battlefield they were referring to, all their forces and weapons were frozen. Even the hero Jonat and his power could not escape. Every fascist soldier on that front was no exception. Their army was helpless before a single hero. This person was none other than a young Ivan Putin. At that time, only the sword hero of the fascist camp, Siegfried, was able to speak. "You're a hero, so why do you obey another's command? Have you no ambition?" The ice hero looked back at him and said, "I do have ambition." After speaking, he turned the piece of ice in his hand into an axe. He continued, "To end this war a day sooner and return my comrades to their families. That is enough." Faced with such a simple purpose, Siegfried couldn't hide his surprise even at the moment of his death. Not to rule the world, how simple. As soon as he finished speaking, his neck was slashed by Ivan's axe and his head was severed. Blood splattered on his face, but he was very calm. Back in the present, this old man just wanted a world without war. At this time, Min-Su spoke. "Are you a hero too?" The ice hero replied. "Do you think an ordinary person could stand alone before a monster like you?" Min-Su hastily swung his sword. Ivan raised his hand, signaling him to stop, and said, "Wait, I want to ask you one thing before we fight." Min-Su also stopped, waiting for him to continue. Ivan Putin asked for his reason. "I know what you want. Why did you decide to inflict so much pain? Why are you trying to burn down the entire world?" Min-Su, still gripping his sword tightly, said only one word, "I don't know," and he swung his sword. Just before the blade touched his body, Ivan still calmly stated his thoughts. "When I came here, I thought there must be a just reason behind this massacre, but it seems I was wrong," he shouted loudly, his mouth open, and inside his mouth was a small ice turtle. When the blade seemed to cut Ivan's body, it caused a large explosion. Min-Su also waited for the result behind the thick smoke. As the smoke cleared, a giant ice shell began to appear. It was that ice turtle that had blocked all the damage for Ivan. An ice turtle, Min-Su thought to himself. A summoner, how annoying mages, the ice hero shouted in anger. "We haven't even started yet, you son of a bitch." After speaking, he took a deep breath. The air around him froze with his breath and he breathed out the frozen air. The name of this technique was Eternal Freeze. The technique left a giant hole in the ground. Min-Su easily dodged it but was not unaffected. Ivan was impressed, as expected of a hero. To not even blink in this deadly cold, but in this temperature he won't be able to use his abilities to their fullest. Most of his energy will be spent on recovering his freezing body. I'll finish him before he adapts to this ice power. Ivan then took a stance for a continuous attack, using the turtle from before as a weapon. He struck its body hard, sending it flying with tremendous force. Its trajectory spun in a way that was hard to dodge. Min-Su moved at this point, but it was already too late. By the time he realized it, it was too late, and the attack hit him squarely in the face. Taking the attack head-on, Min-Su was sent flying over 10 meters. He lay sprawled on the thick ice for a long time, and as he struggled to get up, his hands were stuck fast to the ice layer beneath the ground. He had been hit by a continuous control attack. It was enough to surprise even Min-Su. He was at a disadvantage, and before his eyes, Ivan was already sitting there. He mocked. "You haven't learned a thing, have you?" After he finished speaking, Ivan stuck out his tongue, and in his mouth was another small ice bear. The ice black bear entered the fray. It appeared forcefully, and its target was none other than Min-Su. As if he had no intention of letting him rest, it brought a deadly blow down hard directly where Min-Su lay. Taking this blow head-on, Min-Su helplessly vomited blood. It continued to strike his immobilized body without stopping. Ivan stood and watched, thinking to himself, if it were anyone else, they would have stopped the attack by now and checked for a pulse. He shouted loudly again, "You have no more chances, you bastard." He was about to summon another spirit to attack. Flock of ice gulls. The summoned flock of gulls quickly flew high and changed their target to Min-Su. For them, there were only two words right now: attack. The flock of gulls attacked his chest head-on. It seemed they wouldn't be able to pierce his thick armor, but unexpectedly, they melted and caused a chain explosion, dealing continuous damage. The ice bear also took this opportunity to land a few more blows on Min-Su. Light shone from his hand again. Before the bear could achieve its goal, it was cut in two by the sword Min-Su had summoned. Ivan, seeing the situation was not good, immediately fell back to defend. Min-Su stood up with difficulty, sword in hand. He was now free from his bonds. Ivan couldn't believe his eyes. Damn it, the sword hero really lives up to his name. Min-Su was wearing a helmet at this time. He moved his injured body forward with difficulty. "You're an eyesore. Die." The sword in his hand shone brightly at this moment. It flew in a straight line toward the ice hero's neck. The initial landscape of fiery ruins had now, thanks to Ivan's power, turned into a cold, icy snowfield. He raised his head to look at the sky one last time, but sadly it was now so dark. And slowly his head separated from his neck and rolled gently down. the headless body also collapsed. Mages always have the upper hand against swordsmen. Min-soo slowly dragged his sword and approached. He walked slowly across the slippery ice surface, because their superior range allows them to attack from much farther away. Let's review Ivan's overwhelming attack techniques again. The flock of ice gulls and the black bear had completely immobilized Min-soo. Moreover, their applications were limitless, making it very difficult for the opponent to discern a specific attack pattern. The ice turtle's absolute defense and its attack could be called all-encompassing, but Kim Min-soo saw through them and successfully gained the upper hand to counterattack. Looking at Ivan's head lying motionlessly on the ground, Min-soo stood quietly without a word. He has fought and won battles against magic heroes before. Using his own unique defensive ability, Kim Min-soo would intentionally make himself appear easy to defeat before the opponent's attack. The Phoenix attack to burn Min-soo alive. The magic hero was very confident in his abilities. He intentionally showed his opponent that his attack range and speed were far inferior to theirs. Min-soo blocked the vortex of fire nonchalantly. The magic hero opposite him was very arrogant. "I will burn you until not even a speck of ash remains." And when the opponent showed a sign of carelessness, he would blow their head off with an explosive force. Standing before Ivan Putin's corpse just now, Kim Min-soo, who was sure of the victory in his hand, noticed something strange. He thought to himself, "I feel like something important is missing. I feel like I've forgotten something." For a hero who had lived for over 100 years, this was a battle without any technique, experience, or quality. And finally, the suspicion quickly turned into a crisis. Ivan's head looked like it had been cleanly severed. Min-soo was astonished. "The head is severed, but there's no blood?" The headless body lying on the ground quickly shattered into ice. From within the fragments, the real Ivan suddenly burst out, holding an ice sword and aiming for Min-soo's life. That exquisite technique was the ice matryoshka. To put it simply, a matryoshka is a characteristic Russian doll where several hollow dolls are nested inside one another in order of size, from smallest to largest. The ice sword in Ivan's hand stabbed straight into his chest. It pierced Min-soo's thick armor, and his feet scraped hard against the ice surface, creating a giant crack. The powerful and cruel hero Min-soo was now being pushed back by the veteran Ivan. Taking a fatal blow from this surprise attack, blood gushed from his mouth. Ivan shouted as he attacked, "You sword hero bastards always crazily aim for the opponent's neck." At this moment, Min-soo regained his stance. He gripped the ice shard in Ivan's hand tightly and swung his sword, intending to cut the ice hero in two. Ivan still calmly shouted, "Not yet, you show too many openings in your chest when you attack." And he opened his mouth to summon Ice Giant Squid. The summoned squid quickly swung its giant tentacles, striking Min-soo hard to the side and nullifying his previous slash. The blow was strong enough to send Min-soo flying dozens of meters away. Ivan stood on the squid, observing the situation and his opponent's current position. Min-soo, who had been sent flying, fell to the ground and thought to himself, "I feel the cold spreading from my heart. If that thing stays in my body, even the goddess's blessing will be useless." The cold was spreading from the heart injured by Ivan. "If I let this continue to spread, my body will freeze first." But Ivan was not about to let him rest. From his side, he once again unleashed a new attack. Ice humpback whale entered the fray. It was so enormous that it could be said to be the largest creature Ivan had summoned. Without hesitation, it threw its giant body toward Min-soo, intending to crush him with its physical bulk. Min-soo didn't back down either. He swung his sword and cut it in two with a single slash from below. But after that divine slash, his hand showed signs of being unable to hold on any longer. Ivan quickly noticed, "It's starting to rot from the ice magic. The resistance will soon end." After speaking, he once again summoned Ice Silver Fangs. Two ferocious ice wolves began to rush out. Their target was none other than Min-soo's enduring body. Ivan quietly waited for the next move. He thought to himself, "The previous sword hero also died here. What about you?" Min-soo had to continuously dodge the attacks of the two wolves. He quietly counterattacked, facing numerous unfavorable situations. Min-soo began to calculate. "In 30 seconds my body will cease to function." After speaking, he used a transcendent technique, sword doppelganger technique Durjin. The technique unleashed sword strikes that seemed to dance in space, tearing the two wolves that were trying to devour him to shreds. Min-soo stepped forward majestically, holding a shining sword in each hand. At this time, Ivan's body also showed signs of reaching its limit. Blood started to flow from his nose. He said, "You surpassed the previous sword hero, have you?" He threatened Min-soo and shouted loudly, "In any case, your body will freeze in a few seconds." Without changing his expression, Min-soo gripped the swords in both hands and charged. Countless ice skull soldiers poured out of Ivan's mouth. "I'll play with you until then." An army of ice was summoned, and it included without exception those he had defeated earlier, even the previous sword hero. Kim Min-soo alone fought against the mighty ice army. The 30 seconds that would decide the match began. The boy's family had to live in poverty. He sold his body to the battlefield just to get a bag of rice that could last him for only 3 months. In 1916, on the Eastern Front of World War I, the Russian army seemed to have been defeated, and soon the nearly necrotic flesh of the dead soldiers was torn apart and devoured by filthy beasts. It seemed no one had survived here. Only one boy was lucky enough to survive. At this time, his mind completely collapsed. "Is anyone there? Please stop that thing." On the other side, the enemy was attacking like mad. They kept firing multiple rounds with a 6-barreled machine gun. The boy still pleaded, "Anyone, please. This terrible smell of gunpowder, please make it stop." The Russian soldiers continued to lose their lives to the enemy's bullets. A grenade thrown by the enemy flew through the air and happened to land where the boy was hiding. The terrified boy slowly raised his head to look at the object thrown at him. He became even more frightened when he realized what it was. No tears came out. He wanted to live. The boy just wanted to live in peace. Back in the present, Ivan was calculating his tactics in his mind. If I let that bastard live, he will surely bring unexpected chaos to this world. Kim Min-soo began to fight seriously, creating explosions to blow away the approaching ice soldiers. Before they could even touch his body, the soldiers were cut down by his nonchalant sword strikes. The two swords in his hands were extremely swift, and the continuous slashes he created at super high speed visibly swept away countless enemies. Ivan continued to summon ice soldiers. I have to end it here, over here. Kim Min-soo didn't give those soldiers a chance to reach him. He struck them down. The endless armies armed with swords and guns were relentlessly and overwhelmingly defeated. Kim Min-soo glanced to the side and giant ice hands flew straight from the air to where he stood. These hands stacked upon one another to subdue him. The golem hero completely dominated the air. This method of suppression seemed to be nothing to Kim Min-soo. Two streaks of light flashed, crossing in the shape of a cross. Slicing the ice hands into small pieces, Kim Min-soo emerged unharmed just like that. Without letting his opponent strike first, he very proactively swept through the army, but was soon hit by the next attack. The Ice Sword hero attacked at this moment. As their weapons clashed, a powerful force that blew away everything around them was generated. The Sword hero was struggling against his destructive power. Two opposing forces were vying to see which could gain the upper hand. After that explosion, everything gradually settled down. Kim Min-soo fell to the ground, snow fell, and finally the cold crushed the Sword hero's body. He struggled to get up slowly, but the hand that supported him on the ground shattered right on the spot. He couldn't believe this sight even after seeing it with his own eyes, and after even his helmet fell to the ground with a thud, his entire heavy body collapsed. Kim Min-soo seemed to have almost reached his limit, and now even his breath was filled with cold. Kim Min-soo felt like he was playing a desperate chess game, but his will to destroy everything was very strong. He ignored the pain and stood up. It didn't matter if he lost one hand. He could use a sword with his mouth. With his body gradually losing its life, he stood up to continue fighting, ignoring the erosion that was killing him from the inside. Admiring Kim Min-soo's persistence, he said, "Perhaps you'll only be satisfied when everything is over." But he quietly thought to himself, "More people need to feel this. The feeling of giving up everything and coming back, the despair of realizing that nothing is left for you." Thinking that, he charged in and fought like a madman. It was truly painful. Kim Min-soo wanted to be understood, and he leapt high. Rushing in, spinning his body like a whirlwind, he cut down everything in his path. He wanted to release the anger and pain that he had buried deep within himself. Countless ice soldiers turned to dust under his sword. Kim Min-soo suffered a similar counterattack, making it even harder to control his body. Ivan couldn't hide his surprise. That bastard has completely turned into a monster. Kim Min-soo swung his sword ferociously. Wherever he went, the soldiers all died. Ivan took this opportunity to attack. "I'll cool your head for you." He gathered a sphere of ice energy in his hand and aimed it straight at Kim Min-soo's head. As he was caught off guard, the temperature dropped completely below zero. In that moment, everything seemed to freeze. Kim Min-soo stood motionless inside a giant block of ice. Ivan was also very exhausted. Despite his old age, he had to fight with extreme intensity. His body was also suffering the pain that time had brought. "This is no job for someone my age." He leaned his back against the block of ice that had sealed Kim Min-soo and slumped down exhausted. But thanks to this, the war is over. As soon as he finished speaking, he coughed up a large amount of blood. He was satisfied with everything he had done. "That's enough." Looking up at the sky, he prayed, "Forgive me." Fate seemed not to go as Ivan wished. A meteorite fell from among the countless clouds right next to where he stood. He was horrified, but it seemed everything was too late. Familiar figures gradually appeared. They were the comrades who had fought alongside Kim Min-soo in another world. Seeing Kim Min-soo trapped in the block of ice, the newcomers shouted with worry. "Hero!" Ivan, seeing his final effort come to naught, cried out in disbelief. No, in the end, Kim Min-soo, who had been motionless inside the block of ice, quickly glanced at his old comrades. A greater despair was entering an unexpected stage. Baek Ha-na and her army appeared one by one in the sky. The scenery of the sky and the ground was a stark contrast. Not only that, but at this very moment, fighter jets soared as if they ruled the sky. The fighter jets, one by one, attacked Baek Ha-na's army directly. The pilots exchanged information with each other. "Target location confirmed. Commencing engagement." "Roger." He ordered the start of the battle. Just when everyone had lost hope, the fighter jets dropped bombs toward the ground, and they all dropped them mercilessly. In such a desperate situation, the probability of the heroes achieving something was very low. As the missiles approached, Baek Ha-na opened her mouth. "To fire missiles at people like us who have no equipment whatsoever. This world is truly inhumane." She spoke, bringing her hands together and sneering. Her two subordinates behind her also opened their mouths. "Hero, we want to see a great miracle." She immediately pointed with her finger. Of course, what is called a miracle? As soon as she finished speaking, all the missiles aimed at her army turned into flower petals as if in a grand welcoming ceremony. It was the same for the two bastards next to her. "Then what can you call what the hero of faith is doing?" the fighter pilot who witnessed the unbelievable sight before him ordered. "No damage to the target. Additional attack is required." Then he looked out the window. He saw a person standing in the middle of the vast sky with hundreds, thousands of disciples sneering at him. he began to feel fear. Damn it, she turned all the missiles into flowers. What kind of monster is she? After speaking, he ordered, attacking again. Air Force, lower altitude. Suddenly the other side became incredibly quiet. That made him annoyed and angry. Can't you hear me? I'm attacking. But before he could finish his sentence, his entire body, just like the missiles from before, turned into flower petals, horrifying him. Flower petals? That fighter pilot's body gradually disappeared into the air. Not only him but all the other fighter jets met the same fate. Day by day the flower petals consumed his body. He became afraid. He screamed. On this side, Baek Ha-na, while witnessing it, still only had calm emotions. Is this a miracle? She looked at the sky and said, Martyrs, isn't this beautiful? Humans can become as beautiful as flowers, and if not, what other word could replace this word? There was also a fierce battle raging on the seaside. The general in the command room was restless and shouted loudly. Missiles fired from the battleships toward Baek Ha-na's group were suddenly countered. Shouldn't all miracles be merciful? All the battleships returned to death. Did the word miracle have all good meanings in the first place? At this battle command headquarters base, it was grim. The first operation, the Air Force and the Navy, it seemed they were all completely annihilated. He spoke, sweating profusely. Hearing the report, the New Zealand military leadership was extremely horrified. How can we be so powerless? How can we stand against a miracle? Suddenly a voice came from behind. That is not a miracle. He immediately turned around to see who it was. From now on I will show you what a real miracle looks like. It turned out he was the hero of faith, Saint Damien Arcadius. At this sudden appearance he stammered, Where did you come from? Who are you? This saint walked to the LED screen, pierced his hand straight through it, and said, As expected, you don't remember me. But believe me, kid. Believe that I will win. After speaking, this saint waved his hand and slowly disappeared into the LED screen in his astonishment. Damien Arcadius, the only saint who appeared in the form of a child when a dark age prevailed in this world. A single light of a small miracle because of his love for humanity, bound himself and all disasters together. The villages he visited were all rich in fresh milk and honey for the orphanages. Thinking this far, he stopped and quietly looked at the sweet honey-like footprints of Damien Arcadius. That saint had also arrived on the battlefield. He appeared like a six-winged angel, exuding an aura that seemed to pierce the sky. Facing the hero of faith was Baek Ha-na's army. Seeing Damien Arcadius, Baek Ha-na opened her mouth. You really existed. A hero of faith like me. But Damien Arcadius's face didn't look very pleased. Baek Ha-na placed a hand on her chest and bowed respectfully. Greetings to the hero of faith. Damien Arcadius's gaze turned to the left and he saw Ha-na's army also bringing their hands together and respectfully greeting him. As soon as he glanced over, tears flowed from Damien's eyes. The people around him were all filled with fear. How pathetic. He recalled that day in the old days when Baek Ha-na sat in a corner within four closed walls trembling. Outside, a priest opened the door and entered. The little girl looked up with fearful eyes. He smiled mysteriously and said, Are you trembling with fear? Ha-na heard this far. The Baek Ha-na on this side was horrified and shouted loudly, How do you know? The actions of the believers standing next to her were very solemn, but a false smile spread across their lips. Instantly these people exploded and were torn to pieces. The sky darkened, lightning struck and shook the heavens, and a strange head was slowly summoned. This was the fallen angel Maitini. Instantly the fallen angel opened its giant mouth and gathered purple energy. And it shot that energy straight toward Damien Arcadius. But Damien Arcadius was not the least bit afraid at this time. His mother was a fanatic. He recalled his childhood memories. His parents shouted loudly in church, We believe in the Lord, the priest shouted from the pulpit. We are all chosen lambs. Do you believe this? Everyone in the church knelt down and shouted loudly in one voice, Praise the Lord, praise the Lord. Only Baek Ha-na was dazed here, so I thought it didn't give me faith. She looked at her mother who was pleading with her hands together. She also followed and said, Please let my mother be happy. Her friends all thought it was a curse, but she loved to pray. On her school desk there was a message cursing her. In memory of Baek Ha-na, I pray that Ha-na dies, then I will laugh out loud. Huh? She stared blankly at the message cursing her, and her face darkened. That's really too much. She immediately wiped away the vicious words with her sleeve. Baek Ha-na thought blankly of her mother because her mother didn't cry there. Her mother only dared to cry when she returned to their hellish home, so I could smile too. She smiled, but two streams of bitter and painful tears flowed from her eyes. The tears became one with the insulting words on the desk. That was my thought before that incident happened. One day the two of them, mother and daughter, went to church as usual. As the two were getting ready to leave and putting away the Bible, a priest suddenly came and asked, Sister? The young Ha-na turned around with a slightly surprised face. Will you come to the prayer meeting late tonight? That night her mother was inside and Ha-na stood outside the room where strange sounds were coming from. The girl became scared. Her mother slowly walked out of the room, adjusting her clothes with her hands, and said with a sweat-stained face, Ha-na, they said you should go in too. Thinking this far, she screamed, What do you know? The actions of the believers standing next to her were very solemn, but a false smile spread across their lips. Instantly these people exploded and were torn to pieces. The sky darkened, lightning struck and shook the heavens, and a strange head was slowly summoned. This was the fallen angel Mighty. But Damien Arcadius was not the least bit afraid at this time and immediately summoned, Guardian God, God of defense, descend. As soon as he finished speaking, the god of the Titans appeared, immediately blocking the attack with a shield to protect Damien Arcadius. Inside the sacred building of the Vatican Church, at this time, after watching the battle via satellite, Everyone here was gaping in astonishment. The bishops muttered holy prayers and the Pope on this side was also watching with concentration. A bishop leaned in close to the Pope's ear and whispered, "Your Holiness, I should not doubt," but the Pope immediately understood his intention. "What you want to ask is what will happen if Saint Damien is defeated, isn't it?" "Yes, I know Your Holiness said he is our last hope, but if," the Pope immediately cut him off. "That will never happen. The weapon that fake hero of faith has is just a few million believers trembling in fear. In contrast, Saint Damien's weapon is the faith of 1.1 billion Catholic believers. In churches and cathedrals all over the world, believers were asked to speak to those who were praying. After speaking, the Pope immediately took the bishop's hand. "Let us pray together without doubting anything." On this battlefield, the guardian god still stood tall. Baek couldn't hide her anxiety at this sight. Damn it, the difference in firepower was because of the difference in the number of believers. Saint Damien smiled lightly. "Is it my turn to show my power now?" As soon as he finished speaking, his face changed. "My servant shall cleave the heavens and rend the earth." Descend. The red-haired god Samadhi appeared. He raised the horn in his hand and blew it. A powerful force erupted from the end of the horn, and the more she blew, the more distinct the force became. Saint Damien said, "False believer, face this firepower as you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, the firepower erupting from the god Samadhi's horn fiercely attacked Baek. She hastily defended, using her believers as a shield to protect herself. As the great shield made of human lives stood against the fierce firepower of the god Samadhi, she thought with tension, "The number of believers is so different that even the same technique has a huge difference in power. I have to break this and take that bastard's head. That's the only solution." Thinking this, she grabbed a believer by the collar. She had no choice but to hide behind the believer. Feeling that she could no longer hold on, she shouted loudly. Immediately after, she dodged to the side with that believer, escaping the attack. The believer was severely burned all over his body, but unlike Baek, a smile spread across his lips. At this moment, Saint Damien spoke. "You're holding on for quite a while, you believer of fear." So enraged, she pushed away the charred believer, rushed toward Saint Damien like an arrow, and prepared to strike a blow with the sword in her hand. But the saint who faced it raised a single finger and broke that sinister sword. It didn't stop there. Saint Damien's other hand swung slowly. Before Baek's terrified eyes, he blew her head off with a single blow. Looking at the blood on his hand, Saint Damien said, "Your faith is truly weak." After her head was blown off by Saint Damien, Baek's head fell straight into the sea. Blood scattered wherever the head fell. Baek, with her own power, quickly regenerated her body, starting from the neck, then the chest, and then the limbs. And in an instant she had completely recovered. Thanks to her body recovering in time, Baek stopped just before falling into the water. As if she were standing on the surface of the water, she spread her wings wide and soared into the air. Baek continued to fight thanks to her special regeneration ability. Saint Damien just watched quietly. Baek attacked again, holding a cross. Saint Damien smiled at this time and spread his pure white wings to face her. The hero of faith charged forward with her weapon and shouted loudly. Saint Damien lightly dodged, took a stance and delivered a powerful blow, slamming Baek into the sea once again. Although her life was continuously cut short, she made full use of the Korean believers she was protecting. In a building in the Ra region of Korea, the center of faith, the believers of the hero of faith were watching the battle on a giant screen. They all sat in proper posture, watching with concentration, and an eerie smile spread across everyone's lips. One person stood up abruptly and said in a calm voice, "I will sacrifice myself." As soon as he finished speaking, his head exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The sea seemed to have swallowed Baek, but she broke through it, flew up again and attacked. This time, Saint Damien stood still and easily blew Baek's head off again with a single punch. And that process was repeated dozens, even hundreds of times. Baek's heads piled up one on top of another. She continued to repeat this with the same goal, even exceeding 1,000 times. In the face of this strange behavior, a seed of doubt began to sprout in Saint Damien's mind. He thought to himself, "What is this? Why does that woman keep throwing herself into this meaningless war of attrition?" Baek's heads always wore a grotesque smile. Just as there are beings who exist without meaning, there are also actions without meaning. As Baek said, this was her grand plan. A priest watching this battle also began to doubt. His Holiness said it was the combined faith of 1.1 billion believers. Why is the enemy still not dead? As this ridiculous battle was repeated hundreds, thousands of times, Damien's believers, just like those priests, began to doubt. It stemmed from the depths of the hearts of the Catholic faithful who had offered their faith to their God. The anxiety in the priest's heart grew even greater. Perhaps we can't win? As doubt began to sprout, a familiar symbol in the form of a blindfold suddenly appeared on his face. The people around quickly recognized it and screamed in terror. That priest had now become a believer of that hero of faith. Fear, the source of Baek's faith, began to spread. When the Pope turned around, an extremely chaotic scene was already unfolding behind him. The majority of the people, with blindfolds on their eyes, were attacking the remaining people. The Pope was horrified by the uncontrollable situation. What is happening? Back on the battlefield, Baek attacked simply as before, but this time was different. The blade inflicted a real wound on Saint Damien. The hero became more triumphant than ever. She shouted loudly, "You feel it? Your power is diminishing." After speaking, she delivered a powerful blow and Saint Damien had to block it with both hands. She attacked with increasing strength, continuously hammering at Saint Damien's weakened defense. Do you see how my power is increasing? As Beck-Hana said, she began to corrode Damien's believers, and her power increased frighteningly. Inside the Vatican, the riot continued to grow larger and larger. Because of this, the power gap began to shrink twice as fast. The audience watching the battle on TV screens was no exception. St. Damien's faith gauge was rapidly decreasing. On the streets, people who were watching quickly changed and attacked others, and the city was plagued by terrorism caused by innocent people. Conversely, Beck-Hana's faith gauge was soaring frighteningly. On the streets, the sight of people biting their own kind was becoming more and more horrific. Beck-Hana's faith had already surpassed St. Damien's fourfold. He struggled to block the increasingly powerful attacks. Was this her plan from the beginning? Beck-Hana shouted loudly and swung her arm, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. St. Damien seized the opportunity and with a single kick blew her head off just like before. As Beck-Hana's head fell into the sea, he thought to himself, "As time goes on, my faith will gradually disappear. While I still have feeling in my hands, I will end it here." Thinking that, he brought his hands together. St. Damien began to pray, "God of banishment, God of protection, God with the flaming sword, God who guides the way, descend." As he finished speaking, a giant gate appeared behind him. 100 million faith points were used. As the gate began to open, light poured out from within. The Archangel Michael appeared, massive and majestic. Watching Beck-Hana charge in like a madwoman, St. Damien raised his hand and said one word, "Annihilate the enemy." As the giant archangel drew his sword, the blade looked like a powerful force in the shape of a burning flame. The saint laughed to himself at this time. The flaming sword is a holy relic that can destroy existence itself, so that damn regeneration ability too. Before he could even finish his thought, he suddenly flinched, stopped, and slowly turned around. He saw the archangel's sword passing through his own body. Beck-Hana spoke at this time. "When faith disappears and is denied, wouldn't even an angel feel fear?" A blindfold and a character appeared on that god's eyes as well. Fear spread faster than hope. Damien always remembered his believers, but the people who remembered him were all dead. The people who rejected him could not escape the fear that spread from her actions. She planned for the moment when fear would sprout and turn into a great explosion at the last moment. The Vatican, realizing this, hid the battle from the media to gather faith for Damien without the believers' knowledge. However, this turned out to be the worst decision. The people inside the Vatican were crazily clawing at each other, and they were more ferocious and rabid than ever. The Pope was not exempt from being the target of the blinded one's attacks. 2 guards blocked them in time. The Pope commanded loudly, "Stop the cover-up and control the clergy first," but the guard's reply seemed to crush his hope. "We can't contact the broadcasting station. If we cut the connection now, it could cause even greater chaos." As the situation reached this point, the Pope was helpless. He looked up at the sky. "Lord, what should we do in this situation?" Back on the battlefield, after the blade pierced through half of his body, blood burst from St. Damien's mouth. In the showdown between the demon of disaster and the forgotten good, Beck-Hana, having seized victory, kicked off the surface of the water and soared into the sky, idly gripping the cross-shaped sword. She taunted with an arrogant expression, "I thought you were so special. I was pretty scared back then too, when you were talking big." Beck-Hana loudly declared to the life-draining St. Damien, "You're just a pile of trash, hero of faith." Many people felt even more fear. After speaking, she flew to his side and cut his neck, severing his head. Damien's head was cut off, but countless questions still swirled in his mind. Where on earth did it go wrong? Was I asleep for too long? He was forgotten. That was why he was defeated. His head almost touched the surface of the water. As it touched, there was a splash, and it gradually sank to the bottom of the deep, dark sea. But beyond that dark space at the end of the deep abyss there was a light of hope. He was surprisingly resurrected in the garden of a church. Nun and children were praying when they were surprised and turned to look at the person who suddenly appeared. He coughed violently as if he had just drunk too much water. An innocent child shouted, "Matron, a real saint has come." Having just experienced a tragedy and suddenly appearing here, meeting strangers, St. Damien was extremely puzzled. "Why am I alive? Is this the afterlife?" But as St. Damien looked around at the surprised expressions of the nun and the children, he discovered something. He looked up at the nameplate. This was an orphanage built in my name. Next, he observed the innocent children who were happy and held some hope for the newly met saint. He realized something very precious at this time. It was that there were still children who had not forgotten him. We go back in time. In extremely miserable times, Damien and other unfortunate children were forced to beg. As if they hadn't eaten for days, their stomachs constantly rumbled. Damien always carried a small pouch and had to beg everywhere, so he tried to instill in the children's minds the memory of himself as a generous saint. But the circumstances of the people around them were not much different, and they had no extra food to share with others. He was a child who had starved to death in his previous life. While begging, he saw a sight that piqued his curiosity. A wealthy person was happily talking and interacting with others. Because he was abandoned by his parents as soon as he was born and grew up with beggars, he had little opportunity to encounter knowledge and was interested in everything he saw. Returning to the small organization with unfortunate orphans like himself, he sadly held out a food box. "Brother, today is a bit..." Before he could even finish speaking, the box was snatched away. The villains who exploited these children's labor were not satisfied. "What is this all you brought?" He got angry and slapped his cheek hard. With that one blow he fell to the ground, but that terrible man had no intention of leaving him alone. He pointed to the ground and shouted, "If you don't fill the quota by tomorrow morning, I'll kill you and roast you." Hearing this, he thought that a greater burden of pain was added to the daily routine that had tormented him. He immediately fled from this place full of pain and ran without resting. After a while, Damien went deep into the forest before he even turned 10. Damien kept running with the hope that he could change his current life, and at some point he didn't notice a carriage and the sound of horses neighing coming from his right. By the time Damien realized it, it was already too late. He was hit by a merchant's carriage. 2 sturdy horses ran like arrows, and the merchant was also very surprised. A loud thud echoed. The miserable Damien, who had just escaped from a place full of pain, now had to suffer the pain of being trampled by horse hooves while lying on the ground. The weak body, exhausted, hungry, and injured, became even weaker. At the moment of dying on the cold and chilly road, he made a wish. The carriage stopped, and the merchant glanced back once and opened his mouth. Bad luck, and then he mercilessly drove the carriage away. He wished that children like himself could live in another world where they were not abandoned by their parents and starved to death. If possible, he wanted to create such a world with his own hands. He wanted to give children the chance to become adults, unlike himself. Back in reality, he cried and said to the children, "After meeting all of you, I remembered why I wanted to protect you. And there really was someone who still remembered me." He began to stand up. No longer weak, he was determined. Damien opened his mouth. "Just this once, won't you lend me your faith?" he said, opening his arms. Yes, the halo around him shone brightly, embracing the hope of victory. The children obediently supported him and said in one voice, "Yes." The forgotten saint regained his memory. The children said, "We asked him one question, but there was no doubt in that question at all. Yes, we can lend it to you." He bowed his body, smiled gently and nodded. He demonstrated with his hands and said to the children, "Close your eyes, think of me and hold out your hand like this." The children were interested and quickly followed. As Damien took a child's hand, the halo around him brightened, creating a shining crystal ball that made the girl very happy. As a sparkling light emanated from the ball, Damien said, "Thank you for still remembering me." He held out his hand to receive the ball and said, "If you receive this, I will show you your future when you become an adult." The child smiled brightly and agreed happily. "Yes." Damien tightly gripped that magical object full of hope in his hand. He used his wings to cross the sea and return to the battlefield. He arrived at the place Baek-hana had temporarily seized and destroyed. Baek-hana's reign of humans had grown stronger with even more followers. Baek-hana had drawn in most of the 1.1 billion believers. She wore a mocking expression when she saw Damien's return. He had only 2 pairs of wings left. It seemed the loss of his beloved followers had pained him greatly. She pointed upward and spoke. Ordering the ones floating in the air to attack Damien, she shouted loudly, "This fight will no longer be equal." The believers charged straight at Saint Damien. The one in the lead ran with its mouth wide open, biting down hard and injuring him. Damien, who had been flying, had to stop to defend himself. Immediately after, the remaining ones all opened their mouths and bit directly into his body. Damien couldn't hold on, but he tried, telling himself he had to endure, that he couldn't use his faith any longer. If faith was a battle that relied solely on numbers, Damien's defeat was all too clear. Even amidst the rain of attacks, Damien did not give up. A little more, just a little more. The number of those biting him did not decrease. After it was over, Damien was left a bloody, tattered mess. It still didn't seem to be truly over. Damien was startled by what he had to face. A giant god of darkness was gathering immense energy with its horn. It was clearly a devastating attack aimed at him. Baek-hana spoke with extreme confidence. "I am one who always repays what I've received." The sphere of energy was fired. It looked like it would tear Damien's fragile, enduring body to shreds. But his faith just about numbers, Baek-hana, seemingly certain of victory, wore a sneering smile among those who tried to oppose her faith. The dust from the attack obscured the situation, but as it slowly cleared, those watching on the screen couldn't help but exclaim when they saw something inside. "It's a miracle." The man's mouth hung open. Yes, the halo around Saint Damien was still bright and his body was intact even after that fatal attack. Seeing such a miracle, Baek-hana shouted loudly, as if she couldn't believe her own eyes. "He withstood that with his bare body?" Damien opened his eyes with difficulty. Faith cannot be defined by worldly materials and measurable quantities. Even facing the ever-stronger Baek-hana and her countless followers, Damien spoke without the slightest panic. "We finally reached this stage." The faith Damien had received was fundamentally different from fear. He clenched the source of pure light energy in his hand. They were the seeds of good he had planted in the hearts of orphans hundreds of years ago. He recalled the time he had shared warm bread with hungry children. A boy who had just received the bread looked at him worriedly and stammered, "I don't have any money." He just smiled brightly and patted the child's head. "When you grow up and meet other orphans, give them as much bread as you received today." Decades later, when that child had grown into an adult, he did the same thing. He shared food with hungry children and said, "Share with others as much as you have received." The children who received food in those hungry times were very happy and joyful. Only one older boy had a somber attitude. The boy realized something and raised his head. Decades more passed, and when that boy became an adult, he hung a sign with Saint Damien's name on an orphanage he had specially built. As his heart swelled with pride looking at his achievement, a little girl tugged at his hand. He bent down and played joyfully with the other children. He patted their heads and urged them to become people who knew how to share. The light energy in Damien's hand grew stronger and stronger. The faith passed down through generations connected their roots as one. It became Damien's benevolent Saint Dragon's holy spear. Baek Hana was also surprised and thought to herself, a spear, even if only a little of that faith remained, it could become a lighthouse to navigate through the dark night. He took a stance and shouted loudly, "This is a spear that contains the meaning of my life. Block it if you have the guts." Baek Hana was still not flustered at all. It's just the remaining faith of a few idiots at best. How pathetic. But inwardly she was making countless calculations. I have enough followers to use as scapegoats. If I use their lives, blocking that is. As she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers to give the order but felt that nothing was happening. When the followers didn't move, she turned around and saw an unbelievable sight. The followers were shedding tears. Baek Hana, enraged, shouted loudly, "Why are you still standing still?" Damien answered confidently. "Of course, because they saw the faith of a benevolent heart. They will realize how detestable the faith they hold is." After speaking, he threw the spear of light with all his might. It flew very quickly and lodged itself straight into Baek Hana's stomach. Baek Hana vomited blood. She still held on and said, "A wound like this is nothing. If I regenerate." Meanwhile, her body was suffering severe damage. Her two hands suddenly moved on their own and gripped the spear tightly. Instinctively, the moment the spear pierced her body, Baek Hana drove it forcefully into her stomach. She knew that as the spear sank deeper, it would wipe away her fear. The blindfold on her face also slowly disappeared. She cried as she recalled the shattered fragments of her memories. Thus, the fear and trauma that were the source of her power disappeared. Two streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. She covered her face and shouted loudly, "Don't pretend you understand me. This is all your fault for having to protect me. Wasn't it because of religious supporters like you that worship was created in the first place?" The people who were being controlled by Baek Hana were also released at this time. Slowly, the blindfolds covering their eyes all disappeared. Baek Hana was still extremely stubborn. She rushed forward and shouted, "It's not over yet." At this moment, Damien also ran out of energy. The ambitious Baek Hana rushed forward without stopping. "Yes, if I kill him, everyone will believe in me again. I can start over." When she was almost upon Damien, the merciful saint did not avoid her but instead extended his two arms forward. His arms were spread wide. Yes, his halo illuminated the souls of those with clouded eyes. Baek Hana was extremely surprised and couldn't believe it. As she charged, Damien embraced her, not caring that the spear pierced them both. Damien said in a pitiful voice, "From the beginning, if only I had just comforted you. Poor child." Baek Hana couldn't hold back her tears. As he finished speaking, Damien shouted loudly, "Let's go." He gripped the spear tightly from behind Hana and hugged her firmly. "Let's go." He held this lost person firmly, never letting go. He comforted her gently. "It's okay, child, it's okay." Hana's hands finally relaxed. She whispered, "If you had listened to my prayers, would everything have been different?" Damien replied warmly, "I wish it had been. My belief is to not leave any child alone." Hearing those words, Baek Hana left in peace. The light came again, splitting the sky covered in gray clouds. A giant birdcage appeared behind the two at this time. It emitted a golden light that brought hope, and the gate of ceiling slowly closed, taking the two who seemed to have no energy at all inside. Embracing warm faith and hope, at this time in Silicon Valley, USA, a group of high-ranking leaders was meeting with the machine hero. The machine hero quietly listened to their presentation. One of them spoke up. "Move all troops from the west to the east." "What do you mean, Stevenson?" Stevenson replied. "This is what I want to say. Please withdraw all military forces in the west. If possible, please reassign them to civilian evacuation guidance missions, and I propose that all residents of the western region be evacuated to the central region." Another person replied more calmly, "The Reformation hero of Korea is currently approaching the west coast. Are you saying you'll let him in without stopping him? Do you look down on our country's military that much?" Everyone on the screen seemed to agree with this opinion. But Stevenson just replied calmly, "You don't fight with courage alone. The Reformation hero is very adept at countering state-of-the-art weapons, so many soldiers will lose their lives. That's why I'm proposing this plan." Stevenson continued, "To fight a monster, you need another monster. I will face him one-on-one." Everyone fell silent in tension, with only a few breaths being heard. The man with glasses carefully spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Then what can we really do?" Stevenson replied, "As I said before, you should do what humans can do." Everyone began to murmur, "Are you talking about evacuating civilians?" Stevenson agreed. "That's right. They will trust your warm words more than the mechanical words of a robot like me." The man with glasses adjusted his glasses and said bitterly, "I understand, Stevenson. Then I ask you to take care of that steel monster, and there is one incorrect word in our conversation." Estebanson was puzzled. The man explained, "Please don't call yourself a monster. Your achievements are worthy of the title of hero." Estebanson was silent. And she spoke, "I will not let you down." The discussion screen turned off. She began to command the AI, "Asimov, tell me his location." Asimov began to search for data. He is currently flying straight towards Los Angeles after passing through the archipelago. There are no changes in the output data. There will probably be no other damage until he reaches the city. Estebanson persuaded herself. "I have to hurry." Asimov started the setup sequence in Silicon Valley. "We'll get to Los Angeles first." Scene change, over Los Angeles. At this time, the enemy's automated drones began their reconnaissance. As they began to aim at their target, the Reformation hero watched quietly. He said to himself, "Not a single rat. Did they evacuate everyone? Fine, it doesn't matter. I'll split this entire territory in two." His cannon began to glow with a bundle of energy. The two cannons on his back both activated. From below the ground, Estebanson also flew up and started to act. She stood face to face with the Reformation hero. The Reformation hero was surprised. A robot? That technology completely surpasses ordinary state-of-the-art weapons. Is this an old generation hero updated by a returned hero? Estebanson spoke. I am well aware that you hacked the God's Hammer system and killed millions of citizens. Moreover, you came here to cause more casualties. I cannot logically analyze your intentions. What do you want? The Reformation hero replied. What kind of answer do you want to hear? Do you expect me to repent here? Stevenson said. Yes, regret it. You've killed millions, but there's still a chance for you. Is the technology you have to reform this world again, to save humanity? The Reformation hero chuckled. HMPH, the word reformation seems to be wrong. Truly illogical. Our origin is human and humans can sometimes be illogical. So as a senior I'll give you one last chance. Stevenson extended a hand as if to compromise. Surrender and stop this act of destruction. The Reformation hero replied contemptuously. My heart is troubled by this arrogant advice. A chance is only something the strong can bestow upon the weak. Your Reformation was made with technology from 100 years ago. Do you think you're stronger than the new generation? How foolish. The Reformation hero's cannons were ready. No words are needed. 70 decompression, small atomic bomb. A series of missiles were fired at Stevenson. The Reformation hero said triumphantly, Blame this overturned world, you pile of scrap metal. A white light flashed, followed by a series of massive explosions. As the smoke slowly cleared, the hero Estebanson stood firm, having blocked the attack with a magnetic field shield. The Reformation hero was surprised. He blocked an atomic bomb without a scratch? It seems to be some kind of shield. Such technology doesn't exist in this world, so how? Stevenson spoke. It's been 100 years since I returned to this world. I haven't just been playing around. Based on the technology I learned and possessed in another world, I have developed technologies in various directions. It has evolved along with the humanity you despise. I even prepared this to prevent the appearance of a disaster called a hero like you 100 years later. The AI moved slightly. Estebanson commanded, Silicon Valley, activate stealth mode. The entire system was mobilized. A faint curtain appeared behind the old generation hero. An island slowly appeared. It was a flying island, Silicon Valley, which had risen right behind Stevenson. A city-sized superweapon for the battle between the two heroes of Silicon Valley. Stevenson explained, for 100 years humans have prepared these things solely for the benefit of future generations. For 100 years countless talented individuals have poured their efforts into this, and countless people have also been sacrificed. A giant flying city stood majestically right behind the hero Stevenson. She said thunderously, Face me with respect. A flashback scene followed. The Manhattan Project. This was a nuclear weapon research and development project conducted by the United States during World War II. Here, the Reformation hero met countless scientists and saw humanity's potential. After the operation was over, she once again gathered the people considered the brains of the West. Estebanson spoke from the robot's cockpit at this time. Doctors and inventors, since we ended World War II ourselves. You probably thought we would meet again at academic conferences or presentations. But we have all witnessed the price of not preparing for the future. We must prepare to face the heroes who will appear in the 21st century. One person raised a question. Wait a minute, Ms. May. Why do you think the next generation of heroes will also be on the side of evil like this generation? Do you have any definite proof of that? May shook her head. No, that's why we must pray that the weapon we created together will never be revealed to the world. The screen showed the project being activated. The Silicon Valley Project was born. After the Manhattan Project, scientists gathered again to study the project in depth, and its construction began in secret. Workers also dedicated themselves to the construction. Then, a general from the U.S. Military Command contacted May. Ms. May, the evacuation of residents within a 100 kilometers radius of LA is complete. Don't worry about casualties, and please fight those terrorists with all your might. May placed a hand on her chest and expressed her gratitude. Thank you to everyone who completed the mission. I will show you what it means to fight with all my might. Then the defense system deployed and a grappling chain shot out, catching the robot May was piloting and pulling it in rapidly. The robot was securely locked into the cockpit frame. A system notification appeared. Synchronization 100 complete. You may issue your command, Master. May declared. Silicon Valley commence battle. The system announced. Opening missile bays. May commanded. 12 Laoiot nuclear missiles fire. A barrage of nuclear warheads was launched. The arrogant Reformation hero said, Let's see what pitiful achievements humanity's elites have to show for 100 years of work. And he deployed an energy shield. Decompression 70, plasma shield. A terrible explosion occurred as the missiles hit and thick smoke billowed up. May observed quietly. 2 purple lights flashed and appeared in the smoke. The attack seemed to have no effect. 2 beams of energy shot straight out from the thick smoke. May calmly instructed, Neilbo defense system activate. A gradual change occurred within the buildings and drones were released. Energy gathered and fired from each drone, forming a defensive barrier around the massive structure. The barrier blocked the incoming shockwaves, but it seemed some energy had affected the interior. System notification, drone damage rate 27, defense successful. No movement from the enemy's main cannon. May commanded again, prepare Oppenheimer cannon. If we show even the slightest opening, he will fire his laser until our defense system is destroyed. The buildings within Silicon Valley began to collapse and concrete fragments fell away, revealing the true structure underneath. It was a massive magnetic cannon, and barrels, each the size of several buildings, rose up. Oppenheimer main cannon fire. A series of energy blasts were fired at the Reformation hero. The Reformation hero tried to evade but was eventually hit by the barrage of firepower. As his cannons were sheared off one by one, he couldn't help but be impressed. A fortress built over 100 years, impressive. He began to calculate the probability of victory if he fought with all his might. It was about 30. When he calculated the probability of victory with a frontal assault, the numbers began to change. The final figure was 83. The Reformation hero chose. There's no other way. He initiated his action and changed modes. He transformed into a fighter jet and charged forward rapidly. Decompression 30 jet mode. May assess the situation. An incredibly flexible transformation ability developed over 100 years in another world. The system warned he's charging. The spear-like nose of the jet crashed directly into the energy shield May had created. It continued to push through. May commanded, "Supply more energy to the shield. If we let him get inside, a fortress will be useless," the Reformation hero said triumphantly. "Now it's your turn." Something was released from inside. It was the Iron Fist hero. He laughed maniacally and leapt from the body of the airship. He shouted, "I'm here." This surprised the hero May. "Is this another hero the government told me about?" The Iron Fist hero tried to tear apart the magnetic shield with his two hands. He shouted triumphantly. "Hea," May commanded urgently. "Supply more energy to the drones generating the shield." System warning, additional energy supply not recommended. Drones may explode due to overload. Several drones began to malfunction due to the energy overload. The Iron Fist hero was still madly tearing at the shield. He shouted madly, taunting her. With a mighty swing of his arms, he easily tore open a small section of the energy field. As if waiting for that very moment, the Reformation hero quickly rushed inside. The fighter jet skimmed past the buildings. System notification. Hero group has entered the city. At this, the Reformation hero spoke triumphantly. The so-called wisdom of humanity is nothing but a joke before the overwhelming power of a hero. His form changed, his entire body covered in state-of-the-art weaponry. Decompression 30 destruction mode. You lost because you sided with pathetic beings like humanity. Then a far denser barrage of missiles than before was fired at the city's buildings. Another story began. The year was 1908 in England at the Chelsea textile mill in London. Two men were entering. One was a gentleman, the other had an obsequious attitude. They were observing quietly. The man with the mustache said politely, "This way, please." They then stood before the door of a room, and the man with the mustache immediately opened it. As they entered, they felt a vibrant atmosphere in contrast to the chill outside. Workers were at their respective stations, weaving. The man with the mustache explained, "We usually call the technicians from the village for repairs, but the accumulated malfunctions have made it a complete mess, Mr. Stevenson." The man was humble. "It's all right. You've invested a lot in our research. I've come to show my sincerity." The man with the mustache suddenly turned and shouted, "Hey, how many machines are broken?" A manager came, checked the inventory, and reported, "It's machine number 3171 and the main engine is in the workshop." The man with the mustache shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? We have a distinguished guest here." He pushed the manager aside and continued to explain, "This way, please, Mr. Stevenson." The manager behind them remained silent while they talked. He spoke up, "That was repaired this morning. A girl named May worked on it." Both were surprised, and the man with the mustache exclaimed, "What?" He then rushed over to May and grabbed her by the collar. He lifted her up and shouted, "You little brat, do you know how much these machines are worth to dare touch them?" He threw her to the ground, then rolled up his sleeves and raised his hand. He raised one hand and shouted, "No matter how much you struggle, a bitch like you will never earn enough to buy even one of these machine engines in your entire life, got it?" Stevenson, who was inspecting the machine behind them, said calmly, "No sir, please wait a moment." Upon inspection, it seemed this child had fixed it properly. He explained, "May I have a word with the child?" May approached, looking exhausted. Stevenson then pressed a warm teacup to her cheek and she was startled into awareness. "Hot?" Then he said, "You fixed it very well. The efficiency is slightly lower, but it's amazing that you got the machine working again with only the things in the factory and without proper equipment. Did you attend night school perhaps?" May answered quietly, "I have 6 older brothers and 3 younger siblings. All the money goes into my brothers' pockets." Stevenson said, "So you couldn't go to school? Are you a genius like me?" May was silent for a moment before replying, "Goodness. I appreciate the compliment, but I think you're a bit delusional, mister." Stevenson laughed and replied, "Think what you will, child, but I'll pay you more than you make here. How would you like to work for me?" May was surprised. Stevenson continued his explanation. "As a great engineer of London, I will show you what mechanical engineering is truly about." From that day on, May followed Stevenson on the path of an engineer. The two spent their time engrossed in inventions and machines. They also achieved some success and recognition. Seizing that chance opportunity, she began to research with him in Stevenson's laboratory. But as people often say, a scientist leaves their name on a worthy achievement until they die. Stevenson was now in May's arms amidst a sea of fire, one side of his face severely burned. He left his last words, "Child, you will be my achievement. The research facility I dedicated my entire life to, all the documents I could have passed on to you have turned to ashes. So embarrassingly, there is one thing I can give you. Please take my name May. That day, May changed her surname. She replied, moved, I will always be May Stevenson. She learned how a human leaves their mark. Those were the difficult days she spent in the textile mill in the past. She worked at the mill during the day and continued Stevenson's research at night. But one day she got a nosebleed from overwork. She collapsed at her desk, exhausted. She chased that mark until she died from overwork. When she returned, she left behind achievements worthy of history with other geniuses she would have considered friends. Now, back in the present, in the middle of the battlefield, the Reformation hero was attacking fiercely. Countless cannonballs and missiles were aimed straight at May's city structure. She was witnessing those marks turn to ash. Numerous combat robots were mobilized for defense but could not stop the Iron Fist hero's blows. He reveled in excitement amidst the numerous battleships that fell by his hand. This time May was still observing the situation. System notification, resilient missile base, non-functional. Everything was now in ashes. May recalled the efforts the scientists had poured in. The system continued to announce, Neilbo defense system non-functional. The entire fortress was now engulfed in a sea of fire. May's friends were still vivid in her mind. A chain explosion occurred on the seemingly sturdy energy field cannon. 3 Oppenheimer cannons destroyed. All traces of her fellow researchers were disappearing. The explosions continued one after another. The achievements that proved even a being like her with steel skin and wire sinews was human like her colleagues began to crumble. But the villain's missiles and fists were raining down on the achievements built up over 100 years. Madmen who had lost their humanity were slaughtering her and her colleagues' humanity. May watched through the camera and cried out, "It's so disgusting it makes me want to vomit. They have less humanity than I, who doesn't even have a complete human form. A civilization built on human dedication, they probably want to destroy it all. I will stop them even if I die. Move Silicon Valley out of orbit, and begin combat armament on my body." System notification, combat armament complete. Switching to autopilot, the grappling hook fired again. The wires connecting May were detached. The hook pulled her into the hangar. Machines began to disassemble May's mechanical body. The welder heated up and parts were reinforced one by one. Steel feet were quickly welded on. May's control sphere was connected to a sturdy frame. A noble battle to protect humanity had begun. The story goes back to when May died in her original world and was transported to another world, the world of Reformation. There, under a seemingly collapsed world, humanoid robot inhabitants looked at her. A person who has to abandon humanity to survive. The story once again speaks of the Reformation hero. She was just a teenage high school student attached to an advanced humanoid robot. She was surprised by the scene before her. A secret room full of state-of-the-art machinery. The first Reformation began with a finger. At that time, May's body was slowly being modified. She maintained a human form, but her finger had already become a powerful small energy cannon. She fired a beam of light and eliminated an enemy. Next were the arms to increase firepower. The Reformation hero replaced her hands with giant shock energy cannons. A single shot shattered a massive robot. Then came the legs to increase sturdiness. May's legs were replaced with clunky mechanical legs. She fell on her first step. It was an unfamiliar sensation. Her legs had been completely replaced with hard, clunky machines. She looked at it with ominous eyes. Next was the removal of organs to increase output. This time, the Reformation hero was screaming madly in pain. To return to a world where people were waiting for them, they tore out and replaced their organs while covered in blood. In another world's war, a machine war, shells of light destroyed soulless steel beasts. The one-eyed cyborg May flew above the battlefield like a shining angel, continuously firing bullets at the cold-blooded machines below and blocking their bullets with an energy shield. She was exhausted and injured from battle. What was revealed beneath the scratches on her face was no longer human, but wires that replaced muscles and blood vessels. And to continue living, the Reformation hero also fought fiercely. Numerous bullets were fired, destroying enemy tanks in the air. Ironically, the heroes chosen for Reformation had to abandon their humanity to become human and return to humanity. They had to give up being human when they returned to the human world. How would people see the Reformation hero? A weapon or a monster? May fell into the hands of scientists. Meanwhile, Lee Ga-ram terrified everyone in the city. The robot's body towering in the middle of the city horrified people and made them flee. The military was dispatched to eliminate her, an unknown threat. But countless bullets were useless against her hard exterior, despite all of humanity's efforts. Back in the present, Silicon Valley was flying out of orbit. The fully armed hero May stood before the two in a massive, imposing form. The Iron Fist hero shouted, "There's your true form." May looked down at the two from the center. Lee Ga-ram assessed and turned. "By suddenly raising the fortress, you've reduced the efficiency of the iron arms. I'm the main target." "Acceptable." She's made up her mind. His body began to change, wires jutting out and transforming the mechanical body. Each part grew larger as if being decompressed. Decompression 100 Butterbore mode. The Reformation hero Lee Ga-ram evolved into a form that matched May's enhanced body. The two faced off, staring at each other. The Reformation hero Lee Ga-ram attacked first, her two cannons aimed straight at May, but May also raised her hand and gathered energy. As the impacts collided, two large explosions occurred and the smoke slowly cleared. May immediately charged straight forward to attack. Lee Ga-ram, not to be caught off guard, instantly rushed in to regain the upper hand. The thrusters on their backs spewed fire, propelling them forward. a shield deployed in front of them preparing for the powerful collision. The two were locked in a stalemate, shoulder to shoulder. The shockwave from the impact erupted more powerfully than any previous explosion. The two maintained their defensive stances, charging forward with their shields leading. The collision energy continued to radiate a brilliant light, and the pressure caused the Iron Hero to falter. The gravity that had been crushing him stopped. If I just create an opening for the Reformation Hero, we'll win, the Iron Hero thought triumphantly. But just then a flash of light streaked past from behind and he dodged it. He turned to see humanoid robots controlled by the system, holding him in place. The system's voice echoed. Lady May's consultation is not yet over. Uninvited guests will be terminated. Jaeon-Ho frowned and sneered. Ha, so you had troops over here too, and without a care for the gun barrels aimed squarely at him, he leapt up and charged. The collision energy between the two machines still radiated brilliantly. May reached out and gripped Lee Ga-ram's head. The mechanical arm squeezed her head tight. Unfazed, Lee Ga-ram changed one hand into a blade and brought it down on May's gripping arm. May still spoke calmly. Auxiliary arm detach. The severed arm detached and fell to the ground. May continued to command. Hammer arm deploy. An explosion erupted from one of the buildings. An arm with a massive hammerhead was deployed. It attached to one of May's separated shoulders, but just then Lee Ga-ram rushed in swinging her sword and shouted, "Do you take me for some third-rate villain who would just wait patiently for you to combine?" But a series of missiles flew in, temporarily halting Lee Ga-ram's movements, and May completed the combination. She said, "I told you this is the culmination of human intellect." Lee Ga-ram slowly recovered from within the smoke, but May's new arm was already raised. "You think you're the only one who can be angry?" Immediately, May's hammer arm came crashing down. The aftermath was no less powerful than any previous explosion or energy collision. Lee Ga-ram struggled to endure under the hammer's weight. From her back, gun barrels formed two auxiliary arms. They shot out and were completed, and those two arms wrapped around May's wrist. Lee Ga-ram raised her knee, attempting to kick May. May's lower body cracked from the sudden impact. May calmly maneuvered. Hammer arm self-destruct. The hammer arm emitted a brilliant light which seeped out from the cracks. The explosion erupted, blowing off one of Lee Ga-ram's arms, and May's self-destructed arm disappeared with it. May retreated, one of her shoulders heavily damaged. Lee Ga-ram too had lost her momentum. But she immediately charged forward like an agile beast. Energy was leaking from her blown-off arm. Sharp teeth appeared on her robotic face, and she opened her mouth wide like a beast. May had no choice but to raise her remaining arm to block. Lee Ga-ram bit down hard on that mechanical arm. And immediately, she easily tore off May's forearm. Then she spat it out violently from her mouth. From the cockpit, May deployed sharp horns, she said. "That creature is not human." Dazzling energy gathered at the horns and focused just below Lee Ga-ram's waist. And at close range, a pillar of energy cannon fire was unleashed, piercing through Lee Ga-ram's mechanical body. "Photon laser chain," the system's voice said, temporarily decreasing firepower. Lee Ga-ram roared. Why do you side with the humans, old generation? You're a monster too. You were rejected too. We are the superior beings." And she struggled to her feet. She shouted again, "I hate you, old generation. I really hate you. You could have changed the world 100 years ago. You could have become the god of a new world and elevated heroes to a respected status. If you had, I wouldn't have been treated like a monster or driven into a corner. Why did you avoid it? Why were you living happily alone, hiding among the humans until we returned?" But May just replied softly, "Because we are human. I am not a god," the system's monologue continued. "Master, I cannot understand." At this time the Iron Hero was still easily destroying the robot army. He crushed the robots' heads in his hands, but the system was just lost in thought at this time. A human wishing to be human, the Iron Hero stood among a row of fallen robot corpses. But the robot controlled by the system was still lost in thought, indifferent. The previous explosions appeared, and the control system's commentary continued. "They slaughter other humans to affirm their own humanity." An explosion occurred, causing terrible damage. Humans burned in the flames. They burned down the world to belong to it. The entire city was submerged in a sea of fire. The villainous heroes were triumphant in the face of their vicious attacks. Not just them, but many humans on Earth ignore the humanity of others. They shout in opposition to endless wars to affirm their own humanity. The tug of war and conflicts of the political world, they burned down countless homes and waged war, busy loudly denying each other, and so the two robots charged at each other again. The system continued to comment from the side, "Master, I am skeptical of these creatures called humans." And on the battlefield, only one small humanoid robot remained with the Iron Hero. It changed its arm into an energy gun from which a blade formed. The Iron Hero was still triumphant. "Are you the only piece of scrap metal left to block my path?" he taunted. "Come on," the robot charged, aiming its blade at him. The tip of the blade flew forward rapidly. The Iron Hero didn't even think of dodging. Immediately after, the robot's head was severed. The Iron Hero was still triumphant in his small victory. He sneered and laughed. The mad scientist pile of machines has been completely destroyed, but the system didn't care much. It was still thinking, "I cannot understand why you fight for the benefit of an imperfect creature inferior to yourself, Master, but to save that flawed world, your eyes fought those enemies. Why do they now shine brighter than at any moment I have ever witnessed?" But at that moment the Iron Hero's foot was right above the last robot's head. He didn't hesitate in the slightest and crushed the remaining head. On the other side, May had kicked Lee Ga-ram away from the previous attack. Lee Ga-ram used the terrain to endure the inertia and charged once more. At this time Mei was thinking something else. Lee Ga-ram, the fact that you do not understand me is proof that I am no longer a cold machine. Light emanated from the buildings and arms appeared. Activate reserve arms. Immediately, 2 arms reattached to Mei's giant robot body. Lee Ga-ram roared, but Mei quickly blocked her charge. Mei's thoughts continued. Pioneers and scholars fuel their own lives for a hope that only they can achieve, and to continue their research on quantum physics, the law of universal gravitation and black hole theory. But I was able to achieve those things without burning away my life. At this moment, Lee Ga-ram was pressing down on Mei, gaining the upper hand, her claws and talons poised above Mei's head, but Mei was unfazed, looking inward. Therefore, my lifelong mission is to die as a human. For this girl, for the me of the past. After saving the girl she could call her niece, Mei ordered the controls to open. For her and for this world, this is the only way to save them both. Mei's cockpit opened. Inside, Lee Ga-ram was surprised and shed tears. Mei had been planning this for a long time. I realized it after seeing that girl's true form. I am facing my past and this is my last chance to become human. It's over, future me. Her human form body rushed toward the central section where Lee Ga-ram was contained. She didn't hesitate, and there was something like anticipation in her eyes. Today I will die as a human. A human who died entrusting a heavy task to the next generation. A human who could comfort others and wipe away their tears. A large syringe appeared in her hand. She stabbed it into the chest of Lee Ga-ram's main body. Lee Ga-ram cried out, "Damn it!" And immediately she gripped Mei's main body. She began to panic. "It won't come out. What is this device?" she shouted. "What did you do to my body?" Mei replied softly. "For the past year, not only have I been preparing to stop future heroes, but I have also made all my parts except for the frontal lobe out of organic matter. In other words, I created a human scarecrow." Lee Ga-ram understood. "Don't tell me." The number 58 appeared on the syringe. She looked up and asked Mei, "Why didn't you use it?" Mei replied happily. "Because I am already human." Lee Ga-ram's voice trembled. "What's with that look in your eyes?" Mei answered. "Humans are imperfect. They are illogical and only desire things they cannot have." Looking back, I have achieved all of that, except for sacrificing myself for an uncertain future. That is my present. Come out of that iron cocoon as a human. Take this chance I am giving you. As the number reached 100, Lee Ga-ram also collapsed. She let go of Mei. At that moment, Mei fell straight to the ground, taking a huge impact on her shoulder. Her body shattered. The robot approached from a distance and asked, "Master, do you have any regrets?" Mei replied softly. "The moment I allowed the invasion, the fortress's output decreased significantly. Although it was imperfect, I chose the best option to save everyone." She smiled lightly with satisfaction. "And regret is an emotion that belongs to humans." The system informed her that the Iron Hero was still alive. "Please give your next command." Mei ordered the fortress's self-destruct sequence to begin. Asimov nodded. Mei closed her eyes and praised him. "Asimov, you did very well. I leave that child in your care. Stay by her side and let her experience everything like a human." And finally, Mei too closed her eyes. Inside a secret base, another Mei was revived. To be more precise, it was Lee Ga-ram in Mei's organic body. She was surprised by this new body. She exclaimed, "It's warm." Asimov approached at this time. It stood before Lee Ga-ram. Lee Ga-ram questioned it. "Why did the old generation save me? Why was I forgiven? What should I do?" Asimov opened its mouth. "Immediately after your first meeting, Lady Mei asked me to save more people. Although she could not hear your answer, perhaps my master saw a shred of humanity in you. It seems she believed in that severely damaged humanity. She has finally rested as she wished. The terrorists who were your allies believe you died because of my master. The US government believes that Lady Mei killed both heroes and died with them. You are now an unbiased newborn human. What kind of life do you want to choose? What wish will make you happy?" Lee Ga-ram sat and thought for a moment. How would she live? Would she run away and struggle for a normal life? Lee Ga-ram left behind the ashes and flames from the previous conflict, with a cloak hiding her body. She took off her hood and looked back, with the fierce battle behind her. Would she continue the evil deed she committed as a hero, or would she follow in Mei's footsteps and become someone who brings hope to the world? These were just hypotheses, thoughts about what could happen. At this moment, Lee Ga-ram came to her senses. She opened her mouth and asked, "Do you know where the spear hero is?" "Yes," the system replied. "As a result of a joint investigation with US intelligence, his location has been nearly narrowed down." Lee Ga-ram was silent for a moment, and she turned around. "Take me there now. Before the regression hero attacks the spear hero, there's something I need to tell him." At this time, amidst a pile of surveillance agents' corpses, the regression hero was observing the situation through a camera, from the hero Mei's battle to the holy war before it, and then the battle between the sword hero and the Russian hero. The pieces were removed as their names were erased, and Lee Ga-ram was no exception from that list. He stepped back, observed the memo board and then slumped languidly into a chair. He admitted they had fought better than he thought. Those old geezers. The 2 pieces with the strongest firepower had been removed, and the muscle head was currently lost in space, and he fell silent for a moment. He took a gun out of his pocket. He looked up and thought to himself, "Should I start over?" And he opened his mouth, about to end his life. Wouldn't the result of saving those 2 be even more perilous? Suddenly, he noticed the screen. It seemed there was a fluctuation on the screen. And he took the gun out of his mouth. No, not necessarily. He kicked the ground hard, moving closer to the screen, delighted. It wouldn't be fun to reset without seeing things through now that Minsu's comrades have suddenly appeared. "Now show me Kim Min-soo." The difference between some childish story about opening our status window and reality is not the unavoidable unfair display of power, but that miracles often happen by chance. The sword hero's comrade, Seongwon, was extremely indignant. The Russian hero was exhausted by this time but still focused and stood his ground. Facing him were the sword hero's old comrades. The Russian hero was still extremely wary and astonished. He asked himself, how did he call his comrades? Were they summoned in advance? Did they come voluntarily? But these people have surely come to save this global catastrophe, he thought quietly, looking up. And he raised his ice axe. I'll finish him before he does. And the axe was just about to come down on the sword hero. But a swift arrow flew and pierced the old hero's hand. He stumbled and fell, dropping the axe. With a helpless gaze, he looked up at the sword hero's comrades, who were extremely wary. Before long, the hero's comrades quickly assessed the situation. Our hero is freezing to death. And that old man was about to finish him off. The Russian hero lamented. Fools, this is a misunderstanding. Because of their good hero, a city was frozen, and all traces of life had vanished. No matter what they thought, the old hero desperately explained. He's not the kind of hero you think he is. He shouted and charged once more. They saw an elf archer with her bow already drawn, waiting for an attack. 3 warning arrows were fired. The Russian hero turned in astonishment, and the elf archer opened her mouth. Should we watch any longer? That old man is trying to destroy the world the hero is trying to protect. Seongwon was summoned. The female healer said, I will save the hero. Everyone, please buy as much time as possible until the hero recovers. The author is the Demon King from Kim Min-su's world. The dwarf also spoke. A man strong enough to defeat a hero. I don't know how long we can hold out, the martial artist also said. But we have to repay the debt of him saving our world, the little elf also chimed in. If possible, we should save the hero's world too, the elf archer commanded as she drew an arrow from her quiver. Let's go, everyone charge at that lonely old hero. Oh, what a foolish situation. Back to Min-su's story. In the other world, he was resting in bed. The saintess entered his room. She shyly entered with quiet steps, lowered his blanket and placed her scepter on his chest. She wondered if the enchantment magic would last even after the hero returned to his original world. I want to at least watch over the hero's final moments. Then a mysterious light emanated. It was a magic that shared the changes in the target's lifespan. Light emanated from Kim Min-su's chest. The saintess blessed him. Return to your original world and enjoy your life. And when your final moment comes, she lightly kissed his head. We will meet again, hero. Back in the present, a great clash occurred. The comrades who had fought alongside Kim Min-su were facing the Russian hero, and from a distance the elf archer was providing support fire with her bow. The small elf and the saintess ran to save the sword hero. The elf said, Sister, step aside, I'll melt the ice. A fire spirit was summoned. With the power of the fire spirit, she began to melt the ice surrounding the sword hero. Flames rushed towards the sword hero's ice barrier. Brilliant clash occurred, but the ice layer remained intact. The elf was surprised. How can this be? The nun began to cast a spell. Merciful seraphim, grant me eyes to see mana. Then she opened her eyes wide. The ice prison was actually a solid forbidden spell, she said. This is no ordinary ice, it's a magic sealing formation closer to sealing a demon. Bo, I will break this seal. You go support the others. The elf received the order and flew away. All right, the Russian hero was now cornered. I have no mana left to use wide area techniques like eternal freeze and no strength left either. I'll have to take them down one by one with small scale attacks, he spat from his mouth. A flock of ice gulls, the gulls charged toward the martial artist. He gritted his teeth at this confrontation. From behind, a dwarf with a shield charged, mountain god, and he slammed his shield down hard. Grant me the wall of an impenetrable fortress. An energy shield formed, blocking the attack of the ice gulls. The martial artist was excited. Good timing, Thioman, the dwarf reminded him. He is the one who defeated a hero. Don't let your guard down. The Russian hero looked exhausted. They're the sword hero's comrades. Their teamwork is excellent. They're no ordinary people. From a distance, the elf archer shot a magic arrow into the air, she said triumphantly. Sorry everyone, it took some time to grasp the mana flow of this world, and a magic circle formed in the sky and countless arrows poured down from above. The elf archer commanded with a gesture, flow of iron, rain of steel. A rain of arrows poured down on the lonely hero. The Russian hero cried out in astonishment. First it was that guy and now this girl. Why are you stopping me from cutting down this disaster? Then he opened his mouth and a small turtle formed on his tongue, becoming a giant turtle shell shield to block the rain of arrows. He thought like a strategist. Calm down, it's a good thing I can use this big technique. When they run out of mana, the elf archer began to pant and the rain of arrows stopped. The Russian hero assessed the situation and stood up. When there's no ranged support, that's the time to eliminate one of them. But as soon as he emerged from the ice cocoon, he was greatly surprised. The martial artist was swooping down on him. He shouted. That was a trap, Demon King. A powerful fist swooped down for a finishing blow. The ice hero shouted, Earth Turtle. The turtle shell changed position and blocked in front of him. The martial artist said triumphantly, Sorry, but you made a mistake. A powerful fist shattered the defending turtle shell, and the ice hero was knocked down by the attack. Beneath the shattered turtle shell, the Russian hero lay panting. The martial artist landed in a triumphant pose, rolling his shoulders and saying, He may be a hero who defeated a demon king, but thanks to my penetrating power, the demon king's exoskeleton was destroyed. You underestimated us, old man. I'll avenge the hero, and he raised his fist to strike. Just then a snowflake fell from the sky and turned into a beautiful snow crystal. The martial artist paused. What, my body won't move? The dwarf in the distance was also astonished. What just happened? It's like time stopped. Wait, who is that? A woman with an icy form walked past the martial artist. She descended into the pit where the ice hero lay and said, "Time is truly unfathomable. My last hero." The Russian hero trembled. The Snow Witch, that person had finally appeared. The goddess of ice, the Snow Witch. The Snow Witch descended to the old man's side. "Time is unfathomable. My last hero." The old man opened his eyes and frowned, saying with difficulty, "The Snow Witch." She was indeed the goddess of ice, the Snow Witch, and very beautiful. She gently reached out her hand, brushed his eyes, and crouched beside him, saying, "The power you showed in your early days is gone, and now only this old body remains." Sadness was in her eyes. How pitiful! The old man was not dead yet. Her hand touched his forehead. He asked with difficulty, "What do you mean, last hero?" She explained. "The current hero of the ice world was defeated by the demon king, and my world, except for you, has all died." The old man, extremely exhausted, closed his eyes tightly. "So you decided to come find me? You are truly strange. You no longer have the world you want," the old man asked sadly. "Did you come to see me die?" The Snow Witch's eyes sparkled. "Your body is dying, but the look in your eyes is still alive, hero," she asked the old man directly. "Is there still something you want to achieve?" She pointed her finger and asked seriously, "Do you want to kill the enemy before you?" "Of course. Who wouldn't want revenge?" The old man immediately agreed. "Give me power, the power to protect my world." The Snow Witch never gave anything for free. She covered her face as if pleased and said, "Then what can you give me in return?" The old man's head rested on her lap. He was about to risk everything he had left. "My life, my soul, anything. Look at this world full of snow and ice. As long as my world can be safe, I will offer anything." His eyes were serious and full of hope. Looking at the hero trapped in the block of ice, if only he could stop that disaster. Recalling the image of the crying boy, if only he could stop this war. The old man uttered his heartfelt words softly. "I don't care about the price." She didn't seem to ask for too much either. Frowning, she replied, "Your life is already ending, so it's fine, and I don't know how to take your soul." Suddenly her eyes lit up. "But if you still want something," she leaned close to his face and said almost in a whisper, "Give me your memories, hero of ice. Give me your tearful white hero epic." In the old man's mind, his life from childhood, growing up, and just before his old age and death flashed by like a movie. He no longer cared about anything. Anything was fine. Standing on the threshold of death, he said firmly, "I never wanted to be a hero in the first place. The purpose of my existence was only one thing." Tears welled up in his eyes. He spoke of his lifelong dream and longing. A world where people love people and do not kill each other. Tears streamed down her cheeks. He had moved her. "Even though you are old and your face is full of wrinkles," she praised him with a satisfied smile, even as she cried with emotion. "Your unchanging determination is truly beautiful." After speaking, she kissed his cheek. "Just as I thought, you are my best hero." The old man closed his eyes. She thought as she lightly kissed his cheek. "The life you have lived until now." Her form slowly faded. "It doesn't matter anymore. I will become a tool to carry out the mission of ending the war." The ice witch disappeared, and only the bloodied old man lay there. He gaped. He stood with his eyes wide open, unable to breathe properly. He clutched his chest, gasping for breath, and looked back, thinking, "What was that just now? Are my comrades safe?" The others were also breathing exhaustedly. He guessed that it probably wasn't an attack spell. His gaze fell on the healer. "By the way, who was that woman just now?" he thought, gritting his teeth in anger. "Whoever it was, that woman must have bought time for that old man. Don't tell me she healed him?" Thinking that, he jumped down from the mountaintop. "I have to check first. I must end his life." The dwarf old man saw it and hurriedly shouted, "Maintain formation." He quickly raised his shield and ran forward. "Our role is only to buy time for the hero to recover." The author flew down the cliff as fast as an arrow. The old man gasped and asked with difficulty, "Why are you acting so recklessly?" "I already told you." But he didn't listen, and with a pale face he turned back and warned, "The old man is back, run." While he was speaking, he had completely turned into a monster, and something huge shot up from below the cliff. It was enormous, and it emitted a brilliant light in front of the two. An ice monster that had dragged numerous skulls and bones. The white-bearded corpse wore an ice crown, was clad in iron armor, and sat majestically on a huge chair, and beneath it corpses were piled up like a mountain. The dwarf old man froze on the spot at that sight, gaping in astonishment, and confusedly asked himself, "Did that woman from before make him immortal?" But upon closer inspection there was something different. "No, that's not just a moving corpse." His face turned pale with fear, and sweat poured down like rain. He could tell just by looking. He couldn't comprehend what the one sitting on the throne was. To him it was a monster beyond his comprehension, something that surpassed the sword demon king. On the other side, seeing that Tien was still standing, he shouted in anger, "Old man, I told you to run. I'll buy you 10 minutes. The old man quickly fled. Running fast, he thought. Without the hero's help I can't defeat that monster. All I can do is create an impenetrable wall right in front of the nun. He decided to prioritize protecting the hero until he recovered. Thinking that, the old man shouted. After running quite a distance, he quickly exclaimed, 1 minute is enough to build the wall. Run as soon as the defense is up." His feet scraped hard against the ice floor, creating sparks and forming a Bagua-shaped magic circle beneath his feet. The skeletal old man's hand pointed straight. He sat still on the huge chair and only pointed his finger. No words were necessary. Immediately a blizzard began, and the skulls at his feet began to move. It raged like a storm towards Jane. He gritted his teeth and raised his head. The Bagua is the most powerful illusionary barrier, increasing speed, strength, and skill linkage speed by 8 times and reducing stamina consumption and energy usage to 1/8. He stood still with his hands clenched tightly, ready to face the massive pile of bones attacking from the sky. He vowed, "As long as I don't move," he shouted with all his might, and flames blazed from his two massive fists. He was determined. "I can definitely do it." Thinking that, he threw dozens of punches at that pile of skeletons. Jane's whole body was engulfed in huge flames, and his dozens of punches struck the pile of skeletons like a storm. Before he joined the hero's party as a frontline fighter, a picture hung majestically in the castle. The fighter Jane was a very famous figure in the world from a very early age. A half-breed born to a beastman king father and a battle queen mother. At the tender age of 3 he began to learn at the Clow ominous martial arts school and was always cared for. Neither the hero's camp nor the demon king's camp dared to touch him. At the age of 9 at a gathering of numerous bigwigs, the young Jane was brought in by his father's hand. He still didn't understand anything. Thus he defeated Gomgoi, his master's disciple, and the future leader of the order. He fought head-on but showed no signs of fatigue, and there wasn't a single scratch on his body. He defeated a huge bear by himself. At the age of 14 he held the head of the 13th commander of the Demon King's camp in his hand. "So you came to demand a sacrifice from a village." Under the brilliant sunlight he was as majestic as a hero holding a goat's head. At the age of 17, as the youngest leader of the order, he won a fight against 127 disciples. Countless people were beaten by him, and not a single one survived. Perhaps because he fought too much, his face darkened and he uttered bored words. A man no one wanted to face because he was too strong. A man the Demon King's camp sent an envoy to recruit. That was Jane. Though small in stature, he trained against a huge tree stump. At this time Kim Min-soo approached with a group. In his hand was a sheet of instructions, and he stared straight ahead. They saw Jane training, hitting the tree without paying attention to his surroundings. He just fought like that. Noticing the group approaching, he glanced at Kim Min-soo, scratched his face and asked with a smile, "Excuse me, is this a shortcut to Aim and H?" You could tell just by looking that he was an incredibly strong fighter. Jane frowned at him but didn't answer. Clenching his fist, he charged in to fight without a word. Jane rushed at him and threw a punch. The leaves in the forest rustled. Jane rushed at him, and that was the first defeat of his life. He was splayed out on the ground. Kim Min-soo, slightly embarrassed, explained, "You just attacked me, that's a fact." Since he had thrown the first punch, he had nothing to say. He could only answer embarrassedly, "Sorry." That was the reason Jane came to pursue true strength, and he joined the group, sitting around a large campfire. That was the only reason he became the hero's companion. Kim Min-soo was talking cheerfully with the healer. Jane, with his chin in his hand, was deep in thought, but he could never find the clue to that strength throughout the entire journey. Kim Min-soo fought a giant fire monster with his sword. He never lost. Jane sat on the ground watching him. It was confusing. He could only be behind him. The hero grew stronger every day. Only now did Jane taste defeat. The hand he placed on the ground trembled. He was just walking in darkness. Kim Min-soo stood with a greatsword in hand, and without noticing the jealousy, he smiled gently and asked, "Jane, are you okay?" He held out a hand to him. Achilles chased the tortoise. He tried to run as fast as he could, but it seemed impossible to catch up. But now he looked much more mature, a sharp gaze, a wicked smile. Stomping on a pile of fire, throwing countless fiery punches, he swung his fists like a madman, exploding with power. Now he clearly understood strength, he thought as he threw a punch, his mind empty. Now before Jane was that skeletal old man sitting on the throne. His vision narrowed. There was only him, the enemy, and his precious comrades protecting his back. Over there, Kim Min-soo was trapped in ice and a few were guarding him. Jane could only run as fast as he could with all his might. He told himself he could do it now. The image of Kim Min-soo was always there right before his eyes. It felt like he had almost caught up to him. As he reached out his hand and was about to touch him, he thought, filled with joy and excitement, "I can catch up to him." Suddenly recalling that gentle smile, he finally understood the secret of his power. Dozens of fiery punches struck that block of ice, shattering this monster made of bone to pieces. The monster's eyes flashed and it opened its mouth wide, lunging and biting down hard on Jane's body. He was horrified. He couldn't believe it was a protection mission. Even after getting so strong and giving it his all, he ultimately couldn't defeat this monster. Old Man Thioman's jaw dropped in horror. Everyone was shocked and the two elf girls' faces turned pale. The healer gaped in astonishment as if she couldn't believe her own eyes. Kim Min-soo was trapped in the ice, his face pale blue. Until the sword hero's seal is broken. 18 minutes 21 seconds. A huge castle with countless people working in front of it. A bustling, crowded market scene. An old man took out a cigarette and lit it. It was Old Man Tien. He sat blankly with a sad expression, just watching the soldiers before him. Someone approached. The elf girl sat down beside him. Without looking back, the old man knew who it was. Seeing that sad face, "You must have met the hero too." She nodded lightly. The old man asked again, "Is he in bad shape?" The girl lowered her head and replied, "Yes." Then she began to tell him everything. There wasn't a bit of stamina in his body, he seemed to have no courage, and he didn't look like he could fight. Recalling that time, Kim Min-soo was just a high school student. He scratched his head shyly and held out his hand. "Nice to meet you." At that time she looked at the hand he offered and was lost in thought without a word. And she immediately asked about his swollen red eyes. "What's that? It looked like you cried for 4 whole days after being summoned." Suddenly she looked at this old man. "Even though you gave him that Durjin sword or whatever, he couldn't even hunt a single slime." The more she spoke, the sadder her eyes became. "Is our world going to be destroyed as prophesied? I heard the heroes of the previous generation weren't like this." The old man chided her in a gentle voice. Look at the situation, there's nothing strange about the decision to become the hero's companion, but his eyes hardened and he said seriously, anyway, that weakling kid said it. His real intention is to save the world of strangers. At that time, Kim Min-soo bowed deeply. He smiled gently and said seriously, I want to do my best. I want to end everything completely and return to my original world. When he heard those words, the old man was so surprised he was speechless for a moment. Thinking again, he looked back at her. Hey, if it were you, would you willingly give your life to save a world you have no connection to? No, the girl was flustered, breaking out in a cold sweat. That would be difficult, same as me. As someone who has lived on the battlefield, the old man frowned. Perhaps if it were a fight to protect my homeland, it might be possible, looking at the street scene before him, but if I were told to die on another battlefield and leave my family behind, my heart would waver. But that kid has already made up his mind. Recalling Kim Min-soo's young but resolute face, the old man said, I think that alone qualifies him as a hero. The girl asked again, You mean you chose to accompany him? She worried in her heart. I can't leave that good kid to other strange people. He nodded and continued, and I can't let him die. Suddenly, the old man stood up. A shining rainbow appeared before his eyes. That's not the thought of a warrior, it's the thought of a dwarf. That old man just now was really cool. The girl understood his meaning, burst out laughing and stood up. Then I'll go with you. For the first time in a long time, I agree with that kid. The girl clenched her fists excitedly. There's still plenty of time to decipher it, Thioman laughed. But I don't think our comrades can hold out until then. After speaking, the two bumped fists as if they had reached an understanding. Deal sealed. Here, at this moment between life and death, the giant skeleton monster unleashed a tremendous power. The old man shouted, and the girls were also frozen in shock. No one could remain calm. That dragon spread its wings and flew towards them. Her hand touched the block of ice that trapped Kim Min-soo. The healer thought to herself, There's still plenty of time to decipher it. Tears streamed down her cheeks. I don't think our comrades can hold out until then. Old man Tien quickly regained his composure and shouted, You fools, snap out of it. She turned around in confusion, and the old man said, Do you still not realize that if we come to this world we can never go back? The crying elf also stopped crying and turned her head to look at him. He hardened his face and shouted loudly to snap everyone to their senses. Even so, remember what our purpose for coming here is. The elf girl, seemingly completely broken, muttered, Purpose. The light of the symbol shone brightly in gold. As the healer raised her hand toward the block of ice, the light illuminated everything. She frowned and declared, To save the hero. The old man's face had fallen, but he still declared with all his might, Right, that's all there is. He raised his shield and charged. He knew that life would be over if the hero no longer existed. Thus he bought more time in Jane's place. We came here to give our lives for that kid, no matter how harsh fate is, no matter how strong the enemy is. Kim Min-soo, motionless inside the block of ice, heard the old man's words, We are here to fulfill our goal. The two elf girls also quickly ran to attack alongside the old man. Now everyone was focused and drew their weapons. He shouted loudly to encourage everyone, We will save the hero right here. We will complete our mission right here. And he slammed the shield in his hand into the ground. The old man was old and didn't have much strength, panting for breath. O Lord of Steel, Queen of the Mountain, my 100 warriors fought against the Demon King's 20,000 soldiers. I, Thioman, Executor of the Justice of Protection, I earnestly beseech you for the sake of all. He continued to speak like that. And a giant dragon was flying down from the sky in the blizzard. His voice echoed, Grant me molten steel that cannot be destroyed, glass that cannot be shattered, and earth that cannot be split. He finally succeeded. He built the dwarven fortress, the Iron Gorge. It blocked the front, and hundreds of skeletons clung to the walls climbing up. They even brought ice ladders to try and climb into the old man's fortress, and dozens of them climbed the ladders onto the walls. The old man had set up guns and continuously fired bullets at the skeleton monsters below. Inside, the old man and the elf nervously looked up and waited. She thought to herself worriedly, Since the dwarf old man has set up the barrier, my role is to watch the sky. I'll aim for the Demon King directly from the air and turn the tide of the battle. Looking back at the small fairy behind her, she shouted loudly, Bo, release. The little one quickly nodded, understanding her meaning. She brought her hands together in front of her chest and closed her eyes tightly. Respected dragon god, take my small body as a vessel and manifest yourself. Her wings shone brilliantly, turning into huge wings, and in an instant she transformed into a small dragon. The elf quickly ran from below, kicked off the ground with all her might, leapt up and landed right on the back of the newly appeared dragon. It was a life-risking adventure. She stood on the dragon's back, aimed her arrow, and shot. Of course it was to make everyone exert power beyond their individual abilities, but soon after her face turned dark red and she was too exhausted to hold on. She was caught by that skeleton monster. He held her tightly in his hand. It was similar to the ice hero. Not a single monster was left on the wall. The old man's arms were gripping the shield tightly, but his body was gone with only the two arms on the shield remaining. In front of the fortress only a single shield was left, and everything was destroyed with not a trace of life. The giant dragon closed its eyes tightly and spat blood. It had been defeated by that bone dragon. Now only the healer was left. She cried miserably at the sight but did not stop healing Kim Min-soo, who was trapped in the ice. The walls cracked, were destroyed and burned. The healer was still trying to save Kim Min-soo. She hurriedly turned her head to look back. The Demon King was right in front of her, his two eyes shining brightly. Inside the block of ice, Kim Min-soo still stood. That Demon King old man leaned his head towards him, held him tightly in his hands and brought him into his embrace. "It's over, sword hero." The walls cracked and the scenery was desolate. The healer stood there trying to save Kim Min-soo with all her might, tears streaming down her cheeks, extremely worried. The Demon King old man with shining eyes approached and grabbed Kim Min-soo. "It's over, sword hero." Inside the block of ice, Kim Min-soo couldn't move. The Demon King's voice echoed in his ear. "Sphere of disaster," he shouted loudly. "Kill him." And that skeleton dragon also quickly dived straight down. It opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow both of them. The healer's eyes sharpened. At this moment there was no time to feel fear. She raised the scepter in her hand high, created a protective magic circle around Kim Min-soo and stood outside herself. Fizz's protective magic, a huge barrier surrounded the area and the scepter fell to the ground. She stood outside and with teary eyes she touched him. "Hero, this is the best I can do right now. Actually, before you came to our world I really hated heroes." Footsteps walking on the snow, a woman was leading a little girl. Two rosy cheeks, young and innocent eyes. "Because I had to play the role of a priestess for the hero." A majestic castle in a snowstorm, a few people were already standing inside. An old man holding a scepter approached. He came before the little girl Sia. "I have received an oracle that you will accompany the next hero on his great journey as a priestess." At that time, she was young, so the girl didn't understand anything and just looked up. The old man said, "Therefore from now on you cannot be anyone's daughter, friend, lover or believer." He placed his hand on the girl's shoulder. "Your life, your purity, your soul, everything must be preserved for the hero who will save this world." The girl couldn't understand the meaning of this and asked innocently, Why are you entrusting such an important task to me?" The girl's whole body trembled and she clenched her hands nervously. "Bishop, I'm just a child who wants a normal life." But before she could finish speaking, the old man slapped the girl's cheek hard. The girl fell to the ground, covering her face. He frowned and warned with an angry attitude, "This is a position that affects the lives of hundreds of millions in our world." Only one nun ran to help the girl up and the old man still threatened, "Do not take this matter lightly." The nun with her added, "Sia, if you don't want to do it, we will have to kill you and prophesy the next child." Seeing her teary eyes, she comforted, "Just do it. It's the only way to help everyone live." Thus the old man held out the scepter to the girl, pressuring her. "Can you do it? A priestess is someone who serves God. That's what people commonly think. But there were others." From then on, joy disappeared from the girl's eyes. All the following priestesses were helpers to the hero. Those heroes were healed by them. The priestess couldn't do anything else. The hero hugged the priestess tightly and kissed her. Sometimes because of a wrong love, sometimes they even offered their bodies. We must make the hero abandon his long-held attachment to our world. A huge monster appeared and destroyed everything. She stood there holding the scepter in her hand. With a blank face, she stood behind and watched the hero fight the monster. "So long before the hero came here, I was entangled in a wrong love with them." The girl cried and shouted, looking at the picture in front of her. "It's so pitiful. I couldn't eat what I wanted to eat, and I had to learn what I didn't want to learn, much more strictly than a normal person. I had to master how to follow fate. Sometimes I would sit alone in my room at night, healing my own wounds and telling myself I didn't want to be a person like a priestess." Tears streamed down her cheeks. "I really hate it, hero." But when she met Kim Min-soo, she clearly felt that he was different. "He didn't succumb to my temptations. She was always by his side when he was weak and shedding tears. They were shy when their bodies touched, and he never bound her to anything." Sia was crying in front of a grave. Suddenly, Kim Min-soo appeared behind her and covered her with his coat. He comforted her softly. "It's not your fault that you couldn't save the mage nun. It's because I wasn't strong enough." He sincerely placed a hand on his chest and looked very trustworthy. "Next time I won't lose anyone. I'll try harder." At these words, she finally smiled happily. The hero believed in only one truth. "I will protect the hero and stay by his side." The monsters were still there and Kim Min-soo fought alone relentlessly. The two were always together. One fought, one healed. They became a perfect pair and he saved our world after defeating the monsters. Everyone always rejoiced together. The two were well suited and considered each other good friends, so she had to save him by any means necessary. Sia placed both hands on the massive block of ice, striving to make the most of her time. "This time we will save you." She succeeded. The chains broke and with that she shattered the giant block of ice and blew away those skeletons. Kim Min-soo stood inside the block of ice, his eyes wide in astonishment. Before him she stood with her arms outstretched. Her eyes were filled with tears and a wide smile spread across her lips. "Hero, I always wanted to tell you." Before being swallowed by the monsters, she barely managed to say, "I love you." The scene here was desolate and Kim Min-soo was finally able to move. The ice melted and he was rescued. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Looking down at the ground, those people had not died whole. It seemed they would soon shatter into pieces. He walked up to Sia's staff and extended both hands. His entire body was pale blue, trembling and crying. He knelt, clutching her item tightly and sobbed, "Father, mother." His whole body was frozen, trembling, and his eyes were filled with tears. The dragon and the fairy were dead, their bodies frozen. He looked around, but no one had survived. The shield was stuck in the air. The old man was left with only 2 arms, his body shattered. Kim Min-soo struggled to get up and walked over there. His face was pale and he clutched the cloth in his hand, heartbroken. It was suffocatingly painful. Oh, what a terrible nightmare. When he first returned, he was still a high school student. "I went to a strange world and a goddess-like girl appeared. To return to my family, I had to defeat the demon king of that world. So he, along with his companions, massacred countless monsters. He endured a difficult journey for about a year, and when he saved that world and returned, his parents were dead, relatives, friends, society, no one accepted me. It was truly painful. My heart didn't feel shattered. My head wasn't throbbing faintly. He cried until he shed tears of blood and just lived silently like a soulless corpse. An expressionless face, bloodshot eyes. As if tearing at my own flesh, I couldn't help but open my wallet and look at the family photo. I quietly missed that year. It was so suffocating, so painful. So I swung what was in my hand with all my might. He cut down those who abandoned him with his sword and massacred them like a madman. No one saw the tears in his armor, although he unleashed the pain he had suppressed in his heart during that time. He continued to massacre the human world, carrying that giant sword. People watched him appear on large screens. That day, I turned the whole world against me in everyone's eyes. He was the destroyer of the world. A long line of military vehicles stretched along the road. Those people came to hold me accountable. Those people were happy. Those people tried to confront me, but he deserved such treatment. Shield hero Yu Sonha fought with her shield in a huge blaze. He gasped for breath. Kim Min-soo thought I personally took all their lives. The shield hero also died. After the battle, he sat alone on a rooftop. My heart ached so much sitting there. He looked down at the city now completely destroyed by him. By trampling on the happiness of others, I could momentarily forget the fact that only I was unhappy. I knew it was wrong, and I knew I was in despair, even when fighting the scruffy old man. But still, only he stood there in despair. It always felt like black arms were rising from the ground, grabbing his feet. They hugged him tightly, immobilizing him. What should I do? He stood on a mountain of corpses, trapped in a pit of despair. Even after killing people, I still thought I was ordinary. I didn't want much. I just wanted to be happy. I just wanted someone to understand my pain. Eating delicious food next to his parents like in the old days was now too luxurious for him. But in that dream I had completely turned into a monster. Now he knelt before the corpses of his comrades. Everyone was dead and he was left alone in this cold place. The Demon King old man sat on a high chair. Resting his chin on his hand, he laughed gleefully and said, "Pay the price for what you've done, sword hero." And now, Kim Min-soo's whole body was frozen with cold, blood flowed from his eye sockets and he screamed, "Ah, if I must take responsibility for my actions. The people I tried to save, they are all dead now." Jane's image being torn apart by the monster he still remembered vividly. The people I tried to protect. While I endured this pain, my last comrades remembered me as an ordinary person. They all died. This must be a nightmare, right? Kim Min-soo knelt on the ice, throwing his head back and wailing. Tears streamed down like a gushing river. No one person could experience so much misfortune, could they? The old man on the ice chair asked him. "It hurts, doesn't it?" He didn't care how desperately Kim Min-soo wailed. "This is how it feels to lose those precious to you. Please, please give me an answer." He was exhausted from crying. He sat blankly. "I don't think this is a dream." The old man still wouldn't leave him alone. "If you felt the pain, now I'll kill you." He knelt there without any reaction. Even now his heart ached and his hair had turned white like snow overnight. It felt like it would explode. He knelt before the Demon King's wrath. Light emanated from the hall. His whispers reached no one. "Please save me." The emergency exit was covered in blood and corpses lay strewn on the floor. A song echoed. The stairs were packed with corpses and a man was walking up with a bag of popcorn under his arm. It was Lee Seong-un. He walked laughing happily. Ignoring the surrounding corpses, he went straight into a lit room. He was still humming and singing as he entered the room. He opened the microwave, put the popcorn bag in and pressed the timer button. The light from the microwave illuminated his joyful smile, showing how happy he was. Popcorn kernels popped in the microwave, blooming like small flowers. Suddenly, with a bang, a violent explosion occurred. The bone monster sat there, surrounded by snow and ice. He sat on a large chair, his eyes shining brightly, revealing a sinister grin. He was on the verge of death, but why? Kim Min-soo, with one arm severed, sat blankly on the ground, kneeling. His face had turned bluish-black, his hair was white, and he looked extremely haggard. Behind him, 2 swords were stuck straight into the ground. He got up and said in a despairing voice, "It's all over." He staggered as he walked, saying, "I've lost everything, it's over." The bone monster sat there, his eyes wide, muttering to himself, "Is he crazy? What nonsense is he spouting?" The Bone Demon King pointed one finger straight at the sky. The tip of his finger shone brightly. "It doesn't matter, I'll just end it now." His hand, like a huge gun, fired straight at the sky, and immediately with a roar a large explosion occurred. Kim Min-soo still stood there, showing no expression and not defending himself. The entire place exploded and a skull-shaped ice sphere appeared. With a wave of his hand, the entire space before him shattered into pieces. Even seeing that explosion flying straight at him, Kim Min-soo showed no reaction. He muttered blankly to himself, "How cruel can this world be to one person?" With a violent roar, a dazzling light erupted from all directions. Hundreds of thousands of skeletons crawled and gripped Kim Min-soo's body tightly. They swarmed like ants, biting away at his armor and clothes layer by layer. Even as they bit, he showed no reaction. There was not a single flicker of hope in his eyes. He lay on the ground lamenting the world and muttered, "Expectations are not enough in this painful world. No one in this world can be in more pain than me." This entire place was overrun by swarms of skeletons, and only his helpless voice echoed, "All I have to do is massacre everything." He lay there saying, "The fact that nothing is left will not change. The fact that I am alone will not change." His bloodshot eyes were almost closing, and his face had turned bluish-black. "So please everyone disappear." The world of Void, having neither heroes nor demon kings, was the only world used to summon heroes for other worlds. In that world today, a demon king was born. Kim Min-soo closed his eyes tightly, and a faint smile touched the corner of his lips. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He rose from the pile of skeletons, and his eyes, as if resurrected into another person, were wide open, no longer weak, no longer abandoning everything. "Hear my call, sword of Durgan." It burst forth powerfully, destroying everything. A red light flashed around him. They were fragments that had merged together, clinging to his body. Kim Min-soo smiled and looked down at his hand. Light flashed and stood out among the piles of skull spheres as if it would shatter them to pieces. With a bang, everything exploded. The Bone Demon King gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with astonishment. In an instant, the skull spheres evaporated. A black dragon soared into the sky. It opened its mouth wide and charged towards Kim Min-soo as if to swallow everything. Kim Min-soo looked up at the dragon. He pointed his finger, smiled, and beckoned. A yellow beam of light shot out from the tip of his finger, and that alone was enough to cleave the dragon's body in two. In the blink of an eye, he effortlessly defeated the giant dragon. The Demon King sat blankly, watching him gain the upper hand now. Seeing Kim Min-soo destroy everything step by step, he was slightly flustered. It was a completely different dimension of power. Impossible. He stared intently at the man. A hero must follow the laws of the world when they defeat a Demon King. He quietly judged this person to be like himself. Now a dazzling golden light emanated from Kim Min-soo's feet. The Demon King wondered, has he given up on being a hero? Suddenly, Kim Min-soo collapsed. The Demon King stared intently, not even blinking. He was slightly worried. A more terrible disaster. This is no longer the realm of war. He knew this man. Kim Min-soo's face was covered in wounds and had turned black, and he looked up at the Demon King with a strange smile. He knew he had become the disaster of the end. He quickly created ice between his two hands. Dozens of skull spheres, just like before, appeared in the sky. He attacked again with all his might. Dozens of huge skull spheres charged straight at Kim Min-soo. As he waved his hand to the side, a violent light flashed, and the huge spheres shattered into pieces, leaving nothing behind. He dealt with them cleanly in an instant. The Demon King had no choice but to step forward himself, holding his staff, and charged. Kim Min-soo still stood there, smiling. His black face showed no fear. A man's sharp ice spear charged straight and pierced Kim Min-soo right in the middle of his chest. His entire body was lifted into the air, floating, his eyes closed tightly, silent and expressionless. The Demon King did not stop yet and held another ice axe, preparing to strike down. "If only you die, my world will be saved." He resolved that he could not let this Kim Min-soo live. He shouted as he attacked, "Die." But just then a golden net appeared from somewhere and covered the entire body of this Ice Demon King. In an instant his body shattered into pieces, and he died before Kim Min-soo. Unable to do anything, the sharp ice spear was still stuck in his body, and it too slowly disappeared. Kim Min-soo lay motionless on the ground. He looked distraught. In this world there was no salvation, no beginning, nothing. Popcorn kernels fell to the ground and a startled scream echoed. Lee Seong-eun's entire body twitched and he clutched the popcorn in his hand, his eyes wide with disbelief, saying, "He did it." On the screen before him, Kim Min-soo's battle was projected. He thought in a fluster, 374,581 regressions after 150,000 actual years. He covered his face with both hands and cried, he finally did it. The ice hero was dead, his entire body shattered, leaving nothing behind. Kim Min-soo lay on the ground, and there was no longer any old generation. Russian command headquarters covered in dense white snow. A soldier with a headset continued to report, looking extremely urgent. Inside the room a soldier quickly ran in and shouted urgently, "Commander!" This person straightened his back, clasped his hands behind his back, raised his head high, and reported, "The ice hero Ivan Putin has been reported dead." The speaker was silent, lost in thought. Thinking of the scene there, the soldier continued to report, "The sword hero is currently moving." Although he was being hampered by the blizzard, he frowned, sweating profusely. He is expected to reach the Chinese border soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the commander slammed his fist on the desk in anger. The old man screamed like a madman and swore, "Those fraudsters, they probably sent a victory report saying they defeated 2 heroes. The old man's eyes widened in disappointment. "How shameful, I shouldn't have trusted those weak old men." Just then the communication system rang and signaled, and both looked at it in surprise. The commander shouted irritably, "What are you doing over there? Go and listen to what that sound is." He clearly suspected it was the Chinese. The soldier quickly put on his headset. The area was devastated. Flames rose everywhere, and even the river and sky were completely dyed red. The place was terribly destroyed by an explosion. Some surviving soldiers tried to find a way, and one soldier, his face streaked with tears, cried out in terror into his radio, "Hey, what in the world did you do?" Seeing the river of blood and countless people dying before his eyes, he screamed in terror. 200,000 defense forces were all massacred in 12 seconds. This is not just a simple massacre. They had all been turned into minced meat. It was a truly horrific sight. As he spoke, Kim Min-soo's golden legs appeared before his eyes. The soldier, terrified, wept and trembled. He begged, "Please save me, please." Kim Min-soo's cold gaze stared straight at him. From the other side, the soldier with the headset heard a voice, "Damn it, he's here, that son of a bitch." The soldier on this side, terrified, turned around anxiously. "Hundreds of thousands of defense forces have all fallen, Commander. Despite this situation, the heroes who once dominated an era achieved something. Trust mixed with despair turned comrades into enemies, and hope neutralized weapons of mass destruction, allowing for the massacre of all life. Love scattered his fading body into the atmosphere until the very last moment. The old man's corpse turned into small pieces of ice, briefly able to halt the Demon King's footsteps. Kim Min-soo walked through thick smoke and flames. Now only the Demon King remained. His face had turned black and his entire body was splattered with blood. A broken clock. Lee Seong-un shed 2 streams of tears of emotion. The 2 heroes. Flames raged fiercely everywhere. Hong-ha Gang floated in the air looking down, crossing his arms and laughing joyfully. Oh, that's truly satisfying. A peaceful countryside scene. Blue sky and white clouds, golden sunlight in the kitchen, water was boiling in a pot and someone ladled out water. A young man with an expressionless face, he took the water and went into the house. An old woman, sitting cross-legged on the bed, smiled when she saw him and asked, "Are you here, Seong-hun?" He smiled, entered and replied, "Yes, Grandma." He smiled lightly and politely said, "I've made some tea for you, Grandma. Please have some." The grandmother smiled lightly and tilted her head. "Oh, thank you, my grandson." The 2 of them drank tea together. The water surface was calm and clear. At the Hero Cult's island base near Indonesia, a young man was exercising on the beach. It was Park Young-sok. He was doing push-ups with his hands on the ground and bandages were still wrapped around his body. The hero of verdant water approached and asked, "How's your arm?" He sat up, turned his head and immediately replied excitedly, "It's great. In fact, it's stronger than my previous arm. I can use it from a strategic perspective." Hearing that, she tapped her head, both pleased and shy. "Of course. Do you know what this horn is made of?" Park Young-sok clenched his fist and felt it. The sensation was truly different. "But that's a problem I have to solve." He leaned against a rock. "The real problem is that my weapon which I need to fight that bastard is gone. As I said before, without a spear made in the world of spears, other spears are naturally unusable." She nodded lightly. "I know, that's why we plan to recover all the other heroes' weapons, including your spear buried in the underground reconstruction government. We plan to recover all the other heroes' weapons." He looked up in surprise and asked, "Didn't you say there are factions following the sword hero on the Korean continent?" Thinking of the other seemingly strong heroes, he thought, "Those bastards and the martial arts hero will risk their lives to protect them. Do you think I can defeat them?" She lowered her head and her voice. She looked sad. "Are you not going?" Park Young-sok looked at her, puzzled. The hero of verdant water continued, "Your role is to defeat the sword hero. Wasting strength on other matters, especially after a big battle, will make it difficult. You're flustered." Then she smiled lightly and looked at him. "There are people willing to sacrifice their lives to set the stage. Trust them." Armor and swords were firmly embedded in the wall. People stood around watching. The command had a great impact. A voice echoed, "Great sacrifice." An old man in a helmet stood on a podium, grabbed the microphone and shouted loudly, "Only heroes are the truth and the only way for the world to progress." He continued to speak passionately to the people below. "Now they are all over the world. Let us complete our mission together." The old man clenched his fist and shouted, "If we follow them, the heroes will make us citizens of a new world." The people standing below, as if seeing a light of hope, all agreed with joy and bright smiles. On a nearby high-rise building, 2 people were watching the crowd from afar. They were 2 girls, one holding binoculars, and the other pointing a gun at the crowd. The person they were aiming at was the old man giving the speech. An Ji-min, a cigarette in her mouth, sighed with sharp eyes, "HMPH, damn communists." She was the team leader of the reconstruction government. The woman with the gun asked, "Should I shoot?" The team leader put out her cigarette on the ground with determination and ordered, "Shoot. The hero of Divine Horn has given the go-ahead. We've decided to blow that bastard's head off." The other woman immediately obeyed. With a sharp bang, the bullet pierced the old man's forehead. The artifact retrieval mission had begun. The bullet grazed the old man's head and the photo on the wall was stained with red blood. He lay motionless on the floor, dead instantly. Everyone at the scene was terrified and they all began screaming and fleeing in panic. The woman with the gun turned sharply. "Team leader, I blew his brains out." An Ji-min leaned against the wall, crossed her arms and replied, "I know, no need to report something like that. That red splatter on the wall isn't ketchup, is it?" After speaking, she took out her radio. "All right, unemployed men and women, we've fired the signal flare for the artifact retrieval mission." She curled her lips into a joyful smile. "Go and enjoy it, you traitors." 5 hours earlier, at the Reconstruction Government Central Office, people in suits stood solemnly in a line and fully armed soldiers were also present. An Ji-min walked straight through the crowd. She climbed onto the podium, placed an item on the desk, straightened her back and looked down seriously. "Good morning, unemployed citizens." Looking at their faces, she said, "Many of you must have seen me before." Everyone stood silently and began to listen to her speech. "I was the former National Intelligence and Counterterrorism Team Leader and the Hero Strategy Analysis Team Leader." After saying this much, she suddenly lowered her head. "Currently, I am serving as the Strategy Team Leader for the Reconstruction Government of our ruined nation. So let me reintroduce myself. My name is An Ji-min." Right then, a soldier in armor could no longer hold back and shouted, "A self-introduction? Do you think this is a seminar?" The man, his face full of scars, stood up and shouted, "If you've destroyed all remaining infrastructure in Korea and gathered us all here, don't waste time and get to the point." She scratched her face and chuckled. "Since many of us are going to die soon anyway, I thought I'd try to lighten the mood without further delay." She turned on the screen with a remote control. All right, none of you have a sense of humor, do you? So let's get straight to the point." The screen displayed the materials she had prepared. Artifact retrieval strategy. Thinking of those superheroes, she said, "As you all know, during the terrorist overthrow of Korea, several battles took place and their movement paths have all become traceable. Among them are heroes who fought on our side. The core of this mission is to focus on weapon recovery, and those heroes include the spear abandoned by the hero of Riot when he fled." At that moment, she recalled the scene where Ma-jin was helping Park Young-sok leave. The spear was still stuck in the ground, and that kid said he forgot it. Anyway, the problem is that most of the weapons are being kept by the hero faction. It was the group of old men speaking into microphones, and there are 2 heroes currently in Korea, including Lee Seong-hun. 5 hours from now we will mobilize all remaining forces to recover most of these artifacts. Everyone below agreed without opposition. She suddenly lowered her head and her voice. Overall, it will be very difficult. Yes, everyone will die. She looked at the people standing below. Everyone was filled with a passion for dedication. We have nearly 100 special agents and fewer than 1,000 armed soldiers. Looking down at everyone present, she explained the situation. And certainly we have no more than 300 civilians to support us in guerrilla warfare. Suddenly, the scarred man raised his voice, clearly uncomfortable. Keep showing off, he challenged. Do you think we're afraid of dying? We've already prepared ourselves for death. He recalled the horrifying scenes of destruction, fire, and death. We have survived until now, only feeling sorry for our fallen comrades. The old man's gaze was serious, and he declared with his head held high, but if we all die and recover all these artifacts, everything will still be quite a headache. Who will use it? She was silent. The old man rubbed his chin and asked, and if we use it, can we wipe out all the remaining heroes? An Ji-min, recalling that battle, said, the hero of Riot. She was a little downcast. He's the strongest hero on our side. That kid can completely kill those terrorists. She stood and looked at the people. Honestly, we have no other card besides him. Our choice is all in, so let's trust him and bring him back. She looked down. Her gaze was somber. If we are useless adults, powerless and ready to send a child to war. Her hand gripped the desk tightly and trembled. At the very least, we can put a gun in that child's hand ourselves. Let us, the sinners, risk our lives to retrieve it. She shouted loudly, explaining, let us, the sinners, risk our lives to retrieve it. Despite the resistance of the hero faction, battles continued in Gangnam, Seoul. A soldier sitting in a glass booth quickly reported, the location here is definitely. Thinking that, he dug a large scoop with an excavator. Below the ground there was a suit of armor and a staff. As soon as he saw them, the old man shouted with joy. Found it! The artifact retrieval mission was activated. Simultaneously, at the government's super-large shelter B-12, several armed soldiers walked out along the wall, guns in hand. One person poked his head out. He spoke into the radio. This is B-12. Seeing the weapon stuck in the ground, people immediately reported with joy, the hero of Riot's spear has finally drawn that magnet. Several helicopters finally lifted a huge shield. The soldiers inside shouted, anchoring complete. No problem. Another person replied, understood. Proceeding with takeoff, another person said, this is General, shield recovery complete, transporting. Just as people were lifting the huge shield, an explosion occurred. People were astonished, their eyes wide, and sweat poured down like rain. A hero appeared. A soldier, startled, turned sharply and cried out in shock, what? That hero stood tall, wearing a jet black goblin mask on his face, looking truly terrifying. The soldier, understanding nothing, asked, that's. Before he could finish his sentence, the entire aircraft exploded. By the time he appeared 15 minutes later, as the artifact retrieval mission began, several aircraft exploded. The retaliation of those who claimed to be the new masters of this land had begun. Soldiers were looking at corpses killed by gunshots. The old man lay motionless in a pool of blood which spread across the ground. His eyes were still open. He slowly sat up. Surprisingly, he was still alive. The man next to him gritted his teeth and asked in dismay, I heard you drank the vampire hero's blood, but seeing it in person is truly disgusting. The old man's forehead wound has completely healed. The old man looked at him and asked, slightly annoyed, how dare you call a hero's power disgusting? That's truly rude. The old man stood up and brushed the dust from his clothes. How long was I lying down? The other person, still with a disgusted expression, replied, not very long. The problem is what's happening outside this place. In front of the two, the city was severely damaged. Those government bastards were scouring the area to retrieve the rebel hero's weapons. The old man rubbed his head and replied out of the corner of his eye, oh, I didn't expect such a thing to happen. The man rubbed his chin, frowning as if in thought. You should have known from the moment you were shot in the head, he added. But this isn't the situation we anticipated. Seeing this horrific sight, he also informed the old man. So the martial arts hero went there with the shield. The old man frowned, glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and said nothing more. A shadow of a person appeared on top of a high-rise building. The old man crossed his arms and asked, is there no movement from the regression hero? Suddenly, the shadow on the building disappeared and the soldier replied, we can't connect with him. While he was still speaking, there was a report that he might still be in the B-12 shelter. Then the old man lowered himself and knelt to tie his shoelaces. He bent down to tie his shoelaces and said, all right. The old man, tying his shoelaces, said, I guess I'll have to deal with the remaining bastards. As he put his foot on the ground, power surged through his body, and he disappeared as fast as lightning in the blink of an eye. Because that is the duty of the saved, the old man seemed to have almost turned into a monster. He quickly leapt onto the high-rise building, his claws firmly embedded in the glass window. He jumped straight to the rooftop in one go. But what awaited the old man was a bomb, and it was counting down. When he reached the rooftop, the bomb also exploded. The old man was startled and cried out, arg, but the place exploded, leaving nothing behind. The building shook violently and people quickly ran downstairs. A voice echoed from the radio in An Ji-min's hand, shield not recovered, retreating. She gritted her teeth, slightly tense. The voice from the receiver said, we failed to recover the shield among the artifacts. She ran down the stairs and asked, what about the other artifacts? Static crackled from the radio. The soldiers on the other side heard it while fighting. Those responsible for Gangnam were engaged in combat, managing staff and teams. Units assigned to Hammer, Bell and Spring were fighting, while spies who had safely retreated were en route to Mokpa. The numerous large vehicles on the road seemed to suggest that the hero faction's command system had been restored, yet the prospect of recovering all weapons, even with the arrival of loyal reinforcements, remained uncertain. The leader's team rushed down the stairs, communicating via walkie-talkies. Securing one spear at a time with the remaining forces was likely the correct decision. She stood still, listening to the voice emanating from her walkie-talkie. If we lose everything here, the reconstruction government and the resistance forces might cease to exist. Startled by the words, she dropped her walkie-talkie. She quickly thought, we've become too accustomed to defeat. Citizens and all of us had lost the hero children who stood at the forefront to protect our homeland. She bit her lip in anger, but this time was different. If she chose to give up now and flee to preserve what little they had, she looked down at the walkie-talkie. Then how could she ever live with herself? Thinking that, she quickly spoke into the device. We request support from the militia. I will go to Songjongol alone as we will be sending corpses there. Others were also listening intently to her words. This was an all-out war. Soldiers in the smoke-filled battlefield heard her speaking through their walkie-talkies. For years we have endured enough plunder. 10 million citizens, every building destroyed, soldiers burning with a sense of duty. This nation's infrastructure, including the lives of heroes who shared its fate, nothing remains intact here. She herself had been wounded back then. The sight of that time could never be forgotten. The hero struggled to stand, leaning against a rock, and she herself admired and praised him, saying, "You did very well." Sister Andati, injured in one eye, looked up with a startled face, her hands trembling. We have always been plundered of everything for the sake of future gains. She bit her teeth so hard they bled and continued, Today we must reclaim it from those damned bastards. Her immortal spirit, seemingly unafraid of death, looked seriously at the walkie-talkie and declared, Even if today is a bloody victory, we must seize it by any means necessary. The voices of soldiers on the other side echoed in response. Understood. We will send a helicopter to transport the leader's team to Songjongol. Operation Corpse Recovery begins now. In a hospital room, a man lay in bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages. It was Hero Anagon. People ran quickly down the hall, and two seated doctors looked up in surprise. As people brought in a stretcher, the doctors cried out in surprise. Wait, one man said, trying to block them with outstretched arms. I don't know who gave you orders, but this patient, he tried to reason with them, thinking of his patient. If you move him now, he will surely die. He needs to be in a stable condition, he said, and probably kept in a sterile environment. But she already had a gun pointed at him. There's no time, I'll explain on the way. Anagon sat quietly in the transport device, and the soldiers quickly loaded the hero onto the stretcher. The masked hero sat on the ground cross-legged in front of a giant shield, and before him lay the corpse of the vampire hero, an old man burned by a bomb. Finally, an all-out war began between those who sought to reclaim and those who had been deprived. The government of the Republic of Korea was once able to thwart hero attacks. The landscape before them was utterly destroyed. Red flags were planted in the walls surrounded by Korean inscriptions. Carved on the stone wall were the words, New Era, Heroes are the choice. Korea was perishing in this new era, and heroes were a command. Whether policy-driven or environmental, it was not a distant solution. Korea could use other heroes to counter hero attacks. The records contained photos of 6 heroes. An individual with short hair and glasses declared on TV news that he had neutralized a terrorist. With his serious gaze, his appearance defined the essence of a hero as one of the teenagers who had gone missing in recent years. People cleaned the room together, and many cards lay on the table. Among the teenagers who returned after their disappearance, their photos were densely affixed to a planning board. Without exception, all the heroes who appeared were successfully identified as such. In a peaceful city at dusk, a girl quietly knocked on a door. Yu Seon-hwa opened it. Most of the discovered heroes did not wish for their own worlds to be destroyed. The 2 girls were talking inside the house, and they intended to confront the fierce heroes whether by actively or passively supporting them. Yu Seon-hwa gripped her water glass tightly and finally declared, I will fight, she said firmly. Even if you didn't come, I intended to do this. The problem is that the government which utilized this human resource did not deploy all heroes to the battlefield simultaneously. Kim Min-soo stood with his giant sword plunged into the ground looking at the site of the destroyed city. A person approached. The man was the bespectacled youth who had just appeared on TV. The two stood facing each other, and Kim Min-soo gripped his giant sword tightly. With a hand extended in challenge, the two confronted each other. The government deployed heroes one by one as if it were an arena. Anjali walked down the hallway with an angry expression. She burst open the room door where several people were seated working. She stood before Manager Kim and loudly demanded an explanation. Are you insane? Why did you send that kid alone? Anjali countered. Why did you decide to deploy those children one by one? The old man, with a calm expression, took a cigarette and rummaged through documents. It was a plan proposed by the higher-ups to manage the danger posed by so-called heroes. As he spoke, he raised one finger. The higher-ups wanted not only to reduce one fierce hero but also to minimize the number of potential bombs known as heroes in this country as much as possible. He himself agreed with that method. In fact, it was the correct choice. He retorted to her, asking if she could really be sure that those children wouldn't go mad with their powers in 10 or 20 years. As expected, the new hero was beheaded by Kim Min-soo, and he believed that eliminating one danger by sending them out one by one was the objective of this hero deployment mission. This mission was also called the Arena. Manager Kim put out his cigarette. "We don't care about your approval or that of the public." His eyes lacked conviction, but he asserted that this was for the future. Anjali, as if she could no longer bear it, grabbed him by the collar in anger and shouted, "Do you think this action is humane? Those children are sacrificing themselves for this country." Others were startled by the loud noise, hearing that they had chosen the power to go abroad and live a new life. Seeing the tense situation, others quickly rushed over. 2 men held her back, but she still shouted discontentedly, "But they went to fight for this country, for this terrible air you breathe, and for your family." Unexpectedly, Manager Kim calmly adjusted his tie and cursed her as a hypocrite. His face looked cunning, and he said with a smile, "If your missing relatives returned as heroes like those monsters, wouldn't you be doing the same?" She was surprised, her eyes wide, unable to refute him. She was flustered. The old man calmly took out another cigarette. "I acknowledge your abilities, so I will send you to a shelter for a while." He smoked another cigarette and told her to no longer concern herself with those heroes. The old man stood by the window looking out. If the calculations of the higher-ups were correct, they could eliminate all of them within a year. After that, the story was all too clear. The chosen heroes, one after another, became sacrifices and lost their lives. Everything was gradually destroyed. Angie lay under the ruins, struggling to survive. The broken stone pillars couldn't hold. "My brother returned." She was surprised to see her brother appear before her eyes. My brother was a hero. He was clad in armor from head to toe. He was too exhausted to even breathe properly. Kim Min-soo stood coldly watching. The brother stomped hard on the ground, trying to rush forward as fast as a flash of light. Light fiercely surged, and he delivered a kick. But Kim Min-soo also swung his sword, so a kick couldn't contend with a sword after that. As everyone knew, the peaceful city became quiet again. Light fiercely flashed, illuminating the place. And once again I was making my brother a sacrifice. A helicopter was flying in the sky. Inside there was a hero, his entire body wrapped in white bandages, unable to move. NJ covered her face in distress, thinking her choice was no different from the government's. Outside the window, a giant blue shield, the last artifact, came into view. She said to Anjay, who was sitting next to her, "Leader team, we've arrived." Anjay stood up, approached her brother's bedside, and murmured, looking at his face, "Hero of transformation." Her hands trembled as she gripped her brother's belt. She knelt on the ground with her whole body and pleaded, "Just this once." Tears dripped onto the cold ground, streaming down her cheeks. "Please. Just this once," she said, crying. "Fight for your sisters." Her brother, lying in bed, also stirred. A trembling voice echoed, "Don't cry, I'll fight for you, sister." Outside, the masked hero was still sitting cross-legged on the ground in front of a giant shield. As soon as he saw the helicopter, he immediately stood up and a dazzling light flashed inside it. He immediately became wary. Someone's coming. As the golden emblem shone, he realized a powerful being had appeared. Angie's brother was precariously seated next to the helicopter, and a superhero movie was playing on the TV. The room was filled with a voice. "Here comes Gang-guk, the hero of justice." The child who wanted to be a hero sat watching the movie, laughing joyfully without stop. "With my sword, I have surpassed my limits. Advance, Gang-guk." A sword was raised under the sunlight. The masked child, holding a toy sword and wearing a hero's cape, ran around the playground. Imitating the movie, he held his sword and loudly shouted, "Advance, Gang-guk." Suddenly, he inadvertently bumped into someone else. They were 3 children older than him, and the leader glared at him menacingly. Thus, the child's mask was shattered on the ground. Since one person couldn't defeat 3, the child just stood there crying, his whole body covered in dust, his face red and tears streaming down his cheeks. Suddenly a person approached, and the child stopped crying and looked up. The person who approached was a girl, and she reassured the child, saying loudly, "Don't cry, I'll fight for you instead, like your older sister, a hero." The hero lay on the hospital bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages. He trembled and cried, thinking of the scene from his childhood. Now it was his turn to reassure his sister, "Don't cry." He struggled to stand, asserting that he would fight for his sister. Although his entire body was still wrapped in bandages, he could now stand, and his body trembled slightly. The doctor looked at him with worried eyes but couldn't stop him. The doctor clearly saw the wounds on his body, knowing he had 3rd-degree burns and infected wounds all over. The old man knew it would be very difficult to relieve his mind from such pain. He quickly found painkillers and antibiotics in his pocket. He also found a stimulant to alleviate the shock and injected it directly into his body, saying, "Normally if you took all of this your liver and kidneys would melt, but this medicine will prevent you from feeling pain." He sat, putting on his hero belt again. Anjay looked at her suffering brother, her eyes welling up with tears. "Below is the martial arts hero. Your role is to lure him away from the shield so we can take it," she pleaded. "Please, Anjagon." Anagon silently pressed the belt without a word. He murmured, "Transform." A fierce light flashed, illuminating the place, and the entire helicopter was engulfed in light. A hero appeared. He was clad in armor from head to toe, looking as if he hadn't been hurt at all. He opened the door and went out, sitting on the helicopter door. Anjay struggled to block the fiercely blowing wind, looking towards her brother. Just before jumping, Anjagon slightly turned and said, "Thank you for waiting." Anjay cried, tears streaming down her cheeks, gritting her teeth. He instantly leapt, leaving his last words, "I'll be back," and then he jumped. the hero of transformation, an old-fashioned name and a ridiculous costume, although he received no expectations. His dazzling light was astonishing enough to make anyone gape. Super powerful light fiercely flew through the crowds. He was one of the two heroes who had fought the sword hero. In the blink of an eye he flew meanderingly through the entire city. Kim Min-soo held his sword high and continuously struck at Anjagon. The two fought equally. Anjagon quickly dodged Kim Min-soo's cutting attacks. His fist flew, striking directly head-on. One punch directly clashed with Kim Min-soo's giant sword, and although he was partially paralyzed, he was the only hero who fought the sword hero and survived. Although he survived, his situation looked terrible, and his entire body was burned black. Others quickly rushed to check the situation. One hero was rendered unable to fight. Naturally, many people showed respect and allowed him to rest comfortably. Anagon was moved to a hospital room, his entire body wrapped in white bandages. The old doctor shook his head and sighed. At this point it will only help him survive. If we don't stitch it up, he said to Anjay, he will have to endure constant pain. She remained silent, looking at her brother lying in the hospital bed with pained eyes. His eyes were closed, he was on an oxygen mask, and he looked completely lifeless. She said, not yet, now is not the time. He still has a mission to complete. Now is the time. Anagon must return to the battlefield. A warning appeared on his belt and a human head shape emerged. It spoke in surprise. Partner, is that really you, partner? Anagon was silent. Without answering, the entity from the belt flew, focusing on the air. It cried out in extreme worry. Are you crazy? The suit's cooling system is broken. His suit must have been heavily damaged in the battle with Kim Min-soo. The belt sounded an alarm. Partner, the cooling system is overheating and can no longer dissipate heat. Increase distance and disengage transformation. Anagon, continuously throwing punches, exclaimed, no, his punch is still powerful. If I run away now, all the innocent civilians will. The belt continued to shout. You ignored the warning last time too and almost died. Are you still going to act recklessly despite your injuries? But now there was no other way. He had to fight no matter what. He bent his entire body, leapt into the air, and then slammed straight down onto the ground. He steeled his resolve and said only one thing. My sister called for me. The belt was astonished and confused. Anagon declared, so I will fight. He planted his feet on the ground ready to charge on the other side. The martial arts hero also rushed in. When Anagon shouted acceleration mode, the belt groaned, clearly annoyed. Damn it, it could do nothing but scream loudly. Acceleration mode. As energy surged through his body, the belt shouted, ready mode. The martial arts hero rushed in, saw Anagon standing and thought, is this guy trying to fight me? But in the blink of an eye, Anagon disappeared. A blue whirlwind appeared in the air, then flashed like lightning in an instant. The massive black building in the desolate city exploded with a crash. The martial arts hero's helmet flew off and he tumbled to the ground. The city's huge black building was shattered in an instant. The martial arts hero's helmet was blown off in one blow. Anagon's kick sent him flying. He shouted, Spiral demon of the world? The martial arts hero tightly grasped Anagon's foot with both hands and a blue light emanated. Anagon twisted his body, kicked him in the stomach, and he cried out in pain. He punched his face again. It was a rapid-fire assault. The martial arts hero was pummeled without a chance to retaliate. Anagon flung his entire body into the air, stood there and stomped the ground with great force. After leaping high, he quickly descended to the ground and ran to find the martial arts hero among the debris pile before him. The space was utterly silent. A sound was heard. The martial arts hero was still standing there, his eyes burning with anger. He adjusted the mask on his face and thought, he used the same speed as when he tried to break my leg for a roundhouse kick and even delivered an extra kick. He leaped straight down, thinking a little worriedly, this won't be easy. He jumped straight down from the top of the skyscraper and Anagon quickly ran below the building to meet him. From a distance a thermal camera was aimed straight at the two and Anagon's color was bright red. The camera was right there. Anjali and her team watched, tense, looking around. The current temperature is 44 degrees Celsius. If my brother uses more power while his sweat glands are melting, she bit her teeth, extremely worried. Sweat poured down like rain and she was incredibly tense at the thought that her brother might burn to death. She quickly turned her body and shouted loudly. The transformation hero has drawn him away from the shield. Where are all the transport helicopters? A man with a headset reported worriedly into his radio. They said the hero faction's trash set up an air defense network on the way to the shield. The bastards kept firing missiles, fiercely shooting at Anjeti's helicopter. The soldier reported loudly. They said they would set up a defensive line on the way to the general. What in the world is happening? Those guys kept shooting, killing soldiers. The scarred old man held a gun and kept firing forward, shouting, Why are you doing this? He kept shooting at the old man, questioning him. Why won't you die? Both sides were in a standoff and that guy punched the soldier straight. You should have made the right choice. He even raised his arm. He had a very triumphant expression. Now the Reconstruction government will be cornered by this. Anagon charged fiercely, and the martial arts hero also rushed in. The two confronted each other, planted their feet firmly on the ground, and the entire ground was indented. The power of the two was immense. There are many kinds of pain in the world, and countless fists flew like a storm. The martial arts hero threw punches as fast as lightning, stabbing deep like blades. He shouted, World Destruction Technique, Path of 5 Dragons, the pain of flesh and bone melting. Anagon also threw punches just as powerful. Pain spread throughout his body from the bullet holes. Both sides exchanged punches evenly matched. the suffocating pain like a rope around his neck as two fists violently collided and Anagon was sent flying far away. The martial arts hero also flew far away, and he violently clapped his two hands together to create a blue energy sphere. It was the hungry serpent spirit of the world. A blue serpent slithered and attacked Anagon. The belt shouted, double acceleration mode. Anagon crossed his arms in front of his chest. As colorful light erupted, the martial arts hero immediately recognized that he was using that technique again. His massive serpent attacked Anagon directly. Blue light swirled, sucking everything in like a bottomless vortex. Anagon safely broke through the blue light and charged straight at the martial arts hero. His hand shot forward and finally grabbed the martial arts hero's face. He clenched his hand tightly, trying to kill him in one go. Blue light swirled in the sky and Anagon tightly gripped the martial arts hero's face. He shattered the mask on his face in one blow. He slammed him hard to the ground, pressing his face into it here and there. He did this across almost the entire city, gripping his face tightly with one hand, dragging him around. He encouraged himself inwardly. A little more, just a little more. Flames blazed from Anagon's feet, and he seemed almost at his limit. Suddenly he stopped in surprise, and his entire body caught fire and fell to the ground. The martial arts hero flew far away, and he still got up, flustered in his normal form, and the worst part of the pain was, the flames raged fiercely before the martial arts hero's eyes. When flesh melted and burned, when blood evaporated and left a stench, Anagon was burned. The pain of his body burning and melting, he cried out in agony, tears welling up in his eyes, his face beneath the mask screaming helplessly. The transformation hero was currently melting. The martial arts hero stood blankly, understanding nothing. He asked himself, is his instant speed technique superior to mine because it involves immense risk? The space was quiet, and the martial arts hero stood there. Anagon was burning, and flames raged fiercely. He approached thinking, if that guy was that strong, if he didn't have that weakness, they would have hidden him as a trump card instead of that instructor. Just then, with a bang, a shell flew at the sword hero and exploded. Two men in black suits aimed and fired their guns. He took one hit, but the martial arts hero showed no pain and he coldly turned around. One shoulder of his jacket was burning and one guy shouted loudly, "We'll buy time for team leader Anjadi?" After speaking, he continued to shoot at that guy, but the bullets couldn't penetrate his body and steam fiercely erupted. Anjadi held a fire extinguisher and kept spraying her brother, putting out the fire. Anagon looked up in surprise. "Sister, why are you here?" She looked firmly at her brother and replied, "You cannot be defeated at this moment." The doctor also quickly came to treat him. There was a problem with the shield transport mission, and now only one last option remained. She tried to hold on to her last hope. "We will fight together and defeat the martial arts hero." Looking at her brother lying on the ground, she declared to him that this was his last mission. "Anagon," the doctor quickly took out medicine, worriedly thinking, this isn't an ordinary burn. No, his flesh is melting and his blood is rapidly coagulating. He immediately plunged a syringe into Anagon. His entire body was trembling violently. The old man thought, if we take off his clothes his body will fall apart. Anjadi looked at her brother who had collapsed in pain, his entire body trembling with agony. Anjadi's eyes were hollow, and she painfully thought, I know sister is mad at you. Those two guys were still firing large bullets. The martial arts hero still stood there, emanating a blue light from his entire body. Facing the grenades, he redirected the bullets and then shot them straight back at those two. The two were astonished, gritting their teeth and looking at the grenades flying towards them. Anjadi stood there, sadly lowering her head and said, I know sister is useless. But just then the bomb exploded. But sister has to fight. The martial arts hero turned around and sneered, truly an eyesore. He charged straight at Anjadi's group, continuing to fire. This tragedy must end with us. Anjadi kept shooting, but the martial arts hero showed no fear and charged into the hail of bullets. Anjadi also kept shooting. Anagon saw his sister in danger. Images from the past came to mind. It was dusk and young Anagon was walking home holding his sister's hand. He looked up at his sister a little worried and asked, Sister, are you okay? Anjadi's face was hurt. One eye was swollen and her nose was bleeding. It was clear she had just fought. When she didn't say anything, the boy called out softly again. Sister. She was exhausted and just replied, I'm fine. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes and he cried, I'm sorry I told you to hit them. I was too weak and just watched. Anjadi stopped and the sunlight shone on the two of them. She crouched down, took her brother's hand and tried to reassure the boy with a forced smile as if she was fine. Sister hit them too, so it's okay. In Anagon's eyes, his sister seemed like a strong hero. The important thing was that his sister fought them and winning or losing didn't matter. The boy's eyes widened in surprise and he stopped crying. Anjadi extended her pinky finger and asked, If you're sorry, she asked sincerely, then will you promise sister first eat a lot and exercise to become strong, then fight for sister just once? In the dense smoke, Anagon's voice echoed, Don't touch my sister. Anjadi looked on wide-eyed in surprise. Anagon, though so weakened, still stood up and blocked to protect his sister. The battle was not over yet. The entire city was desolate and shattered, with skyscrapers collapsed. On one side was Anagon, and on the other was the sword hero. Anagon looked very exhausted, kneeling and resting his hands on the ground. The sword hero was also quite tired, and his eyes emotionlessly said, In the blink of an eye the difference in power has become clear. Anagon stood there, staring intently at him. Kim Min-soo asked, a little confused, But why are you fighting like this? More than that, he pointed at Anagon, repeating, Why are you fighting like this? Your belt is already giving a warning. Anagon clutched his head and said, exhausted, Why is it so absurd? He pointed his finger straight at him, accusing, You're the one who should be saying why. Are you really coming here to ask why I'm saving people? Kim Min-su's face turned dark and gray. Heroic light erupted from Anagon's body. He truly looked radiant, but if he had to explain, it was simple. It was the memories of his childhood that motivated him to fight. Because this time, I want to save them. Finally, I have the strength to do so. Even now, the martial arts hero frowned, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. Anjali was startled to see this scene. Her brother had saved her. He tightly gripped the martial arts hero's hand and said, "Sister, when I was in another world, a red superhero said that." He turned around and looked at the foolish superheroes wearing ridiculous costumes to avoid being recognized by those they knew. The martial arts hero gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes blazing with fury, and he muttered inwardly, "This dying bastard dares not to focus on me." So both sides fought each other. His fist was caught by Anagon, blocked the punch. Anagon tightly gripped both hands of that guy. He still didn't look at the martial arts hero and said to his sister, "So if they lose everything they love, there will be no reason to wear a mask anymore." He declared that he would continue to wear a mask. His feet were planted on the ground ready to fight instead of taking off his mask and saving himself. Anagon pushed that guy back forcefully. If wearing a mask means dying for sister, Anjali stood there, mouth agape in astonishment, unable to say anything. He pushed that guy far away, thinking, maybe I'll have to die wearing a mask. The martial arts hero gritted his teeth, blue veins bulged all over his face, and he burned with anger. "How dare you?" He clenched both hands tightly and growled, "Are you playing with me?" Veins bulged and trembled on the martial arts hero's arm. Both tried to exert their power. He tightly gripped Anagon's hand and shouted, "World life absorption technique." Anagon suddenly sneered straight at the martial arts hero. "It's truly pathetic to see you breathing." The belt burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, I tried to hold it in because the atmosphere was serious, but I can't." It laughed with tears in its eyes. "Are you crazy? What kind of life energy do you think this guy has?" Anjali was startled to hear that. Blood streamed down Anagon's face, and the belt still stated that medically he was dead. It continued to analyze. Just as the liquid remaining in a juice box cannot be sucked through a straw, he is exactly in that state. Just then, Anagon headbutted that guy hard. The headbutt seemed light, but it sent that guy flying far away. He asked the belt, "How much time is left?" The belt didn't answer, but instead asked back, "What's the point of hearing it now, partner?" It said with tears in its eyes, "Now defeat that guy." Anagon crouched down. He prepared for triple acceleration mode. From where he stood, immense power erupted. The martial arts hero quickly jumped far away, extremely vigilant. He pointed with 2 fingers and all the surrounding bricks and stones shattered. The martial arts hero placed his hands on the ground. He reached out his hands and used his power, my true core energy. I wasn't planning on using it. As 2 streams of purple and blue merged, the martial arts hero almost transformed into a demon, his eyes wide, his claws long and sharp, a deadly, troublesome aura. The belt chimed, announcing ready mode. It shouted, "Go." As soon as it finished speaking, he charged like lightning towards the martial arts hero. The hero's hand extended forward and blue and purple light swirled around his body. It was a grotesque snake. It bared its sharp teeth ready to bite. Not just one, many snakes charged towards Anagon. Anagon fought the snakes empty-handed. The martial arts hero stood with his hands extended forward, purple light spreading everywhere. Both sides fought equally. The martial arts hero clapped his hands together forcefully, and the snakes became even more frenzied, changing from blue to dark purple. Finally, all the snakes merged into one giant super snake, attacking Anagon from behind. The grotesque manifestation combined a serpent demonic celestial form. The hero's 2 hands were tightly clasped and he was controlling the snake. The snake immediately opened its mouth wide and bit Anagon tightly. Anagon's 2 hands crossed in front of his chest, defending himself against the large snake. With just one swing he shattered the snake. But that guy still didn't give up, raising his 2 fingers straight to the sky. He thus fired a purple power straight forward. Light flashed and flew directly in front of Anagon's face. He quickly knelt and took a stance, jumping high to avoid the blow. His attack missed the ground but eventually hit Anagon's chest. He quickly threw a punch, counterattacking. Once again, he jumped down to confront him. Neither side yielded, fighting incessantly. Everyone used their strongest techniques. Flames erupted from Anagon's fists. The martial arts hero quickly extended one hand to block. Not yet. His hand fully received the punch and several purple claws broke. He delivered another kick straight to the martial arts hero's face. A super powerful kick, flames erupting from his leg. But the martial arts hero had already delivered a punch to Anagon's face. The mask shattered. That guy's face also swelled on one side and blood splattered, just a little more. The martial arts hero's 2 hands began to intertwine again. The path of the demonic angel, he destroyed this entire city, and super powerful energy erupted. The fallen heaven of the primordial soul. Anagon's arms and legs were all on fire. He stood in the middle of the purple energy, confronting it without any fear. Nearly half of his body was burning, but he still tried to charge forward. A sword hero stood there, controlling hundreds of sharp objects to appear in the air, ready to finish Anagon cleanly. His entire body cracked and he roared loudly. Thousands of sharp swords of faith pierced straight into Anagon below, his entire body ablaze. Anjali stood there, tears welling in her eyes, clutching her hands tightly in prayer. She witnessed all the fierce fighting of her younger brother. The flames grew larger and larger, and a faint silhouette could be seen within them. The massive fire consumed everything. Anjali cried out heartbrokenly, calling her brother's name. Anjagon. In the flames there were 2 silhouettes. One lay on the ground struggling. The other's silhouette etched deep in her eyes. She called out Anjagon's name in disbelief. The sunlight shone brightly. He approached his sister and she knelt on the ground, staring blankly in disbelief. The hero's belt was almost completely burned and thrown on the ground, and the mask was half shattered. His eyes were gradually closing. I kept it. He looked very exhausted. In the end, the promise was kept and he eventually turned to dust and disappeared. A large ship floated on the sea. Mayan sat on the ship looking at her phone, her eyes a little melancholic. She pressed her phone and after a moment it rang. Her face brightened slightly and she put the phone to her ear and said, "Mom, it's me." Her eyes were a mix of sadness and worry. "Nothing, just had to check in." "How are you, Mom?" When her mother told her she was fine over the phone, she let out a slight sigh of relief. Really, at least they're taking good care of Mom. Leaning against the railing, she looked up at the sky filled with the colors of dusk. "Ah, Icon has started school now, right?" Just then, the Gata system on the ship detected something suspicious. The soldier was startled and became vigilant. But Mayan, unaware, was still smiling happily. "He's old enough to go to school now, isn't he? If he doesn't listen to you, just threaten him that I'll scold him." The soldier ran towards her like lightning. She also saw him and calmly continued talking on the phone. "Aha, okay." The soldier, unable to speak loudly so as not to interrupt her conversation, could only stand far away, pointing to the sky with his finger and signaling with his mouth. She immediately understood the meaning and waved her hand to signal but had to pretend nothing was wrong while talking on the phone. "When am I coming back?" "If I follow the government's orders. Then they'll send me back." She quickly grabbed her magic staff, held it up with both hands and with the phone against her shoulder said, No, it's not difficult." It was sad and regrettable to tell her mother, "I have to go now." But her mother also seemed reluctant to hang up, so she had to keep answering, "Yes, I'm fine." She stood firm, ready for the enemy's arrival. Hong Hajong's shadow appeared in the sky and she was still talking. "There's no danger, really?" Yes. He was almost there and she was still smiling with wide eyes. "Okay. I'm 20, I'm grown up, so Mom doesn't need to worry about me." Power radiated from the magic staff, shimmering and mysterious. "Yes, I'll contact you frequently." Her face became serious, her eyes fixed on the sky and her phone dropped, leaving no time to say goodbye. I love you, Mom." The phone and radio dropped straight to the ground. It was time to return to the mission now. The light from the staff grew stronger and stronger. The vampire Hong Hajong swooped down like an arrow. He spread his wings, aiming straight for the ship, and as soon as he saw her standing there, he glared furiously and cursed. "It's you again, you traitor." She didn't back down, shouting loudly in protest. "That past always irritates me. Who are you to call others a traitor?" As she finished speaking, she fired a super powerful force straight at him. His wings spread wide and a mass of spraying blood wrapped around his body, protecting him and counterattacking, a thick mass of blood like a waterfall pouring straight down. The two streams of power were about to collide, equal in strength, one sweet pink and the other blood red, completely opposite. Mayan opened her mouth wide and shouted, giving an order to the cat. "Yin Kazone, stronger?" The cat immediately obeyed, opening its mouth wide and inhaling air. The cat's limbs swelled with muscles, becoming strong. It stepped forward to block Hong Hajong's attack. Its two muscular arms tightly embraced his body, holding him firmly to prevent him from moving. Mayan also raised her staff of authority high, emitting dazzling light. It transformed from a heart shape into a giant hammer, which she held with both hands ready to strike that guy one time. She called out to the cat, "Yin Kazone," loudly. "Let go of him." The cat immediately released its grip, and as it turned to the side, a red blood vortex charged straight at her. She gritted her teeth, gathered her strength, and struck down forcefully one time, destroying the mass of red blood. Hong Hajong retreated his entire body, staring up with wide eyes. His two eyes flashed with anger, seeming to have run out of energy. She jumped down and stood beside her cat, and both sides faced off. That guy, annoyed, thought to himself, "If you think you have an advantage in numbers, you're gravely mistaken." Small drops of blood fell from above and they quickly transformed into round shapes. The mass of blood formed the shape of a dog's head. It was the iron-blooded demon. Around him numerous wolves appeared and he covered his face with one hand, his eyes serious. In a blink of an eye his whole body turned blood red and he smiled sinisterly. Hong Hajong charged forward and the cat quickly ran up. Several wolves bared their sharp teeth. The muscular cat alone faced this pack of wolves. Mayan fought that guy, gritting her teeth and glaring. Small bolts of lightning erupted from the staff. She struck down forcefully at him, but he quickly jumped up to dodge. Mayan roared. Just then, that guy dodged, but the ground shattered and he was also affected. The ship exploded like a volcanic eruption, truly terrifying. His whole body floated in the air and below was a huge pit of fire. It was a molten lava pit, Kazaman. Hong Hajong turned to Luke behind him, frozen in place, mouth agape in shock. He had no choice but to fall into that pit. He barely managed to escape, falling right next to the large pit. He unpleasantly grimaced and brushed off his clothes. "Did you prepare too much?" His whole body was still intact. He looked up at her and the cat from above, triumphantly provoking them. "But it only hurts, there's no damage." Mayan looked at him with a cold face and asked back, "What are you talking about? No damage?" Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet turned increasingly yellow and he stood blankly, not understanding what was happening. His feet were stuck in hardened Kazaman candy, unable to move. Hong Hajong, now terrified, stared with wide eyes, a little confused. "The Kazaman is cooling, my body can't move." Only now did he realize her intention. Annoyed, she had intended from the start to immobilize him and then defeat him with a powerful attack. She walked closer to him. As she walked, she spun the staff in her hand, full of momentum. Walking, she said, "Prepare for your skull to be crushed." She jumped high, raised her hammer and shouted loudly, intending to strike again. That guy looked up from below, his mouth agape. He heard her shout, "You damn mosquito," with a bang. She brought it down, pouring all her strength into it. Mayan walked step by step towards him, spinning the hammer in her hand, excited to finish that guy cleanly. "Prepare for your skull to be crushed." As she finished speaking, she jumped high and brought the hammer down. Hong Hajong looked up from below, his mouth agape. He heard her curses, "You damn mosquito." She struck down forcefully with all her strength, and the space filled with blood. Man stood there, and in front of her was a huge pool of blood. That guy was crushed by her. She wiped her mouth with satisfaction, smiling triumphantly. A very clean hit. She thought everything was over, but suddenly blood droplets beneath her feet gathered into round shapes and flew up into the air. Those blood droplets coagulated around Man's body. Only now did she realize what was happening, her eyes wide in shock. Still understanding nothing, a giant blood hand rose from the ground and tightly gripped her. The staff in her hand also fell to the ground. It was the iron-blooded hand of blood, San Rarer. The cat fought the wolves alone. Man was caught by the giant hand, and her magic staff also fell to the ground. It emitted a strong light and transformed back into a normal staff. The cat sensed something amiss, turned around in surprise, and cried out, "Knee!" Several wolves, taking advantage of her distraction, attacked again. Charging at her and biting, they knocked the giant cat to the ground, and it lay there helplessly, unable to counterattack immediately. It seemed its powers were weakened because the magic staff had fallen. Man was exhausted. A long trail of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and she was tightly gripped by the giant hand, utterly powerless. She was at a disadvantage. The entire ship was silent, and no one could save her. Hong Ha-jong appeared again. His entire body was unblemished. He floated in the air, and his face held an extremely triumphant expression. He sneered, saying, "A small fly doesn't require me to act personally." As he finished speaking, he pulled out a dagger from his pocket and cut his palm, splattering blood. With a simple movement, a replica of himself appeared right beside him, and he crossed his arms in front of his chest, extremely triumphant. Even though it's just a small mouse, if cornered it will resist. Both sides faced each other, and Man had no intention of replying to him. She widened her eyes and snorted contemptuously. He jumped down beside her, his sarcastic voice unchanged. "Tisk, even so, you had a hard time against my clone, didn't you?" He retracted his wings, put his hands in his pants pockets, and smiled, glaring at her. "You are truly the weakest, that's why. That's why you want to play a double agent role, following government orders," he mocked endlessly. "You have no strength or ability to fight." Man was angry, but she couldn't deny she was the weakest among the heroes. She replied with cold eyes, "Yes, I'm weak, you crazy bastard." Suddenly she cried out in anger, "So what's your opinion? At least I don't betray others like you." Hong Ha-jong's face darkened at the insult, and he gritted his teeth, extremely displeased. He kept babbling about betrayal or traitors. He placed his hand on his chest as if he were in the right and said, "I've never betrayed anyone, you whore, because from the start I was born as a demon king with a mission to destroy the world." He grabbed the cross necklace and raised the pendant, looking very serious. The original owner of this body, the purification hero, kept his faith until the very last moment. Man, understanding nothing, frowned and was confused. That guy gave a cruel smile, his two eyes tinged red. "There was no traitor from the start, you stupid bitch. From the beginning we were two different beings." At that time flames consumed the city, and Hong Ha-jong stood there. He held two weapons in his hands, always ready to fight. In front of him were two heroes, Lee Seong-hoon and Lee Garam. They were laughing joyfully. "Ha ha, isn't it better to give up at this moment?" Turning his gaze to the giant robot beside him, he said, "We have powerful firepower." Lee Seong-hoon's face was filled with an extremely triumphant expression, and he possessed the ability to approach the traitor even more closely. He shook his head, sneering, "You have no chance to win, so I will be generous with you. Just give up and join our side." Seeing Hong Ha-jong not letting go of his weapons, fighting with all his might, having decided to fight, he persuaded her softly, "No one is treated like you, you know. Your abilities are very useful. People like you are rare." Hong Ha-jong looked extremely exhausted. His eyes were dark and he couldn't breathe properly. He worriedly bowed his head, clearly knowing there was no chance of victory now. He reached out and pulled something out. He knew that what he was holding were two ampules containing the Demon King's blood. He immediately injected the two ampules of Vanbi's blood directly into his body. He remembered that it was he who had drawn the blood from that Demon King at the time. Now, holding two ampules in his hand, he knew that while his characteristics could be replaced, if he could control it, he would not hesitate to inject the two ampules directly into his neck. Lee Seong-hoon was a little surprised to see his actions and felt that this time a different outcome would emerge. As soon as the injection was complete, red blood burst from his entire body, and his body began to change. Blood flew from his eyes, nose, and mouth, and he himself was startled, not understanding what was happening. Lee Seong-hoon watched with interest, his eyes wide with anticipation. Hong Ha-jong's entire body seemed to be shattering. It was excruciatingly painful. Lee Ga-ram also noticed that this was a little strange. This was not suicide. Seeing the sight before her, she guessed that this person was transforming. It was truly an ominous energy. To prevent the situation from worsening, Lee Ga-ram quickly shot at him. She fired missiles and said, "If we have to kill him, now is the time." The two looked at the large fire that engulfed Hong Ha-jong's body. After a moment the flames and smoke subsided. Surprisingly, he was still standing intact, completely unharmed, and even looked stronger than before. Lee Ga-ram thought in surprise, "His appearance has changed and he shows no damage at all." She asked herself, "Has he awakened?" Hong Ha-jong seemed to have transformed into a different person, no longer trying to fight the two but smiling brightly and raising both hands to signal surrender. His eyes were cunning, and he curled the corners of his mouth saying, "I have no intention of fighting you." Just then, Lee Seong-hoon reached out to stop Lee Ga-ram from continuing her attack. This person sensed that his existence and power had changed. He had become a completely different being and had stopped his destruction. Hong Ha-jong was clearly possessed. He spread his two wings and introduced himself. "I am the Demon King Vanbi." Thanks to you I have returned to the present era. He stroked his chin and ridiculed himself. He found it really awkward to call himself a demon king in a hero's body. His eyes were triumphant. Anyway, let me express my gratitude to you. From then on, the demon king had always been inside Hong Hajong's body. Now she stood triumphantly, provoking Man. Don't you feel powerless? She didn't know this fact and stared blankly at him. Suddenly he approached, aimed at the staff that had fallen to the ground, and raised his foot to threaten her. As if death is slowly approaching you. After speaking, he stomped on the staff that had fallen to the ground, crushing it. The crystal ball shattered into pieces, and Mayan's power within her body also disappeared. Mayan, tightly gripped, felt her power slowly fading. She panicked and asked herself what was happening to her transformation magic. So embarrassing. She remembered when she first arrived in the sweet candy world. The cat had told her, "Listen carefully, hero." Nien had clearly explained the conditions for using a hero's power. It transformed her from an ordinary girl into a powerful hero, and as long as your transformation magic is currently maintained. Nien, everything depends on the staff of authority in your hand, the transformation magic that maintained power. The cat pointed to the gem embedded in the staff, saying its name was Sweet Crystal. At that time she still had an unpleasant expression. The name is too lame. As soon as she finished speaking, the cat, not to be outdone, hit her head and cursed loudly. What do you mean the name is Lame? This is the most precious gem in our world. It seemed so angry that it was itching to hit her. It shouted loudly. Moreover, this crystal is used as an offensive tool, it cautioned carefully. Be careful not to expose it directly to enemies when attacking. But now the Demon King had directly stepped on that stone and crushed it, and the cat's power was also affected. Shrinking back to its small size, it lay on the ground feeling powerless and weak all over. Exhausted and weak, it asked, "Hero, you have lost, Nien." The Demon King even enjoyed crushing the stone with his foot. A cunning and evil expression was clearly visible on his face, and he shouted excitedly, "In the end, man was nothing without this cursed gem." He smirked, recalling Hong Hajong, the true owner of this body. At least, the exorcist hero, my enemy. The Demon King evaluated him. He forged himself into a being beyond human limits. She frowned and laughed. But compared to him, what are you? Seeing Man lose all her magic before her eyes and turn into an ordinary human, he continued to insult her. You spoke as if you were determined to save humanity. Looking down at the shattered crystal fragments beneath his feet, he shouted loudly. But you are just a weak female who relies on ignorance. Man said nothing, gritting her teeth with indignation, thinking to herself, the purpose of his words is to break me. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She asked herself, but come to think of it, was he wrong? Now she had no power, helpless, caught by him and insulted. She softly blamed herself. Who exactly have I saved with my strength? Her heart was engulfed in shadows of despair. Then she thought of her father's death. As a child she could only cry while holding her father's hand. Even when she saw her mother and younger sister leaving far away, she could only remain and smile, waving goodbye to them. She didn't know when they would meet again. Her comrades comforted her. Don't be sad, we promise to do our best to heal them. Even in the battle with the sword hero, she personally witnessed her comrades dying by his hand. And she stood aside, trembling with fear, hiding behind a wall, not daring to rush out, only trembling and crying. Even when he took out the bomb on his wrist and smoked his last cigarette before dying, she personally witnessed the sword hero destroying the entire city. Even then, a hero who posed no threat. A completely inexperienced hero, a hero with a simple purpose and source of power. An existence no one has noticed until now. The weakest hero, but no one needs to remain that way until they die. Because they change and they are human. Man's hand clenched into a fist. She decided not to let herself fall into despair anymore. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but a strong will returned. She shouted loudly, Nien Kazone, keep shouting, I haven't given up yet. Hong Hajong, enraged, reached out to grab her even tighter. But the cat had already heard her call. Help me, let me fight. It smiled joyfully, severed one arm that was caught in the wolf's mouth and decisively shook its body. Soaring into the air, it shouted excitedly, That's a hero. It took a deep breath and its arm became fully enormous. While the Demon King watched with surprised eyes, it acted. It threw a super powerful punch, sending him flying sideways. Hong Hajong flew and crashed into a large ship. The punch was so strong that his body pierced through the steel structure and he couldn't resist. Several blood wolves also disappeared. The arm of blood that was gripping Man tightly also disappeared. She leapt straight to the ground, tearfully looking at the staff that had been crushed on the ground. There was no turning back now. She already knew it was too late to fix it. Seeing her empty hands, she bravely decided, no choice. On the other side, Hong Hajong slowly got up. That super powerful punch had wounded him, but it couldn't kill him. He raised a hand to his head. He was a little dizzy but still had to taunt first. Those who fight without weapons are truly bothersome. Suddenly he saw someone approaching in the dust before him. Unable to believe it, he rubbed his eyes with his hand and asked himself, what is that? Opening his eyes wide, he was surprised and couldn't believe it. It was Man, and she had regained her power, approaching with murderous intent emanating from her entire body. Her hands were full of magic stone fragments and blood flowed continuously. The hero's power had returned. She prepared to fight him. He was startled and couldn't believe it. You crazy dog, did you embed those fragments into your hands? Man, radiating burning murderous intent, smirked fearlessly at him and replied, You called me a girl who relies only on ignorance. He staggered to his feet. You damn bitch. Before he could finish speaking, she shouted like crazy, her eyes wide. You're right, you damn mosquito. Man ran forward, shouting, today I'll show you my perseverance. The other side also charged, and both sides clashed. The ship emitted a dazzling light, and that light emanated from her body. Her entire body charged forward with momentum. On the other side, Hong Ha-jong, covered in red blood, charged forward as if transformed into a wolf, clashing with her. The two fists collided head-on. Looking at him before her, she knew that the gem, which was the source of power, had shattered, and the balance of power between herself and him was completely broken. Despite her weakened strength, she was still very determined. Gritting her teeth, she put strength into her fist and punched him straight in the face. It should have broken, of course. The other side dodged sideways, avoiding it. He opened his angry eyes wide, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and leapt high. He still clung to the idea that perseverance was merely a fantastic power created by incompetent trash. He had to create distance first. Spreading his two wings wide, his entire body soared into the air. Blood dyed his entire body red. He shouted triumphantly. Only a few fragments in his hand. Now go to sleep. A fantastical power struggled to reverse the unfillable gap. Her two eyes shone brightly, and she glared angrily at him, her entire body stiff. What do you mean? She wasn't afraid in the slightest, not caring about his words, and just moved her feet. I'll drag you down to the ground. The cat stretched its long arm and firmly wrapped it around his leg. The cat's arm was now like a rope. Man gripped tightly, pulling him down. The other side frowned in anger as he was dragged down. He had just flown up when she dragged him down and slammed him hard to the ground, causing immense pain. His entire body lay on the floor, exhausted and unable to move, shouting loudly. Seeing the red sky, he cursed in anger. Bothersome, why do you keep opposing me? This Hong Ha-jong was like a child that year. He struggled and threw a tantrum. He shouted, why do you keep resisting me? My eyes are red with anger. You are simply incomprehensible. Man leapt high, crossed her hands in front of her chest, and charged straight down. Her eyes were tired. May was tired because she had no one to protect. Dazzling light burst forth, rushing straight towards him. The ship exploded and smoke filled the air. She gently leapt to the ground, stood there quietly, gazing at the sight before her, and wiped the blood from her face. She poured all her strength into that punch, and her entire body was also injured. She asked herself if the gem's power was directly transmitted to her blood vessels, causing her body to gradually weaken. Seeing Hong Ha-jong lying motionless on the ground, it would be good if the fight ended here, but he didn't die. In his hand, a small glass box had appeared, containing a red medicine. The bottle slowly floated upwards, and he looked truly pathetic with his blood-stained face. If I hadn't used my power in Egypt, this girl wouldn't have been a problem. He sighed, looking at the medicine bottle in his hand. Bothersome. He was slightly dizzy after being punched and felt like he heard a mosquito buzzing when he was asleep. He opened the glass bottle. It felt like cutting his hand when turning a page in a book. The medicine flew to his face and he muttered to himself. It was as if after sucking blood he felt his emotions were no longer right. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he clutched the medicine in his hand, muttering, keep thinking power is an illusion, you bitch. It was like a small drop of water falling into a pool of blood. Recalling the other heroes, he knew that this was originally meant to eliminate other heroes, including the sword hero. What he used was a drop of blood from millions of people. As soon as he drank it, his body transformed, becoming enormous, like a waterfall of blood pouring from the sky. Man gasped in surprise, shouting, what is that? Giant blood droplets floated in the sky, and Hong Ha-jong's entire body was covered in blood armor. He flew down low. This is the death sentence you brought upon yourself. He opened his eyes wide and threatened, take responsibility for your decision. The blood spheres grew larger and larger, floating in the air and instantly transformed into sharp weapon shapes. They charged straight down. They flew like arrows, targeting Man. The sky before her eyes was entirely dyed red with blood. They were his blood iron nails. Hong Ha-jong waved his hand and all the blood arrows poured straight down. Man was worried, but there was no other way now. She took a gamble. It's all or nothing. I don't have time to worry about myself. Her two eyes widened and she crossed her hands in front of her chest. If I don't block it, I'll die. She quickly created a candy shield to protect not only herself but everyone else in the artifacts. The two forces violently collided and dazzling light burst forth. She supported her body with all her might, reassuring herself, I can hold on a little longer. Her hands were almost shattered and blood overflowed. She couldn't block this immense power. Looking at her wounded hands, she asked herself in fear, have I reached my limit? The cat beside her, seeing her hardened face, asked with extreme worry, Nien, are you okay? Man had no time to answer. She could only exert all her strength. Blood flowed from her eyes and her entire body was pressed down with force. Her eyes were dark and her vision gradually blurred. Seeing her power gradually depleting, she felt the fight was over here. The blood arrows were breaking through her shield. This time it would be difficult to escape death. Man's entire body could no longer hold on. She fell backward, all her strength depleted. Her two eyes closed tightly. Just as she was resigned to her fate, preparing to helplessly surrender her body, a hand supported her from behind. It was him, Lee Seong-hoon. He smiled lightly and said, it would be a waste for you to die here. Like a ray of sunlight illuminating the place, he rescued her from death, telling her that she still had work to do. Lee Seong-hoon smiled lightly and said, it would be a waste for you to die here. He looked down at her and said, you still have work left to do. Man opened her eyes, looked at him and was startled. You, how? He smiled, his eyes crinkling. Haha, you must be confused, right? I'll explain later. He looked up at the sky, saw countless blood arrows raining down but showed no fear, smiling as he said, now how should I evade all of this? He embraced May and lightly leapt up and dodged an attack. He looked up with confident eyes, calculating in his mind. I've understood all your techniques from the countless regressions where you died, Vampire Demon King. Holding her like that, he ran, evading all of Hong Hajong's attacks. Ultimately, the two were safe. Hong Hajong asked again as if in disbelief, how did you dodge all of them? He continued to fire blood arrows. You always hid somewhere before, so why show yourself now? Seeing Mayan still alive in Lee Seong-hoon's arms, he was even more surprised. And why did you save that woman? He looked down from above. In the spot where countless arrows had struck, the two were still alive and completely unharmed. I can't understand what you're planning. Lee Seong-hoon smiled lightly and said, I merely wanted to make you a complete demon king. He set Mayan down beside him and said, not a clumsy demon king like you are now. Just then he snapped his fingers and a large screen appeared, showing Kim Min-soo announcing that he had transitioned from the sword hero to a demon king state. Hong Hajong, now realizing Kim Min-soo was a demon king, was immediately intrigued. As the screen minimized, Lee Seong-hoon dismissed it and said, in other words, you're now useless. He drew a sword from his person, pointed it, and said, therefore it's time for you to exit this stage. Hong Hajong felt insulted, clenched his fists in anger, and shouted, I'll tear that arrogant mouth of yours apart. Do you really think you mean it? After speaking, he spread his arms, unleashing his power once more, and attacked the two. His rage reached its peak, and as if remembering everything, countless blood arrows flew and struck, with even skull shapes appearing above them. Lee Seong-hoon, utterly fearless, confronted them, holding a sword in one hand and keeping the other in his pocket. One man and one sword faced all of it. Remembering all of this, remembering all the flows and branches of time, do you truly think I would grant you a future where you can win? Is he bleeding from the head and out of his mind? This man, having been able to rewind time after dying, had already memorized this scene. In the blink of an eye, several of his swords accurately pierced Hong Hajong's body. Hong Hajong fell to the ground, impaled by swords, unable to move. Lee Seong-hoon approached, a sword in one hand and the other in his pocket, smiling as he said, even though I suppressed the ship from sinking, you only fought 98 times. Your techniques are simpler than I thought, he added mockingly. The original owner of this body killed me more times than you have. He easily killed me over 100 times. Hong Hajong, lying bloody on the ground with a half-exposed human face, asked, why are you doing this? Lee Seong-hoon sat beside him, listening. Didn't you want to see the world engulfed in flames? Wasn't that why you gathered all those disaster-level heroes? He looked at him nonchalantly, almost tauntingly, and said, you don't remember the previous horrific scenes. The reason I only watched you destroy the world was to accumulate the karma and causality necessary to become a demon king. Lee Seong-hoon was the one who watched Hong Hajong stand under an umbrella sheltering from the rain. He also stood behind the sword hero, and was the one who shook hands with Ji-ho. Now, looking back, all of this had a purpose. I gathered you all so that you wouldn't die easily before the demon king truly appeared. Even that despicable water hero. All of this was his objective. If other heroes had cooperated in an attack, all the defeated heroes would have remembered. In such a scenario, the demon kings would be killed before they could truly be formed. Even that old man and that black man. And after creating the demon king, Hong Hajong asked, what are you planning to do? His face was covered in blood and he glanced up, saying, are you aiming for the world's destruction? Lee Seong-hoon suddenly burst into laughter. He swung the sword in his hand, laughing loudly as he asked, destruction? Haha, that's right. Your true nature was that of a demon king. His eyes suddenly turned serious. In any case, you're going to die, so I'll tell you my goal. He swung his sword and said, to save my world. Hong Hajong, terrified, raised his hands and pleaded, wait. He went to great lengths to avoid dying. If you kill me, the owner of this body will die. Are you going to kill the man who was always by my side? He dared to use Hong Hajong as a shield, but Lee Seong-hoon's face hardened as if he couldn't forgive him. Exorcist hero, if you can hear my words, listen carefully. Hong Hajong glanced desperately and said, I'm truly sorry. He shed tears as if resigned. This is the only choice I can make. After speaking, he resolutely brought down his sword, ending both the demon king and the exorcist hero together, offering a final word of comfort. You were heroes, truly magnificent. Blood flowed like a river, and Hong Hajong and Demon King Vanbi officially met their end. Lee Seong-hoon stood there alone, the swords impaled in the body, not letting go of his sword. His face was splattered with blood, but he glanced with a cold expression at Mayan, who was walking up behind him. His expression instantly changed. He turned around with a bright smile. You heard everything? Then I don't need to explain any further, do I? Everything was so sudden that she couldn't immediately trust him. She prepared to fight, extended her fist and shouted, no need for explanations, you psycho. She continued to curse him for a while. Don't you look like a psychopath right now? Even while being cursed at, he stood silently, looking helpless. He calmly replied, when all of this is over, you'll understand. After speaking, he put down the sword in his hand. I have no intention of fighting you. He raised both hands in a gesture of surrender and said, let's go to where the rebel hero is. We need to transport the artifacts. Space was dark. Gomgoi was there, hunched over. Suddenly he woke up with a start. A light shone on his face. It was a U.S. military strategic space station. Soon he tore a hole in it and went inside. People were working there. The man, his face pale, trembled as he turned to him. It's over. Now the hero can use that to return to Earth. He pleaded in fear before Gomgoi, who stood massive and muscular, arms crossed. So please, but before he could finish speaking, Iron Fist Gamgoi angrily hardened his face, gritted his teeth and shouted, "The villains are still alive, merely extracting all their abilities." He cursed and beat the innocent man to death. There's no negotiation with terrorists. After beating the man to death, he headed for the spaceship alone. Intoxicated with victory, he shouted, "A hero of justice will always find a way out." On the northeastern coast of Indonesia, countless robots hovered in the sky. They were holding a small girl. Below, soldiers also ran up with guns ready for battle. Everyone was tense. The robots slowly descended and both sides faced off. The man in the lead aimed his gun and asked, "Identify yourselves. This is a Korean government base camp. In other words, it's a Korean military zone." One robot stepped forward and a voice came from it. "She is the scientist Stevenson who defeated the New Generation Reformation hero." The robot continued, attempting to explain that she had come to help the Korean government resolve the hero crisis, but a hand stopped its shoulder. It was the girl herself signaling him to say no more. She softly told them, "No, you don't need to say anything." The robot's eyes widened and it asked, "But why? If they knew she was once an enemy, humans would no longer trust her." The soldiers seemed truly tense, aiming their guns and watching them very warily. Recalling the image of her tied to a tree, it said, "They might even drag her out and kill her." The robot pleaded like a human. It believed that if that happened, Stevenson's sacrifice and the victory of this battle would all be in vain. But the girl didn't think so. She resolutely shook her head and explained to him, "Confessing a sin should not begin with a lie. And if they are human, they won't be so quick to kill another human." Recalling the face of the girl who looked just like her, she thought the old generation would have said the same. After speaking, she turned to the robots. "Put me down, I want to speak with them directly." She dared to admit all of this. "My sins." She walked straight towards the soldiers like that. They aimed their guns at her, but she paid no mind, looking seriously and directly at the man in the lead. "My name is Lee Garam. My body has changed, but I am the Reformation hero who recently destroyed Korea." Before these people, she herself admitted all the sins she had committed. "This is my true identity." The man in the lead frowned upon hearing this, speaking as if in disbelief. "Nonsense, a small girl like you can't be the monster who launched nuclear missiles around the world." Lee Garam, completely unconcerned, calmly asserted, "I am that person. This is the human body I acquired in my battle with the old generation." The more the man in the lead listened, the angrier he became. His eyes wide and his teeth clenched. Regardless of what heroes looked like, she stood there with robots lined up behind her. Doesn't the government official clearly know that they were all children originally? He remained silent, aiming his gun at her. He said nothing, and the more he listened, the angrier he became, unable to control himself. He could no longer hold back and angrily ran forward, pressing the gun tightly against her head. The surrounding robots immediately became vigilant. Lee Garam quickly reached out a hand to stop them, allowing the man to continue his outburst. "Why is a murderer here? Are you tired of slaughtering people?" He held the gun to her forehead and cursed her like that. "You two have come to steal even the small hope we have left. Tell me, murderer." He suspected they were the hero cult. She cut him off. "No, I've come to tell the person you call the rebel hero how to defeat the sword hero." The man frowned as he listened to her words. "But you said you were tired of slaughtering people and that's why you came here." Without a word, he took out a cell phone from his pocket. He held it up. This phone contains 380 phone numbers. He still held the gun to her head, raising the phone with one hand. "Family, friends, superiors, subordinates, favorite restaurants, neighbors, even teachers, everyone is here. Do you know how many people I could contact after you swept through this country?" She hardened her face and lowered her head. She couldn't say a word. The man's eyes blazed with fury and his face darkened. 3 people out of 380. 1 superior, 2 subordinates. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, tears streaming down his cheeks as he shouted, "My family, my colleagues, my ordinary life, all gone because of you. Tell me right now why I shouldn't kill you." The gun in his hand suddenly drooped. In any case, he couldn't let personal revenge interfere with official duties. He lowered his gun, turned, and went inside. "Garam is here to eliminate the rebel hero, recover all weapons, and be confined." Before entering, he added, telling them to inform the rebel hero to fully arm himself. She was startled, her eyes wide. She was surprised that he was still handling things so calmly. Before she could think deeper, his eyes, already filled with murderous intent, turned back and threatened her. "Don't misunderstand. When this is over, you will die by my hand." Lee Garam lowered her head and looked down sadly. "It doesn't matter. Even if it's not everything, I know the weight of my actions." Looking at the base before her, she voluntarily said, "Once the sword hero is dead, I don't care if you kill me or what you do." Bound like that, she sat in the confinement room according to the rules. She sat still, not moving, when a voice suddenly echoed, "Did you call for me?" Park Young-sok arrived. Another person was with him. He asked, "Are you the Reformation hero?" She turned nonchalantly. "That's right, are you the spear hero?" Looking closely, "Your arm has reattached." Upon hearing these provocative words, he immediately became angry, gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Just then a hand stopped his fist. It was the girl who had come with him. She persuaded him, "If you don't intend to kill him, don't get angry with him. At the same time, the sword hero will slaughter people." Park Young-sok, blinded by rage and losing his reason, glared at her with furious eyes and told her to step aside. "I don't want to see a murderer's face anymore." Lee Garam said with a cold face, "Do you know what's happening right now?" The blue-haired girl explained everything in detail. "The sword hero is moving north, according to reports from the Allied forces." Before she could finish speaking, she cut her off. "Even if you're alive, the reports won't be entirely accurate. She truly knew more information, bound like that. She continued to listen to the blue-haired girl's words. There are reports that the transformation hero and martial arts hero have died in Korea. Having said this much, the blue-haired girl added as if lost in thought, and there are a few other pieces of information. Park Young-sok turned in surprise and asked, "Why are you answering that woman in such detail? Aren't you considering the possibility that she's a spy?" The blue-haired girl glanced nonchalantly and replied, "If that were the case, she wouldn't have come here directly but would have tried to eavesdrop on information." And she reassured him, "Don't worry, Park Young-sok. She's just an ordinary human now, with no special abilities," Lee Ga-ram said with cold eyes. Kim Min-soo has changed from the sword hero into a demon king. Both were astonished, their mouths agape, and all the previous generation heroes overseas who could stop him were dead. Park Young-sok exclaimed in surprise. "A demon king? The guy wearing a hero's mask became a demon king?" The blue-haired girl looked back in astonishment. "That's impossible. A hero is supposed to save the world, but he's destroying it now." After speaking, she herself felt that his transformation into a demon king was not so strange after all. Lee Ga-ram faced the two and told them everything. The regression hero had used him, and now this was the result. He had mentioned such a story before. At that time, the entire city was engulfed in flames. She held him and asked, "Lee Seong-hoon, I have something to ask you." Clutched his stomach with both hands and replied with a comfortable smile, "HMPH, calling me by my name is truly touching. But what is it?" Floating in the sky, she was a little confused, looking at the entire city so terribly destroyed. "I'm unleashing my rage on a world that didn't wait for me. And my goal is to destroy the collective consciousness with my overwhelming firepower. But why are you with us?" Lee Seong-hoon calmly replied briefly, "To observe you all." She stared intently at him as if she couldn't understand him. He frowned and explained seriously, "Not only do I watch the world burn here, but I also want to see what all of you will eventually become." When she heard his words then, she couldn't understand them at all. After a moment of silence she said, "Your words are truly difficult to understand and I cannot discern your emotions." He merely smiled lightly. "When all of this is over, you'll understand." As Lee Ga-ram recounted this story, Park Young-sok's face hardened and he pressed her vigorously. "So his goal was to turn you into demon kings. But why?" Just then, someone ran over, screaming. Dr. Dong-soo, panting, stood in the doorway and announced that the ship carrying the artifacts had returned. But all three of them noticed, and the comrade girl asked in surprise, "But what?" At this moment a large ship was docked right next to the beach, looking desolate, with smoke rising from it. On the ship next to Man was a man named Lee Seong-hoon, who was holding a gun to his head and shouting loudly, "Hello, hero resistance." He smiled like a blooming flower and negotiated, "Don't even dream of coming closer to capture me." As soon as Park Young-sok saw him, he became enraged and wanted to rush over to fight immediately, but seeing his state, he didn't move rashly. He stood there, firmly gripping the gun in his hand, and threatened, "If you attack me before our conversation begins, I will go back and sink the ship and this artifact to the bottom of the sea." Right now, he controlled everything here. The regression hero stood before the entire hero resistance, aiming a gun at his head and greeting all of them with a bright smile. He first told them not to even dream of coming closer to capture him. He said that if they attacked him before their conversation began, he would go back and sink the ship and this artifact to the bottom of the sea. He knew that Angie was one of the heroes who had infiltrated the shelter. It was none other than the regression hero. As he stepped forward, the green water hero exclaimed in surprise, asking what he intended to do. She had already informed him about that man's abilities. He was immune to all attacks. Even if he killed him in one blow, he could rewind time and evade that attack. He helplessly gritted his teeth and fell silent. This was because he knew this well. The Reformation hero, still bound, offered to speak with him. The other two looked back at her in surprise. This was because she knew more about him, and they had once been on the same side. Hearing this convincing reason, the green water hero released her. Lee Ga-ram stood before the two, and the regression hero looked at her. Unaware that she was on both sides, he guessed that she was no ordinary person. She introduced herself as Lee Ga-ram, the Reformation hero. She said her original body had been destroyed with the old generation. Her current body was created by that girl. The regression hero asked for her proof. She recounted their first meeting on June 17th. That day she was holding her parents who had died in a bombardment. At that time her body was burnt black and covered in wounds. The surrounding buildings had also collapsed and burned, and she had to be supported by a robot. He approached in a firefighter's uniform. The battle had been quite large, and he smiled and asked, "Are you feeling better?" A small missile from behind the robot fired and flew towards him. The regression hero easily tilted his head to dodge the missile, which hit the wall behind him and exploded loudly. He still admired calmly. He said he had died once and had no intention of becoming her enemy. Removing his mask, he introduced himself. He said his name was Lee Seong-hoon, and like her, he was a hero who had lost everything after returning. After hearing the old story, he realized she was Lee Ga-ram. He asked her if she had decided to side with the government after acquiring this body she had created. The Reformation hero replied that she had. He might call her shameless after killing countless people, but the shadow behind her left behind numerous corpses piled up and stained red. It was true. She could see that sight, and it was always there. She closed her eyes and turned her head. Now she had decided to help stop Kim Min-soo. The regression hero, hearing her words, no longer held the gun to his head. "You're lucky. The reason I'm here is also to stop Kim Min-soo." He gritted his teeth in anger. Those crazy murderers, what nonsense are they spouting, seeking atonement after killing people and now wanting to help a murderer? He could no longer just watch and approach them, the green water hero exclaimed in surprise, stopping him. Wait a minute, calm down. But her arm was already caught in his grip. He dragged her along and the girl, before she could even react, fell to the floor. She screamed in pain, clutching her arm. Park Young-sok choked her and she gasped for breath. He lifted her small body with one hand and she couldn't even breathe. He was extremely angry. After seeing what she had done, how could she try to help him with them? If she was here because of him and the murderer, then she should die. After that, he would calmly face the sword hero, even if only for a moment. The wooden arm with which he was choking her suddenly began to glow. His fake arm disappeared due to the green water hero's ability. He turned his head and threatened her. Now decide which side you'll follow. The green water hero hesitated, her face flustered. Just then, the magic hero jumped down and kicked him hard in the stomach, sending him flying backward. She shouted, "Do you think I came here because I wanted to? What are you trying to do anyway? How am I supposed to fight against a guy whose very existence is a cheat?" I don't know why he suddenly started helping them. But they would surely lose if they fought him. He lay on the ground and shouted, "You're the same, you're just a bystander. What am I supposed to do?" He scraped his hands on the ground as if trying to embed his fingers into it. Was she just going to sit there and accept that hypocrite? Why were they all so weak? Why did they let his family die? He cried out in despair, tears streaming down. The regression hero watched him silently. The regression hero looked at Park Young-sok and thought he truly made many people fall into despair. He scolded him in a trembling voice, asking why he was so weak. He didn't understand anything. He didn't know the meaning of all this. He struggled to hide his tearful eyes. He just wanted to return to a normal life. The regression hero jumped off the ship. He landed on the ground, brushed the dust from his shoulder and approached him. His eyes were sad and dark. In any case, he had no other choice. Right in front of him, he told him to stop crying, the rebel hero. He told him to get up. This was the only way for the world to continue to exist. Now, he was the only one who could stop the sword hero. Since he had become a demon king, the rebel hero of the hero cult alone would not be enough to stop him. He had to become a hero of heroes. He reached out his hand to him. His face was ravaged by tears. He would make him strong. If he didn't accept, he would kill him. Please forgive him. That's what he wanted to say. The number 0 appeared. It was a regression. It was the scene of a battle involving the most powerful heroes, the Reformation hero, the Faith hero, the Gomgoi hero, the Iron Fist hero, and other heroes. Kim Min-soo and he were comrades who had fought against fierce heroes. The two stood shoulder to shoulder fighting together. The battle was truly difficult. At that time, he was almost completely exhausted. The sword hero smiled at him and said, "If you have time to rest, try to keep up with me a little more. You're too slow." He laughed and said, "Don't be cocky when you haven't even seen my true abilities." He realized then that they were all comrades, all heroes. Reinforcements for the two finally arrived. They came to protect the two. The two were truly happy and smiled then. "You're too late." The 111th regression. Jo Seung-woo led the vanguard, finally cornering Ju-yu. The Gomgoi hero was fighting using his abilities. He angrily pressed them, asking if they knew what it felt like to lose everything. Jang So-min was fighting him. She fought with a spear. The Gomgoi hero used countless hands and eyes to surround himself. He shouted at him to leave her alone and fired lasers at her. Jang So-min threw her spear at him and the spear pierced the ship, destroyed those hands and flew towards him. She said she would take care of the golem. She shouted at Kim Min-soo to go. He took his sword and jumped from the airship. He saw Jo Seung-woo. He told him to rest if it was too hard. His sword was right above that man's head. The heroes' civil war continued for a year and finally ended. Before the headless general's statue, all the heroes who had ended the battle were here. Hero Squad leader Choi Dong-wook, holding a camera and wearing a bulletproof vest, waved his hand and instructed them to take a photo. He told everyone to stand. "Don't be shy, you all fought together, didn't you kids?" Anjadi nagged Anagon. "If you make that silly pose again, I'll kill you. This photo will be in a book, so take it seriously. It could be a family heirloom." Anagon was startled, still with a foolish expression. Choi Dong-wook began to count from 1 to take the photo. The photo was taken at 3 and they were all very embarrassed. Anagon still had the same foolish pose, although they couldn't protect anyone. A funeral was held to commemorate the sacrificed. Many soldiers were sacrificed and so were heroes. The sword hero and regression hero also attended the funeral to meet their fallen comrades. He lit incense for them. Regressing hundreds of times, he saved as many people as possible. He looked sadly at the people he couldn't save. The green water hero, Choi Ui, he apologized to them, looking at their altar photos and crying. He couldn't find a result where everyone was saved. He was truly sorry. After the war, they became saviors from heroes. They were very surprised by the image before their eyes. The regression hero looked at it awkwardly. He asked if Kim Min-soo really asked them to make something like this. No one would be so shameless as to ask someone else to make something like this. And Won-woo had an expression of admiration. "I always wanted to ask for something like this." He was wondering whether to tell his sister or not. The vampire hero complained, "Even if they gave it to me, I wouldn't take it." The shield hero held Kim Min-soo's hand and both of their faces turned red. She even praised, "It's beautiful. I can tell the war is over." Jang So-min scratched her face. "I came too late, so I guess there's nothing for me." What they were talking about was a hero statue made to commemorate the sword hero, Kim Min-soo. The statue, clad in armor and holding a giant sword, was erected in the city center. The world was recovering from the ruins, heroes also helped with construction and some helped save people, so it was all good. Heroes did not lose their original determination and focused their strength on peace and reconstruction. He also worked like an ordinary person, but after almost 10 years, they were gradually forgotten by people. The next scene was the shield hero and the sword hero getting married. The officiant declared, "Now let's celebrate the beginning of these two." Everyone, a big round of applause. The guests who attended the wedding to celebrate their marriage also applauded joyfully. Heroes also attended to congratulate them. The vampire hero didn't understand why they were trying to tie themselves down like this. The magic hero felt that if they had children, those children would be the strongest in the world. The hero cult and the regression hero were also happy to see the two together. Under the table they were also holding hands and looked very happy. The hero cult whispered to him, "When will it be our turn?" The two also fell in love. Next was another happy scene. A child was born. A chubby, cute child. The hero cult and the regression hero looked at the child happily next to the cradle. The child was the magic hero's and the vampire hero's child. The magic hero glanced at the vampire hero and complained, "The father didn't even show up when the child was born, so I just hope the child doesn't resemble the father." The vampire hero next to her awkwardly looked at her as if acknowledging his fault and said, "Of course. The child resembles its mother." They had a child. When Anagon went out to eat with him, he was so bored he broke his fishing rod. He also wanted to get married, but why did his sister always introduce him to unsuitable people? He comforted her that she would understand. "Anyone can get married," he told him. "You wouldn't know. You got married last year, but now you're the only single hero among us." The regression hero told him to stop drinking, saying he would introduce him to a good person. If his sister found out he was drinking, Anjali would deal with him. At this point he had already collapsed onto the table. They sometimes recalled the past and lamented. They created beautiful memories together. They often got together for outings with their children in tow. The regression hero stayed by the hero cult's side until she graduated. They received medals at the 30th anniversary of the end of the war and grew old. Years later, one day, the hum of machines filled a hospital room. The regression hero lay in a hospital bed. By his side, the hero cult held his hand. Even though he no longer needed to turn back time, he had no regrets. She too shed tears of satisfaction and smiled. Of course she felt the same. Before he closed his eyes, she was the last person he saw. With her tears, he closed his eyes and passed away beside his loved one. And that's how it should have ended. But when he opened his eyes, he was back in the old time. Looking at the street and the people around him, he was startled to see himself. He was still wearing his school uniform. When he took out his phone from his pocket, his hand trembled upon seeing the time displayed as May 11, 2021. This was his 112th regression. He was further gripped by fear, found it hard to even breathe, and his eyes were full of confusion. He had truly regressed once again. He saw his face reflected in the mirror, and fear spread across his entire face. Had he returned, he should have realized from the beginning that everything was very strange. In the previous world, before that entity, the goddess, he smiled brightly at the system screen. The world she lived in was similar to a fantasy game in his world. She didn't understand the fantasy game he was talking about. He was thinking of games from his world where one could open and close status windows and inventories, and only the protagonist had cheat abilities. Hundreds of similar things were released every year in his world. He was used to such things. Drawn by what was displayed on the S-Class exclusive ability notification board, he clicked it. It was the infinite regression ability. Upon a user's death, the user's memories are retained and they return to the point in time before death. It is an S-Class ability that distorts causality. If it was a death that the system could not recognize, the user would return to the starting point of that time branch. At that time he thought that if he died, infinite regression would send him back to the starting point of the death plot. Wouldn't it take him quite some time to return? She said he could return home faster and defeat the Demon King. It was killing two birds with one stone. But she reminded him to keep in mind, with that ability, if he died to the Demon King he couldn't return. Therefore he had to defeat them in the first attempt. Now she gave him all possible blessings and instructions. After that, she slowly disappeared. Her last words to him were, "Please save their world, O hero." He remembered everything and realized how everything should proceed. He returned to a previous time and regressed. Lee Seong-hoon suspected that it might be due to a medical accident or chronic disease he wasn't aware of. He stood in the middle of the street thinking hard, and he lived his second life diligently. He thought this was just a simple error, but since he had returned, he had to do what he had to do. There was no other way. He remembered his lost comrades. Currently, if he prepared for the hero civil war that would happen in 3 months, he thought he would find the best outcome to save these 3 people. Union, Green and Time. He finished thinking and started acting. He would be able to prevent the death of his comrades, which was his eternal regret, and in his 214th regression he shouted as soon as he returned. He swore. He was truly very confused. It wasn't a chronic disease. He even risked dying at home, fearing problems if he went to a hospital. He saved all the dead people. So now he had no regrets. What on earth is this? Suddenly realizing something, he immediately opened the system. Could that ability possibly happen? He rechecked the information about his infinite regression ability. This ability even reverses death due to aging. This was truly terrifying. It truly is an ability that reverses all deaths. He looked up at the sky and swore. If he had known this, he wouldn't have chosen this cursed thing. Passers-by turned to look at his strange and crazy behavior, staring at him with worried eyes, and some even took out their phones to call the police. The police stood before him questioning what was wrong with this student. He looked up at the police, thinking hard. The police reminded him that he couldn't do that in the middle of the street. He merely glanced at the pistol on the police officer's waist. He thought, damn that crazy bitch. He would commit suicide and return to the point in time when he gained that ability. He quickly ran and snatched the gun. First he fired a shot into the sky, then aimed the muzzle at his own throat. He said he was sorry for surprising everyone. When the gunshot rang out, he regressed once again. It was his 220th. He saw the familiar sky which he had seen an unknown number of times. This time his face was extremely despairing. This time he was very calm. He couldn't go back to that world. His eyes were extremely dark. The earliest he could return was this moment right after he had just returned. He was deceived. He bowed his head amidst the repetition of time. After many regressions in his 313th, he burned to death in a large explosion. In this regression, he discovered that he could return even after being atomized by a nuclear explosion. In his 395th regression, he saved the Reformation hero. If he secretly started modifying his body, he could gain an immortal life. His body was placed on a research table in this endless repetition. Robot arms transformed his body. It was better to sacrifice himself than to tie everyone to him. It was a failure. He was considered dead when more than 50 of his body turned into machinery. He walked alone, covering his face and crying. Even this method didn't work. He swore. He returned to the point in time before he was modified. It was his 780th regression. Now he didn't even need 10 people to prevent the hero's civil war. And the sins of other heroes accumulated. As he cried in the rain, his comrades approached and asked if he was crying. These good fools were sacrificing their lives for meaningless actions. He wailed in pain before them. Before the two, he pulled out a gun and aimed it at his own head. He told them he was sorry. The sword hero's face was surprised and called out to him, but he still committed suicide with the gun. Lee Seong-hoon took his own life, but he still had to continue regressing. In his 1000th, Lee Seong-hoon struggled to bear the burden of returning alone. He was still beside other heroes, but after his mind was exhausted, he confided his situation to other heroes. At a gathering of everyone, told everything, and they were all very surprised. His eyes now lacked even vitality. Kim Min-soo reached out a hand and suggested solving it together. He said, didn't they think that with so many other heroes they wouldn't be able to solve this problem? He and Kim Min-soo held hands and everyone diligently searched for a solution. Jang Se-in also carefully held his hand, with friends beside him who agreed to help. He became happy again. But no solution worked and he was back to square one. From then on, Lee Seong-hoon completely lost hope. 1716th time, died of liver cirrhosis due to alcoholism. 2150th time when he returned, his heart stopped from extreme stress. From his 2150th regression, he continuously spent time in a state of cardiac arrest. 3711th regression, died when his oxygen mask came off in space. 5612th time, committed suicide by hanging in a dark office. 766th time, died trapped in a glacier. 9279th time, died embracing an angel. 10,000th time. Time was almost infinite. And what he couldn't stand the most was the fact that his ability held the future of nearly 8 billion people hostage. Some people said that the abilities of time and future were like constantly developing branches, and the time he was currently seeing was just one of those abilities. He stood in a vast dimensional space, and where he stood was the starting point. From there the flow branched into small offshoots, and each offshoot further divided like a large tree. He saw that form, and because he thought it was Stanley's instead of dreaming of a different future, he would comfort himself and be content with the present. This was not an illusion but reality. And upon realizing this reality, he couldn't help but shed tears, feeling so pitiful. This was completely different from the regression abilities of others in books. No, it wasn't. All those branches, once they reached a certain height, became arrows returning. The point he returned to was the starting point, and all futures were gathering and breaking apart again. They were returning to the starting point beneath his feet. The gears of the clock were turning chaotically, unable to function properly. He was back to square one. Even if this meant living in a parallel world, there was no way he would find a solution to this regression ability. He cried miserably. That's right, he kept coming back. All future possibilities were constantly splitting. He slammed his fist hard on the pavement. He couldn't tell what it was asking of him. He could no longer return to another world. Returning to the same point, he cried out helplessly. What was he supposed to do in the end? His 13,148th regression. Now he had given up and no longer sided with justice. He sided with the fierce heroes. He hoped that if he sided with evil, Kim Min-soo or anyone else could kill him. He was cut down by Kim Min-soo, impaled to death by his old comrades with weapons, nailed to a wall and killed by magic. 14,611th time, he was attacked numerous times by all the government-allied heroes. Even Kim Min-soo couldn't prevent him from returning. Now the flow of time blurred for him. He was just eating snacks in his room watching the news. Today's news was a victory report. The government announced that justice had triumphed around 6 a.m. today. Kim Min-soo's image was shown on the news. The government declared that the hero crisis had ended. The hero crisis was over. Kim Min-soo clearly couldn't be defeated. To defeat him, he would probably have to be the Sword Demon King, when he was so despairing that he couldn't shed a single tear, but he remembered that the goddess had said he couldn't return with that ability if he died to the Demon King, so he had to defeat them in the first attempt. He paused, thinking of the Demon King, and a small thought flashed in his mind. Only a hero can kill a Demon King, and only a Demon King can kill a hero. What if this was a general rule across all worlds? Then wouldn't there be two different kinds of Demon Kings? If it was a Demon King who was not a returned Demon King, then he could kill him. There was no more time to hesitate. He picked up a utility knife. While he was repeating regressions in the 5-digit range, he had to create a Demon King before his mind completely broke. So in this 14,612th regression, he had a different goal. He slowly organized his hypothesis. The condition for creating a Demon King is achieved through destruction and karma, and by having strong heroes who can accumulate power. He decided to use the fierce heroes. He would become their right-hand man and keep them alive as long as possible. And when their Demon King transformation process was complete, he would die by their hands. He hoped to see that on their faces. In his 1793rd regression, he realized there was a big flaw in the conditions mentioned above. When he was fighting the fierce heroes, when the heroes began to massacre their surroundings to accumulate destruction and karma, there were voices stopping them. Without exception, they appeared. His old allies, his old comrades, and the person he once loved. He saw them, and only anger remained. He cursed them as fools again. In his 2112th regression, he realized he couldn't create a Demon King while avoiding them. In his 23,289th, heroes died before him. He began to kill his old comrades if necessary. Calmly wrote in his notebook, "Cooling system, if it breaks, they become weak." That was their weakness. If he didn't reduce their numbers, the fierce heroes would die before they could become Demon Kings. 25,538th time. The hero cult was seriously injured and he stepped forward. He was the one who attacked her. She looked at him and asked why he had personally killed his own wife. He stared straight at her, cried, and said in a trembling voice, "All of this is to save you, to be precise." His future wife actually couldn't say anything, nevertheless he killed her. 119,930th regression. Kim Min-soo moved forward and a fierce hero was seriously injured. He stood before Kim Min-soo, blocking him and pleading with him not to do so. Kim Min-soo said that if he had sinned and killed his comrades, he must pay the price for his sins. He pushed him back and he reached out his hand, pleading, "Just a little more, just a little more." That hero might become a Demon King. He grabbed Kim Min-soo's leg with trembling hands, begging him to spare the hero. He pleaded through tears, but Kim Min-soo killed the hero. Seeing the hero's head fall before his eyes, he screamed in rage, cursing Kim Min-soo as a bastard. Whatever he did to create a Demon King, a very strong person named Kim Min-soo would stop him. He decided to eliminate Kim Min-soo first. After countless regressions in his 161,503rd regression, even after reading all possibilities, the gap between him and Kim Min-soo was too vast. He could never defeat Kim Min-soo. Every time he was beheaded by Kim Min-soo. If he couldn't defeat him, Kim Min-soo would come to kill the Demon King he created. He was swept away in the flow of time. Countless deaths occurred at Kim Min-soo's hands. As his memory returned through the haze of consciousness, he wondered if he couldn't defeat Kim Min-soo. What if he made Kim Min-soo into a Demon King? He was conflicted by his decision, asking himself if it was forgivable. Just then he was driving, and the person in front of him was Kim Min-soo's mother. The mother was putting up flyers to find her missing son. He trembled with fear and shed tears, but he kept telling himself that there was no other way now. It's not the past, nor loss, nor the desire for power that ruins a person. Instead, it is endless time. After deciding to make Kim Min-soo a Demon King, he laid out a very detailed plan to monitor all of them. The main target was still Kim Min-soo. He knew this was an unforgivable act. He looked at his plan with satisfaction. There were about 3.5 months left until Kim Min-soo's regression, but his mind felt a little more at ease. This time he had a good feeling that he might die. With a clear goal to pursue, all unimportant thoughts vanished. However, what he did only complicated the time of suicide. He realized it through an internet article, but he still remained calm. It's okay, he could just start over. Tens of thousands of trials and errors were nothing once a goal was set. Kicking his chair over, he was back to being number 44. He killed Kim Min-soo's parents. His mother died in a car accident. Blood splattered everywhere on the street, even staining the flyers. He opened the car door and checked the situation. He told the dead mother that she would understand what he meant. She might even understand him. He isolated Kim Min-soo. He went to school and talked to his teacher. He asked the principal if he knew that Kim Min-soo was hanging out with men. He heard that kid was causing trouble, running around like a runaway. He bribed Kim Min-soo's teacher. He subtly slipped an envelope into a folder, pretending to pick it up after dropping it in the hallway. He spread rumors about Kim Min-soo. He went to the police station, feigned injury, and reported to the police. He lied that he had been beaten up and robbed by runaways. He made sure the world wouldn't show Kim Min-soo a single shred of pity. He eliminated future comrades, severed Kim Min-soo's ties with the world, and dismissed capable individuals. Thus, those who would block the arena plan were confirmed eliminated. Even the future where Kim Min-soo regretted the death of the woman he loved. He eliminated all possibilities. Even Kim Min-soo's plan to commit suicide. He worked hard to ruin Kim Min-soo's life. After 370,000 regressions, Kim Min-soo became the Demon King. The world was left in ruins and covered in blood by his hand. As a result of such efforts, the theoretical ultimate weapon that could kill him was created. Kim Min-soo was completely corrupted. Now the only thing left was, just like that real flow of time, he said he would make him stronger. If he didn't accept, he would kill him and he would die. And the world's time would flow on without turning back. The hero cult still looked at him with angry eyes, crying. He turned his head and looked at the ship. He had gathered all the materials. He would create a hero who could kill the demon king Kim Min-soo. Now he just needed to find a way to combine them. The magic hero asked him what he intended to do. He always repeated how he would save the world, and now he was going to train the hero cult. He would say it again. But when all of this was over, he said that. She pointed her finger at him, cursing him as a damn bastard. She didn't say she wouldn't cooperate, but he thought he didn't need to explain everything to encourage them. He fumbled in his pocket and smiled. That word encourage she used sounds nice. He pulled out a small object. This is a self-destruct device connected to the ship holding the artifacts. The heroes were all surprised, and if the rebel hero didn't cooperate with the training, he would press the button and blow everything up. The hero of verdant water placed her hand on the hero cult's shoulder, and she knew they were being played. If he changed his mind, he could not only sink all the artifacts to the bottom of the sea but also kill them instantly. She didn't care that she looked strange. As long as the result was that you became stronger. She helped him up as he said they were weak, so she was asked to use this wooden arm for him. Just then the shield hero told her she needed to conserve her abilities. There would be a moment when they were needed more than now. Hearing her words, he clenched his fist. She was right. He had to pour all his emotions only on Kim Min-soo. Thus the regression hero achieved his goal. He laughed. Finally he agreed. The first test, he asked him to kill him 100 times barehanded without changing the direction of attack. He hadn't even finished speaking when he was already hit once, his face turning sideways. This was the first time he put a hero card on the table. A new card was drawn. The reason he chose Park Young-sok was very simple. It was because he was not a hero, nor his heart, nor his motive. And his appearance time was extremely short. However, despite all that, he possessed the most overwhelming abilities among all heroes, except for the sword hero. His power gradually increased through battle. He could fight the sword hero. His growth potential was the highest among existing heroes. As he charged at him, he knew this was a technique he had seen before. He would dodge and turn upwards. That's how he evaded his attack. His arm, holding a sword, rose and slashed at him. The hero cultivated this attack. Immediately he counterattacked with a punch. The punch struck his face hard. With this attack he would surely die. His prediction seemed almost accurate. He exceeded the 3-digit mark. He didn't give him a spear, but he still killed himself barehanded. Going back to when he was training him, he once again asked him to kill him 100 times barehanded without changing the direction of attack. With just the first 100 attacks, he would be able to expose fewer weaknesses in front of Kim Min-soo. Lee Seong-hoon completed the first test after thousands of attempts. Finally, he held a sword to his throat as he lay on the ground. The first paragraph ends here. He said this was his first attempt. He had surpassed 1100, so don't complain. And he set and explained the weaknesses in Park Young-suk's movements. His movements were clear and excellent in one-on-one combat. His upper body was tilted forward, and other than a lack of flexibility, there wasn't much to fix. He would write a detailed summary in a document to give him later. If it weren't for his items, he could have defeated Kim Min-soo before he became a demon king. Even after hearing his words, he remained silent. He continued to speak. But the enemy he will face is no longer human. In other words, when fighting Kim Min-soo one-on-one, the limitations are very clear. He asked what technique Kim Min-soo had just used. He could generate such immense destructive power without movement. The regression hero didn't know exactly what it was, what its mechanism was, or what its activation conditions were. This was because he had never met the demon king Kim Min-soo directly. He gritted his teeth. He said he would make him strong enough to defeat Kim Min-soo. Even after hearing it, he thought it was a lie, so he denied it. Of course not. When he finished his training, he would go to meet Kim Min-soo. As soon as he said this, all the other heroes were surprised. He would at least take one of his arms and die. He would start the process. He just needed to observe and solve the secret behind his ability. Isn't that simple for him? He was confused. He said he would die. Wasn't he immortal? He said this was one of the conditions for the regression ability. It was useless against the Demon King. The other heroes couldn't believe it. But for him, that was the best. He said to move on to the next test. He asked Lee Ga-ram if she had any large-scale handguns she could use, or if she could make one if she wanted. She had advanced AI left by the old generation and also had several large-scale handguns. The regression hero would share Kim Min-soo's combat footage with her. He would create a few similar weapon models for a mock battle with the rebel hero. He told her not to add any safety devices, treat this as a real battle. If he died during training, he would just commit suicide and rewind time. After speaking, he turned around. Since everyone had something to do, he would go rest until the second test began. He waved his hand and left. At night, the regression hero sat outside his tent, diligently taking notes as he concentrated. Someone approached him from behind. It was the hero of verdant water. He asked her if she had finished preparing for the test. Then suddenly, the hero of verdant water asked him if they had once been comrades. The regression hero was startled and froze, his eyes wide. He then laughed helplessly. She was as smart as Lee Ga-ram. He had returned so many times that he had forgotten. They truly had once been comrades. As he said this, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes, and he lowered his head to avoid her gaze. She asked about his ability. She asked if he had decided to die because he couldn't control it. He was silent for a moment, then said it was a time loop. The hero of verdant water cried. It had become a time loop. He was trying to end it by making Kim Min-soo into a demon king. She asked if Kim Min-soo was also his comrade. His eyes, filled with rage, stared directly at her. Don't look at him like that. Don't pity him. Tears were already welling up in his own eyes. If she did that, his heart would break. He pinched his thigh to rouse himself. He told her he hadn't asked her to approach him. The timeline where they were once comrades had shattered and disappeared. She was a hero and he was a villain. This was how it should be remembered. Park Yong-soo had to become a hero who could kill the mad sword hero. He became the demon king, and he, the regression hero, orchestrated all of this. But it was too sad. The hero of verdant water said so, lowering her head. This reminded him of when he used to fight the fierce heroes. When he was about to kill that guy, she ran up and stopped him. She shouted at him not to kill him. It was so regrettable. He knew she was too kind. She didn't know she would die because of him. Wiping his tears, he admitted he truly couldn't overcome her kind nature. He would accept her pity. In return, she asked him for a favor. He handed her his notebook and told her that if he died, she should deliver this notebook to a girl named Dong Soo-min. At the Reconstruction Government's super-large shelter B-12, an excavator was digging up soil and rocks, and soldiers seemed to be searching for something. From below, someone shouted loudly into a radio. Survivor. They found a survivor. She was Dong Soo-min, the regression hero's wife from a previous regression. She was still alive. In the highest castle here, the summoner was tidying up books. Half a month had passed since 10 spears were transported to the hero's world. She wondered if he had taken the revenge he had mentioned many times here. She kept thinking about it. If not, she imagined him being stabbed to death by the sword hero and then slapped her own face to stop the negative thoughts. No way. She believed he was someone who, even after reaching the peak in the city of doctrine, wasn't satisfied and created new walls to overcome. There was no way he would die so easily. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, flustered, and reported to her. He reported that all the spears had returned. The door opened wide and the summoner rushed into the car in a hurry. All the spears she had given him appeared here. She shed tears of joy and emotion. It meant they were alive. Not only had all of them returned, but messages were carved into their shafts. His words, seemingly carved by a hero, were inscribed. It read, "I have not yet taken revenge. I need newer, stronger spears." She examined and touched them. Now this was not just simple revenge. Just as he had saved her world, now his world was in danger. He desperately needed her help. He earnestly begged her. This surprised her greatly. The soldier asked her what to do now. The decision was hers. She gently said that despite their opinions, the hero was summoned and saved them. Moreover, if he asked for their help, they should respond. Bring all stored materials. If magic stones were needed, even raid the dragon's nest. She ordered all blacksmiths to be mobilized and invited all blacksmiths nationwide. If they asked why, tell them the hero needed help and they would respond. Thus the blacksmiths set to work. Training in the desert proceeded smoothly. He was fighting a giant robot equipped with all kinds of weapons. Lee Ga-ram and the regression hero were in the monitoring room. Lee Ga-ram could quickly create a physical form of Kim Min-soo, and Lee Seong-hoon observed and analyzed the training process. During the observation, he asked her, "Can that robot mimic Kim Min-soo's techniques?" Lee Ga-ram replied, "No, the Demon King's power was a technology she had brought from the Reformation world. Even with the technology left by the old generation, she couldn't mimic it. However, this was the best form she could create by gathering all the technologies. She only focused on copying his attack patterns." He told her to forget about copying his patterns. "With that large size, can't you reduce it to the same size as Kim Min-soo?" Lee Ga-ram sighed. "Does he think this is like creating Megapixel 3? It's impossible. This is the best form I can make." Since she said that, and with little time left, he had to start. He began announcing through the microphone, "The second test begins. Countdown 1, 2, 3 immediately." Bullets were ready. The robot rained a barrage of bullets down on him. It was very fast. He jumped to evade, but even as he leapt over, one leg was severed. He fell, his leg cut off, looking very pained. "Then he failed," he said lightly and began. Lee Ga-ram looked back at him. The regression hero was holding a gun to his neck. This method was faster for him. All he had to do was go back and tell Park Yong-soo how he had failed. With a bang, the sound echoed and blood splattered on Lee Ga-ram's face. He explained how Park Yong-soo had failed. He drew the situation that had just happened on the ground, explained it in detail to him, and discussed with the other heroes how to overcome it. Knowing future mistakes, he could choose the best method and stitch them together. Then he requested an increase in the number of sword attacks. It was quite good just now. Lee Ga-ram followed his will. Even if he failed, all he had to do was act as if nothing had happened. After increasing the number of sword attacks, this time one arm of the hero cult was severed. Seeing him in such pain, Lee Ga-ram shouted, "I told you not to overtrain him." He said coldly, "You just need to start over. Don't make such a fuss." He had already prepared the gun and aimed it at his neck again. The bullet pierced his head and blood splattered on the wall. No matter how many attempts and failures, perhaps less than 370,000 times, by then he could kill the robot mimicking Kim Min-soo. Sitting amidst the ruins, he sighed. The regression hero also watched this victory scene through the screen. He thought, did he become a monster through this method? It was beyond his expectations. Perhaps it was because he had not been back long, or because his motivation was clear. That's why he learned so quickly. The Reformation hero asked him, "What are you going to do now? There's no more way to train him." It would be difficult for him. Fighting machines is different from fighting humans. He thought for a moment. How good would it be if there were a worthy opponent? Before fighting Kim Min-soo in San Francisco, the streets were still peaceful. People walking along suddenly saw something in the sky. Someone pointed and said, "Isn't that the terrorist from Korea? I saw him on the news before. It's Iron Fist hero Dong Woo-ho." He stared ahead and called him a criminal. People began to tremble in fear. He was not dead yet. With a crazed look he kept repeating, "The criminal is here, a criminal is there." He stomped his foot hard on the ground, destroying the entire pavement. He shouted, "The judgment of justice begins." He charged to attack the people, and they also fled in fear. News of this attack had already spread. The regression hero saw this information and smiled with satisfaction. So he appeared at the same time as last time. He will be a good sparring partner. He immediately told the rebel hero to pack his bags. There's a fight to resolve. Military tanks were mobilized to attack the Iron Fist hero. Soldiers also prepared small ballistic missiles, all aimed at one side. The Iron Fist hero sneered, "It's a futile effort. Such things won't be able to defeat me. They'll only destroy the surrounding environment." Airplanes in the sky also prepared to drop bombs. They were targeting the objective behind the ruins. Although they hadn't seen him yet, military experts were monitoring the situation to plan his elimination. That opponent had a body with high durability. Now that civilian evacuation was complete, all they had to do was bomb him until he burned to death. When the smoke cleared, he appeared without a single scratch on his body. He sneered, saying that this body, blessed by justice, could not be harmed. The commander couldn't imagine being able to kill him either. He gritted his teeth, his face worried. The Reformation hero and other heroes. At least they seemed seriously injured, only that damn guy was completely abnormal. It felt like they were toy soldiers made for children. Looking at the screen before him, the 37th large-scale attack had caused less damage than expected. White phosphorus bombs, poisonous gas, aerosol bombs, even hypersonic kinetic energy bombs. He wondered if there were any other methods they hadn't tried yet. A soldier reported to the captain that there was a call from the Korean Reconstruction Government's hotline. The captain shouted and reprimanded him, "Can't you see the situation now? They are protecting their country. Do you think the hotline of a collapsed government is important?" But when the soldier mentioned the regression hero and the rebel hero, the captain changed his attitude. He took the call in surprise. The other side said, "You, the American captain, are quite cruel, calling them a collapsed government." The regression hero talked cheerfully. "Now are you thinking of preparing aid for him?" He was on a helicopter, probably moving towards America. The captain suspected that the regression hero was not an enemy. Why had he switched sides? Was this a conspiracy or a spy? He couldn't understand his intentions at all. But looking at the screen, the Iron Fist hero stood triumphant, and they couldn't do anything to him. He had to think seriously. His silent demeanor seemed to satisfy the regression hero, who seemed confident his goal would be achieved. The captain compromised, asking if he could help eliminate the Iron Fist hero. The regression hero said, "Of course, he must know now, right? He won't be able to kill him with bullets. It's probably underestimating him because of his ridiculous tights and foolish personality. But he is a specialist in causing immense damage, and he's always the one who survives till the end." He told him that if he agreed to prepare a jet at the base, because they will go to Japan, he had to agree. He didn't know why he had changed sides, but they needed a monster to defeat a monster. He praised him as a wise man and said that decision had saved humanity once. Hanging up the phone, the rebel hero was opposite him. "Now when you said there was a fight to resolve," he asked, "was it to eliminate the Iron Fist hero?" He said yes. The durability of his body was similar to or even greater than Kim Min-soo's. In the previous training he had learned agility and evasion techniques. Now he thought it was time to train how to break an unbreakable diamond. One more thing today, he told him to use only a spear. He intended to teach him how to use artifacts. To become stronger, he first had to fully realize his own potential. And to use other people's weapons he had to meet certain criteria. He aimed a knife at him, as if he were a hero chosen and summoned by the will of another world. The city was destroyed by the appearance of the Iron Fist hero this time. Many soldiers died tragically. The Iron Fist hero strode forward, asking if all weapons had fallen, or had they fled. He approached them aggressively. A circle of light rose from behind him. The colonel's face appeared, signaling that it was 1 minute before deploying the flare hero. The flare exploded and light flashed around the Iron Fist hero. He heard a loud noise, the sound of helicopters in the sky landing close to the ground. The helicopter lowered a rope, and opposite him stood the Iron Fist hero. The spear hero came down the rope. He recognized him as the spear hero he had seen in the shelter. He stared at him silently without answering. He just moved forward. He continued, "If my memory serves me right, I didn't think anyone would save him." He shouted, "Are you confident this time?" Only then did he finally speak. "I always failed because I had no talent for saving people, but I have a talent for killing people." He swung his spear fiercely, declaring that he would die here. They quickly rushed to attack each other. The regression hero's system displayed the situation below. The third test officially begins. The Iron Fist hero smiled gleefully amidst this slaughter. A familiar suit shattered in the mirror. The Iron Fist seemed very proud inside the tank that had just been attacking him. The soldier inside trembled in fear, hearing his voice urging him to come out as if from hell, his entire body shrinking and shaking. His fist pierced the tank. He peered inside and found the soldier. His will was firm and the soldier died in his hands. His face was not clearly visible. Around his neck hung a necklace with photos of 3 people, clearly of the soldier's happy family. He stomped hard on the soldier's corpse. He shouted, except for his mistaken justice, the Iron Fist hero was a perfect hero. He laughed loudly with satisfaction. All these elements were why he was so strong, and now he was confronting him. He aimed his spear at him. His face was not serious at all, but rather excited. He also charged straight ahead. The road beneath his feet shattered as he passed. He was also suddenly surprised that he no longer dodged. He charged straight into the center of the spear. The spear struck him directly in the chest, but it couldn't pierce him. The spear only left a scratch and sparks flew as if stabbing steel, unable to harm him. As the spear grazed him, his face was triumphant. He glanced at him with an unpleasant expression. He prepared to throw a punch and said, "Do you think you can pierce me with a toothpick?" He saw the Iron Fist hero's fist about to hit his face. Fortunately, he dodged in time, and his attack missed him, hitting hard behind him and causing a huge explosion. Fortunately, it didn't hit him. He knew his defense and the destructive power coming from his massive body. Then the answer was his joints. As he tried to kick him, he quickly circled around, dodging his attack and appearing behind his back. He firmly wrapped his spear around his neck with both hands, clinging to his body, trying to throw him backward. He struggled to breathe and almost fell backward. His arm suddenly stopped. He calmed down again. He had just been teasing him. He simply said, "Do you really think he would suffocate like that?" He sneered. "Have you ever seen a child hug a rock and it break?" He changed weapons and he seemed surprised, still not understanding. The spear flashed and transformed into a short spear. It seemed to have more power in this form and type. He thrust the spear straight into his shoulder. This time the spear worked and the Iron Fist hero bled. Blood spurted from his shoulder and he was surprised. He glanced at him in anger. He bent down. He knew this muscular pig was lowering his stance and this would make it harder for him. He sat down completely. For some reason, the hot air pressure around him felt like a literal pressure. He also felt something strange and his movements faltered slightly. It turned out he was gaining momentum to jump. And it was truly immense power. The two flew into the sky and he was very triumphant. They were free falling, and he called him an annoying bug, saying he would crush him. Two massive heroes. The pressure he generated from this fall was also immense. As he was about to be crushed into the ground, he had to find another way. In the blink of an eye, he shouted, "Change weapons." Then a bang explosion echoed. Destroyed the ground in that area. He stood up and behind him he was still alive. He changed weapons in time. The cross-shaped spear transformed into a star shape protecting him. It was the Ansuho shield. Light flashed from the spear's tip and before he could react he was hit by a powerful attack and pushed back. He changed weapons again and now he had 2 different spears in his hands. Sacred Demon Attack System. Nullified 2 opposing spears created a flow of yin and yang energy. The yin and yang energy created a vortex towards the Iron Fist hero, and he was flustered. That power pierced walls and destroyed the ground with immense force. In the office's control room, they could observe the entire battle. The captain, seeing the powerful firepower, thought, "Is he trying to vaporize him like that?" He crossed his arms in front of his chest to block the attack. The attack was pushed back on both sides and he gathered his strength once to completely blast away the pressure of that attack and escape. He charged at him and punches and spears collided. The DFN was also the same. They exchanged attacks rapidly like lightning. The surrounding buildings were also affected by this pressure. The more they fought, the more intense it became, and they released their power even more fiercely. The sight of the battle was very fierce, and every attack they threw blew away pieces of concrete walls with it. The summoner still stood in the room full of spears and all the returned spears were blurred. The summoner guessed that this opponent was incomparably more durable than anyone he had faced so far. She instructed them to bring the new spear to spear number 1. The soldier did not fully understand her intention. Let's return to his unending battle. What he held in his hand was a new elaborate sharp and strangely hard spear. It was the new spear the summoner had just mentioned, the Black Kirin whip spear. Before that, there's a story to tell. Since ancient times, humanity has developed weapons for war, from bare fists to clubs, from clubs to swords, from swords to spears, and the pinnacle of such cold steel weaponry was the wielder of a spear, and the spear in his hand was clearly one such powerful weapon. A spear, the Black Kirin, crafted with powerful penetration technology. The activation command was an attack. He began to attack using the spear that summoned the Black Kirin. He raised the spear to the sky, and the spear enveloped its surroundings in a purple aura, shining dazzlingly in his hand. The Iron Fist hero understood nothing, but the regression hero laughed joyfully. The spear even summoned a Black Kirin, not an ordinary horse. The regression hero evaluated this as an unfair combination with a spear user who possessed approach and movement abilities. The people of the spear world seemed not as simple as he had thought because they had created a weapon that would maximize Park Young-sok's power. No, the speed problem he had been experiencing was solved, and moreover, he could focus all his usually dispersed power onto the tip of the spear. The regression hero said with an intrigued face, "Now show me his destructive power, Kirin, the new spear." Although it seemed capable of being combined with his fighting style, he had not had the chance to use it. Let's see what kind of strange weapon this is. Could he win with this spear? He asserted again that no, he couldn't. If his answer proved wrong, the regression hero would have to go back in time and tell him not to use this spear. In other words, whether effective or not, he had to fight with it. And perhaps there was a hidden message that it could be the answer to destroying Kim Min-soo. The Iron Fist hero approached him and said sarcastically, "Starting with that toy spear and now playing with a horse, you third-rate villain?" He asked what was next. Was he going to pull out a lollipop like that pink-haired girl? "Stop fooling yourself and disappear." He stomped his foot hard on the ground for propulsion and charged at him. This time he would aim for his head. He began to attack, riding the horse. The two accelerated more and more, their faces becoming more determined as they looked at each other. As they got closer, the Iron Fist hero prepared to throw a punch. The point where they clashed seemed to mark the boundary of an intense struggle. Blue and purple light seemed to divide the city's space in two. Pieces of buildings flew around. The helicopter circling in the sky also shook. It was being affected by the battle between the two. The regression hero was also affected. As the helicopter shook, he couldn't sit properly. He still tried to stare at the screen and watch the battle. He wondered which side he was on. Was he overpowering or being overpowered? In the space where the spear had been moved, a summoner and soldiers stood watching. A soldier asked her if her decision to switch to the new spear was correct, since they were using the spear he had first used in battle. The summoner said, "He'll be fine. The Black Kirin is a spear that takes care of the rest itself as long as the user puts enough power into the first attack." As the Black Kirin spear pierced through the punch, it suddenly rotated deeply, and he realized the spear was spinning, and the Black Kirin also let out a sharp cry as if joining forces with the spear. Under the pressure of the spear, a drill-like wound appeared on his arm. If he let it continue to rotate that fast, it would bore right through him like a power drill. He desperately had to raise his arm, grab the spear, and hold it still. His other arm prepared to throw a punch. With this technique, the spear's rotation was stopped. He had a joyful and confident smile, but his face was still serious. After that, contrary to what he had thought, the tip of the spear was not blocked but rotated along his entire arm, twisting gruesomely. The horse kicked its hooves even more violently, changing its state. He could no longer hold on and was carried away by the spear. Startled and lifted, at this moment he plunged the tip of the spear straight into his stomach, and the massive spear rotated deeply, pushing him further back. This attack ended when the dust settled, and the Iron Fist hero lay behind, impaled in the stomach, his arm deformed, and he rode away coldly on the horse. His misery was clearly evident, and his face was so dark that his eyes were not even visible. A girl appeared before him. A scarred, ragged schoolgirl walked out of the darkness. The girl knelt before the Iron Fist hero, raised her hand and gently touched his face. He would kill all of them, even himself. He was still panting slightly and said with a trembling voice, "The Apostle of Justice must keep his promise." These words were truly hard to get out, and they were his last. After that he fell silent as if dead. The girl stood up and challenged him. "Is that all?" A school in the days when the world was still full of light and peace. In a classroom, a chubby boy hummed a song. It was the Iron Fist hero from 3 years ago, still enjoying reading comics. He enjoyed superhero comic books and even muttered to himself, "This episode is truly the best." Just then, someone suddenly kicked his desk. The desk fell and he trembled. As expected, it was 3 bullies. They called him a fat pig. He was told not to read comics during class. He loudly shouted that the smell of fat emanating from him was disgusting, but his face when he read comics made him even more disgusted. He, terrified, begged them for forgiveness and tried to make excuses, but he had already stopped his words. His hand covered his mouth, preventing him from speaking. He said he was arrogant. Didn't he say he felt like throwing up every time he opened his mouth? He continued to speak, covering his mouth even more tightly. He said again that he couldn't stand it himself and made an unpleasant face. He decided he needed to teach him a lesson again. He was quiet and afraid, saying nothing. He became even more displeased. "Didn't you hear?" He said he needed to teach him a lesson again. He ordered him to take off his clothes, calling him a cattle farm. His classmates watched him being ridiculed by the bullies naked, but no one helped. He wept in shame and they laughed gleefully. He forced him to cry, not to stay silent. He could only remain silent. His face flushed red. He became even angrier, forcing him to cry quickly, calling him a pig. He had no choice but to obey his words in humiliation, even satisfying the students in the classroom. Snickering laughter echoed in the classroom and he felt even more rage. He thought to himself that someday he would kill all of them, the bullies and the onlookers. That afternoon on his way home from school, the entire city was dyed red with the sunset. Every day felt like hell, and he needed a hero, an apostle of justice. He saw the hero he had read about in comic books appear before his eyes. He told him he seemed to be suffering and asked if he needed the hero's judgment. He walked past the hero with an indifferent expression. He didn't understand what his words meant. It was just an illusion that appeared on his way home every day. The hero's shadow disappeared and another person called him from behind. It was that schoolgirl, his classmate. She told him to stop for a moment, and he turned his head at her call. She was holding the comic book he had forgotten. She ran to give him the latest edition of Apostle of Justice. At that moment, he felt his hero had appeared. The girl continued to talk to him. Since the hero comic had not been adapted into a movie, she thought no one in Korea would read this series. She was happy to have someone with the same hobby. She shyly apologized for not being able to help him, but she hoped he would forgive her since she had retrieved it for him. He shed tears of emotion. She asked him if he was crying and was very surprised. He sat down on the street and sobbed. The schoolgirl was so inconspicuous in class that others nicknamed her Ghost. But he knew she sometimes communicated with him in their own way. He was very happy about that. But the bullying continued. The bullies still watched him, and that guy called him a pig and hit his head hard. He suddenly became unreasonably angry and asked him why he was laughing. Did he want him to stuff money into his nostrils? He knew she wasn't an onlooker. In the library, the two of them happily talked about comic books. He and she got along really well, and he could freely show his hero image in front of her. She also laughed very happily. She had a kind heart and quietly comforted everyone. She gave him a medical bandage and apologized for not being able to help him. At least it would prevent him from aging. That quiet kindness allowed him to endure that terrible injustice. Now he had a friend to go home with, but that day came. One day he was bullied as usual, stripped naked and bruised all over his body. As they stomped on his body, his eyes became moist. She couldn't take it anymore, and the book on her desk crumpled. She stood up, walked out, and asked, "Is that still not enough?" Both the bullies and the two of them turned to look at her in surprise. He was clearly afraid, knowing what would happen. The bully and the people in the classroom looked at her with menacing eyes. He said no, stammering, his face pale. The bully was silent for a moment, then his face turned ashen and he asked, "Are you dating this pig?" In a deserted construction site where rain was pouring down, the bullies gathered. He and she were kneeling in the center, her clothes torn, and he was still naked. Both were ashamed and afraid. The bully said to the two sarcastically, "You really make a great couple, so we prepared something." He ordered the two of them to do it, and they were greatly shocked. He helplessly shouted loudly and begged him. If he wanted to hit someone, he should only hit him. Even if he trembled and bowed his head begging them like this, they would not spare them. He repeated the order to him again. His eyes trembled. And now he saw not the bullies before him, but the hero he had always admired. He stared at the hero and spoke but illogically and stammeringly. He mentioned the apostle of justice, and the bullies were surprised and laughed at his words. They told him he was an otaku and was now escaping reality. Truly looked like a loser. His eyes held desperation. He sincerely begged him for help. Just this once. The result was still the bully hitting him hard, sending him flying backward. He said justice was bullshit, his sense of justice was garbage, and it was because he read comics like a weirdo. He continued to hit his body, saying that strength was justice, that it was unfair for trash like his girlfriend to challenge someone with strength. His face continued to be hit by punches and his eyes dimmed. The last thing he saw was still that friend. The reason he had enjoyed comics his whole life was because he believed that at least justice existed within them. As a child he loved reading comic books and greatly admired heroes. But now as he was being beaten and abused, he reconsidered that those damn guys had never once spoken about what justice was. They simply used their power to defeat weak villains, like heroes in comics. Furthermore, the bullies who were hitting him gave him the answer. That power was justice, and only the strong could enact their justice. At this moment he was grabbed by the hair and pulled up, his face bruised from the beating, unable to resist. He said nothing, and that his bullshit about justice was enough. Listen carefully. He ordered him to do it again, otherwise he would be beaten until he died. He was left with only two choices. He looked painfully at the person who had just realized the source of justice he had admired his whole life. The miserable image of the girl came to mind. To inflict an unforgettable wound on another or to inflict an unforgettable wound on himself? He urged him for an answer again. He decided to choose the second, but he was exhausted from the beating. His hand moved. In despair, he shook off his hand and jumped down, astonishing everyone there. In the rain his body plunged towards the ground and he closed his eyes in terror. He escaped, but instead of dying he appeared in another space with a swollen face. This was a research lab, and strange doctors were staring at him. He had come to the world he had always wanted, but it tormented him. A year later, the Iron Fist hero appeared in a shabby alley where the bullies who had tormented him were gathered, smoking. The hero's appearance was identical to the hero in the comic book he had read. He stood before them with his arms crossed. They looked at the Iron Fist hero and asked, "What is this?" An old bald man came forward and asked what this outfit was. Cosplay or something. The bully who had tormented him was still watching from behind. He watched for a moment, then shouted joyfully. He recognized him. He clapped his hands and asked again if the Iron Fist hero was that fat pig Dong Wu-ho. He still mocked that the fat pig was still alive. He thought he had died then. Did he know how scared he was? Did he exercise when he disappeared to get revenge? But what are you going to do? The only change from then was that he was less disgusting. He said that, pinching his nose and showing contempt. The Iron Fist hero glanced at him, and there was no longer any fear in his eyes. He regarded him as nothing. He didn't like his gaze. He told him to stop that murderous look. When he said nothing, he decided to teach him a lesson again. He repeated the order he used to give him. Cattle farm. He repeated the words again and he lightly kicked his foot, making him turn pale. Both his legs were severed. He crashed, screaming in immense pain. Now he repeated the words he had spoken. Cattle farm. The bully couldn't believe his legs were severed. He still didn't care and repeated cattle farm as he used to say. He wanted to sit, so he had to make him cry and scream. He crawled desperately, asking for help. He mercilessly sat on him. The other guys shouted in fear. He looked gentle with a crescent-shaped smile. He mocked them for crying and screaming like pigs. They realized the seriousness of the problem and they fled for their lives. He chased after them, gleefully like a child, just as he had thought power was justice. He grabbed the heads of the two who had tormented him, and blood flowed profusely onto the ground. Onlookers on the street fled in terror at this sight. Police arrived to control the situation. Police cars blocked his path and all the officers had their guns drawn. The officers' faces were pale, some with trembling hands holding their guns. He told them they were enforcers of the law. Their role was to realize justice. He declared that from today he was the justice of this place. If they pulled the trigger, he would kill them all. The police didn't listen to him and shot him in the chest. The bullets did not pierce his body but flew into the sky. He became angry. Hadn't he told them not to shoot? Thus, in 2021, the Iron Fist hero returned, consumed by rage. The city endured his wrath, presenting a blood-soaked spectacle. In that alley, no one was left whole. After he finished killing those who had tormented him at school, he continued his massacre, sparing neither the police nor the soldiers sent to stop his rage. The entire city looked as if it had endured an armed conflict, with the police who tried to stop him killed and innocent people fleeing the scene likewise. His rage was not controlled by such trivial emotions. He merely wanted to display the pure power of justice. He still held the heads of the two who had tormented him, his entire body covered in blood. Those damned bastards and those who dared to stop him were eliminated. He raised the two heads high and laughed gleefully. Not to mention the foolish ones who despaired at seeing him as the embodiment of justice. He was truly satisfied. For him, a quiet city was best. Here no one would be harmed. His eyes were filled with sorrow, but in the end he felt no more shame. He raised his head again, returning to his confident self, and said he had prepared a gift when he met her again. He went to the hospital and stood before her bedside. The girl lying in bed looked frail, relying on an oxygen mask. Not understanding why she was like that, he turned his head and shouted at the doctor, demanding an answer. The doctor trembled in fear, unsure what to say. She had been in the intensive care unit for the past year. He wanted to know what had happened to her. The doctor had no choice but to tell him everything he knew. About a year ago, her friend had done something terrible to her and pushed her from a building. He was startled, his eyes wide. Those damned bastards had done this to her. He shouldn't have killed them so quickly. He wanted to know if she would wake up, if he could talk to her. The doctor said she woke up sometimes, so if he waited a little she might. Seeing her in her current state, he finally felt sorrow. He wanted to be alone with her, so he sent the doctor out. The doctor hastily fled. He continued to wait for her, watching her with worried eyes. When she opened her eyes, they were a dull gray. She gasped for breath, asking him who he was. In the end, she didn't recognize him. He suddenly changed his demeanor and laughed loudly. She's awake. He was the Iron Fist warrior, the warrior of justice whom she had been waiting for. He told her to be happy, that he had a gift for her. He raised the two heads he was carrying. He only brought the heads of those damned bastards, but he had killed them all, so no one could torment or harm her anymore. And that wasn't all. The bystanders who did nothing to aid the law enforcers, those in their useless cars, the entire city was ravaged. She stared at the two heads he held up before her. After a moment she spoke. Am I dreaming? Even if this is a dream, it's truly wonderful. He gripped her hand tightly. This was no dream, he promised her. With his power, he would deliver justice to anyone she wished. Suddenly her face hardened. Finally she softly uttered his name. He was startled to hear her plead with him to punish that damned bastard. The one who had fled, leaving her alone in hell, she cried, gritting her teeth, her voice trembling. She had not fled but fought alongside him, yet she hated him so much. As soon as she finished speaking, she lost consciousness again. He was still holding her hand. I understand, criminals, bystanders, hypocrites, sinners. When all of them received the judgment of justice, he would die by his own hand. Now that she was awake, he was already dead. She gently touched his face. He kept his promise. A hero reappeared beside him and spoke. He seemed to be in great shock. Why didn't he flee? He could have seized the opportunity to escape when the opponent thought he was dead. He said that fleeing was his old specialty, and he had done so that day. All he had done was flee. He raised his head to look at her. He told her not to look at him like that. He couldn't bear the hatred in her eyes. This time he wouldn't flee. Falling bricks made a loud noise. Just as the hero cult was about to leave, he looked back. He saw him standing behind him. His entire body was tattered, as if making a final attempt. He was surprised. How could he stand in that state? He looked like a corpse. But he couldn't die by another's hand. He put his hand into the large hole in his chest and reached inside. Inside there was a small blue pill-like object which was his life source and had kept him alive until now. He forcefully crushed it once again, and blue currents erupted from his entire body. The large hole in his chest immediately closed. Before delivering justice upon himself, he had to deliver justice to one more person. His body returned to its original state. It was regeneration. This was not mentioned in any information about the resurrected warrior. He would not die. Meanwhile, in that other world, scientists were still researching his body and what was inside it. Serum 8. This was the capsule in his body. It was the pinnacle of all the technology this lab had developed so far. Compared to previous villains, the Demon King was a completely different threat. He was a calamity to this world. If this could help eliminate them permanently, it was a worthwhile investment. The Iron Fist hero still thought it didn't seem very reliable. What if it fell and broke during battle? The doctor said there was no need to worry. Unless his body was ripped open, harder than diamond, that would never happen. But if, by any means, he paused to think, if the unrefined serum spread throughout his body, and in that brief moment just before he completely lost control and the entire system overloaded, he would gain the power of all superheroes. In this moment he exploded using that ability. He saw that his energy was completely different. That damned bastard had never told him he had the ability to reach this level. A great light pierced through his body, and this power made him unable to stand, knocking him backward. He was terrified but quickly calmed down. He was preparing to attack him. He rushed in and tackled him, lifting him from the horse, then wrapped his waist with great force. It would be very difficult for him to resist. He was faster than supersonic speed. He held him tightly and ran forward rapidly. When he stepped on the brakes with his foot, the ground beneath his feet was torn up. This caused him to let go and throw him. His hand clenched into a fist and power was concentrated in this single blow. This happened very quickly, and he was still in the air. He rushed powerfully and delivered a strong blow to him. This blow was extremely powerful, and he took it directly, spitting blood. His body crashed into a building, destroying it, and a round hole like a fist mark appeared on his stomach. The impact caused a large and bright explosion that further devastated the city. He screamed, and the light that appeared before him grew larger and larger, transforming into a massive destructive force. The beam of light shot straight forward. The hero returned. Still watching the screen, he thought the Iron Fist hero's trump card would destroy both himself and his opponent. The rebel hero had no idea this could happen, and he was completely powerless. He was only able to neutralize the capsule in his 8th fight with him. Before that he had never thought of a way to stop him in that state. He guessed it was time to use it now. On the chair in front of him lay a password-locked box. He opened the box and inside was something like a belt. When he was on the island, the Reformation hero had given this to him. He was surprised. He no longer expected anything from her after all this time. She seemed to have completely repaired it. She had repaired the cooling circuit and made other small repairs to the belt, but she stopped speaking and he kept asking, curious. She said it hadn't awakened. Perhaps due to the death of its owner, Anagon, it had lost its will and chosen to completely disappear. He tapped it too, but there was no response. This was why she said that for a weapon with consciousness and autonomy, simple repairs were not enough. He said that to persuade a sentient weapon, he would have to create an impressive spectacle for it to witness. He would take it into battle against the Iron Fist hero. Currently, the Iron Fist hero was in a strange state after delivering his last blow, kneeling as a blue liquid flowed onto the ground. The chemicals had begun to corrode his body, but that was unimportant. He had to go to the city and eliminate as many villains as possible. A red light emanated from him, and he looked worriedly in that direction. He reappeared with half his face covered as if by wax. Earlier he had quickly switched to his defensive spear, but the shield was severely cracked and broken. The hero held the belt in his hand, lifted it to show, and asked. Because he had fought him before, he would be familiar with the Iron Fist hero, but the other guy probably hadn't seen him. He is called the Rebel Hero. He was the last savior JW had tried to protect. Like Anjagon, he was the only hero who had fought against Kim Min-soo and survived, and currently he was also the only hero capable of facing Kim Min-soo. That wasn't all. He was a hero who had lost everything but still hadn't given up. With this blow he could die even before getting a chance to stop Kim Min-soo. Now choose Anagon's weapon. Will you mourn a dead comrade and watch his world turn to ashes, or will you accept that hero as your new master? The belt made its own choice. It suddenly spoke. It said the reason it was ready to fight again was not out of pity for that damned bastard, nor for failing to see through his game, nor out of concern for the fate of his world. But one thing was certain. This was the world his comrade had sacrificed to protect. Therefore this world was important to him too. That was why it was ready to fight. He smiled with satisfaction. On the other side, the rebel hero was still being overwhelmed by the Iron Fist hero. He had fallen to him again and was struggling to get back up to fight. A sword and a belt flew in. The Iron Fist hero turned to look at them, and the sword plunged powerfully into the ground before him. The rebel hero stared at it blankly. Neither of them understood what was happening. The hero in the helicopter opened the door and said there was a free gift. Enjoy it, the belt also called to him. It said it would bet everything on him. Now it was time to transform. After that, there was no longer a head on the Iron Fist hero's body. It happened truly in an instant. At this moment he put the belt on his hand and swung the spear towards the sky, his entire body covered in armor. Exactly 5 seconds after the treasure fell on the enraged Iron Fist hero's head, his head dropped to the ground. His death was so sudden that he didn't even understand what had happened. Even with his head severed from his neck, he still didn't understand, asking how this could have happened. The answer could be found through analysis. At 0 seconds he instinctively received the falling treasure. When the belt was before him he simply reached out and grabbed it. The resurrected hero's choice was the best path forward, towards a hopeful future. The hero returned, satisfied. He had chosen the right answer. The belt began to announce the transformation, and light immediately burst forth intensely, blinding the Iron Fist hero. He shielded himself from the intense light, having no reason to hesitate. Relying on the belt, he transformed into a perfect form, and the Iron Fist hero was surprised. At 1.7 seconds the belt, without even needing to calculate, began to attack him again. The belt said that even though he had just started, it wouldn't go easy on him. If they had to go all out, and if he couldn't endure it, then so be it. What was needed at this moment, and what he had to experience, was overwhelming speed. There was no reason for the belt to choose him. It activated triple acceleration mode. As the belt started, he too took a ready stance. The one facing him had not yet mastered that technique. He approached him very quickly. He watched him before his eyes with truly surprised eyes. He raised his hand and formed a hand seal. He activated his ability. This was the ability to control fire fivefold. It was the pentagram of hell. He unleashed this technique at him with extreme speed. After that, he immediately exploded. At 2.4 seconds, he saw through the smoke. His corpse was burned black right before his eyes. He still possessed superhuman defense, but this would at least make his attacks more effective. If he couldn't finish him before he regenerated again, it would be dangerous. He switched his weapon from the defensive spear to the Black Kirin spear, thrust the spear through his shoulder. At 4.1 seconds, the Iron Fist hero was so severely wounded that the serum couldn't cope. As a result, he stopped. His body was trying to repair the damage he had sustained. This slowed him down. To ensure survival, the Iron Fist hero's blood vessels redirected the serum from the body parts responsible for movement and attack to those responsible for healing and recovery. This caused the Iron Fist hero to lose his ability to fight for 0.5 seconds. Seizing this opportunity, he activated his lightning ability. The spear began to rotate like a drill as if it were a demonic spear. He declared that everything was over. His face was firm, the black staff powerfully aimed at him, and a whirlwind erupted from the staff. Since he was still incapacitated, he couldn't move and could only watch the attack coming towards him. Thus the scene just now of his head falling appeared. The schoolgirl clasped her knees, staring blankly at his head on the ground. He struggled to say "I'm sorry" in his last moments, saying he couldn't keep his promise. She remained silent, then pointed far away, saying there was one more promise he could still keep. That direction was where the rebel hero and his headless corpse were. He was still waiting for his final reaction, making sure everything was over. The head embedded in the torso suddenly moved and regenerated, flesh gradually rising. He still couldn't let go of his obsession with the promise. He didn't understand what was happening, but he still raised his staff ready. The Iron Fist hero plunged his hand straight into his own chest. He dug out his heart, still believing that power was justice. He held it up and declared that he was justice now. He pointed straight at him and said so. He and the belt spoke in unison. Of course they were justice. Dong Wuho was ultimately understood by no one. He left, as a lonely man engrossed in comic books. It was a terrible end, worse than the one he had faced in the past. It was a fitting end for him. However, the most memorable point was that even in his last moments he didn't run away. In the heart of Russia, the city lay in ruins, something having split it in half. The footsteps of a man covered in ancient hieroglyphs appeared. Demon King Kim Min-soo traversed the continent one step at a time. His face was ashen, like that of a dead man. 2 long streaks of blood from his eyes ran down his cheeks. Soldiers lay fallen. Everywhere he passed was filled with the unpleasant stench of smoke. Both the Russian and Chinese flags were torn and hanging limp, or the smell of rotting flesh and blood. The bodies of ordinary civilians were also piled here. A plane was flying through a blizzard, and the pilot was contacting someone to say something. The Demon King was walking directly below. The command center of the Moscow Defense Administration headquarters was still monitoring the sword hero Demon King. This was not a war, but his malice was too obvious to call this a natural disaster. The commander ordered the major to send a final approval request to the Kremlin. He wanted to confirm whether they would launch all of Russia's nuclear weapons at that guy. The major, with a troubled face, finished the call and reported, sweating, that the president had agreed. His order was to eliminate the sword hero, even if it risked rendering eastern and central Russia uninhabitable. The commander gravely ordered the people before him. The decision had been made. Waste no more time. Immediately transmit the president's order to all nuclear launch sites and nuclear bombers nationwide. Before that madman took another step in the blizzard. The Demon King slowly walked, then suddenly stopped. Before him lay a sky where countless missiles soared upwards. He quietly watched the scene before his eyes. It was truly terrifying. He closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. His pupils were very special. They were red, shaped like a pentagram, but there was no human emotion in his gaze. His eyes were demonic, and the surrounding space seemed to sink before him. Airplanes were still flying rapidly through the sky simultaneously. They began to drop missiles. Operation Rose Garden had begun. He still stood motionless, gazing at the command center. His weapons were activated, and the operation was underway. It included over 2,000 nuclear warheads, and the reserve missiles had been officially dismantled when the heroes declared hostility to all humanity. Now humanity returned their malice. The Demon King saw the rain of missiles coming towards him, and he raised his hand towards the missiles. Their malice was too superficial. His fingers drew ancient characters in the air, and immediately countless missiles exploded, creating a beautiful spectacle. He drew another line of characters with his finger, and the missiles were deeply sliced again, causing bright chain explosions in the sky. To his eyes, the cold missiles exploding beautifully in the sky were like fireworks. Perhaps to him it was profound. The military radar beeped, sounding an alarm. The dense red dots on the radar all vanished in the blink of an eye. 800 missiles were destroyed. The reporter loudly reported to the commander. 800 bombs were destroyed in a single attack. The commander resolutely said this was not over. They still had warheads to be launched from bombers. The planes dropped many more warheads again. This time he used a different technique. He clenched his fist, and the planes in the sky were flying through black smoke, and he spread his hand, creating characters. Yellow streaks of light spread out one by one. They destroyed the Russian planes flying in the sky and the missiles they dropped. Again, violent explosions echoed. Below where he stood, the empty space was blackened by the explosion, but he was still standing. They confirmed that all satellite-deployed nuclear missiles had been shot down. The commander was silent, unable to give new orders, but they had not only attacked from the air, now it was time to prove why they had drawn his attention to the sky. The vehicles below were carrying warheads, and many vehicles were moving through underground tunnels. They detonated the nuclear warheads they had installed underground. Show this madman what true hell is like. It glowed red as if exposed to high temperatures. Ground beneath his feet shook like an earthquake, and the black smoke in the sky had not yet dissipated. He glanced downwards. The ground cracked, and red, lava-like fissures appeared beneath his feet. Like the power of a nuclear bomb, as the warheads exploded simultaneously, the ground overturned. They successfully detonated all underground nuclear missiles. The explosion footage was displayed on military screens, and the sound of soldiers' applause echoed in the command center. However, the commander said it was too early to celebrate. He ordered satellite confirmation and no life signal confirmation. However, it was a force powerful enough to completely transform an entire region. No, he could not have survived that situation. Even observed from space outside Earth, that area was seen to have been destroyed by human technological weapons, turning into a red land of death. In the middle of that explosion was a cocoon surrounded by ancient characters. What is a demon king? It was a creature that only heroes could destroy. It could not be destroyed by any artificial weapon. So he was safe without a single scratch on his body. He wrapped a cloak around his body, creating a very good shield. This was truly terror for ordinary people. The soldiers in the command center turned pale, looking at his face as if they had encountered a demon. The radio operator asked the commander what to report to the Kremlin. The commander drew his gun and aimed it at his own head. He clearly knew that humanity would be extinct, and any resistance was futile. A gunshot echoed and blood splattered on the screen next to the Demon King's image. At the Beijing Palace in England, this place, unlike other parts of the world, was not yet destroyed. In the palace, the British Prime Minister walked towards the Queen. The British Queen, leaning on a staff, greeted the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister took the Queen's hand and politely bowed in greeting. The Queen guessed that the Prime Minister's visit to Beijing Palace meant he had something to ask of the royal family. The Prime Minister said that the Russian president had requested asylum and was currently heading to Eastern Europe. Russia had completely collapsed. Furthermore, Kim Min-soo was advancing into Europe. The European Union was very concerned. The Queen asked about the United States, if they were ready to fight alongside Europe. The Prime Minister replied that they were ready to support any military operation to aid his movements. However, they had concluded that they could not stop Kim Min-soo. The VF was recommending that the European Union evacuate its citizens. The United States seemed to believe that the rebel hero was the only way to stop Kim Min-soo. But if they waited for him to become strong enough to stop Kim Min-soo, Europe would burn. Therefore, the European Union requested that the UK release the Faith Hero, who had been sealed in the 20th century with the help of the Crystal Hero. Belgius was a middle-aged man with a Nazi badge on his arm. The Queen was slightly uneasy, unsure what to do. She opened the drawer containing the only key. She ordered the leaders of Eastern European countries to grant asylum in the UK and release Belgius. She handed the key to the Prime Minister. She sincerely hoped that this decision would not tarnish the reputation of her father and the Crystal Hero. During World War II, the Nazis were among their ranks. Abandoned guns lay scattered. Soldiers fled in fear. Two warriors were instilling terror in their enemies. One with a handsome face wielding a large sword split the fleeing people in half. The sword hero and the other, wearing only one side of his golden-rimmed glasses, gently manipulated giant hands, bombing everything like the golem hero. They were the mud hero Jonas. The commander of that battle received reports of the two, however. These two heroes were only adept at changing the tide of battle. But the truly fearsome being was the faith hero Belgius, who drew strength from the evil madness of the Nazis. He was the one who stood behind Hitler, manipulating him as he pleased. If the ice hero, the transformation hero, the crystal hero and the allied forces had not cooperated, Belgius was believed to have escalated the war into something even more hellish and cruel. Many soldiers died then, and they succeeded in freezing the faith hero. The heroes were severely wounded and all of them were exhausted. Ben Dragon had lost an arm and Stephen's son, the hero, flew to him. She told him that he needed to go to the palace immediately. Stephen's son, again worried about him, told him not to speak anymore and that she would call a doctor. Ben Dragon shook his head, knowing himself that this wound could not be healed. This was his comrade's final plea. Her face was etched with worry and conflict. She clenched her fists, unsure what to do. The robot brought them to the palace. In the robot's hand was Pendragon, suffering from his wounds. The robot landed before the princess. The princess, startled by the sight, was worried. Ben Dragon was laid on the ground. He weakly called the princess. The princess, seeing his injuries, rushed to him, worried. Ben Dragon still reminded her not to touch him as he was dirty. He asked about the king. The princess said the king was currently away overseeing the official end of the war. Ben Dragon extended his fist to the princess. He gave her the key. This was the key to releasing the faith hero. He wanted to give it to her. The princess, disbelieving, asked him why he was giving it to her. He could have hidden it somewhere. He said that once Germany began the surrender process, the world's balance of power would shift to the United States. the leading force of the Allied powers. Their support was crucial for Europe's reconstruction. If they did not cooperate in the post-war negotiations, she would need a bargaining chip. This key would be very useful in such a case. Furthermore, in the event of a great catastrophe for the British Empire in the future, it could be used strategically. As soon as Ben Dragon finished speaking, he coughed up blood, and his body was probably no longer able to hold on. The princess called out to him worriedly. More blood flowed and he collapsed. The princess's hand clasped his, and he, with a trembling voice, begged her to please be a wise and just ruler. And so the story ended. Currently at a train station near the Belarusian border, many people were waiting to travel. Military helicopters hovered in the sky. Inside the helicopters, fully armed soldiers were on standby. The commander sat solemnly inside the helicopter. The soldier sitting opposite him glanced at the still imprisoned faith hero and asked the captain if this was really okay. The commander was silent for a moment, then asserted that there would be civilian casualties. But if Kim Min-soo was allowed to advance safely into Europe, all citizens would die. To cut out this disease, there was no other option than to use nuclear weapons. The commander gravely ordered the people before him. The decision had been made. Waste no more time. As the people outside were preparing for evacuation, the faith hero suddenly fell from the sky. They were startled seeing the faith hero trapped in a crystal before them. What is this? It fell from the sky and the crystal cracked, then shattered into pieces. The faith hero was released. As soon as the faith hero was free, he opened his mouth. A gentle aura flowed around him, and a rainbow light emanated from his head like a Buddha. He smiled warmly and said, "The air is truly refreshing." The citizens, not understanding the situation, looked at him worriedly, still perplexed by his words. The wind brushing his cheeks, a sensation he hadn't felt in half a century, and the lively crowd. He cheered with joy and shouted, "Now it was time to fight. Let the fight begin, humanity." The Demon King didn't expect there to be another being, another hero. The faith hero was surrounded by people loyal to the Nazis. He noticed something, glanced to the side, and the sky there was red. He realized, laughing maniacally with joy, that this was why they had woken him up. The Demon King also walked towards him, and that place also emitted a red light, but it was deeper, mixed with black energy. He knew there was another being, another hero. The faith hero touched the head of a soldier standing beside him and ordered his transformation. The soldier's body twisted and turned, transforming into a gruesome zombie. He held a telescope in his hand which seemed to be made of human eyes with human hands and flesh. His subordinate soldiers cheered and applauded at this sight. He observed the Demon King through the telescope. He judged that the Demon King was wearing large, cumbersome medieval armor and emitted an overwhelming aura. It was highly likely that he came from the same place as Stephen, the Sword World. If he was merely a sword hero, it would be easy to subjugate him. But the problem was that for some unknown reason he seemed to have transformed into a Demon King. Belgius seemed to be able to see his transformation process into a Demon King. He guessed that was why they had no choice but to release him once again. He ordered the binocular soldier to return to human form. The binocular soldier slowly transformed, twisting back into a human. Through the screen, England's leaders also witnessed the scene of the Army of Faith. The Queen asked how many civilians had been sacrificed for Belgius so far. Someone reported that 150,000 Russian refugees were en route to Eastern Europe, and an estimated 120,000 citizens from each of the two neighboring Eastern European countries were currently being affected by Belgius, a number far greater than the Queen had expected. But she guessed it was too late to regret. She only hoped that Belgius would self-destruct along with Kim Min-soo. The leaders looked at each other and nodded in agreement. The thinking of the European leaders was simple. Kim Min-soo, who was trying to end the world through global massacres, and Belgius, who was trying to dominate the world through war. These two ruthless predators could not coexist. One pursued apocalypse and the other sought total domination. Therefore, if these two met, it was clear that a bloody, desperate battle would erupt. Their clash would either result in Belgius killing Kim Min-soo, dying in the process. But even if he failed, he would be able to slow down and weaken Kim Min-soo to some extent. This was the last desperate effort of the Europeans, who had realized that even nuclear weapons were not enough to stop Kim Min-soo. The hero of faith also clearly understood what those fools were thinking. They had underestimated him too much. He would turn the Demon King into his servant. He raised 3 fingers and declared that they would start a third world war. He walked straight towards him. The Demon King quietly watched him in front. He walked and called out the sword hero of the 21st century, while he was the hero of faith of the 20th century, Hans-Josep Belgius. He said he understood his pain and he wanted to talk to him. The Demon King's eyes were obscured, making it impossible to discern his attitude towards this. He said he must hate this world immensely because they had treated him like a monster. He seemed to pause upon hearing this, then he continued. Isn't that why he began walking the arduous path of a Demon King? The two were now very close and he had stopped moving. He was confident he had made him understand. He stuck out his tongue, which bore his symbol, saying, "Let's end this." Belgius's first ability. No matter what lies he told, he could turn someone into a follower if they were swayed by his words. He continued to persuade. He was the same, disappointed by a world that did not accept superior beings like them. A sad, flawed, and degenerate place. He intended to begin the great work of rectifying this pitiful world. He asked if he would join him. He wanted him to come with him, to become his loyal servant, but as soon as he finished rambling, his tongue was cut off by him. Without him being able to react, he glanced around in panic, covering his mouth with his hand. He still hadn't spoken, and the previous attack was merely a convenient flick of a finger to cut his tongue. He looked at him again, and there was nothing left in his eyes. It was his mistake. He had lost all humanity. He staggered backward. He knew that not all madness was the same. He had tried to persuade a creature completely immune to the power of words. When he gently raised his finger again, half of his body disintegrated into small blocks. Among his ranks, a soldier suddenly acted, twisting his own neck, and then the head that reappeared was that of the hero of faith. He couldn't die yet. That was Belgis's second ability. Unless all his followers disappeared, he could use their bodies to resurrect himself. He had no desire to dance to the tune of those who wanted to use him for their own purposes, but he could not unleash a monster that sought to bring about the apocalypse to a world that was his own. Furthermore, the fact that they had released him to hunt him meant that as long as he could kill him, he shouted, there would be no other heroes to stand in his way. Did they agree? Now this was their first battle. Tanks on the ground. As soon as he called, soldiers transformed into tanks, fighter jets in the sky. Others also transformed similarly. He ordered them to prove their usefulness. That was the third ability of the hero of faith. His followers could be transformed into weapons of war if that was what he desired. The human-made planes and tanks began to act, heading straight towards him. He said, let them bring the storm. The booming explosions echoed from the demonic tanks. The bullets fired from the tanks were also transformed followers of the hero of faith. One could say they were human bullets. The Demon King drew two intersecting streaks of light in the air and a net appeared, blocking the barrage of bullets like a protective shield. But just as those massive bullets were about to hit the net, the hero of faith ordered restoration. The bullets immediately transformed back into people, and the soldiers joyfully restored to their original forms, but upon touching the net they still shattered into pieces. One managed to slip inside unharmed. The hero of faith swapped places with him. Just as he slipped inside, he grabbed the man next to him and made him transform. Thus a sword was now in his hand. He shouted loudly as he plummeted straight down onto him. The Demon King had just finished drawing a line in the air when the hero of faith landed. Still smiling with satisfaction, he didn't notice a thin, thread-like yellow mark on his neck. His head rolled onto the ground, his posture unchanged as the Demon King remained calm, not even glancing at him. Only a small scratch had appeared on his cheek. He laughed loudly with delight, his eyes fixed on the Demon King, thinking that in the end he was not invincible. The Demon King raised his hand to touch his face, then looked down at his blood-stained finger. His head still laughed joyfully, saying that he hadn't even used any special power. All he did was sacrifice tens of thousands of followers, yet he had managed to leave a scratch on the Demon King's face. Perhaps today would be the day he was crowned. He vanished before he could finish speaking, reappearing outside next to some tanks. Mountains of followers lined up before him. He slowly stepped over the soldiers and walked forward. The tanks sped past the piles of people. He stood atop the piles, waving his baton as if conducting his symphony orchestra. The reason Belgis was considered the strongest hero of the 20th century was his ability to start a war purely with his own power. Looking at the weapons made from humans, it was truly so. He didn't need weapons, a trained army, or 2 huge war supplies. All he needed was to continue spreading madness and gathering enough followers. Even a Demon King, yes, even a Demon King born from a sword hero. He commanded the war force as before. The people transformed into bullets when about to fall, then twisted back into humans. The followers below also shouted and charged, attacking the Demon King. The Demon King was surrounded from above and below. Planes and numerous soldiers all aimed at him. He still stood motionless. The only things moving were his fingers and arms. He drew intersecting lines again, each line effortlessly annihilating the followers. Planes and humans alike disintegrated into cuboid blocks and fell scattered, and tanks were no exception. The hero of faith paused slightly at the sight before him. His army had collapsed rapidly. He thought he just needed to maintain the number of followers, but they were dying faster than he could recruit them. He spun around and looked back at him. The Demon King had dyed the entire surrounding space red. His whole body was both dark and filled with murderous intent. The rain of blood fell in ruby-like blocks to the ground like a scene from a horror film. He calmly walked in the rain of blood he had created. The most important thing for him was that the world's population was limited. Even if he turned the entire world into his followers, would that be enough to kill him? For the first time, Belgis felt fear. He fled. Extreme fear was evident on his face. A man who had considered himself the ultimate predator, a being superior to others. The man who had single-handedly incited a war, spreading fear and fanaticism everywhere, had lost faith. The hero of faith shouted, ordering his followers to stop him. He bitched towards his followers, scolding them not to just stand there, but his followers still did not act, staring wide-eyed at him in fear. The Demon King, true to his name, was like a truly terrifying demon in human eyes. The followers trembled in fear. This had surpassed their faith, allowing them to escape the control of the hero of faith. They realized that and ran in the opposite direction. The hero of faith didn't understand. He cursed them as useless, even though he himself had lost his faith out of fear. Due to the chaos of the escape, he tripped over someone's feet and fell onto the snow. Seeing those who ran ahead abandon him, he grew angrier and cursed them as fools. Those behind had already been killed. A silhouette appeared and he turned his head to look back at him. The madness that began with the delusions of a man spouting nonsense about a superior race and biological supremacy was ultimately not enough to extinguish the primal fear of death. The one who leveled everything, he stammered when facing the one in front of him. This is impossible. He proposed a rematch. He said that for some reason his power wasn't working, something was wrong. He looked at him, still calm, and his face grew paler. He told him not to say he was satisfied. He liked war too, didn't he? At this moment he was the only hero who could fight him. He screamed wildly, and as he was about to ramble on further to persuade him, he was killed. The hero of faith shattered, and suddenly the Demon King was caught off guard by a shockwave. A voice spoke, saying he wasn't strong enough to face a Demon King. The Demon King looked at the person who ambushed him from behind, his gaze sharp and terrifying. It was the regressor hero. The hero of faith had done a good job of concealing his murderous intent. The Demon King still stared at the regressor hero in surprise. The regressor hero powerfully plunged his sword, striking a straight blow to sever his arm, back to the time when he trained with the rebel hero. It was evening. The rebel hero was spinning her giant hammer in front of the reform hero and the green tree hero. The regressor hero was stroking his chin, observing her. Weapons were embedded all around at her feet. She said this was a preview. The rebel hero asked him if this was truly enough. He said if she wanted to know if it was enough, she should see for herself, then pointed in a direction. She turned her head in the direction he pointed. In that direction was a destroyed island. He said, "You just destroyed an island. I'll have to redraw the entire map. And even if you're not ready, they've run out of time. Their last chance to take Kim Min-su's arm." The reform hero handed the regressor hero a suitcase. This was what he had asked her to create. She had repaired the artifacts, prepared plans, and even crafted weapons for him. It wasn't easy, especially since they didn't have much time like now. He patted her head, thanking her. He wouldn't stay to bother the three of them, so relax and rest for the final battle. The green tree hero asked him, "Aren't you afraid?" He was truly heading towards death. The regressor hero smiled gently. He told her not to worry about him. He was the terrorist who had destroyed an entire nation while they were the heroes who rose to stop him. Moreover, death was the end he had long sought. He picked up the suitcase and walked towards the helicopter. Under the twilight glow he paused while walking and called out to him. He reminded him to remember that he must become the hero of all heroes. After saying that, he waved goodbye to him and left. Returning to the present, he was trying to fulfill his mission, to stop the Demon King. The starting sword was the first reward item of the regressor hero. In his inventory he had carefully chosen it. Although it was a beginner's weapon and its stats were not impressive, it had a special attribute. It reduced all types of defense by 1, and each time he upgraded it, that percentage increased. He had died over 10,000 times to upgrade this sword in the forge. The system congratulated him on receiving the starting sword 99. And whether it was the Demon King's defensive magic or the goddess's blessing, this sword would nullify 99 of them. That's why it could wound the Demon King. He had tried attacking him thousands of times to find the perfect moment and angle to strike. But perhaps he had been too naive to think it would be easy to inflict damage on the Demon King. His shoulder was healed and restored immediately. He raised his hand preparing to act, but this arm was bound by ropes. There was now a seal lock on his arm. He turned his head to look at what was restraining his arm. A giant demon skeleton. High-level Demon King, level 87, master of floor 37. He still stared at it. The regressor hero asked him if he was surprised, and only then did he turn to look at him. The dungeon masters in his world released dungeon cubes at fixed intervals. These were items commonly used to upgrade weapons, but they had a flaw. If an upgrade failed, there was a very small chance that the cube would trigger a special event. He rubbed 2 cubes together, causing an explosion. He summoned the master of the dungeon. That's how he now also summoned 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, level 2011, masters of floor 62. 4 knights rode horses wearing imposing iron armor standing behind him. Even more interestingly, once a dungeon master was summoned, it would automatically target the strongest player in the area. One of the 4 horsemen charged straight towards him, pointing his giant sword directly at his head. But the Demon King blocked the sword with just one hand. Lines appeared on the sword, dividing it into squares just like before. Then both the horseman and his armor shattered. The regressor hero knew he was Kim Min-su after all. That was not his only advantage. He took out from 2 ruby cubes one that contained 99 iron battle axes, and another that contained 99 ice scythes. Since this would be their final battle, they should enjoy it. It would be like the old days. With immense determination, he and the 3 horsemen behind him charged towards the Demon King. One knight shot 2 arrows simultaneously at the Demon King with a bow, but he barely dodged them. Another knight seized the opportunity to block his path with a scythe, but this attack was also futile. The Demon King lightly evaded the knight's scythe. As he landed, the regression hero was ready to charge at him. He quickly realized this, and instead of evading, he turned his body and blocked the weapon with his bare hands. His fingers moved, drawing another long, sharp line. The regression hero remained unharmed, having leaned back to dodge. However, the 3 knights were hit squarely by this attack and died. The regression hero pulled out 2 more swords from space and attacked him. This time he was hit by the attack and pushed back before he even had a chance to react. The reason the regression hero and the sword hero seemed evenly matched, at least at this moment, was that he had formulated the best combat strategies through countless regressions. He discarded the 2 swords and pulled out a long spear, throwing it at the sword hero. It immediately struck his old wound. He would press him a little more until he cut off his arm. He had to minimize the burden on the spear hero. From the beginning of this battle, the regression hero had died 10,000 times. His countless heads could be seen lying on the ground. You might ask how this is possible, because if he died to the Demon King he couldn't regress. That is true. In fact, just before the regression hero died to the Demon King he used a bomb created by the reformation hero, designed to explode at the slightest external pressure, to commit suicide and disrupt death. Theoretically, yes, theoretically, the regression hero could stop the Demon King in this battle. He could cut off the Demon King's arm and inflict even more damage. He also said he would cut off one or more arms. He told the three to focus on what would happen afterward. However, he was now standing on the precipice between life and death. The reformation hero was extremely worried. What human could endure such immense pressure and mental fatigue? The end he had waited for his entire life was right before his eyes. Shouldn't he rest now? The regression hero's will began to waver before death's sweet temptation. Kim Min-soo charged forward holding two hooks. It was ironic that the hero was transforming into a Demon King. I am training a hero who will stop the Demon King after I die. Park Yong-soo and Lee Ga-ram were staring at the screen. Lee Seong-hoon held his sword ready to face the enemy. His purpose was for that hero. I must weaken the Demon King before I die. The longsword was swung again, striking Kim Min-soo. He raised his hooks to block it, his deadpan face showing no emotion. Lee Seong-hoon's sword broke easily. His eyes turned red. At that moment I died. The bomb installed in Lee Seong-hoon's body began to toll the death knell. A loud explosion echoed from his chest and Kim Min-soo was very close. The sound of clock gears chimed and time began to turn backward again. I had broken 180,000 regressions. That was my plan, however. Everything returned to the moment Kim Min-soo charged, which was what was seen at the beginning of this chapter. Lee Seong-hoon's sword-wielding hand began to tremble violently. He gradually forgot his objective and asked himself, what am I doing right now? He stood up again, but was swaying. The sword was swung. Lee Seong-hoon thought, how many times have I died to figure out this attack pattern? Nearly 100 times to avoid the attacks of the monster I created. Kim Min-soo's movements repeated mechanically and coldly, just like before. Lee Seong-hoon lunged. A flash of light appeared where he had just stood. However, Lee Seong-hoon's cheek was still cut. He gritted his teeth and looked at the flowing blood. And he delivered a blow. I must endure hundreds of deaths. Kim Min-soo's digitized feet stopped with a friction sound on the white snow. He swung his hand, delivering an area of effect attack. It flew powerfully towards Lee Seong-hoon. You before my eyes will grant me final rest. He didn't dodge, letting the wound cut straight across his neck. You will break these chains. The regrets I have carried for thousands of years. After his neck was severed, a familiar crack appeared at Lee Seong-hoon's heart. Then why do I keep going? His confusion reached its peak. An explosion echoed from his chest. If I die, won't everything end? The gears of time turned, and the clock hands quickly returned to their original position. It was the moment Lee Seong-hoon faced Kim Min-soo's death slash. Having already predicted it, he lowered his body this time. Will the remaining people understand? Lee Seong-hoon asked himself. After dodging the attack, his foot spun once. Lee Seong-hoon held his sword and charged at the Demon King. Will they be less desperate than me? This time too, before even striking, Lee Seong-hoon's body exploded into small cube-like blocks again. Every time he died, the gears moved and the clock hands turned backward. Lee Seong-hoon was utterly exhausted. Unlike the previous 3 times, he stuck his sword into the ground and bowed his body. Lee Seong-hoon's entire body was exhausted and it seemed he couldn't even lift his sword. Park Yong-soo frowned and asked Lee Ga-ram why did he stop. The match was going well. Lee Ga-ram said expressionlessly, his limit. He has reached his limit. Lee Seong-hoon collapsed, unable to endure it. To us it might seem like an even fight between 2 contenders. But in reality, in the last 2 minutes and 30 seconds, he might have died thousands or even tens of thousands of times. Such endless repetition easily exhausts Lee Seong-hoon's mind. Lee Ga-ram put her hand to her forehead and said, being trapped in such a short period of time, constantly moving between life and death is enough to destroy anyone's mind, no matter how strong-willed. Lee Seong-hoon is no exception. This is why I gave up fighting Kim Min-soo. I thought the stress would paralyze my brain. After that, Lee Seong-hoon opened his clothes and took out a bomb from his chest. A small beep sounded. Lee Seong-hoon's eyes were black from overwork. I want to rest now. I'll leave the rest to you. 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Suddenly a hand blocked him. Another Lee Seong-hoon asked, won't you regret it? Lee Seong-hoon looked at the person opposite him with black eyes and said helplessly, I can't do this anymore. What's the point of trying so hard if I'm going to die anyway? I'm too tired. Lee Seong-hoon shook off his own hand. And if I die, everything will end. Haven't I done enough? Why should I worry about what happens next? 2 streams of tears of anger and helplessness flowed down his cheeks. Lee Seong-hoon said with a bitter smile, it's meaningless, isn't it? The awakened Lee Seong-hoon frowned and said, yes, this time you really will die. He looked at his weakening counterpart again and asked, so I'm asking again, do you really want to give up this time? Lee Seong-hoon asked himself blankly, give up? The other Lee Seong-hoon nodded and replied, yes, you always gave up. Behind him, other Lee Seong-hoons of various styles began to appear. There were disheveled versions of us with unkempt hair and beards, or Lee Seong-hoons who were married and wore suits. All of our lives, the Lee Seong-hoons he had created in different timelines were all here. Alright, I did give up the life where I saved the world with my comrades, a truly glorious life. The life where I married Jang So-min and started a family. The 2 looked truly happy. The life where I persuaded all the villains to turn around. That's right, I even persuaded Bacon. Even the hero of faith, whether happy or painful, all those scenes were deeply etched in Lee Seong-hoon's mind. He took out a match and lit it. I buried countless lives myself. Under the pretext of creating the best possible future, a small flame covered those memories, and everything was burned and destroyed by Lee Seong-hoon's hand. From the moment I chose this ability in another world, Lee Seong-hoon thought about nothing else all day. Like a child addicted to video games, his goal was one: to defeat the Demon King boss in the game. Fail and be reborn. Fail again, an endless repetition of boss battles. The moment Lee Seong-hoon was confused, the goddess appeared beside him, holding an electrode tool that emitted a small current when a button was pressed. The goddess brought the electric tool to the wiring part of the machine. It was like a child using a hack in a video game. But this time Lee Seong-hoon took the goddess's hand and said, "That's enough. I will not joke with the sanctity of life." So the goddess stood up and no longer interfered. Lee Seong-hoon searched his pocket. He pulled out a single coin. "My last life." Lee Seong-hoon fidgeted with the coin, deciding not to regret it. Returning to reality after careful thought, Lee Seong-hoon put down the bomb in his hand instead of detonating it. A smile spread across his pale face and he accepted the compromise. Good. The surrounding blizzard continued to rage and snow filled the sky. Lee Seong-hoon was no longer as gloomy as before. His eyes were filled with hope and determination. A last life without regrets. Lee Seong-hoon created a cube and commanded, "Open all inventories." As soon as he finished speaking, the cube swelled many times over, even engulfing Lee Seong-hoon in its space. The cube emitted a dazzling light and continuously grew in size. With a boom, the cube exploded before Kim Min-su's eyes. He indifferently shielded his eyes with his hand, blocking the matter that burst from the explosion. His numb, cold eyes stared forward. Lee Seong-hoon's figure, clad in massive armor, appeared. After the cube disappeared, Lee Seong-hoon emerged wearing the legendary pure demon armor Tartaros. Soul binding that cannot be upgraded. Some might ask why they think the regression hero is weak. Is it because his body is easily destroyed, or because his backside is torn and his neck is choked? Is it because he lacks the sophisticated techniques of other heroes? Lee Seong-hoon drew a sword from the armory. His face always bore a smile. The regression hero might seem weak, but he doesn't need to be strong. Regression, where death fuels the next life, move forward on the battlefield. It is an ability that turns death into a blessing. The regression hero stepped over his own corpses and continued to fight the Demon King. He slung his sword over his shoulder and sighed. "Phew, floor 37 is quite difficult." Seeing countless identical swords impaled in the Demon King's corpse lying on the ground, he lamented that he had died 50 times. The Demon King's skull suddenly let out a growl. Lee Seong-hoon swung his sword and cut off its head. He chose to be weak to maximize that ability. Lee Seong-hoon shook his arm, which ached from swinging his sword, and said, "Phew, I'm a bit tired. I should die and start over." Then he casually raised his sword and committed suicide very naturally. However, the one who had always sacrificed the present for the future now, for the first time, did not give up the present. He wore the strongest armor and continued to fight despite his exhaustion. Lee Seong-hoon thought that if he didn't have the regression ability, he would be nothing, so he knew it was a foolish decision to give it up. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Not only that, the armor, weapons, and all the items he had equipped had never been used, lacking experience because they relied on the regression ability. The equipment on Lee Seong-hoon's body was merely for show. However, Lee Seong-hoon's eyebrows furrowed with firm determination. "I have never defeated Kim Min-soo. Despite countless regressions, he was simply cut down, disappeared, and resurrected again. Even then, Lee Seong-hoon's neck was severed before he could even touch Kim Min-su's armor. The enemy stood before him, eyes cast down indifferently. Kim Min-soo, the Demon King. He was a being far stronger than when Kim Min-soo was a hero." Lee Seong-hoon frowned. "This is the last card I can play. This time I will live the present." The sword in Lee Seong-hoon's hand swung with immense momentum. Kim Min-soo also noticed that the atmosphere around him had changed. He approached Lee Seong-hoon one step at a time. Seeing his appearance, he asked himself, "What is this? Has he ever worn such armor?" A completely different Lee Seong-hoon stood before him, fully armed and ready to fight to the end. Kim Min-soo asked himself, have his eyes ever been so vivid? Eyes filled with passion and determination stared intently at Kim Min-soo. Lee Seong-hoon seemed to have prepared for this battle. The 5 swords behind him found their places. Then everything else doesn't matter. Kim Min-su's hand also began to move. "I just want to kill you." The Demon King merely wanted to spread blind misfortune. Lee Seong-hoon's flail was launched towards Kim Min-soo in the blink of an eye. Before it even got close, he lightly swung his hand and a cut appeared along the flail. A sharp light flashed in Kim Min-su's eyes. The next moment, the entire flail shattered into small pieces. A clanging sound echoed. Lee Seong-hoon frowned. The success rate for upgrading a level 99 weapon is 0.2 to the power of 100, extremely low. The weapon, which was painstakingly upgraded, was easily blocked before it even reached Kim Min-soo. Grade failed. Item turned into blue ash. The flail shattered. Kim Min-soo narrowed his eyes at the fine dust pouring over his face. "I will blind him." That was Lee Seong-hoon's purpose. After obstructing Kim Min-su's vision, he took his sword and rushed forward, closing the distance between them. As planned, the dust entered Kim Min-su's eyes, hindering his vision. Lee Seong-hoon charged at him with all sorts of weapons. After countless desperate regressions, this time his sword struck Kim Min-su's shoulder wound. He put more strength into driving the sword deeper into his shoulder, but of course, Kim Min-soo didn't just stand there. Kim Min-soo gritted his teeth, raised his other hand, and with a single sharp slash sent Lee Seong-hoon flying, but the sword remained embedded. The moment he was flung back, Lee Seong-hoon used a clone created with Eradevi's replica potion. That body immediately shattered before Kim Min-soo. He frowned, clearly not knowing what was happening. After a moment, Kim Min-soo's shoulder was cut by another sword and he felt pain and surprise. He gritted his teeth and looked back. "You're truly like a rat," Lee Seong-hoon sneered in reply. "It's not over yet. I have 2 more cubes in my hand." Immediately, Lee Seong-hoon took those 2 cubes and rushed at Kim Min-soo again. It was as if he was adding more power to the sword. A clang echoed and Kim Min-soo's eyes, filled with murderous intent, widened. System report. Upgrade failed. Item turned into blue ash. Upgrade failed. Item turned into blue ash. The 2 cubes immediately exploded and metal shards fell to the ground. Kim Min-soo looked at his shoulder.